Chapter 30-60. How Ming-jun bowed deeply to Qin Shao and the others, then said gratefully and seriously, "Everyone, thank you for your love for my daughter. Thank you for your help. Thank you for lending me a hand in this crisis. Since that's the case, I won't refuse. I'm indebted to all of you. I'm counting on all of you. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'll keep it in mind." How Ming-jun certainly longed for someone to help him take back everything he had lost and save Lianqin. However, he didn't dare to trust others easily. Now, he completely trusted Qin Shao and the others and pinned all his hopes on Qin Shao and the others. He also knew very well that this was a matter of life and death. If he failed, he would have no chance to turn the situation around and would definitely be beaten to death. This was what he was hesitating about. But in the end, he decided to trust Qin Shao and the others and fight with all his might. With the 4 students of the Firmament Academy, he felt much more assured. Even if there were still risks, it was worth it for him to take the risk and fight with all his might. Otherwise, even if he slowly accumulated his strength, he was afraid that he would have to risk his life in the end. It would still be difficult for him to do this. So, he might as well take this opportunity to fight with all his might. Only those who fought with all their might would win. There would always be a chance to win. Moreover, it seemed that the chance of winning was still quite big. Next, it was time to discuss the specific countermeasures and learn about the specific situation of the Holy Water Palace. The current situation of the Holy Water Palace was obviously very bad. It was completely under the control of the 2 factions. Those who were loyal to Hao Ming-jun were either dead, surrendered, or imprisoned. Basically, the Holy Water Palace had completely collapsed. The Holy Water Palace was basically under the control of Emperor Fun Qian. At this moment, Hidden Monarch had become the Palace Lord of the Sacred Water Palace. The situation of the 3 factions in the Sacred Water Palace was no longer the same as before. They were now united as one. Moreover, Anshui Yuhuang was behind Monarch Fun Qian. Hao Ming-jun even believed that Anshui Yuhuang was the one who wanted to control the Sacred Water Palace. On the surface, Monarch Coverburn was the palace master of the Divine Water Palace, ruling over the entire palace. However, Anshui Yuhuang was very likely to be the one controlling Monarch Incineration. Anshui Yuhuang was an extremely powerful third-step ancient saint. Ming Haojuan admitted that he was far from being a match for him. And behind Anshui Yuhuang, there was the shadow of a sector lord, forming several layers of connections. This was the general situation of the Holy Water Palace. It was rather complicated. If they could directly solve the problem with their fists, it would be much easier. They could just kill their way into the Holy Water Palace and start a massacre. Everything would be easily solved. However, the problem was that such a massacre was equivalent to destroying the Holy Water Palace. Naturally, Hao Ming-jun wasn't willing to do such a thing. We just need to get rid of some of the key personnel. Most of them are still innocent. Moreover, it would be best if we can persuade them to admit their mistakes, surrender, turn over a new leaf, and return to the right path. Killing them is a despicable act. We can kill their clones, but it's difficult to kill their true bodies. Killing their clones will only cause more trouble. It will make their true bodies become incomparably crazy. It's not a good thing for the Holy Water Palace. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble and danger coming. Hao Ming-jun shook his head. Actually, this matter gave him a headache, a huge headache. He didn't know how to deal with it. However, there was no other way. He could only take one step at a time. He would see when the time came. Senior Hao Ming-jun, do you have any specific plans? You know the situation of the Holy Water Palace best. We can all follow your orders. Actually, it doesn't matter to us. Originally, we wanted to kill our way into the Holy Water Palace and kill Miss Lianqin and Senior. We just wanted to save them. This is the easiest way for us to deal with. But I know that Senior Hao Ming-jun will definitely not like this. Therefore, it's up to you to decide what to do, Qin Shao suddenly said seriously. Hao Mingjun nodded, saying, Yes, I really don't like this. As for the specific plan, it's like this. Our Holy Water Palace has always been divided into 3 factions. However, such a division is actually not complete. The division of 3 factions only applies to the higher-ups and a small number of people. In fact, the division of 3 factions is only because there are 3 people who are qualified and powerful to compete for the position of the Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace. But the entire Holy Water Palace is actually a strong whole. There is no competition among the 3 factions. Therefore, there is still no problem with the foundation of our Holy Water Palace. As long as we don't destroy the foundation of the Holy Water Palace will still be there. There won't be any big problems and we can still operate. If we want to reverse the situation, we only need to take down all the ancient sages of the 2 factions and make them lower their heads. Then, this matter will be over. As for the others, I believe they won't do anything stupid with me around. I am confident that I can deter them and make them not change side. Even if they don't help me, they should be bystanders. The most important thing is that there aren't many of them. There are only about 100 of them at most. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. He asked, About 100 ancient sages? Hao Mingjun immediately shook his head. No. It's naturally impossible for there to be that many ancient sages. Wouldn't that be terrifying? If there were that many ancient sages, I wouldn't dare to ask you to help me. Right now, Monarch Hidden Fun and the others should only have around 20 ancient sages under their control. The others are all 4th step Heavenly Venerate. They aren't worth mentioning. The most important thing is that there are only around 20 ancient sages. Qin Shao was no longer worried when he heard that. He smiled and said, I don't think that's the most important thing for us. There are only 3 of them. At most, there are 4 of them. Only 3 of them? At most, there were 4 of them? What did he mean? Hao Mingjun was slightly taken aback by Qin Shao's words. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. However, Hao Mingjun quickly reacted. Lord Qin Shao, you mean Anshui Yu Wang, Monarch Hidden Fun, and Xia Du? Qin Shao nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Only 3 of them were 3rd step ancient sages. The others were 1st step ancient sages. Although the number of ancient sages wasn't bad, it wasn't worth mentioning. Qin Shao clearly didn't care about these people. If all of them were added together, Brother Pure could easily deal with them alone. Moreover, these people weren't the mastermind. Some of them might have been forced to do so. They might be the type who fawned over those in power. Therefore, these people weren't the main point. There was no need to kill them all. The most important thing was to get rid of Anshui Yu Wang, Monarch Hidden Fun, and Xia Du among them. The only one who posed a slight threat was Dark Lord Gloomwater. However, even Anshui Yu Wang wasn't worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes. After all, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he would be able to deal with an extremely powerful 4th step ancient saint. Therefore, even if the Realm Lord behind him came, Qin Shao was still confident that he could defeat Anshui Yu Wang. Since everything was settled, there was nothing to worry about. Alright, Senior Hao Mingjun, let's set off now, said Qin Shao. What? Hao Mingjun was slightly taken aback when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Set off now? Wasn't that a little too hasty? Don't you need some time to prepare, formulate a perfect plan, and use some time to deploy and so on? If they set off now, it would mean that they didn't have any preparation. As such, Hao Mingjun was indeed a little worried and panicked. Let's go, Senior Hao Mingjun. We don't have anything to prepare. Let's go there directly. The earlier we go, the earlier we can settle this matter, said Qin Shao. Hao Mingjun was shocked, but he didn't doubt Qin Zhao's words. Since that was the case, let's go. After bidding farewell to the Heaven River Palace Lord, the group headed straight for the Holy Water Palace. The Holy Water Palace had just experienced a great calamity. An unprecedented power grab had caused an uproar in the entire Zilin world. The Holy Water Palace was extremely powerful in the Zilin world. It had always been one of the top 10 powers in the Zilin world. It was even ranked slightly higher. The powerful Holy Water Palace had existed for more than 10,000 universe epoch. There had been a few palace lords, but there had never been a case where the palace lord's power was forcefully seized. However, the chaos in the Holy Water Palace, the great power grab, had already shown signs of it. The battle between the three factions had indeed become more and more intense under Hao Mingjuan's leadership. There were hidden dangers. Moreover, there was an external force joining in this time. That was why the great power grab had appeared. The Holy Water Palace had experienced such a great calamity. Countless people had died in the palace. The losses were innumerable. Even though the reorganization was more or less complete, the entire Holy Water Palace was still shrouded in a gloomy aura. That was why the entire Holy Water Palace appeared extremely cold. It had lost its former dazzling brilliance. Furthermore, the Holy Water Palace's security had obviously increased a lot. After all, the situation wasn't completely stable. That was why they had to take precautions. Solemn guards could be seen everywhere in the Holy Water Palace. They guarded the entire Holy Water Palace so tightly that not even a fly could get in. The incomparably solemn atmosphere made the Holy Water Palace even more oppressive and terrifying. It was incomparably strict. In the depths of the Holy Water Palace's forbidden area, inside a terrifying spirit formation, two figures were locked inside. The two of them were heavily injured. Their auras were somewhat weak. They were none other than Hao Mingjun and Miss Lianqin. The two of them were heavily injured. Their vitality was damaged. Their divine bodies were sealed. They were locked here. They were in a very sorry state. Lianqin. Hao Mingjuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he excitedly called out to Miss Lianqin. Miss Lianqin's mood was extremely low. Hearing her father's call, she slowly raised her head and looked over. Lianqin, we're saved. There's hope, Hao Mingjun said seriously. Miss Lianqin looked at her father in confusion. Hao Mingjun continued, Lianqin, it's my friends, Lord Qin Shao and Lord Badger Huai. They've joined hands to help you. My original body has already found them and talked to them. Now we're coming to the Holy Water Palace. We'll reach the Holy Water Palace very soon. Very soon we'll all see the light. Hearing that, Miss Lianqin's body and mind trembled. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 3061. Sacred Water Palace, Sacred Palace. On 3 wide thrones, 3 tall figures sat on them. In front of them was a sumptuous feast of wine. Below them, there was a group of beautiful and alluring women dancing to liven things up, and they seemed to be quite carefree and happy. Watching the exquisite dance, admiring the beautiful figures, drinking the wine, eating the delicious food, this was definitely a form of enjoyment. Fenqian, Xiadu, you should have dealt with the matters of the Sacred Water Palace, right? There won't be any more troublemakers, right? The figure on the highest throne asked. Emperor Fenqian nodded and replied, Yes, Yu Wang. Everything has been dealt with properly. There won't be any more troublemakers. The overall situation is already in our hands. No one will be able to jump out of their way. Hao Mingjun will at most have some influence left. But it doesn't matter. It will only take some time to completely erase these traces. So, we don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to the subordinate. Anshui Yu Wang raised her head and drank a mouthful of wine. She nodded and said, That's good. I don't have to worry about you anymore. It's just that I worry a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to worry about your affairs. Although the overall situation has been decided, we still have to be careful of the things that we should be careful of. Even if the details can't affect the overall situation, they can still cause some trouble. So, you have to get rid of all the troublemakers as soon as possible. You have to grasp the power firmly in your hand. You have to subdue everyone's hearts. Since the overall situation has been settled, Hao Mingjun and the others no longer have any value. It's about time to get rid of them all. Emperor Funqian nodded and said, Yes, Xia Du and I think so too. It's about time to get rid of them all. Leaving them behind is also a big hidden danger. It's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. After we finish drinking, we'll deal with them. It's no big deal. Ha ha ha, we also have to thank you, Wang, for worrying so much for us and doing so many things, allowing us to be where we are today, allowing us to control the current situation of the Divine Water Palace. All of this is thanks to you, Yu Wang. So, we have to toast Yu Wang a few more times. Come, come, come. Yu Wang, let us toast you. Anshui Yu Wang's lips curled into a slight smile. She wasn't modest at all. He raised his wine cup and gestured to Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Shidu. After finishing the cup of wine, Anshui Yu Wang said, Oh right, I just received some news. The Heaven River Temple Palace Lord is currently looking for Hao Mingjun. He even asked Hao Mingjun to go to the Heaven River Temple to look for him. Does Hao Mingjun have a deep relationship with the Heaven River Temple Master? There was such a thing. Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Xiadu were clearly very confused when they heard this. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. This was something they didn't expect at all. Monarch Coverburn shook his head. No, that's impossible. We don't know what kind of relationship there is between Hao Mingjun and the Heaven River Temple Master. I've never heard of any relationship between them, so there shouldn't be any relationship between them. Moreover, the Heaven River Temple Master has always been a carefree person who doesn't care about worldly affairs. The Heaven River Temple Master shouldn't be involved in the disputes of the Divine Water Palace. What's more, this is an internal dispute of the Holy Water Palace. It has nothing to do with the Heaven River Palace. I really can't think of any reason why the Heaven River Temple Master would be involved in this. Ghost Emperor Darkwada also nodded slightly. She raised her eyebrows and said, Yes, this Emperor is also thinking about this matter. Although I've never had any dealings with the Heaven River Temple Master, I've heard of his great name long ago. I know he's not a simple person. There's no reason for the Heaven River Temple Master to get involved in the Divine Water Palace's affairs. If that's the case, then it's very strange. Why is the Heaven River Temple Master looking for Hao Mingjun? He even asked Hao Mingjun to go to the Heaven River Temple to find him. What's the meaning of this? If he's not involved in the Divine Water Palace's affairs, then what is it? Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Xiadu were stumped by this question. They couldn't think of a reason either. It was too strange. They really couldn't understand it. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Burner waved his hand and a cold and sinister smile appeared on his face. I can't be bothered to think about this. Let's not talk about the fact that the Heavens River Temple won't get involved. Even if the Heavens River Temple Master really wants to get involved, we won't be afraid. The Sky River Palace Master shouldn't have the ability to participate in this matter. Isn't this a great opportunity for us? We've been looking for Hao Mingjun all these years, but we haven't been able to find him. That's great. Since Hao Mingjun has delivered himself to our doorstep, we won't be polite. We'll just go to the Heaven River Temple and kill Hao Mingjun. As long as Hao Mingjun dares to show up, we'll just kill him. Won't that put us at ease? Ha ha ha, I think the Heaven River Temple Master is doing us a great favor. Holy Sovereign Xiadu slapped his thigh and laughed. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, yes. The Temple Master is right. He's giving us a chance. Why are we still being so polite? Palace Master, I'll immediately send people to guard the Heaven River Palace. As long as Hao Mingjun appears, we'll immediately charge over and end him. Monarch Coverburn nodded and agreed with Holy Sovereign Xiaodu's suggestion. Anshui Yu Wang raised her eyebrows and said, I advise you to be careful. Don't underestimate the Heaven River Temple Master. I've always felt that the Heaven River Temple Master isn't a simple person. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. Ha ha ha, Yu Wang, don't worry. Nothing will happen. The monarch immediately laughed and said, "The situation is set. The sacred water palace is ours now, no one can take it away from us. Hao Mingjun is all alone now. He won't be able to cause any trouble. As long as he dares to show up, we'll take the opportunity to kill him. Everything is under our control. There won't be any trouble." Anshui Yuhuang's expression darkened. She didn't say anything more. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked over and rushed straight in. He looked a little flustered. At first glance, he knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. That figure rushed over and said anxiously, "Reporting to the palace, Lord, things are bad. Hao Mingjun brought people and charged into my holy water palace." Bang! What? Hearing this, Monarch Coverburn and Saint Venerable Shidu both stood up in shock. Marvelous! How was that possible? Say that again? What's going on? Monarch Coverburn asked in disbelief. That figure repeated, replying to Palace Lord, "It's absolutely true. It's indeed Hao Mingjun who brought people to attack my holy water palace. They've arrived at the Heaven River Temple. They're right at the gate. None of the soldiers dare to stop them. It really was Hao Mingjun. It really was Hao Mingjun. How could this be?" This matter had greatly exceeded Monarch Fun and Saint Venerate Xia Du's expectations. They had never thought that Hao Mingjun would actually dare to return so quickly. Just what did he have to dare to do this? Why did he bring people to attack them? How many people did he bring? Who did he bring? Could it be that the Skywater Palace Lord is really involved? Monarch Cryptburn grew worried as well. He knew all the people Hao Mingjun knew. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone who would stand out to help Hao Mingjun. Therefore, Monarch Coverburn couldn't help but wonder if it was really the Heaven River Temple Master. If the Heaven River Temple Master was involved, it would be very troublesome. After all, he was a mysterious and powerful existence. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he was a fourth-step ancient saint was enough to frighten people. There aren't many of them, only 10 of them. However, all of them are at the ancient saint level. I don't know if the Heaven River Temple Master is involved, but I don't think so, the man replied. Monarch Coverburn felt much better after hearing that the Heaven River Temple Master wasn't involved. As long as the Heaven River Temple Master wasn't involved, he wasn't afraid of anything. Monarch Coverburn looked at Anshui Yuhuang and said, "Yu Wang, how do you think we should deal with this?" Anshui Yuhuang's expression was cold. She said in a deep voice, "Hao Mingjun isn't a reckless person. He's been hiding for so long without us finding him. This means that he's a patient person. But since he dared to bring people to attack us today, it doesn't seem so simple. Even if the Heaven River Temple Master isn't involved, there should be other powerful helpers. So, you can't be careless at all. You must be ready for battle. You must use all your energy and strength. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough battle this time. It seems like we've underestimated Hao Mingjun. We've underestimated him. I didn't expect him to find so many helpers so quickly. It's really hard to imagine." Yes, it was hard to imagine. Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Shidu were still in a daze. Their minds were blank. They had no idea what was going on. They couldn't figure out how Hao Mingjun could find so many ancient saints to help him. Those who were willing to stand up for Hao Mingjun couldn't be ordinary friends. They must be very close. Otherwise, who would be so foolish to take such a huge risk? To be able to invite 10 people at once, that was not a simple matter. Monarch Lord Coverburn and Holy Venerate Xia Du were driven mad by this. But since it had already happened, there was no point in being frustrated. They could only face it head-on. Funqian, Xiadu, bring some people to take a look. Check out the situation, but don't rush into action. I'll hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Listen to my orders. If you're going to take action, be decisive. Don't be careless. Since Hao Mingjun dares to attack us, we have to settle this today. Monarch Coverburn and Sacred Sovereign Shidu nodded heavily to show that they understood. Chapter 3062. At the gate of the Holy Water Palace, the atmosphere was unusually tense and oppressive. Countless warriors of the Holy Water Palace swarmed over, filling the mountains and plains. There were billions of them, all of them rushing over. These were the elites of the Holy Water Palace. They were all experienced heavenly venerables. Hundreds of millions of elite troops were also a very powerful force. Their battle formation was still very frightening. Above the palace gate, a figure stood there proudly, like an unreachable mountain peak. Standing there, it was enough to look down on the heavens. Standing there, the heavens and earth had to submit to his feet. Everyone had to submit to his leadership. No one dared to disobey. This kind of powerful and supreme might was not only a kind of oppressive display of strength, but more of a deep-rooted influence on this land. The person standing there was naturally no one else but Hao Mingjun, who had ruled the Holy Water Palace for over 100 universe eras. He had always been the master of this land, but this time, his power had been snatched away by a villain. However, his prestige and influence had long reached the depths of everyone's hearts. He was a wise ruler, a ruler that was supported by everyone. Even though he had been snatched away, the people of the Holy Water Palace were still very respectful to Hao Mingjun, still seeing him as their ruler. Seeing Hao Mingjun's prestige in the Holy Water Palace, Qin Zhao's heart calmed down. It seemed that this matter was not difficult to solve. If they could solve this most basic problem, then it would be easy. Then, they would be able to exchange for the greatest victory with the smallest price. This was the best ending. They're here. Qin Zhao raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He saw a group of over 100 people coming over in a grandiose manner with a monstrous aura. Even from afar, one could sense a monstrous wave-like aura surging over, accompanied by a wild howl that seemed to be able to reach the heavens. Obviously, these people wanted to suppress everything with their aura. They wanted to use their powerful aura to warn the invaders, so that the invaders would know what was good for them. However, Qin Zhao and the others naturally would not be frightened by these people's aura. They still stood there calmly, waiting for Monarch Fun and the others to come to their door. Soon, the two groups of people were in a confrontation. On one side was a powerful formation of over 100 people. On the other side was Qin Zhao's group of 11 people. Although Qin Zhao's group was small, every one of them was a powerful existence. The weakest was a second-step ancient saint. Monarch Sneakburn's side had an impressive lineup. Just the Empyrean saints alone numbered over 20, while the rest were extremely powerful fourth-step Empyreans. There were even some fourth-step heavenly venerates whose strength could reach the level of an ancient sage. 80 fourth-step Empyreans also formed an abnormally powerful force. Monarch Covert Incineration's gaze swept over Hao Mingjun with a sinister and cold gaze, then landed on Qin Zhao and the others. As for Qin Zhao and the others, Monarch Cryptburn clearly didn't know them. Monarch Fun's group, Monarch Fun King. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai, Monarch Incineration's expression changed a little. He frowned deeply and his gaze became extremely deep. Your Highness Badger Huai, what is the meaning of this? Monarch Coverburn asked in a deep voice. He really couldn't understand why the son of Realm Lord Zi Lin would get involved with Hao Mingjun. Why would he stand up for Hao Mingjun? Why would he get involved in the matters of the Holy Water Palace? This doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. When the others heard His Highness Badger Huai's name, they were all shocked. Strange and deep gazes fell on His Highness Badger Huai's body. Why would His Highness Badger Huai get involved? Could it be that the Realm Lord's Manor wanted to participate in this matter? If the Realm Lord Manor wanted to participate in this matter, it would be troublesome. But this didn't make any sense. The Realm Lord Manor didn't participate in this before, so why would they participate now? Holy Sovereign Shidu looked at His Highness Badger Huai with a deep gaze, as if he was facing a great enemy. With His Highness Badger Huai here, this matter would most likely become somewhat troublesome. His Highness Badger Huai was not only the son of Realm Lord Zilin, but also a disciple of the Firmament Academy. How high was his status? Who would dare to provoke a disciple of the Firmament Academy? The Holy Water Palace naturally didn't want to offend such an existence. That would be asking for trouble. Do you still need to ask what I mean? I'm standing here, of course, to stand up for Hao Ming-jun, isn't it obvious? His Highness Badger Huai chuckled and replied. These words. It also dispelled the last trace of hope that Monarch Coverburn and the others had. It seemed that His Highness Badger Huai was really going to stand up for Hao Ming-jun. After thinking carefully, Monarch Coverburn understood why His Highness Badger Huai wanted to stand up for Hao Ming-jun. It must be because of that girl, Lianqin. Previously, Lianqin had followed His Highness Badger Huai to participate in the 100 Worlds Heaven Selection Tournament. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai only came for Lianqin. He didn't really have any friendship with Hao Ming-jun and wanted to help him. In that case, the others should be the peerless figures who had participated in the 100 Worlds Selection Battle with His Highness Badger Huai. Each of them had some background and were very powerful figures. 4 ancient saints of the 3rd step, 6 ancient saints of the 2nd step, and Hao Ming-jun. It was equivalent to 5 ancient saints of the 3rd step. It had to be said that this lineup was very powerful. At the very least, Monarch Coverburn and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du both felt a sense of danger. If it wasn't for the fact that Anshui Yu Huang was secretly presiding over the situation, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble today. Even so, it wasn't easy to defeat such a powerful lineup. Therefore, they couldn't afford to be careless. Ha ha ha! Monarch Coverburn suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at His Highness Badger Huai and said, Your Highness Badger Huai, I've long heard of your peerless talent and peerless talent. You've won first place in the 100 Worlds Selection Battle, and your name has shaken the great Tao Sacred Realm. This supreme glory has also spread throughout our Zilin world. It's been regarded as the most glorious moment of our Zilin world for countless years. I also admire your Highness Badger Huai very much. I didn't expect to see you here today. Your Highness Badger Huai has actually personally come to our sacred water palace. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. As far as I know, Lianqin should have participated in the 100 Worlds Selection Battle with your Highness Badger Huai. It's her supreme honor to be valued by your Highness Badger Huai and be able to help your Highness Badger Huai accomplish this supreme feat. Therefore, I think your Highness Badger Huai must have come for Miss Lianqin today, right? This matter is easy to handle and negotiate. Clearly, Monarch Cryptburn didn't want to offend Badger Huai and didn't want to start a war with him. Therefore, he directly showed weakness and asked for peace. Without mentioning His Highness Guai Huai's status, His Highness Guai Huai's strength was also not to be underestimated. He was definitely not weak. Not only that, but he also brought so many experienced helpers today. Just their strength alone was terrifying enough. Monarch Cryptburn couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Therefore, Monarch Cryptburn and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du discussed and naturally felt that it would be best if they could resolve this matter peacefully without provoking Badger Huai. Thus, Monarch Cryptburn chose the second best option and directly showed weakness. However, it was a pity that his wishful thinking didn't work. He had miscalculated one thing. Qin Shao and the others didn't only come to save Miss Lianqin. They also wanted to help Hao Ming-jun regain control of the Sacred Water Palace. Talk? Then how do you plan to talk to me, Monarch Cryptburn? His Highness Badger Huai naturally knew what Monarch Cryptburn was planning. However, he didn't directly expose him. Monarch Cryptburn was secretly delighted to hear His Highness Badger Huai's question. In that case, it seemed that there was still room for negotiation. After all, Realm Lord Zilin should have told His Highness Badger why not to participate in the Sacred Water Palace's matter. Therefore, Monarch Cryptburn felt that His Highness Badger why might not want to participate in the Sacred Water Palace's matter. He simply wanted to save Lian Qin. If that was the case, then it was completely negotiable. Really. Although he was also very unwilling to participate in this matter, the current situation forced him to take a step back. This was the only thing he could do. Your Highness Badger Huai, our Sacred Water Palace's matter has already been reported to your father, Realm Lord Zilin. We have also received his approval. No matter what, this matter is our Sacred Water Palace's family matter. I hope your Highness Badger Huai can understand. Since ancient times, family matters should be resolved at home. This has been the principle since ancient times. Monarch Cryptburn began to speak. The meaning of these words was very clear. His Highness Badger Huai should not participate in the Sacred Water Palace's family matter. Even Realm Lord Zilin had approved of this matter, so why should he, His Highness Badger Huai, participate? There was another layer of meaning, which was that Realm Lord Zilin had clearly expressed that they would not participate in this matter. His Highness Badger Huai did not need to represent the Realm Lord Zilin to do anything. The meaning of these layers of meaning was nothing more than telling His Highness Badger Huai not to participate in this matter. It was a kind of reminder, but there was also a hint of warning in it. His Highness Badger Huai did not speak and continued to listen to Monarch Cryptburn. A strange light flashed in the depths of Monarch Cryptburn's eyes as he continued to speak. We have always respected Realm Lord Zilin very much, and we also respect your Highness Badger Huai very much. You are the first person to enter the Firmament Academy in our Zilin world's tens of thousands of universe epoch. Your Highness Badger Huai's unparalleled glory will also be written in the history of our Zilin world, and your name will go down in history. Since your Highness Badger Huai has personally come to our Holy Water Palace, then we will naturally welcome your Highness Badger Huai with the greatest sincerity. We can let your Highness Badger Huai take away Lady Lian Qin's original body and clone. You can also take away Hao Mingjun's original body. However, your Highness Badger Huai, please give us some face and let us stay for Hao Mingjun's clone. After all, we still have some matters to settle with Hao Mingjun. In front of your Highness Badger Huai, we will definitely show our greatest sincerity. There is no need for everyone to make a big fuss, lest things go wrong and make things unhappy. That would not be good. What does your Highness Badger Huai think? Monarch Cryptburn looked at His Highness Badger Huai with a faint smile, waiting for His Highness Badger Huai's reply. Although he was smiling, Monarch Cryptburn's heart was already turbulent and filled with rage. If it wasn't for his fear of His Highness Badger Huai, why would he make such a huge concession? Originally, this was a great opportunity for him to get rid of Hao Mingjun completely to prevent any future troubles. But now, he had no choice but to make a compromise. However, the compromise he thought he had made would naturally not be accepted. Humph! His Highness Badger Huai sneered and looked coldly at Monarch Cryptburn. Are you sure you are not joking with me? Or have you, Monarch Cryptburn, lived like a dog all these years? Do you not understand what I mean? Chapter 3063. What was the meaning of this? Coverburn Monarch's face quickly turned cold and gloomy. It was so gloomy that a layer of frost covered his face. He found it hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Holy Sovereign Xiadu was glaring at His Highness Badger Huai with fire in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to attack. It seemed that things weren't as simple as they thought. Not only did His Highness Badger Huai want to save Lian Qin, but he also wanted to help Hao Mingjun get involved in the Sacred Water Palace? Humph! Monarch Conflagration sneered and looked at His Highness Badger Huai. Looks like your Highness Badger Huai didn't understand what I meant. What? Didn't your father tell you not to get involved in the Sacred Water Palace's matters? I don't know. Your Highness Badger Huai brought so many people to my Sacred Water Palace today. Are you sure you want to stand up for Hao Mingjun? It's not appropriate to interfere with someone else's family matters. His Highness Badger Huai shook his head. Monarch Conflagration, don't be mistaken. I'm not representing the Realm Lord Manor. My father told me not to get involved in the Sacred Water Palace's matters, so I'm only here in my own name. It has nothing to do with the Realm Lord Manor. I'll make this clear. So, if you, Monarch Cryptburn, have the ability to make me suffer today, my father will definitely not pursue the matter. Ah! Monarch Conflagration laughed instead of getting angry. He looked at His Highness Badger Huai and then glanced at Qin Shao and the others. Interesting, this is interesting. What, Your Highness Badger Huai, you really look down on our Sacred Water Palace? Do you think you can do whatever you want in our Sacred Water Palace and change the situation with these people? Since Your Highness Badger Huai is so unreasonable and insists on participating in this matter and making things difficult for our Holy Water Palace, then it seems that I don't need to be so courteous to you. To be clear, it's not that I look down on you, it's that I don't think highly of you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. What I said just now still stands. You can take Lianqin away. Other than that, don't even think about any other conditions. If you all continue to persist in going about things the wrong way and insist on fighting, then you all better think carefully about the consequences. Since he couldn't show weakness, Monarch Cryptburn didn't bother hiding anymore. He bared his white fangs. Qin Shao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly curled his lips and said, Badger Huai, there's no need to talk nonsense with these people. You will never understand reason. Since we're here, let's talk with our fists. There's no point in talking too much. Since the one hiding in the dark doesn't want to come out, we won't wait for him. The two of us will attack. The rest of you wait for orders. Hao Mingjun, you don't have to do anything for now. You just have to intimidate the others and tell them not to get involved. As soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, he immediately took action. His Highness Badger Huai didn't hesitate either. He attacked at the same time as Qin Shao and went straight for Emperor Fun. The two of them wanted to fight against Emperor Fun's 100-odd people. One had to admit that Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai were extremely heroic. The others believed in Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai's strength, so they naturally obeyed Qin Zhao's orders and didn't attack for now. When they were needed, it wouldn't be too late for them to attack. Everything was based on Qin Zhao's orders. Hao Mingjun was also stunned. He stared blankly at Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. He hadn't expected that Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai would only attack Monarch Cryptburn's group and tell the others not to attack. In fact, they didn't even let him attack. How domineering was that? How confident were they? It was also an extremely arrogant move. But Hao Mingjun believed that Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai had the confidence to do so. They wouldn't act rashly. Although it hadn't been long since they broke through to the three-step ancient saint realm, they were far from being comparable to Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du, but thinking that they were all disciples of the Firmament Academy, their strength should be at an extremely high level. Hao Mingjun was slightly relieved. Hao Mingjun's gaze swept across the people of the Holy Water Palace, and his loud voice resounded through the sky. Everyone of the Holy Water Palace, you are all people of the Holy Water Palace. You are all warriors who are loyal to the Holy Water Palace. You are all the foundation of the Holy Water Palace. I, Hao Mingjun, have been in charge of the Holy Water Palace for 103 universe eras. I've been working hard to develop the Holy Water Palace. In fact, the Holy Water Palace has indeed grown stronger under my leadership. The overall strength of the Holy Water Palace has become much stronger, and it's showing signs of prosperity. It's not that I, Hao Mingjun, want to take credit here today, but I want everyone to understand that I, Hao Ming-jun, have a clear conscience for the Holy Water Palace and all of our people. All warriors of the Holy Water Palace, you should have hot-bloodedness, correct loyalty, and distinguish right from wrong. Hidden Monarch Emperor and Saint Venerable Xiadu colluded with outsiders to usurp the throne. They are the greatest sinners of our sacred water palace. They are the culprits behind the chaos in our sacred water palace. This is a heinous act. All warriors of the Holy Water Palace, do you still want to help the evildoers? Do you still want to be loyal to such treacherous villains? Since I've come back today, I'll risk everything. I swear to live and die with you. I'll use my life to defend the dignity of the Holy Water Palace. Today, I'll settle this with Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu. Either I die or they die. At this time, I don't need all of the warriors and people of the Holy Water Palace to fight with me. Leave the battle to me. I only need all of you to step aside and watch quietly. Don't help the evildoers anymore. Don't disappoint me. Hao Mingjuan's voice resounded through the entire Holy Water Palace, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Hao Mingjun still held a very high position in the hearts of the people of the Holy Water Palace, so his words immediately resonated with them. The warriors of the Holy Water Palace also looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other, asking for the opinions of others. They were all wavering. In the end, someone finally spoke up. Palace Lord Hao Mingjun is right. The only Palace Lord in my heart is Hao Mingjun. I won't submit to anyone else. Yes, I've also fought under Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. I've grown up and become a warrior of the palace. I also clearly remember the few times Palace Master Hao Mingjun praised and encouraged me. I also swear to be loyal to Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. I'll listen to his orders. Let's resist together. We'll help Palace Lord Hao Mingjun take back his power. We'll support him too. So what if we die? We have to do something meaningful in our lives. We have to live up to our conscience. Yes, I've been feeling terrible all this time. Now we have to make the right choice. I hope everyone will support Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. We'll fight against Monarch Fun and Saint Master Xiadu, those two treacherous, despicable and shameless people. Disobedience is a great crime. It's punishable by death. Let's step aside. We'll listen to Palace Lord Hao Mingjuan's orders. As soon as he spoke, everyone echoed his words. Like a falling wall, everyone gave it a push. It immediately caused a chain reaction. Hao Mingjuan's rallying power was still very strong. Everyone listened to his orders as soon as he made a call. All of the Holy Water Temple's warriors retreated to the back, leaving behind only Monarch Coverburn's elite army of 100 or so. Seeing this, Hao Mingjun was greatly moved and encouraged. He became even more confident and confident. With everyone's support, he was the most powerful force. He believed that he would definitely be able to successfully take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. He definitely could. Humph! Monarch Fun was so angry that his nose became crooked. He cursed in his heart. However, facing Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai's attacks, he didn't have the time to care about this matter. He sneered coldly in his heart. Although those people were now following Hao Mingjuan's orders, it didn't matter. It was nothing. He, Monarch Fun, wasn't worried about anything. As long as he was the final victor, nothing would change. There were some things that needed a certain amount of time before they could be completely changed. So it didn't matter. Those people weren't important. The most important thing now was to defeat Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. That would be enough. As long as he firmly grasped the victory, that would be enough. Everything else was nothing but emptiness. As long as he firmly grasped the power in his hands, no one would dare to say anything. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only lower their heads and submit. This was the power of conquest. Apart from His Highness Badger Huai, anyone who dares to invade will be killed without mercy. Monarch Clipchamp snorted coldly and issued an order. The 100 people on the other side all made their move. He and Holy Venerate Xia Du took the lead. He dealt with His Highness Badger Huai, while Holy Venerate Xia Du dealt with His Highness Badger Huai. The others automatically divided into 2 groups. Each group supported Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du. These people cooperated very well. Therefore, when they formed a group and attacked together, it was very impressive. Once the formation was formed, its power would naturally increase by a lot. The 100 people divided into 2 groups formed a powerful formation. With Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du, 2 experienced third-step ancient saints leading the formation, it was naturally even more terrifying. Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du sneered in their hearts. They snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. Youngsters were still youngsters. If they were too young, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. With such a powerful formation, they did not go all out from the beginning. Instead, they only sent 2 people out and kept the majority of their forces to bide their time. This was an extremely stupid thing to do. Wasn't this clearly giving them a chance? Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du had originally been a little worried. After all, Qin Zhao's side had 5 third-step ancient saints and 6 second-step ancient saints. Although the number of ancient saints was not as many as the Holy Water Palace, these 11 people were all extraordinary. None of them were simple characters. If a fight really broke out, the Holy Water Palace would most likely be at a disadvantage. Their previous confidence was due to the fact that Anshui Yu Huang was leading the situation from behind. Everything was set in stone. Anshui Yu Huang's strength was not to be underestimated. Ordinary 4th-step ancient saints would have to avoid him. With Anshui Yu Huang here, they were not afraid of 3rd-step ancient saints like His Highness Badger Huai and Hao Mingjun. Now, the situation was even better. They probably did not even need Anshui Yu Huang to make a move. Chapter 3064. Humph, since you want to die, I'll deal with you first. I'll deal with the 2 of you first, then the others won't be a problem and can be easily dealt with. Since I've taken back the Holy Water Palace, how can I let anyone touch it? The Emperor Conflagration snorted coldly in his heart. He was naturally very disdainful of Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. However, his disdain soon gave him a resounding slap in the face. The Emperor Conflagration knew that he had underestimated His Highness Badger Huai. His Highness Badger Huai's strength was not very strong, but that was only compared to the disciples of the Firmament Academy. It did not mean that His Highness Badger Huai was weak. If it was the previous His Highness Badger Huai, he might not be a match for the Emperor Conflagration. However, after cultivating in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years, His Highness Badger Huai's strength had greatly improved. In addition, he was now a disciple of the Firmament Academy and was with Qin Shao and the others. Naturally, his aura was more powerful. Therefore, he appeared to be more experienced. His Highness Badger Huai had unleashed his full strength in the battle with Monarch Fenqian. His Highness Badger Huai had unleashed an unparalleled aura that could fight against a galaxy. After all, His Highness Badger Huai was also a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Moreover, he had cultivated in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years. In addition, his strength was not weak, but it was not that dazzling. Although the Emperor Conflagration was an ancient saint who had lived for a long time and was very strong, he had not reached the limit of strength. Therefore, the Emperor Conflagration's expression changed abruptly. His face was filled with shock. As soon as they clashed, His Highness Badger Huai used his overbearing strength to suppress Monarch Incineration, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, the people behind him joined forces and helped the Emperor Conflagration to turn the situation around. The combined attack of more than 10 Empyrean saints and more than 40 peak 4th-step Empyreans was extremely powerful. It even overshadowed Monarch Covertburn's power. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai was forced to retreat under the attack of the two forces. But even though he was pushed back, His Highness Badger Huai did not suffer too much. On the other side, Qin Shao arrived in front of Holy Venerable Xia Du. Holy Sovereign Xia Du's lips curled into a playful sneer. He was naturally disdainful. He was just a young third-step ancient saint who had only just made a breakthrough not too long ago, so how strong could he be? Young man, you're really daring. Since you dare to behave atrociously in front of me, I shall teach you a lesson today. Young people should have the awareness of young people. However, before Holy Sovereign Xia Du could finish his sentence, his expression changed abruptly. As soon as the swords collided, he felt an extremely powerful force surge out from Qin Zhao's sword. It was like a wild dragon emerging from the sea or a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. It was ferocious and unparalleled. This sharp and powerful edge actually made him feel like he couldn't block it. It wasn't just that he couldn't block it. In fact, he felt that his strength was as weak as a piece of paper in front of this sharp and powerful aura, unable to withstand a single blow. The edge was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The edge of the sword tore through everything. It was unstoppable. All the forces were directly torn apart. In the end, the last ray of light was unstoppable. It arrived in front of Sacred Master Xindu in an instant. How terrifying was it to be able to reach Sacred Master Xindu after breaking through all his defenses? Holy Sovereign Xia Du was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. A moment ago, he was still disdainful of Qin Shao. But at this moment, his face was ashen. It was as if he could see death walking towards him. Stop him! Stop him for me! At this moment, Holy Master Xia Du completely panicked and hurriedly shouted to the people behind him. The people behind him didn't hesitate either. All of them attacked Qin Shao with all their might. However, Qin Shao didn't care at all. These forces posed no threat to him. Qin Shao smiled faintly as he looked at the terrified Holy Sovereign Xia Du. Young people also have their own arrogance. Old people like you should be the ones to realize this. You've been living for too long. You might have really wasted all your time. Don't think that you're very smart and smart. Don't think that others are weak and should be trampled underfoot by you. None of us are fools. We wouldn't do something that would send us to our death. Since we dared to attack the sacred water palace, do you really think we're pushovers? Since you're so insensible, I'll grant you your wish if you want to die. As soon as Qin Shao said that, the sky-splitting sword in his hand arrived in front of Holy Sovereign Xia Du. The sword slashed down, breaking everything. There was no power that could stop Qin Shao. How powerful was Qin Zhao's strength? Holy Sovereign Xia Du couldn't even defeat Qin Shao in the past, let alone the current Qin Shao, let alone the current Qin Shao. It was no exaggeration to say that there weren't many people below the world god level who could suppress Qin Shao now. Most of the ordinary fourth-step Empyrean saints could be easily killed by him. No matter how strong Holy Sovereign Xia Du was, he was only a third-step primeval saint. He was far from reaching the fourth-step primeval saint level. Therefore, Sacred Venerate Xia Du was naturally a little vulnerable in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not use much power in this strike. He had only used 4 types of laws, and he had only used the heaven-splitting sword technique. However, this was enough to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du instantly. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Lord Yu Wang, save me, save me! Holy Master Xia Du quickly let out a terrified cry, but his cry for help was clearly too late, and it was already too late for him to make it. Under Qin Zhao's sword, there was no possibility for him to escape. There was no possibility of survival. With a final scream, Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was cut in half by Qin Zhao's sword. His lifeline was severed, and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was killed on the spot in a domineering manner. Not only that, but the remaining power of the sword had also repelled the attacks of the others. In other words, Qin Zhao's sword had resisted the attacks of Holy Sovereign Xia Du and 40 to 50 elites and killed Holy Sovereign Xia Du on the spot. It was unparalleled and domineering. It was dazzling. This sword strike had thoroughly shocked everyone. Except for Brother Chuanjie and Yuan Yuan, who were watching the show calmly, everyone else was completely shocked to the point of no return. Countless people were dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded and stood still on the spot, unable to say a word. What? Holy Sovereign Xia Du is actually dead? How is this possible? How can this be? Holy Sovereign Xia Du was not much weaker than me. He was also an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint. How could he have died so easily? Even a fourth-step ancient saint wouldn't be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du so easily. How did that young man called Qin Zhao do it? That's impossible. He's only a third-step ancient saint. How can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. What kind of strange method did that young man called Qin Zhao use? Sovereign Lord Conflagration was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He looked over in disbelief. Holy Sovereign Xia Du, who had fought side by side with him for so many years, had actually been killed in an instant. He couldn't bear to look at this scene and this result, and he couldn't calm himself down for a while. Even though it was an ironclad fact, he didn't want to believe it. It was too unbelievable, and even exceeded his common sense. Holy Sovereign Xia Du had died just like that. Everyone from the Holy Water Palace was so shocked that their jaws dropped. They were speechless. The 3 third-step ancient saints of the Holy Water Palace were invincible in their hearts. They were mighty existences. In their hearts they were incomparably powerful divine beings. But now, Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was like a weak ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow from someone else. Such a bloody and explosive scene was too frightening to watch. At this moment, the entire Holy Water Palace was deathly silent as if it had entered an eternal night. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. It was very uncomfortable. Brother Qin Zhao, he, Holy Venerate Kai Yuan and the others looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with astonishment. They were also so shocked that they couldn't say a word. For a moment, they felt as though they didn't know Qin Zhao anymore. Although they knew that Qin Zhao was very powerful and had just broken through to the third-step ancient saint stage, they were afraid that he wouldn't be a match for other third-step ancient saints. However, the scene of Han Li instantly killing an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint like Xia Du with a single sword strike was still very shocking to them. After all, this was a real battlefield. How shocking would it be to kill an extremely powerful 3-step ancient saint like Xia Du with a single strike? On the other side, Hao Mingjun stared at Qin Zhao with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape. He was so shocked earlier that his jaw had dropped. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He knew very well that Holy Sovereign Xia Du's strength wasn't much weaker than his. Even a 4th-step ancient saint wouldn't be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow. However, he didn't expect Lord Qin Zhao to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow. It was too shocking. As expected of a disciple of the Firmament Academy, he was indeed heaven-defying. Hao Mingjun only knew now that the leader of this team was Qin Zhao and not His Highness Badger Huai. After recovering from his shock, Hao Mingjun was overjoyed. This was because he knew that there was hope for him to take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. It wasn't just hope, it should be something that was in the bag. With such a heaven-defying existence like Qin Zhao, not to mention the Anshui Yu Huang, even the Realm Lord behind him might not be a match for Lord Qin Zhao. Great, this is really great. Ha! Hao Mingjun laughed wildly in his heart. He was glad that God was kind to him. At this critical moment, God sent such a heaven-defying person to save him. He also rejoiced that his daughter Lianqin could make such a good friend. It was so fortunate, so fortunate. In the dark, The muscles on Anshui Yuhuang's face twitched violently. He had originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to make his move and kill his way out. However, he didn't expect such a heaven-defying existence to appear among these people. When he saw Qin Shao kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow, he was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Thinking about it, he was scared. If it was him, the result would probably not be much better, right? How powerful was Qin Shao to be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow? Most fourth-step ancient saints would not be able to wield such power. Most fourth-step ancient saints would not be able to wield such strength. I can't solve today's matter. It's better for me to leave. Anshui Yuhuang thought to himself and decided to leave. Author Cruel Death Hehe, you know what I mean. Chapter 3065. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. Anshui Yuhuang realized that he was powerless. In order not to put himself in danger, he decided to abandon Emperor Fun and the others and escape by himself. However, Anshui Yuhuang's plan was not well thought out. Before he could leave the Holy Water Palace, he was blocked by a figure. Oh, there's a big fish hiding in the dark? Are you trying to sneak away? Aren't you being too disloyal? It's not good for you to run away separately in the face of danger. My brother Chuanjia hates people like you who don't value loyalty the most in his life. The person who blocked Anshui Yuhuang was none other than Brother Pure. Qin Shao knew that someone had been hiding in the dark. Without guessing, he knew that it was Anshui Yuhuang. Therefore, Qin Shao had long set his eyes on Darkwada Spirit Emperor. Since he wanted to leave, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he wished. Hence, he sent Brother Pure to stop him. With Brother Pure's strength, it was not difficult for him to block Anshui Yuhuang. Therefore, before Anshui Yuhuang could leave the Holy Water Palace, he was blocked. Darkwada frowned when he saw someone blocking his path. Darkwada frowned. The situation was not good. But at this time, Dark Waters naturally knew that the worse the situation was, the more he couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. Get out of my way. Anshui Yuhuang attacked without any hesitation. Anshui Yuhuang might not be able to leave if he did not open a path to leave. Qin Shao was so terrifying and powerful. Anshui Yuhuang did not believe that this guy in front of him was also so powerful. Therefore, this was the best chance to leave. Therefore, Anshui Yuhuang attacked with all his strength. Anshui Yuhuang was indeed powerful. No wonder he was comparable to an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. At this moment, Hidden Emperor Darkwater was once again attacking with all his might. Waves of unparalleled power surged out from his hands. He attacked with all his strength, which was equivalent to an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint's attack. It was equivalent to a third-step ancient saint's attack. There were not many third-step ancient saints who could suppress Anshui Yuhuang. It was precisely because of this that Dark Lord Darkwada was so arrogant. However, he had met his match today. It was time to re-evaluate the world. You want to compete with me? Brother Chun Jie smacked his lips as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I'll show you what a three-step Empyrean saint is like. Brother Pure was extremely powerful. He was not like His Highness Badger Huai, who entered the Firmament Academy by luck. Brother Pure entered the Firmament Academy with his own strength. Before entering the Firmament Academy, Brother Pure's strength had reached the fourth-step Ancient Saint realm, which was the limit of the third-step Ancient Saint realm. Before entering the Firmament Academy, his strength was comparable to Anshui Yuhuang's. After cultivating for 5 million years in the Firmament Academy, Brother Pure's strength had improved a lot and he had made many breakthroughs. Although the improvement was not as exaggerated as Qin Zhao's tenfold improvement, it was at least 2 times better. Given Brother Purity's current strength, He should be able to defeat ordinary fourth-step ancient saints with ease. Brother Pure was confident that he could fight with Anshui Yuwang. Brother Pure unleashed his full power and charged forward. As soon as the battle began, it was obvious who was stronger. Anshui Yuwang was obviously not Brother Pure's opponent. Brother Pure smashed through Dark Water Lord's means like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Taking advantage of the victory, he continued to chase after Dark Water Lord, forcing him to retreat continuously, all the way back. Anshui Yuwang was no match for Brother Pure. Anshui Yuwang could clearly feel that the gap between them was very big. He did not have much strength to resist and was completely suppressed and trampled on. This feeling was too unbearable. Anshui Yuwang did not know how long it had been since he last felt like this. Aggrieved to aggrieve. Anshui Yuwang's face quickly became extremely ugly. One was blue and the other was white. It was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth desperately and attacked with all his might. He wanted to escape from Brother Pure's ferocious attacks. However, Brother Pure wasn't going to give him any chance to take a breather at all. He bombarded him relentlessly like a torrential downpour. Dark Lord could only whine in pain as he was suppressed by Brother Pure all the way. His face was filled with helplessness. Without any strength to resist, he could only fight back. There was no suspense at all in such a battle. Back off, back off, back off. That's where you should be, Brother Pure said as he attacked Anshui Yuwang fiercely. He kept retreating. Soon, Brother Pure defeated Anshui Yuwang to the gate of the Holy Water Palace and to the other side of the battlefield. Anshui Yuwang's face became extremely ugly and distorted when he saw that he was defeated by Brother Pure. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. He had boasted in front of Emperor Funqian and Saint Master Shidu. Now, he was in trouble. Moreover, he was suppressed and humiliated by a young man in front of everyone. How humiliating was that? He, the hidden Emperor of Dark Water, felt that all his wisdom had been destroyed in an instant. His dignity was gone. He was swept away. He had lost all his dignity. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. How could he not be driven mad by this? He even wanted to die. And all of this was because of this young man in front of him. He hated it, he hated it, he hated it to the extreme, he hated it to the bone. Damned brat. This emperor will definitely settle this grudge with you. Definitely. Dark Emperor Darkwada swore in his heart. Hateful brat. However, regardless of whether he was determined or not, he was forced to retreat by Brother Pure. Emperor Funqian and the others were shocked when they saw that Anshui Yuwang, who they relied on, was beaten back in such a sorry state. How could this be? To think that even a mighty existence like the hidden Emperor of Darkwada would be trampled to such a state. However, the young man who ravaged Darkwada Emperor was only a young three-step ancient saint. He looked like a brat who had just broken through to three-step ancient saint not long ago. How could his strength be so heaven-defying? If His Highness Badger Huai was strong, then so be it, it was still acceptable. After all, His Highness Badger Huai's strength was still within the range of understanding. He was not too strong. His Highness Badger Huai was the son of Realm Lord Zi Lin and a disciple of Firmament Academy. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai did not have any advantage. Emperor Funqian and the others could not understand how strong Qin Shao was. It was too heaven-defying. They did not expect that Brother Pure would appear now. He was also as strong as Qin Shao. He had beaten Anshui Yuwang to the point that Anshui Yuwang could not fight back. What kind of strength was this? Qin Shao and Brother Pure, who were these two young men? What kind of divine being was this? How heaven-defying were they? It was simply inconceivable. It was too hard for anyone to imagine. They had never thought that a three-step ancient saint realm could be so unimaginably strong. This was something completely beyond their imagination. While Anshui Yuwang was being beaten by Brother Pure, Qin Shao had also started a massacre. First, he killed Saint Master Xiadu with a single strike. Then, he killed the group of 50 people with 2 strikes. It was a shocking scene. His sword shook the 9 heavens. Such a domineering move was too frightening. Hao Mingjuan's heart skipped a beat as he watched. Emperor Fenqian and the others were also frightened. They were so frightened that their morale had completely collapsed. In just 3 moves, half of the Holy Water Palace's elites had been killed by his sword. They could not find any words to describe Qin Zhao's strength. In their eyes, he was not an invincible god. He was an existence that could not be provoked. Just the scare alone was enough to give them quite a fright. Emperor Fenqian lost all his fighting spirit. He lost all his thoughts and collapsed. In the face of absolute power, he realized that he was still so small and insignificant. He still couldn't withstand a single blow. It was ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Just a moment ago, they were still planning their grand plan. At this moment, everything was just a dream. The dream was broken and shattered. The Queen of the Night's epiphyllum only appeared for a moment. It withered in an instant. This was such a ridiculous and ironic thing. After dealing with that group of people, Qin Shao looked at Emperor Fenqian. His gaze was filled with endless killing power. His gaze was enough to make the hearts of Emperor Fenqian and the others sink to the bottom of the valley. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. His gaze seemed to be able to decide everything. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Qin Zhao's gaze was enough to destroy all the defenses of Emperor Fenqian and the others. They were terrified and at a loss. But at this moment, they had no other choice. There was no way out. What could they do? They could not escape. They could only fight. Even if they died, there was no other way. They had already come to this point. What? Are you still going to struggle? Do you still want to resist? Qin Shao said coldly. Emperor Fenqian and the others fixed their eyes on Qin Shao when they heard Qin Zhao's words. Did he mean that as long as they gave up resisting, they would have a chance to live? Did they really have a chance to live? If the young man in front of them wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as turning his hand. It was as simple as defending ants to death. As long as the young man wanted to, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. All resistance was indeed a little ridiculous. However, in the face of death, it was better to resist than not to resist, right? Even if it was meaningless. Emperor Fenqian stared at Qin Shao. His voice became a little hoarse. Are you going to let me live? Qin Shao glanced at Emperor Fenqian and sneered. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry. You're the culprit. I can't let you live. You're Emperor Fenqian. Of course, you're going to die. That's something you don't even need to think about. Humph, since that's the case, what else is there to say? What else is there to say? Just do it. Why do you have to humiliate me? Emperor Fenqian still had a trace of hope in his heart. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had completely destroyed his hope. Since there was no more hope, Monarch Cryptburn could only throw caution to the wind. Chapter 3066. Qin Shao coldly glanced at Monarch Fire, seeing through his resolute thoughts. He sneered and said, What? Monarch Incineration, do you still want to fight? You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. I think Hao Mingjun has something else to say to you, so don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish later. Monarch Incineration didn't have the arrogance he had before. He didn't have the arrogance he had before. Where was the confidence he had when he was dismissive of Qin Shao and the others? Monarch Incineration was completely disheartened. He knew he had committed a great crime and that death was the only way out for him. Humph, what a joke, what a joke. He had fought with Hao Mingjun and Xia Du for most of his life, over 100 epochs. It was not easy to convince Holy Venerable Xia Du, suppress Hao Mingjun, and seize the power of the Holy Water Palace. Everything was settled. However, He hadn't even warmed up his seat as the new palace lord before Hao Mingjun and his people came to his door and knocked him down. How ridiculous and ironic was that? He, Hidden Burn Monarch, had fought for 100 universe eras, yet this Qin Shao brat had single-handedly destroyed it all. The hatred had seeped deep into his bones, but there was nothing he could do. In the face of absolute power, would he have the strength to resist? No matter how much hatred he felt, could it change anything? Xia Du had been killed in one strike, and half of the elites of the Sacred Water Palace had been killed by Qin Shao in 2 strikes. Even Anshui Yuhuang was like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He couldn't even protect himself and was being suppressed. The situation wasn't good. It was even harder for him, the hidden incineration monarch, to turn the situation around. It was as if everything was already set in stone. What could he do? He couldn't shake the heavens. He was as weak as an ant. Humph, what a tragic and ironic thing. Retribution came quickly. Monarch incineration had no power to resist. The remaining 50 elites didn't dare make any more move. They all stood there with ashen faces, looking at Qin Shao nervously. Qin Shao had single-handedly wiped out half of the elite. This was simply the image of a killing god. It was too shocking. Therefore, Qin Zhao's deterrence was very terrifying. Everyone was terrified of him, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Hao Mingjun, this is a matter of the Sacred Water Palace. I'll leave the rest to you, Qin Shao said to Hao Mingjun. All the obstacles had been swept away. Now, Hao Mingjun could take charge of the situation. With a good plan, this matter was actually very simple and easy to deal with. There were no obstacles at all. Of course, this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Shao didn't care about the likes of Monarch Clipchamp to begin with. Since he had absolute strength, he naturally had absolute confidence in himself. Hao Mingjun's body trembled slightly. His excitement was somewhat difficult to suppress. It was difficult to express. He really didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. Not even half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and everything was already settled. Everything was completely under his control. Seeing all this happen with his own eyes, the shock it brought to his heart was too great. Until now, his mind had not completely calmed down. For a moment, he really thought that he was hallucinating. But obviously it wasn't. All of this really happened. He just stood there and didn't even move his hand, but everything was already decided. It was already decided. Unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Just like the saying, happiness sometimes came too quickly and too suddenly. It would catch you off guard. Hao Mingjun also took a long time to calm down. After calming down, he nodded to Qin Shao and walked towards Monarch Incineration. At this moment, Anshui Yuhuang was completely suppressed by Brother Pure. He was sealed in one place and couldn't break free. He was waiting for Hao Mingjun's judgment. Hao Mingjun glanced at Anshui Yuhuang coldly and walked towards Monarch Incineration. Monarch Incineration's face was ashen. He looked at Hao Mingjun with an extremely ugly expression. These two people who had been fighting for their whole lives didn't expect to meet in such a situation in the end. This time, he, Monarch Clipchamp, had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. He had been defeated so miserably. He hadn't tasted the taste of victory for a long time, but he was defeated so miserably. However, he didn't admit defeat to Hao Mingjun. He didn't lose to Hao Mingjun. He lost to Lord Qin Shao. Hao Mingjun quickly walked in front of Monarch Incineration. The two people who had been fighting for 100 universe eras were friends and enemies. They were two people who had a deep grudge against each other. Ha ha ha! Monarch Incineration was so angry that he started laughing. He laughed crazily. That laughter contained bitterness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and all sorts of other emotions mixed within. Hao Mingjun, we've been fighting for 100 universe eras. We've been fighting for half of our lives. Ha ha, I've waited for so long. Finally, I got the chance to defeat you. I won this battle and took the power of the Holy Water Palace. For this victory? Do you know how much effort I've put in? How much I've paid? For this victory I've waited for too long. I've worked too hard. The palace master position of the Holy Water Palace should have belonged to me, Monarch Incineration. It should have been mine. I'm more capable than you to sit in this position. If I sat in this position, the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be what it is now. The Holy Water Palace has been in your hands for 100 universe eras, but we've only grown a little. Yet you're so happy. You think you've made a great contribution to the Holy Water Palace. You think you've done a good job as the palace master. Hao Mingjun, you're so arrogant. You said you have a clear conscience. What kind of clear conscience are you talking about? There were a few great opportunities in the history of the Holy Water Palace. They were all lost because of your soft-heartedness. That's why the Holy Water Palace missed a few great opportunities to develop. If I were the palace master, the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be like this. It's a pity that the winner takes all. I've lost today. I admit defeat. However, Hao Mingjun, you must be clear that I did not lose to you. You do not have the ability to turn the situation around. This monarch was only defeated by that brat Qin Shao. Ha ha ha, I can only say that you, Hao Mingjun, are lucky. In a time of danger, you had such a great help. He helped you take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. The damn heavens are so cruel to me. So cruel. Monarch Hidden Burn was so agitated that he completely exploded. He roared at Hao Mingjun. Hao Mingjun frowned and shook his head. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Going against your superiors and seizing power is a heresy. It's an unforgivable crime. I admit that you, Monarch Incineration, are a very capable person. Over the past 100 epochs, it's always been you and Saint Venerable Xia Du helping me to rule the Holy Water Palace. You two Vice Palace Masters are also incomparably powerful. This monarch has also given you a lot of power. It's because I don't want to restrict you too much and give you more power. It won't make me seem like a tyrant. Many of the decisions of the Holy Water Palace were made by you two. I've always supported you. Even though there were many areas where we disagreed, I've always tried my best to compromise with you and do what you want. The few times you mentioned were deeply involved and had a lot to do with each other. If we weren't careful, then the foundation of the Holy Water Palace might be destroyed. How could I agree to such a thing? How could I let you do whatever you want? My abilities shouldn't be judged by you, Monarch Coverburn. Instead, it should be judged by everyone in the Divine Water Palace. If everything went according to you, then the Holy Water Palace would have been destroyed long ago. How could we have survived until now? Humph, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Hao Mingjun, don't try to argue for your uselessness. Uselessness is uselessness. Monarch Incineration sneered. Hao Mingjun shook his head. He knew that Monarch Incineration's heart was completely twisted. It was useless to say anything to him now. Rather than that, it was better not to talk about it. There was nothing to talk about. He had a clear conscience. He had a clear conscience. That was enough. Monarch Incineration, although you've committed a heinous crime, you deserve death. However, I can give you a chance to apologize because you're a Vice Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace and have worked hard for the Holy Water Palace over the countless years. If you're willing to let go of your enmity and your obsession, I can let you go. I won't kill you, and I'll welcome you back to the Holy Water Palace. You can continue to assist me in managing the Holy Water Palace and make it grow. Hao Mingjun had said that out of goodwill, but Monarch Incineration clearly did not take it seriously. Monarch Incineration laughed out of anger. He stared at Hao Mingjun coldly and roared, "Ha ha ha, Hao Mingjun, do you want to use this opportunity to humiliate me? You want me to admit defeat? You want me to let go of my enmity? Let go of my obsession? Continue to assist you and be your subordinate? Do you think that's possible? You, Hao Mingjun, are the palace master of the Holy Water Palace. I, Monarch Incineration, am the palace master of the Holy Water Palace. I've already taken that position. Do you think it's possible for me to step down and continue to be your assistant? You want to humiliate me, so how can I let you do as you wish? If you, Hao Mingjun, are really that generous, then that's great. I'm the palace master of the Holy Water Palace right now. If you want to take away my authority, that's going against your superiors. That's seizing power. That's a capital offense. Do you understand? Then why don't you come over and be my assistant? I promise I'll make you a vice palace master. Ha ha ha, what do you think? I've been benevolent enough, haven't I? I won't kill you and I'll even make you a vice palace master. Isn't that great? Hao Mingjun, are you willing to accept such a great thing? Are you willing? Hao Mingjun shook his head helplessly. I'm not greedy for the position of palace master. It's just that the position of palace master must be obtained by someone capable. Capability isn't just about strength. It's also about ability in all aspects. Character is very important too. You, Monarch Coverburn, harbor evil intentions. Thus, I will naturally not allow you to run amok in this matter. Pfft! Monarch Incineration scolded furiously. He spat at Hao Mingjun and pointed at his nose. You hypocrite. If you don't want to give up the position of palace master, then just give it up. Why do you have to make it sound so noble? Come on. Kill me. Come on. Do it. Author Kenshiang said, Sorry, my son's school is having a sports day today. The second day is a bit late. Let's continue at night. Let's continue today. Chapter 3067. Hao Mingjun shook his head helplessly again. He could only sigh in his heart. He was actually very unwilling to see things turn out this way. He didn't want things to turn out this way. He never wanted things to turn out this way. But there was nothing he could do. This wasn't something he could control. It was Monarch Burner and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du working together under Anshui Youhuang's bewitchment. They launched an attack on him and seized power. In the end, things turned out this way. Now, he had the heart to resolve this matter. He could also make some concessions, but it was clearly impossible to return to the past. The model of the past was no longer accepted. There were some things that couldn't be repaired once a crack appeared. So, Hao Mingjun could only feel helpless. There was nothing he could do. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to kill Monarch Burner for the sake of the big picture. If he didn't kill Monarch Burner, the trouble wouldn't end here. Although killing Conflagration Monarch didn't necessarily mean that the trouble would be over, at least he had killed Conflagration Monarch's clone. He had also greatly damaged Conflagration Monarch's strength. Sacred Sovereign Xia Du's clone had been killed. If Monarch Burner's clone was killed as well, Hao Mingjun wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. He would be able to deal with it himself. Qin Shao brat! Monarch Burner suddenly clenched his teeth and glared at Qin Shao. The anger in his voice had reached its peak. It was clear how deep his hatred for Qin Shao was. It was so deep that it reached his bones. Qin Shao looked at Monarch Burner indifferently. He didn't care about his hatred or his anger. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? What enmity do you have with me, Monarch Burner? Why do you have to treat me like this? Why? Even if I die, I won't let you go. Absolutely not. My life's work, my life's work, my life's work, I've finally gotten what I wanted. But you, Qin Shao, destroyed it all. Ha, you're so ruthless, so ruthless, so ruthless. You're thousands of times more ruthless than killing me. Monarch Burner's eyes had turned red long ago. They were filled with blood that burned with anger. His eyes were as big as a cow's, and they were filled with endless hatred as he stared at Qin Shao. The person he hated the most wasn't Hao Mingjun's. It was Qin Zhao's. There was nothing much to be said about the battle between him and Hao Mingjun. Since he had lost, he could only admit defeat. Losing to Hao Mingjun, he had nothing to say. However, this time, he had not lost to Hao Mingjun. He had lost to the young man in front of him. So, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept the cruel truth. Qin Shao curled her lips and chuckled softly. Even if you forcefully snatch something that doesn't belong to you, it's useless. Even if you get something that doesn't belong to you, you'll lose it quickly. That's fate. That's fate. That's something you can't defy. You have no enmity with me. You're just unlucky that you ran into us. You just happened to be dealing with the father of our good friend. That's all. To put it bluntly, you're just unlucky. That's all. Actually, who I am isn't important. No matter who I am, I'm not someone you can afford to offend. So, let me give you a piece of advice. His clone was about to die, so it would be better for him to leave his original body behind and not do such meaningless things. Otherwise, your original body won't be able to live for long. Are you a coward? You don't dare to tell me who you are? I think you're just afraid that I'll take revenge on you. That's why you don't dare to say anything. Emperor Fun sneered and said with disdain, "Forget it if you don't dare to say anything. I know your name anyway. It's not difficult for me to find out who you are." Qin Shao was just being disdainful. However, Emperor Fun made it sound like that. Of course, Qin Shao knew that he was just trying to goad him. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered. He said, "Then take your time. I'll send you on your way first." After saying that, Qin Shao didn't hold back and directly attacked, instantly killing Emperor Fun with a single sword strike. There was no suspense as well, it was a one-hit kill. So far, the two Vice Palace Lords, Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du, had both died at Qin Zhao's hands. Hao Mingjun's two biggest enemies had been killed by Qin Shao in a domineering manner. The remaining 50 or so people were naturally no longer a threat. They were no threat at all. After dealing with Emperor Fun, Qin Shao glanced at Hao Mingjun, indicating that he could continue. There were still many things for him to deal with. Hao Mingjun cast a grateful look at Qin Shao. Then, he looked at the 50 elite. Now, these elite troops were like a dragon without a leader. Both of their heads were killed by Qin Shao. Now, they were actually very anxious. They were both shocked and terrified. Their minds were incomparably tense. They did not know what kind of tragic fate was waiting for them. Hao Mingjun looked at them for a while and said, "I know that some of you are loyal to Monarch Fun and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du, but there are also some who used to follow me. This time, you might have been forced to join Monarch Fun and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du. I don't blame you. So now, I'll give you a chance to make a choice. If there are still some of you who are loyal to Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du, then pack your things and leave the Sacred Water Palace. Don't stay behind to do anything. If you're disloyal and want to stay behind to do something for Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du, don't blame me for being merciless once I find out. Now, for the sake of your past, I can let you live. You can take your families and leave. I promise that I will not do anything to you. I will not stop you. You can leave without any worries. Those who are willing to turn over a new leaf and pledge their loyalty to the Sacred Water Palace are naturally welcomed by me. We're all one family. It's just that people like Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du, who want to seize power, have divided our Sacred Water Palace. But no matter how divided we are, our Sacred Water Palace has always been one. We've always been one family. Alright, I'll give you some time to think about it. Once you've thought it through, you can make your choice. No matter what you choose, I'll respect you. Hao Mingjun's words carried a lot of weight. Since he'd said it and made a solemn promise, he wouldn't lie. He still had that bit of integrity. The 50 or so elites all began to think carefully. This was a decision that concerned their future and fate. The situation should have been decided. Although Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du's true bodies weren't dead, They shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The Sacred Water Palace was still the Sacred Water Palace. It had just gone through a great tribulation and returned to its original path. However, the tribulation would indeed severely damage the Sacred Water Palace's vitality. Soon, someone made a decision and was the first to stand out. Palace Lord, I've let you and the Sacred Water Palace down. However, I've received Emperor Fun's favor since I was young. His true body isn't dead yet, so I'm afraid he'll recruit me again. If that happens, I won't be able to back down and won't be a human. Therefore, I'll leave the Sacred Water Palace with my family. However, I'm very grateful to the Sacred Water Palace for nurturing me and taking care of my family all these years. I'll forever remember this great kindness. Although I've left the Sacred Water Palace, I promise that I won't make an enemy out of the Sacred Water Palace in the future. Thank you, Palace Lord. He was a first-step Empyrean saint. After he finished speaking, the other people immediately began to speak one after another. However, most of them chose to leave. It wasn't surprising. After all, there was a great risk involved. If Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia Du's true bodies were dead, then things would be easier. There wouldn't be any worries at all. However, the problem was that their true bodies weren't dead. Given Emperor Fun's temperament, he wouldn't give up just like that. He'd definitely do something else. Although he wouldn't make a comeback, he definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, this was what those who'd followed Emperor Fun were worried about. With that in mind, the safest way was to leave the Sacred Water Palace and find a place to hide for a while. At least, they could settle their families down first. Since things had come to this point, there was no other way. In the end, more than 30 people chose to leave the Sacred Water Palace. Half of the Empyrean saints also left. There were less than 20 people left. They were the most elite forces of the Sacred Water Palace. Originally, the Sacred Water Palace's elite force had more than 100 people. Now, only a pitiful number was left. This time, the Holy Water Palace's vitality was indeed greatly damaged. The damage was very, very severe. As promised, Hao Mingjun allowed those who chose to leave. As for those who chose to stay, he was naturally very happy and forgave them generously. He also gave them some warnings and rewards. He was very grateful that they chose to stay, but he also hoped that they would stay wholeheartedly and really make up for their mistake. They would really contribute to the prosperity of the Sacred Water Palace. After dealing with these people, the situation was basically under Hao Mingjun's complete control. Hao Mingjun naturally returned to the Holy Water Palace and regained his position as the Palace Lord. Everyone submitted to him and was under his leadership. All the people were loyal to him. Only Hao Mingjun had the ability to rally people and have such supreme prestige. He could make everyone unite quickly and form a powerful force. The people were united and the Sacred Water Palace regained its glory. Although the Sacred Water Palace had suffered a great loss this time, the Sacred Water Palace's prestige was quickly restored under Hao Mingjun's powerful rallying power. The people were united. That was naturally a powerful and terrifying force. In the end, there was only one problem left: how to deal with the Anshui Yu Wang. Haha, Hao Mingjun, you're really something. You actually found such a powerful helper to let you take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. It wasn't easy for me to find something fun. I've already succeeded. It's completely under my control. I didn't expect that I would still be defeated in the end. You're really something. You can find such two powerful young people. Hao Mingjun, you're really lucky. But I'm afraid this kind of luck won't happen a second time. Although the Anshui Yu Huang was trapped at this moment, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Author, Cruel Death. The third update is here. Continue to fight. Brothers with flowers, please give them to me. Chapter 3068. Anshui Yu Huang was still calm and confident. He was not worried at all. Moreover, there was a hint of threat in his words. He threatened Hao Mingjun that he was just lucky this time and that there would be a next time. What did he mean by that? At this time, Anshui Yuwang still dared to be so arrogant. He even dared to threaten Hao Mingjun. He was really arrogant. He was arrogant to the extreme. Anshui Yuwang could be so calm because he had something to rely on. And you, Lord Qin Shao, if I'm not wrong, you should be a disciple of the Firmament Academy, right? Looking at the strong immortal qi on your body, you should be from the immortal realm. You've only been in the great Tao sanctuary for a short time. A peerless genius of the immortal realm who entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate. You're strong, but this is the great Tao sanctuary, not the immortal realm. You don't have any background in the great Tao sanctuary. So, I might as well give you a piece of advice. It's better to keep a low profile. You're young and hot-blooded, but don't be too hot-blooded. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Our great thousand world has never been short of geniuses, but most of them die young. It's because these geniuses are too young and hot-blooded. They don't know when to stop and when to retreat. After threatening Hao Mingjun, Anshui Yuwang actually threatened Qin Shao. F*CKU, I'm not happy. Why don't you try threatening me? Brother Pure was suddenly angry. How could there be such an arrogant person? He had already been suppressed by him, and yet he still dared to spout such arrogant words. Such disrespect was simply courting death. Even as a prisoner, he did not have the consciousness of a prisoner. This was not right. Anshui Yuwang sneered and glanced at Brother Pure. He was even more annoyed with Brother Pure. You're just an ordinary disciple of the Firmament Academy. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The status of a disciple of the Firmament Academy is high, but it's just a facade. It's just a reputation. You've caused trouble outside, and the Firmament Academy will not clean up your mess. So, don't use the Firmament Academy to pressure me. It's useless to me. I won't fall for your trick. Your strength is very strong, this is not wrong, this emperor is not your opponent, but so what? Do you dare to do anything to me? So what if you've trapped me? In the end, you still have to obediently let me go. He was too arrogant. He was simply arrogant to the extreme, making people wish they could go up and beat him to death. I'll kill you now. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Brother Pure couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to kill Anshui Yuwang, but Qin Shao stopped him. Qin Shao shook his head at Brother Pure, indicating that he didn't want to kill Anshui Yuwang in such a hurry. There were still some things to be solved. It was too early to kill him now. Seeing that Qin Shao stopped Brother Pure, Anshui Yuwang became even more arrogant. He thought that his words had frightened Qin Shao. Young man, don't be too impulsive. Think before you do anything or you'll suffer a lot. Anshui Yuwang said to Brother Pure, lecturing him again. If Qin Shao hadn't stopped him, Brother Pure would have killed Anshui Yuwang. Anshui Yuwang, don't go too far. Hao Mingjun shouted in a deep voice. Naturally, he hated the hidden emperor so much that his teeth itched. After all, this was the instigator of the calamity of the Holy Water Palace. If he hadn't supported Emperor Fun and the others, Emperor Fun and the others wouldn't have dared to start this disaster easily. Therefore, the main culprit who caused the Holy Water Palace to suffer a great loss and more than half of their elites was the Dark Water Emperor in front of him. To be honest, Hao Mingjun really wanted to kill Anshui Yuwang at all costs. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do that. He didn't dare to do that. For the safety of the Holy Water Palace, he had to endure and compromise to a certain extent. If Qin Shao killed Anshui Yuwang now, there would be no end of trouble. His strength was far from being Anshui Yuwang's match. Qin Shao and the others were about to leave. They could only help him this time. They definitely wouldn't be able to help him in the future. Even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. They couldn't stay here forever. If Anshui Yuwang's clone was killed, then Anshui Yuhuang's original body would be enough to pose a great threat to Hao Mingjun and the Holy Water Palace. That wasn't all. Anshui Yuhuang had an ancient realm lord behind him. He was a fourth-step ancient saint. This was a huge mountain in Hao Mingjun's heart. He couldn't help but be afraid. Therefore, Anshui Yuhuang naturally had to consider this when he was thinking about the problem. Even though he hated Anshui Yuhuang to the bone, he didn't dare to do anything to Anshui Yuhuang. This feeling was really very uncomfortable. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Ha ha ha, am I going overboard? Anshui Yuhuang laughed wantonly. He looked at Hao Mingjun with disdain. His laughter was somewhat sinister, like a madman. This is going overboard? I have many more things that are even more overboard. I'm far from having enough fun. I still want to continue playing with you. Am I going overboard? Ha ha, I'll let you know what is really going overboard very soon. This time, I'm not having a good time. Very, very unhappy. Hearing Anshui Yuhuang's words, Hao Mingjun's face suddenly became very ugly. The anger in his heart had reached the point where it was difficult to suppress. It also made him feel a little uneasy. It seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of this problem completely. If this big problem couldn't be completely solved, there would always be a disaster, an invisible danger there. It was estimated that the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be able to have peace. Hao Mingjun was really angry, but he was also really helpless and painful. The Holy Water Palace couldn't be destroyed in his hands. No, absolutely not. However, in the face of such a crazy and powerful Anshui Yuhuang, Hao Mingjun really felt pale and powerless. Ha ha ha, don't worry. There are still you guys. She pointed at Qin Shao and Brother Chunjie with a sneer on her face. Then she continued, this emperor will slowly play with you. It will be very fun. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this emperor will slowly play with you. I'll play with you properly. It will be very fun. You guys do have some strength and ability. You are worthy of this emperor to play with you. I just hope that you won't let me down. You guys have ruined my plans. How can I let you go so easily? Ha ha ha, the disciples of the Firmament Academy. Interesting, really interesting. It must be very fun to play with you, right? Hearing Anshui Yuhuang's crazy words, Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Shao, Brother, do you think this guy's brain is damaged? He must have been possessed by the devil. His mind is extremely twisted. Qin Shao shook his head and said, there are all kinds of people in the Great Thousand World. Many of them are extremely eccentric. Anshui Yuhuang should be one of them. He's just a lunatic with a twisted and ferocious heart. Just treat him as a lunatic. Isn't that so? He's a complete lunatic. His brain must have been flooded with water. He doesn't understand the situation at all. How dare he threaten us like this? Interesting. Brother, if we don't do something, we'll be looked down upon. Brother Pure nodded and said. Qin Shao curled his lips and sneered. Anshui Yuhuang wanted to play with the two of them? Was he qualified enough? Not to mention him, even the realm lord behind him was far from qualified. Therefore, the Anshui Yuhuang's words were undoubtedly very funny to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Such a threat naturally had no lethality to them. It was like the words of a 3-year-old child. Qin Shao looked at the ferocious Anshui Yuhuang and said, you might be thinking too much. Once a person like you falls into my hands, it's impossible for you to leave. A person like you deserves to die. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. Ha ha ha. Anshui Yuhuang was not angry. Instead, he laughed and looked at Qin Shao. He pointed at Hao Mingjun and said to Qin Shao, kill me? I believe that you, Qin Shao, have the ability to do so, but you don't dare to. Kill me? Then you should ask Hao Mingjun if he dares to say it again. I can guarantee you very responsibly that as long as you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, I will definitely not forgive you. Then this emperor will definitely kill Hao Ming-jun and raze the holy water palace to the ground. Not even chickens and dogs will be able to rest in peace. I will kill them all. Kill me? Do you dare? Do you, Hao Ming-jun, dare? Do you, Brother Pure, dare? Do you, Qin Shao, dare? Do you dare? Extremely arrogant words came out of Anshui Yuhuang's mouth, but it was extremely domineering. He had absolute confidence in himself. Hao Ming-jun indeed did not dare. Of course, he did not dare not because of himself, but because of the life and death of Sacred Water Palace. If he was alone, he would definitely kill Anshui Yuhuang even if he went all out. He really could not tolerate such a person. Lord Qin Shao, young Master Pure, forget about it. His master is Realm Lord Sui Qi, and he has a junior brother who is also a disciple of Firmament Academy. He is a disciple of Ancient Saint Realm, and is said to be extremely powerful. It is because he has such a strong backing that Anshui Yuhuang dares to act so arrogantly. He has done all kinds of evil in these years, and is notorious for his evil deed. People are angry but do not dare to say anything. This person's mind is extremely twisted, and he is an extremely evil person. It is better to show weakness when dealing with him. The more you play with him, the crazier he will be and the more terrible his counterattack will be. I think we should just forget about this matter. If we continue to make trouble, I am afraid we will all be in trouble. Alas, there is no other way. There are some things that we really have no choice but to compromise, endure and give in. If I was alone, I would rather pay with my life to let Anshui Yuhuang die. But there is no other way. I have to consider the Sacred Water Palace. I can't just think about my own feelings. I have to protect the countless people of the Sacred Water Palace. So, Hao Ming-jun, Lord Qin Shao and Brother Pure, please bear with it for a while and let Anshui Yuhuang go. Hao Ming-jun transmitted his voice to Qin Shao and Brother Chun Jie. His face was filled with helplessness. His face was solemn and pleading. Author Cruel Death Fourth Update. Chapter 3069. Hao Ming-jun really had no choice. He had no choice at all. As long as there was a way out, he would never compromise like this. Anshui Yuhuang's foot had already stepped on his face fiercely, and he was still stepping on it fiercely. But even if he was trampled to such a state, he, Hao Ming-jun, still had to bear with it. He still did not dare to kill Dark Water Spirit Emperor. This kind of thing could affect the whole situation. It was a very terrible thing, and the consequences were unimaginable. So Hao Ming-jun had no choice but to compromise. Hao Ming-jun, I want to ask you something. Based on your understanding of Anshui Yuhuang, I want to ask you a question. Even if we let him go this time, do you think he will let you and the Holy Water Palace go? Qin Shao asked. This, Hao Ming-jun's expression suddenly became gloomy. In fact, the answer was self-evident. Hao Ming-jun was also having a headache about this matter. He naturally knew what kind of person Dark Water Lord was. This kind of person was like a dog that couldn't change its habit of eating shit. He was extremely crazy and would definitely not give up. Qin Shao continued, Hao Ming-jun, you know the answer very well. It's definitely impossible. So, do you really think it matters whether we let Anshui Yuhuang go or not? Even if we let him go, it won't change anything. Instead, we'll let another wolf out. Not only that, but we're compromising by letting him go. It's also a very humiliating and uncomfortable thing for us. Instead of making us feel uncomfortable and humiliated, why should we let him go? Isn't there a saying that being merciful to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to yourself? Hao Ming-jun looked at Qin Shao in a daze. How could he not understand this? Of course, he knew this. But the problem was that if he didn't kill Anshui Yuhuang, there might still be a little chance. If he killed Anshui Yuhuang, there would be no chance of turning the situation around, and the Holy Water Palace would probably be destroyed. Therefore, Hao Ming-jun still had this fantasy in his heart. Rebel Hao Mingjun. Just leave this to us. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to manage your holy water palace. Qin Shao seemed to have seen through Hao Mingjun's thoughts and said to him. This, Hao Mingjun stared at Qin Shao in a daze when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He was so shocked that he was speechless. What did he mean? What did Qin Shao mean? Could it be that Lord Qin Shao was going to take care of Anshui Yu Wang and his master, Realm Lord Sui Qi, for him? However, Anshui Yu Wang had a junior brother who was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had been in the Firmament Academy for several epochs and was said to be extremely strong, even stronger than Sui Qi Sector Lord. Does Lord Qin Shao have the ability to deal with such a powerful lineup? However, since Qin Shao said so, Hao Mingjun didn't know what to say. After all, these things were done by Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao, he wouldn't even be able to take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. Since Lord Qin Shao had decided to do this, then so be it. He could only choose to support him. Brother Pure's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Anshui Yu Wang with a playful smile and said, "What did you just say about me? You said that we don't dare to touch a single hair of yours, right?" Anshui Yu Wang looked at Brother Pure with disdain. He looked at Brother Pure coldly and said in a mocking tone, "That's right, I said that. What, do you dare to touch a single hair of mine?" It's not that I look down on you. I don't think you dare to. Do you have the guts? If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, I'll definitely let you know how to write the word regret. Boy Pure, do you dare? Do you dare? Slap. As soon as Anshui Yu Wang finished speaking, Brother Pure gave him a direct blow. This blow was really ruthless. It directly hit Anshui Yu Wang's face and made a crisp sound of a slap. This extremely crisp sound of a slap shocked everyone. Many people's hearts twitched violently as they looked at Brother Pure, dumbfounded. Hao Mingjun also looked at Brother Pure in shock. He didn't expect Brother Pure to be so ruthless. He even went so far as to give Anshui Yu Wang a resounding slap. This was trampling Anshui Yu Wang to death. It was a great humiliation to him. Such a move was too crazy. It was basically a situation where one of them wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. With Anshui Yu Wang's character, this would definitely make him go crazy. He definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. This time, all his thoughts were completely destroyed. He would definitely go crazy. However, Hao Mingjun couldn't help but admire Brother Pure in his heart. He was really courageous. In the face of Anshui Yu Wang's threat, he still dared to be so ruthless. He was really ruthless. This slap was the most resounding reply to Anshui Yu Wang. This made everyone shocked, and at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Brother Pure. He was indeed a real man. He was really a hero. He was really manly and courageous. This slap left Darkwada Ghost Emperor a little dumbfounded. Ever since he was born, he had never been slapped in the face before, especially in such a public situation. Moreover, right after he said those words, he immediately gave him a resounding slap in the face. After a long while, Anshui Yu Wang finally reacted. At this moment, he was like a volcano that erupted in an instant. It was a complete outburst. "Pure boy, how dare you hit me?" Anshui Yu Wang's eyes were extremely cold and his expression was extremely ferocious. He stared at Brother Pure and said, "Good, good, good. You pure boy, I'll remember this. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not worthy of being a human. Since you insist on playing with me, I'll play with you. I'd like to see if you can still afford to play with me in the end." Brother Pure smacked his lips and laughed disdainfully. "How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? If you want to play, then play. What's the use of shouting so fiercely? Aren't you just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? In my dictionary, there's no such thing as can't afford to play. If you want to play, you'll have to ask if you have the strength to play with us. Just having a mouth is useless. That's why you should be quiet. Brother Pure finished and couldn't be bothered with Anshui Yu Wang anymore. Qin Shao said, Hao Mingjun, the Sacred Water Palace's matter has been settled. We won't be able to help you with the following matters. The few of us will go and settle this matter. We won't let Hao Mingjun have any more worries. Leave this matter to us. Hao Mingjun, you don't have to worry about anything. Qin Shao said to His Majesty Badger Huai, you don't have to participate in the following matters. After all, your father is still the Sector Lord of Zilin World. Behind this matter, a Sector Lord is involved as well. If you were to get involved, I'm afraid it would affect your father a little. For this matter, Brother Pure, Yuan and I will go. The rest of you stay in the Sacred Water Palace. You can reunite with Lady Lianqin. His Majesty Badger Huai wanted to help as well. But thinking about it, it was indeed so. He didn't care, but he couldn't help but think about his father. Furthermore, the most important thing was that even if Badger Huai were to go, he would not be of much help. So, he might as well not go. If he went, he might even cause more trouble. Qin Shao and the other two escorted Anshui Yu Wang out of the Sacred Water Palace and went straight to Sui Qi Realm. Sui Qi Realm wasn't far from Zilin World. They were only 2 worlds apart. Qin Shao didn't kill Anshui Yu Wang. He still escorted him to Sui Qi Realm to find Sui Qi Realm Lord. Qin Shao brat, you guys are really daring. How dare you come to my Sui Qi Realm like this? Are you looking down on my Sui Qi Realm? My teacher is the Realm Lord of the Sui Qi Realm. He has more than 10 ancient saints under him, and more than 100 ancient saints under him. The 3 of you dare to escort me to Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor? How daring, how daring. I have to admit that I admire your courage. But you guys are courting death. On the way, Anshui Yu Wang didn't forget to provoke Qin Shao and the other 2 with his words. However, Qin Shao and the other 2 did not pay any attention to him. They knew that this fellow definitely did not have good intentions and harbored good intentions. Brother Pure tried to scare Anshui Yu Wang a few times. Stubborn, keep talking. Anyway, you don't have many chances to talk. When we arrive at Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor, it will be the time of your death. Who are you trying to scare, boy? Anshui Yu Wang naturally didn't believe Brother Pure's words. He had great confidence in himself. Do you really think I'm that easy to scare? Do you think you can scare me with your words? Aren't you a little too naive? This Emperor's true body is currently in the Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. If you have the ability, then come at me. Hurry up and enter the Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. My teacher has already prepared everything in Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. He's just waiting for you guys to walk into the trap. When that time comes, I'll be able to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Let's see if you can still be arrogant then. Brother Pure laughed even harder. Anshui Yu Wang, weren't you very arrogant just now? What's wrong now? Are you short of breath? Are you scared? It's obvious that you're not confident enough to speak. Speaking of the Sui Qi Realm Lord's palace, and speaking of your teacher, aren't you being a little too obvious with your words? You're the great Anshui Yu Wang. Don't you think it's a little too embarrassing? Now that you mention it, I'm really scared. Your Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor has already set up an inescapable net? If that's the case, then why are you telling us? Why don't you just wait for us to walk to your door and capture us? Why do you have to do this? So to put it bluntly, you're just short of breath. You're just trying to scare us, hoping that we'll let you go. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is too bad. It can't withstand any scrutiny at all. So, why don't you save your breath? After all, you're just a lowly prisoner now. When we arrive at Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor, your teacher will set up a grand formation to welcome us. Then, you can come back and spout nonsense. You can be arrogant and despotic. No matter what, you guys can do whatever you want. As for us, we're waiting for a grand welcoming ceremony like this. Anshui Yu Wang, Are you sure my Sui Chi Realm Lord Manor is ready? If you don't, then hurry up and prepare. Don't disappoint us. At this moment, Dark Lord Darkwada felt like vomiting 3 liters of blood. Did he hit a wall? Chapter 3070. In the depths of Sui Chi's Realm Lord Manor, there was a gigantic volcano that would erupt for eternity. The volcano was tens of thousands of miles in diameter, forming a huge crater that was tens of thousands of miles deep. In the crater, there was boiling lava. Sometimes, it felt like there was a fire dragon roaring under the lava, and sometimes there would be fire pillars spewing out. The magma inside was no ordinary magma. It burned the void until it turned completely red. It was as if they had entered a red planet. The space was completely melted by the terrifying heat. Ordinary ancient saints wouldn't dare to step in here, otherwise their saint body would be melted away. And in the center of the magma pool, there was a cultivation platform, where a tall man with fiery red body sat cross-legged. The endless hot energy of the magma pool was madly surging towards the figure, but it was all absorbed by the figure like rivers flowing into the sea. A figure knelt in front of the man in red, as if he was wrapped in a ball of raging fire. Master, you must uphold justice for your disciple in this matter. These 2 brats are too arrogant. They trampled on me like this, and even threatened to kill their way into my Realm Lord Manor. They don't put you in their eyes at all. How can I tolerate such a thing? Master, please save this disciple's clone and teach these 2 arrogant bastards a lesson. It won't be long before they arrive at our Sui Chi Manor. The one who knelt there was none other than Anshui Yu Huang. The one shrouded in raging fire was naturally Anshui Yu Huang's master, Realm Lord Sui Chi. He was a powerful existence who had lived for a very long time. He had taken in many disciples in his life, but only 2 of them were outstanding. He had always regarded these 2 outstanding disciples as his pride and treated them as his own sons. Don't be so flustered. Realm Lord Sui Chi glanced at Anshui Yu Huang and said, I know. Let's wait for those 2 brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth to come. Do you think my Sui Chi Realm Lord Manor is a place they can come and go as they please? Upon hearing his master's words, Anshui Yu Huang was overjoyed. His heart was also filled with viciousness. Qin Shao, you're such a pure and innocent child. Humph, humph, humph. I'm only afraid that you won't come. Since you have the guts to come knocking on my door, I will definitely let you know how to write the word regret. How dare you capture this emperor's clone and humiliate and threaten this emperor? How can this emperor let you off so easily? On the other side, Qin Shao and the others soon arrived at the territory of Sui Chi Realm. There were 3,000 realms in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, and each realm was equivalent to an independent kingdom. Every realm was an independent realm recognized by the Great Path Sacred Realm. The Realm Master had absolute authority over this realm. This was something that was publicly acknowledged. It was something that the highest powers and paragons approved of. Because of this, every sector lord's authority was extremely huge. Therefore, a sector lord could give face to a disciple of the Firmament Academy or not. This completely depended on the wishes of the sector lord. In most cases, it was naturally best not to offend them. After all, every disciple of the Firmament Academy had unlimited talent and potential. Every one of them had the potential to become extremely powerful. Once they became extremely powerful, it was very likely that they would be able to challenge the position of the sector lord. After all, the position of the sector lord belonged to the capable. As long as you had enough strength, you could come and challenge him. As long as you could defeat the sector lord, you would be the new sector lord. It was because of the existence of such a law that the strength of a sector lord was actually relatively strong. They were not ordinary fourth-step ancient saints. It could even be said that some sector lords were existences in the world god realm. Although Sui Chi Realm Lord was not in existence in the world God realm, his strength was extremely strong. He was famous among the 3,000 Sector Lords in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It was because of this that Sector Lord Zilin was very afraid of him. He did not dare to participate in the matter of the Holy Water Palace. He also advised His Highness Badger why not to participate. It could be seen that Sector Lord Zilin was very afraid of Sui Chi Realm Lord. Otherwise, there was no need for him to act like this. It was also because of this that Anshui Yu Huang was so confident and arrogant. He could be so dismissive of Qin Shao and Brother Pure, thinking that they would not dare to touch a single hair on his head. How Mingjun could be intimidated by him. Unfortunately, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not fall for this trick at all. Therefore, Anshui Yu Huang was very hurt. Along the way, he had been in a very bad mood, very unhappy. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. There was nothing different about the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. It was still as sacred and dignified as usual. The incomparably majestic Realm Lord Palace was located in a magnificent land. There were strange and steep mountains and rivers intertwined. It was very majestic and domineering. Apart from the shocking grandeur of the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace, it also emitted an ancient and sacred aura. This Realm Lord's manor had existed for more than 10,000 eras of the Cosmos era. In the Great Path Sacred Realm, it was considered one of the top 3,000 world. It could be considered to have an extremely long history. A Realm Lord could rule over a domain for more than 10,000 epochs. That was an extremely terrifying thing. After all, the replacement of a Realm Lord was considered a relatively frequent thing in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It was not rare at all. The longer one ruled over a domain, the stronger one was. The more powerful a Realm Lord was, the less likely he would be eliminated and replaced. In the long history of the 3,000 Realm Lords, there were some that had never been replaced. Naturally, when it was said that there was no change, it didn't mean that there was no change in the position of the Realm Lord. It meant that there was no change in the Realm Lord manner. This power didn't change, it was only because the old Realm Lord chose a new successor and passed it down. Just like a force with a surname, there were quite a few of them. This kind of foundation was extremely deep and was an extremely strong force. Although the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace was far from reaching that level, it was still quite famous in the Great Path Sacred Realm. When they arrived at the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace, Qin Shao and the other two stopped. They did not continue forward and had no intention of entering the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. In fact, there was no need to enter the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. They just needed to stay here. Qin Shao looked at Anshui Yu Huang and said, "Didn't you say that your Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace is already an inescapable net? I don't seem to feel the power of your inescapable net." "What? You still want to pretend to be profound and put on airs? We've already arrived at your Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. Hurry up and let your people out. We've been standing here for a while, but no one came out to welcome us. It seems like Anshui Yu Huang's presence in the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace is not high. Then it seems like Anshui Yu Huang's clone will not be able to stay alive today." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Anshui Yu Huang snorted coldly and glared at Qin Shao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, Qin Shao, you brat, don't be so arrogant. You want the inescapable net, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as Anshui Yu Huang's voice fell, pillars of heaven shot up from all directions. Rays of light shot out from all directions. Fiery red chains whizzed out like electric snake. These things quickly gathered and sealed the area. Obviously, they wanted to trap Qin Shao and the other two inside. However, Qin Shao and the other two were still unmoved. They did not seem worried at all. Their expressions were very calm. They looked at the formation calmly, and did not have any intention to destroy it. Soon, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was locked down, forming a huge cage. It firmly sealed off the area and sealed everything. Even the space was frozen by the terrifying power. A powerful force pressed down on Qin Shao and the other two. Although these forces were powerful, they did not pose any threat to Qin Shao and the other two. They did not feel much pressure either. Numerous figures exuding powerful auras quickly emerged and gathered in the confinement array. They were waiting for an opportunity to act and were on standby. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the surroundings indifferently. The number of three-step ancient saints that had been dispatched was actually as many as 10. There were more than 50 three-step and two-step ancient saints. At this moment, there were more than 60 ancient saints surrounding them. With such a lineup, it could not be said to be small. No wonder Anshui Yuwang was so confident that he had set up an inescapable net. It must be extraordinary. This time, they must have mobilized more than half of the Realm Lord Sui Qi's forces. However, they did not see Realm Lord Sui Qi yet. Dark Water Spirit Emperor's true body also walked out of the void and stood in the most conspicuous position. He was staring at Qin Shao and Brother Chun Jie coldly. His eyes were filled with anger and malevolence. His face was also gloomy and sinister. At this moment, he was like the supreme ruler of this domain. His words were law, and he could control everything here. A terrifying formation had been set up. The terrifying pressure was like a monstrous wave that surged toward Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao smiled indifferently and ignored it. Brother, this lineup seems to be quite big. Did we underestimate this old thing a little? He is suppressing us with force. I feel a little scared. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally knew that Brother Pure was joking. He smiled and said, right? This old thing still has some weight in front of Realm Lord Sui Qi. However, isn't this what we want? If he doesn't have any weight, then wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? This means that we didn't make a wasted trip. This is exactly what we wanted. Haha, you're right. We can't make a wasted trip. It seems that this time we can stretch our hands and feet and have some fun. Brother Pure said with a smile. Qin Shao also smiled. They were still very relaxed and didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure because of the formation in front of them. Seeing how relaxed they were, it was only natural that Dark Water Ghost Emperor was displeased. They had already come to this point. Where did they get the mysterious calmness from? They were so calm and composed. They simply didn't give Anshui Yuwang any face. His Realm Lord Sui Qi had mobilized more than half of his forces and set up such an inescapable trap. How could it not have any deterrent effect? Damn it, this was not only a kind of contempt for Anshui Yuwang, but also a kind of contempt for his Realm Lord Sui Qi's Realm Lord Sui Qi's Realm Lord Sui Qi. How arrogant was such an action! Chapter 3071. Humph, Qin Shao, brat pure, that's enough. You're about to die yet you still dare to be so stubborn? You really don't know life from death. Anshui Yuwang angrily said. Brother Pure looked at Anshui Yuwang's true body and said, well, who do you think is the one who doesn't know life from death? Your clone's life is in my hands yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Where did you get your courage from? Indeed, the life of his doppelganger was in the hands of Brother Purity. Dare? Anshui Yuwang was clearly slapped in the face by Brother Pure again. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Pure's sword pierced his forehead and began to cut off his life force. When it was time to make a move, it was time to make a move without any hesitation. Under his threat, Qin Shao still dared to act like this? Anshui Yuwang felt a stinging pain on his face. Previously, he was slapped in the face by Brother Pure at the Sacred Water Temple. Now, he was slapped in the face again. Haha, Anshui Yuwang, I dare you to say it again. If you want to die, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Brother Pure chuckled and looked at Anshui Yuwang. Not to mention his true body, even his master might not have a chance to save him. Anshui Yuwang was aware of Qin Zhao's strength. He was afraid that Qin Zhao was even stronger than Brother Pure. Now that he had met with someone who dared to play with his life, Dark Emperor Darkwada was helpless as well. He could only bear with it for now. Thus, Anshui Yuwang could only choose to take a step back. Brother Pure's sword did not retract from Anshui Yuwang's forehead. Instead, he curled his lips and chuckled. He said nonchalantly, "I can be proud if I want to. I don't need a prisoner like you to worry about me." The life of Anshui Yuwang's doppelganger was in the hands of Brother Pure. Naturally, the others did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they were in a stalemate. This action of his had lost his usual demeanor. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended abruptly, and a scorching heat wave surged over. The terrifying energy was so turbulent. Qin Zhao had never encountered such a terrifying heat wave before. This heat wave contained the power of the fire elemental law, as well as the terrifying power of the heavenly strange flames. Everything was surging to the extreme. His entire body was bathed in terrifying flames. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of dread. Everyone could tell that this was an extremely dangerous and not simple character. Needless to say, the person before him was none other than Realm Lord Sui Qi. The Realm Lord Sui Qi had existed for more than 10,000 universe epoch. He was definitely an extremely ancient antique. However, Qin Zhao was not afraid of anything. He only frowned slightly and looked at Realm Lord Sui Qi calmly. This time, Qin Zhao did not intend to let Yuan Yuan take action. Yuan Yuan did not need to take action. He and Brother Pure were enough. Realm Lord Sui Qi's fiery eyes swept over Qin Zhao and Brother Pure. Being stared at by him, Qin Zhao and Brother Pure suddenly felt a raging fire pouncing into their eyes. It was scorching hot as if it was going to burn their eyes. Such a terrifying gaze was really rare. It could be seen that Realm Lord Sui Qi was definitely an extremely ruthless character. However, Qin Zhao and Brother Pure were still unmoved. They were not intimidated by his aura. They still stood there calmly, looking at Realm Lord Sui Qi. "Two young people, why aren't you greeting your senior brother?" After an unknown amount of time, Realm Lord Sui Qi suddenly said. Under the impact of the power of this voice, most people would be directly weakened and not dare to resist him. Once their confidence was broken, they would naturally be defeated without a fight. Hearing Realm Lord Sui Qi's words, Qin Zhao and Brother Pure were stunned. They looked at each other. What did he mean? What the hell? If that was the case, then he was indeed their senior brother, an old senior. According to the rules of Firmament Academy, disciples could only cultivate in Firmament Academy for a maximum of 10 universe epoch. But speaking of which, he was also their senior brother, their senior. After leaving Firmament Academy, I came to Sui Qi Realm and became the Realm Lord. In the blink of an eye, it feels like time is unforgiving. Tens of thousands of universe epochs have already passed. You even took my disciple's life to threaten this Realm Lord. Humph. Is it because this Realm Lord hasn't moved for a long time? Although it was said to be lamenting, it was actually full of supreme arrogance. Qin Zhao and Brother Pure didn't expect that Realm Lord Sui Qi was a former disciple of Firmament Academy. This was really interesting. But this one of us was a bit far-fetched. Senior Brother Realm Lord Sui Qi, since we personally came to Realm Lord Manor this time and didn't kill your disciple Anshui Yuwang, it shows that we didn't come here to be your enemy. We just want to have a good talk with you. On the other hand, Brother Pureness chuckled. He glanced at Darkwater Spirit Emperor and joked, "Oh, so your master is our senior brother. Come, call me Martial Uncle and I'll spare your life." Ha! This was a humiliation to him. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, "It's very simple. Just talk about it." So, let's not talk about it from that perspective. Just based on the current situation, what we want is very simple. Anshui Yuwang just needs to swear with his soul that he won't do anything to Sacred Water Palace in the future. This matter will be over and we'll let his clone go. It wasn't that easy to completely resolve this matter. Realm Lord Sui Qi didn't need to worry about anything. With his status, why would he go against a small sacred water palace? Wouldn't that be a loss of face? If this matter wasn't completely resolved, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 3072. Qin Zhao's request was very simple and not excessive. Of course, Qin Zhao knew that Anshui Yuwang would never agree to it. With this kind of character, even if his clone died, he wouldn't agree. Phantom Emperor Darkwater was definitely a character who was ruthless to the bone and crazy to the blood. Extremely ruthless. Because of this, Qin Zhao had a headache. He had to solve this matter before he could leave with peace of mind. Qin Zhao didn't care about the life or death of the Sacred Water Palace. Qin Zhao didn't even care about Hao Mingjuan's life or death. Qin Zhao only cared about Miss Lianqin's life or death. Since they were good friends who had gone through thick and thin together, and since they saved Miss Lianqin this time, they naturally had to finish the good deed and solve it thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Anshui Yuwang was definitely a big tumor. He had to be eliminated. To be honest, Qin Zhao really wanted to kill all of Ghost Emperor Darkwater's avatars. That way, he would be able to end all troubles once and for all. However, he had to see if Realm Lord Sui Qi would agree or not. Humph, Qin Zhao brat, do you think it's possible for me to let go of the Sacred Water Palace? Where did you get the courage to say such words? Do you think you have the qualifications to ask me? You want to threaten my master? You're really ignorant. How could my master be threatened by a brat like you? You really think too highly of yourself. Before Realm Lord Sui Qi could answer, Anshui Yuwang jumped up and pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded. After that, Anshui Yuwang sneered and looked at Qin Zhao with a ferocious expression. He said, "Humph, Qin Zhao brat, I'll tell you clearly today. I won't let go of such a great humiliation. I've lived for countless years and have never suffered such a great loss. That's why I won't give up so easily this time. The Holy Water Palace is a place of sadness for me. I will definitely take back all the face and dignity I lost in the Holy Water Palace. As long as I'm here, I can promise you that the Sacred Water Palace will never exist. I'll destroy it. You want to protect the Sacred Water Palace? Then I won't do as you wish. I'll destroy the Sacred Water Palace. Not only will I destroy the Sacred Water Palace, but I'll also make Hao Mingjun and that little girl live a life worse than death. I'll make them suffer all the pain in the world. I'll torture them ruthlessly. Ha ha ha, you want to play with me? Do you really think you're qualified? How dare you come to my Realm Lord Mansion? Are you really qualified? How dare you threaten my master? Who do you think you are? In terms of seniority, my master has entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate before the beginning of the universe era. Who do you think you are? You two really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you just because you're a disciple of the Firmament Academy? Hearing Anshui Yuwang's words, Qin Zhao frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The worst-case scenario still happened. By the looks of it, all of his efforts had been for naught. He still couldn't stop the vengeful heart of the Spirit Emperor of Dark Water at all. His heart had been completely twisted, darkened, and gone crazy. And the scary thing about this kind of people was that they would do what they said. Not only could they do it, but they would do it at all costs. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they would do it. This was why they were so ruthless. Anshui Yuwang was definitely the most ruthless person. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't doubt his words at all. He knew that he didn't say it casually. He didn't mean it in a moment of anger. This was his inner dialogue, his true inner thoughts. Qin Zhao could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that if you don't die, the sacred water palace will be destroyed. It seemed that it would be troublesome to solve this matter. But this was the only way. There was no other way. Qin Shao could only sigh helplessly if things had to come to this point. After which, he would do his best to resolve the matter. If he had to make a choice, he could only let Anshui Yu Huang die. He asked for it and couldn't blame anyone else. Since he had done it, Qin Shao would never give up until he achieved his goal. You're right. But you're wrong. I won't die. Only the sacred water palace will be destroyed. Do you understand? Anshui Yu Huang sneered. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Impossible to die? In that case, he would make the impossible possible. This was something that he was more willing to do. In fact, it could even be said that he was good at it. You're so noisy. Don't you want your doppelganger's life? Brother Pure smacked his lips and said unhappily. Anshui Yu Huang pointed at Brother Pure and said, Pure boy, if you're not afraid of death, you can try. Good. I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you. Now you're the one who sent yourself to me. If you kill my doppelganger first, then I'll kill you. Then the Firmament Academy won't say anything. So, if you have the guts, then do it. I'm more than happy to do it. Puff? As soon as Anshui Yu Huang finished his words, Brother Pure's sword directly penetrated Anshui Yu Huang's head. A terrifying power burst out from Brother Pure's sword, howling wildly. The destructive might instantly killed Darkwada Ghost King. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox's lifeline was severed in an instant, and his life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Anshui Yu Huang's doppelganger was declared dead. This scene shocked everyone in Sui Chi's Realm Lord manor. Even Sui Chi Realm Lord looked at Brother Pure in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect that Brother Pure would really dare to do this. Not only that, his reply was extremely straightforward. This was simply swift and decisive. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he launched his strongest counterattack against the Dark Water Spirit Emperor. 3 times, this was the 3rd time. Every time Anshui Yu Huang wanted to be ruthless, he would be slapped in the face by Brother Pure in such a domineering way. Moreover, this was the 3rd time. Anshui Yu Huang was a little stunned. How could this be? This was completely out of the ordinary. This was a complete madman, a ruthless man. You can be ruthless in any way, but you can't be so despicable. How dare you make such a request to me? I haven't met many people like you in my life. Usually, I respect such unreasonable requests. So, Anshui Yu Huang, as you wish, your doppelganger is dead. How is it? Does it feel good? Brother Pure smacked his lips and shook his head with a puzzled look on his face. However, this look of disdain was seen by Anshui Yu Huang as the greatest provocation, the greatest humiliation, and the greatest trampling on him. Anshui Yu Huang's hatred towards Brother Pure had reached an extreme level after his doppelganger was killed by Brother Pure. However, Anshui Yu Huang was no match for Brother Pure. Therefore, although he was extremely angry, he didn't dare to casually attack Brother Pure. Therefore, Anshui Yu Huang could only go crazy behind his master. Good, very good, very good, very good. Pure boy, since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. I will definitely fulfill your wish. Today, you, pure boy, will definitely not walk out of my Sui Chi realm alive. I promise you. Brother Pure didn't seem to care at all. He dug his ears with his fingers and said casually, Promise my ass. You're just a prisoner and a loser. What promise do you have? You're just using your mouth to make a promise. You'll still be slapped in the face by me later. This guy really doesn't know how to remember. He's already been slapped in the face by me 3 times and he still wants to show his face? Hee, what a wretch. After saying that, Brother Pure couldn't be bothered with Anshui Yu Huang anymore. He turned to Qin Shao and said, Brother, these people are extremely vicious. They definitely won't listen to nice words. If that's the case, let's not waste our breath. When we can't reason with them, let's just use our fists. This is the absolute truth. No matter where and no matter what, we can still reason with them. Qin Zhao's face was cold and his eyes were incomparably cold. He nodded and said, "Then let's fight. What are we afraid of?" There was no turning back. They could only stop with a fight. Since that was the case, there was no need to fight. It didn't matter how powerful Realm Lord Sui Qi was, or how ancient and powerful he was. It didn't matter whether Realm Lord Sui Qi's disciple was a disciple of the Firmament Academy or not. It didn't matter anymore. As long as they weren't on the Heavens Declaration, as long as they weren't world gods, Qin Shao was really fearless. If they wanted to fight, he would fight. Qin Shao had absolute confidence in his own strength. Humph! Realm Lord Sui Qi was really angry. The flames on his body surged higher and burned more vigorously. The wisps of flames were like fire dragons that were about to roar and charge out. The world was so hot that it even made people feel that the void was about to be refined by this ball of fire. When the energy of the fire reached a certain level, it might be possible for it to do so. Well, you two are really courting death. You really have some guts. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? I really don't know where you get your courage from. You dared to kill my disciple's doppelganger. Isn't that a challenge to me? That means you are my enemy. How can I let you go so easily? Don't think that just because you have entered the Firmament Academy and become a disciple of the Firmament Academy, you can be so arrogant that you don't even know who you are. Frivolous youngsters like you, this Realm Lord has seen far too many of them. Once you are arrogant, you can't find your bearings at all. You have a mysterious confidence. You two ignorant and fearless brats. You are just a mere three-step ancient saint who has just entered the Firmament Academy. You are just two strong ants that haven't grown up yet. Do you really think that you are a big shot now? Don't you know how to take a piss and look at yourselves? Blood for blood. You naive brat, you must die today. Even the Firmament Academy can't protect you. Of course, it won't protect you. Qin Shao, I won't let you go easily. You asked for it, so don't blame me for being merciless. Attack. Author Can Shang says, 4th update. This month, Can Shang will fight to the end. Everyone, fight with me. Chapter 3073. Realm Lord Sui Qi gave the order, and the saints who had already set up the formation made their move. Clearly, Realm Lord Sui Qi wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Or rather, he couldn't be bothered to make his move. With a single order, the smoke rose. Moreover, there were a total of 11 three-step ancient saints, including Anshui Yu Huang. At this moment, they surged towards Qin Shao and the other two, roaring madly. The momentum of their attack was terrifying. This piece of heaven and earth was completely overturned. In this way, it naturally became abnormally terrifying. Anshui Yu Huang's strength was originally comparable to a four-step ancient saint. The combined strength of the other saints would definitely surpass Anshui Yu Huang. Facing such a terrifying attack, Brother Pure was indeed a little weak. Even if he could withstand it, it would be very strenuous. Even if the sky collapsed, Qin Shao would be there to hold it up. Brother Pure didn't dare to be careless. He could only use his full strength. Since Realm Lord Sui Qi hadn't made his move yet, Qin Shao naturally didn't need to use his full strength. These forces were enough to deal with it. He cooperated with Brother Pure very tacitly. At this time, the most relaxed one was Yuan. She stood there calmly, cheering for Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjia with a cute look. She couldn't be described as cute. But even so, she still couldn't suppress Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Not only did they not fall into a disadvantageous position, but they also seemed to be quite relaxed. It wasn't strenuous at all. This meant that they had conserved some of their strength. They didn't use their full strength at all, but they were still able to withstand the Saint force. It was too terrifying. These two were only three-step ancient saints. No matter how strong they shouldn't be so heaven-defying. This defied common sense. But now that his clone was dead, he didn't have anything else to think about. He could only use his full strength to deal with these two. Under such an attack, even a four-step ancient saint would find it difficult to withstand. How could their strength be so terrifying and heaven-defying? However, after thinking about it, he realized that this possibility was not far off. After all, Brother Pure could easily take him down. Brother Pure had his life in his hands. As for Qin Shao, he killed Saint Venerable Xiadu with a single sword strike and killed 50 elites of the Sacred Water Palace with 2 sword strikes. If that was the case, then the only way to suppress the two of them was to get his master to do it. But, Master, these two brats are too strong and too strange. I've never met a 3-step ancient saint who could be so strong. I'm really unlucky this time. Realm Lord Sui Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been sizing up Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He was naturally shocked by their strength. Qin Shao and Brother Pure's heaven-defying strength had indeed surprised Realm Lord Sui Qi. In the entire Great Thousand World, there were very few peerless geniuses. He could only say that they were too lucky. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing more to say. It was useless to say more, so he might as well make his move. Therefore, Realm Lord Sui Qi didn't hesitate and took action immediately. Moreover, they had already entered the Firmament Academy before the Wan Yu era. As soon as he made his move, the color of the sky changed drastically. Therefore, when Realm Lord Sui Qi made his move, the sky trembled and roared. This was a true expert, an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 3074. Such an aura was enough to suppress Brother Pure. Even Brother Pure was afraid of him and didn't dare to fight him. Yuan was not worried at all. She believed in the strength of Qin Shao and Brother Pure, so she did not intend to help. Instead, she just stood there and watched Qin Shao and Brother Pure with a smile, applauding. Even if Brother Purity's strength was comparable to a 4th-step Empyrean saint, with all the Empyrean saints working together and the help of the formation, they should be able to take him down. Gotcha! Before he even arrived, balls of scorching flames had already transformed into numerous fire dragons that surged over, whistling as they pounced towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao gently poked the sky-opening sword in his hand into the ground. The mighty sword Qi was like a Buddhist lamp, illuminating him and wrapping him in the mighty sword Qi, forming an absolute domain. The two of them had yet to truly make a move, but the battle between the two of them had already left the other saints somewhat dumbfounded. Realm Lord Sui Qi suddenly waved his hand, and suddenly the world changed, the stars moved, and the sea sank. Everything suddenly changed. It seemed that he did not want to hurt the innocent, and also wanted to have a good battle without interference. Although his law of space had already reached the peak of the profound realm, he was only 1 step away from the peak realm. With a wave of his hand, he was actually able to pull Qin Shao into this chaotic space. Furthermore, Qin Shao also clearly felt that it would not be easy to break this space. If Realm Lord Sui Qi still had bad intentions and trapped him first, and then attacked Brother Pure and Yuan, then the two of them would be in some danger. Furthermore, an ancient and powerful existence like Sui Qi would definitely have his own pride and wouldn't lower himself to do such a thing. Qin Shao boy, I have heard that your strength is not bad, and you have often been in the limelight in the Firmament Academy. Do you really think you can block this Realm Lord's attack? At this moment, Sui Qi was like a god that controlled everything. He looked down at Qin Shao with disdain. He curled his lips and smiled indifferently. I don't know if I can block it or not. That's why I want to try, isn't it? Realm Lord Sui Qi, you know very well why I'm here. I really don't want to offend Realm Lord Sui Qi, I don't want to be your enemy. I've also heard that Realm Lord Sui Qi's strength is unfathomable, ancient and powerful. He's also a famous existence in the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao sacred realm. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Realm Lord Sui Qi harumphed coldly and attacked without hesitation. The endless surging power turned into a fire dragon, a piece of flint, a cluster of flames, and a wave of scorching energy that penetrated into every inch of the space, instantly enveloping the world. Moreover, it was completely integrated into the world, becoming one with the space, using the space to launch a ferocious attack on Qin Shao. This was the perfect combination of the power of the law and the wonderful use of it. Naturally, such a terrifying technique could be achieved. The endless surging energy was like a raging fire, bursting out and penetrating Qin Zhao's divine body. It wanted to break through Qin Zhao's sword Qi protection and devour Qin Zhao's divine body. It wanted to devour Qin Zhao's life. By the looks of it, most four-step ancient saints would have already succumbed to the pressure. However, Qin Shao had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful Realm Lord Sui Qi was, as long as he was not on the Heavens Declaration, Qin Shao was fearless and could fight him. He just wanted to show Realm Lord Sui Qi that he had the strength to challenge him. What's wrong, Qin Shao? Are you still not going to attack? Do you want me to attack you first? Otherwise, you won't have any chance to win if I attack you first, Realm Lord Sui Qi said coldly. Sui Qi said coldly. He didn't use his full strength, he was just casually attacking. Then, please enlighten me, Realm Lord Sui Qi. Qin Shao did not hesitate and attacked with all his might. Among the 9 types of power of the law, he had already cultivated 5 of them to the great accomplishment realm. Facing an ancient and powerful existence like Realm Lord Sui Qi, Qin Shao would not show any mercy. This peerless and domineering power was everywhere. Instantly, it rushed towards the entire void and turned into an endless amount of light spots. Breaking stalemate, breaking all stalemate. Qin Zhao's 9 types of power of the law, the power of his inner world and his own unique skill, breaking stalemate. How powerful would it be when he used all his strength? Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao attacked with his full strength. The surging power instantly burst forth, penetrating through all openings and was everywhere. What? Sui Qi was shocked and he could not believe it. However, he had never imagined that Qin Zhao's strength would be so terrifying. Realm Lord Sui Qi was shocked and he immediately knew that he had underestimated Qin Shao. How could this be? He could feel that Sumo's mastery of the law was not high. 9 types of power of the law. This guy has mastered 9 types of power of the law. How terrifying! But this is not right, not right. Something was not right. There were some things that he could not understand and he was puzzled. This ultimate move also contains a terrifying power. Pure power so strong that it's unimaginable. How could his unique skill contain such a terrifying power? However, he did not have the time to think so much. Qin Zhao's sword was already in front of him. He had to face it seriously and attack with all his might. Chapter 3075. Realm Lord Sui Qi's strength was indeed very strong, but facing Qin Shao, he had met his match. Qin Zhao's individual laws weren't high-level, far inferior to Realm Lord Sui Qi. However, Qin Shao had mastered 9 types of laws. Quantitative change could also bring qualitative change. Moreover, Qin Shao was now able to achieve the perfect fusion of 7 types of laws. The power that erupted from this was extremely terrifying. In addition to Qin Zhao's heaven-defying inner world, just the pure power of his inner world was enough to contend with the Sui Qi realm. There was also his own unique technique, breaking trap. It could break through all obstacles, sweep away all obstacles, and break through all forces. Under such powerful strength, domineering sharpness, and somewhat invulnerable unique technique, Realm Lord Sui Qi naturally couldn't block Qin Zhao's move. Therefore, all of Realm Lord Sui Qi's power was repelled by Qin Zhao's peerless sharpness. Even if Realm Lord Sui Qi attacked with all his strength, he still couldn't reverse the situation. In the end, Realm Lord Sui Qi was forced to retreat. The space also became extremely unstable and shaky, as if it could collapse at any time. Qin Zhao pursued and suppressed Realm Lord Sui Qi, causing Realm Lord Sui Qi's expression to become extremely ugly. That high and mighty attitude of his had also been beaten into nothingness. Realm Lord Sui Qi had always been high and mighty. He had always been disdainful and despised everything. All along, Realm Lord Sui Qi had never regarded Qin Zhao as an opponent on the same level as him. After all, Qin Zhao was not only a junior, but also a new disciple who had just entered the Firmament Academy. Moreover, he was only a third-step ancient saint. Realm Lord Sui Qi had entered the Firmament Academy before the Wan Yu era and had already reached the fourth-step ancient saint realm before the Wan Yu era. Now that he had gone through 10,000 universe eras of cultivation, he felt that he was extremely strong. Although he had not entered the Heaven's Declaration yet, Realm Lord Sui Qi had always thought that he was one of the strongest people in the Heaven's Declaration. He believed that he should be one of the strongest people in the Heaven's Declaration. That was why he was so confident. That was why he was so dismissive of Qin Zhao and felt that everything was under his control. After all, this was Sui Qi's Realm Lord Manor, his territory. Under his brilliance, how could he spare a glance at Qin Zhao, a mere three-step ancient saint stage junior? But who would have thought that this unassuming junior would be so unbelievably strong, suppressing him, Realm Lord Sui Qi? Such a situation made Sui Qi very uncomfortable. He couldn't accept it. It was as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit and it was stuck in his throat. After retreating all the way, Qin Zhao finally broke through the space. He walked out of the space in an instant and returned to reality. As soon as the two of them came out, they burst out with a powerful force that directly destroyed the Grand Restriction Array. It was destroyed in an instant. As for Brother Pure and Dark Water Spirit Emperor's side, they were engaged in a heated battle as well. However, what made Anshui Yu Huang extremely uncomfortable was that even with the help of more than 60 ancient saints and the help of the restrictive formation, they still managed to defeat Brother Pure. He only had a slight advantage, but it wasn't obvious at all. Therefore, he couldn't really suppress Brother Chuanjie. Since they couldn't suppress Brother Pure, they couldn't do anything to him. At this time, Qin Zhao knocked Realm Lord Sui Qi out of the strange space, destroying the restrictive formation and shocking Anshui Yu Huang. What shocked Anshui Yu Huang the most was that Realm Lord Sui Qi fell into a disadvantageous position with an ugly expression. Therefore, when Qin Zhao and Realm Lord Sui Qi came out of the restrictive formation, everyone was stunned and fell silent. The air was also quickly suppressed and solidified. Brother Pure smacked his lips and stepped back with a grin. He gave Qin Zhao a thumbs up and said, "Good job, brother. Haha, I'll leave the rest to you. Yuan and I will applaud you. Some people are just wretched wretches. You have to hit them. Once you hit them, they'll become honest." Qin Zhao smiled faintly at Brother Pure and nodded to him, indicating that he could go to the side and rest. Even Realm Lord Sui Qi was suppressed by him, causing Realm Lord Sui Qi to suffer a great loss. Anshui Yu Huang couldn't suppress Brother Pure, but one must know that Yuan hadn't even made a move yet, but Brother Pure had already gained the upper hand. Even if Sui Qi's Realm Lord Manor didn't use all of their trump cards, it would still be useless. They still wouldn't be able to gain any advantages. Under such circumstances, Realm Lord Sui Qi frowned and stood there with a cold expression, staring at Qin Zhao with a thoughtful expression. The atmosphere also became very strange. Anshui Yu Huang was a little confused. Although he didn't see the battle between Qin Zhao and his master, he could clearly feel that his master was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, His master wouldn't have such an expression and emotional state. With his understanding of his master, he naturally understood it at a glance. This brought great shock to Anshui Yuwang. In his heart, his master Realm Lord Sui Qi was an incomparably powerful existence, an extremely famous existence in the great Tao sacred realm. However, his master Realm Lord Sui Qi actually suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shao today? Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Anshui Yuwang still couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. To him, this was something that defied common sense. How could he believe it? Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. How could a third-step ancient saint be so unbelievably powerful? Logically speaking, this should be completely impossible. However, Qin Shao made this impossible thing possible. Anshui Yuwang's face was also pale. All of this happened because of him. He thought that if his master could easily deal with it, then it wouldn't be a problem. But now, he found out that even his master couldn't easily deal with it. This was a big problem. Qin Shao and Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at each other. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other for 10,000 years. The two of them didn't make any movements, but the air had solidified, making the atmosphere incomparably tense and oppressive. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths, quietly watching this side, waiting for the development of the situation. Even Anshui Yuwang was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He stood there motionlessly. The situation seemed to be in a stalemate. After a long time, Qin Shao took the initiative to break the silence. Senior Realm Lord Sui Qi, let me repeat myself. I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Realm Lord Sui Qi Palace, nor do I have any intention of becoming enemies with you, Realm Lord Sui Qi. I only care about the matter, not the person. Today, I came to your Suichi Realm Lord Manor because of this matter. As long as my matter is resolved, everything will be settled. We will immediately leave and never fight again. I, Qin Shao, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm also not afraid of any trouble. I've always tried peaceful means before resorting to force. I've always been a reasonable person. But if there's someone who refuses to reason with me and wants to talk with his fists, then I can only accompany you to the end. I'm a reasonable person, but I also have the ability to talk with my fists. So, Senior Realm Lord Sui Qi, don't think that you can bully me just because I, Qin Shao, am a reasonable person. We're all humans, why should I give in to you? Just because you're a senior expert? If you, Realm Lord Sui Qi, are not willing to give me face, then I, Qin Shao, can only offend you. Ha ha ha, brother, well said, that's how domineering you are. Brother Pure immediately clapped his hands and praised Qin Shao, giving him a big thumbs up. Qin Shao looked at Realm Lord Sui Qi. Realm Lord Sui Qi had made his intentions clear. Either make peace or fight to the end. No matter what choice Qin Shao made, he wasn't afraid. He wouldn't back down at all. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line, and also where his confidence came from. Now, it was up to Realm Lord Sui Qi to decide. Anshui Yuwang's face was extremely ugly and cold, but he didn't dare to say anything now. He could only look at his master, waiting for his master to speak. He naturally wasn't happy, and naturally didn't want to compromise. But this was also up to his master. After all, only his master knew whether he could deal with Qin Shao or not. Realm Lord Sui Qi fell silent. His face was incomparably cold. His eyes flickered with a complicated and sharp expression, as well as a cold glint. Realm Lord Sui Qi was indeed struggling in his heart. It was indeed very complicated, and he was calculating everything. Indeed, he still had many methods that he hadn't used yet. For example, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. For example, he still had more than half of the trump cards of his Realm Lord Manor that he hadn't used yet. Therefore, the Sui-Chi Realm Lord Manor was also considering whether or not to mobilize these forces to suppress Qin Shao regardless of the cost. Once this matter continued, it would be like an arrow that had left the bow. There was no turning back. They would have to fight to the death. But, was it worth it to fight to the end? If he wanted to fight to the end, even if he managed to take down Qin Shao in the end, how great would the price be? This price was most likely a terrifying number. It was something that was hard to imagine. Everything was unknown. For now, it was just his imagination. The development of the situation might not go as he wished. He had trump cards. Didn't Qin Shao have them too? Didn't that pure boy have them too? And that little girl who hadn't made a move yet, didn't she? Sui-Chi had to consider all of this, and he was thinking about it carefully. For a moment, Realm Lord Sui-Chi didn't make a choice. Master, Anshui Yuwang finally panicked and became anxious. This was the first time he saw his master so hesitant. This wasn't a good sign. His master had always been decisive in his actions. He would never be indecisive. This time, he was so hesitant. Anshui Yuwang naturally could see that his master's heart was wavering. He probably didn't want to make a move at all costs. This meant that the threat that Qin Shao posed to his master was much greater than he imagined. That was why his master was like this. If his master really compromised, the one who would suffer a great loss would be him, Anshui Yuwang. Not only would he not be able to take revenge, he wouldn't be able to regain his face. Moreover, he would lose even more face. How could he face others in the future? So, Anshui Yuwang made up his mind and immediately said to Realm Lord Sui-Chi, "If we don't solve it now, there will be endless troubles in the future. My Sui-Chi Palace's reputation will also be swept to the ground. We will become the laughing stock of others. So, Master, even if we have to disregard everything, we must take down these two boys today. Our Sui-Chi Palace still has more than half of our trump cards. Master, what are you worried about?" Author Cruel Death. Chapter 3076. Realm Lord Sui-Chi glanced at Anshui Yuwang coldly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. He wanted Anshui Yuwang to shut up. At this moment, Dark Lord Darkwater was filled with grievances as well. He was the one who suffered a loss, he was the one whose clone was killed. If he couldn't even avenge himself in the Sui-Chi Realm Lord's manor, what face would he have left? He had already sacrificed his doppelganger, so he no longer had anything to worry about. He just wanted to kill Brother Purity at all costs. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. If Master didn't stand up for him, wouldn't he have to swallow his anger? Wouldn't he have to swallow this fruit? How could he be willing to see such a thing happen? Master! At this moment, Yuwang Darkwater couldn't care less about whether her master was angry or not. Even if Master wanted to punish him, it would have to wait until after the matter was over. Now, he had to fight for it. He couldn't let Master give up. He couldn't take this step back. Even if Sui-Chi's Realm Lord Manor was at stake, Dark Emperor Darkwater still felt that he had to fight for a clear resolution to this matter. "Don't say any more. I know what to do. Your junior brother's original body will be here soon. Wait for him to arrive," Realm Lord Sui-Chi coldly replied. Upon hearing the words of her revered master, Ghost Emperor Darkwater was elated. Junior brother was coming. This was a good thing. Junior brother's strength might be above master's. Moreover, junior brother was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He was the senior brother of Qin Shao. He believed that he could suppress Qin Shao. Thinking of this, Anshui Yuwang felt much better. Qin Shao had been looking at Realm Lord Sui-Chi coldly, waiting for his reply. But at this time, Qin Shao also knew that it was not something that could be persuaded in a short time. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to give Realm Lord Sui-Chi more time. "Senior Realm Lord Sui-Chi, you've thought for a long time. It's about time, right? Do you want to fight or make peace? You have to say something, right? Qin Shao said again. Then, he smiled and added, what we want is actually quite simple. It's just a promise. It's not that complicated. Not complicated? Realm Lord Suichi frowned and glared at Qin Shao. It didn't sound complicated, but it was difficult to do it. Sometimes, dignity was more important than one's life. At the very least, people would think so before they were faced with a choice between life and death. You killed my disciple in my territory. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Suichi said coldly. It was within Qin Zhao's expectations that Realm Lord Suichi wouldn't give up so easily. He planned for the good and the bad. Since Realm Lord Suichi was unwilling to let it go, then forget it. Let's talk with our fists. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled coldly. He looked at Realm Lord Suichi and said, all right, let's continue. Looks like you want to use all the trump cards of your Realm Lord Suichi. That's fine too. Let me see how deep and terrifying the foundation of your Suichi Realm Lord manner is. Just take it that I, Qin Shao, am young and fearless, like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger, mustering up the courage of a bear to fight with Senior Suichi. Master! At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded from the horizon. A powerful aura surged over. Anshui Yu Wang was overjoyed when he felt this aura. He knew that his junior brother Xian Qiu had come. With his master and junior brother, two extremely powerful fourth-step ancient saints, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao was, there was no way he would be able to cause any trouble. He would definitely be subdued and suppressed. As long as he took care of Qin Shao, that brat pure would be much easier to deal with. He would also have a chance to get his revenge. Realm Lord Suichi's expression became slightly better when he saw his most prized disciple. Soon, a figure landed and bowed to Realm Lord Suichi. Ha ha, junior brother Xian Qiu, you're finally willing to come back. How long has it been since you came back to the Realm Lord Manor? I haven't seen you for a long time. Anshui Yu Wang laughed happily. Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu smiled helplessly at Anshui Yu Wang. On the other side, Qin Shao and Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh when they saw that it was Xian Qiu. What a coincidence. It was just like the saying, enemies will not meet each other. They didn't expect that the disciple of Realm Lord Manor in the Firmament Academy would be senior brother Xian Qiu. He was an old acquaintance. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while. I can't hold it in anymore. Finding a helper is really smart. I'm impressed. Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Shao also wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh when he saw senior brother Xian Qiu. He didn't expect that Realm Lord Suichi's helper would be senior brother Xian Qiu. This was interesting. It seemed that something more interesting was going to happen. Sure enough, after greeting his master, Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu turned around and looked at Qin Shao and the other two. But when he saw Qin Shao, he was stunned. His expression suddenly became somewhat interesting. Qin Shao. This was a man who made him somewhat afraid. He didn't expect that the people his master wanted to deal with when he rushed back to the Suichi Realm Lord Manor were Qin Shao and the other two. This really made him want to cry. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come back. In the past, he still hated Qin Shao and wanted to find a chance to take revenge and regain his face. But later, he knew that the gap between him and Qin Shao was not small. It wasn't easy to take revenge. Moreover, Qin Shao had defeated several senior brothers who were stronger than him. What was worse was that Qin Shao was protected by young Master Feng Yi. Even senior brother Aoshan didn't dare to provoke Qin Shao. How could Xian Qiu dare to provoke this monster? Therefore, Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Suichi Realm Lord and Anshui Yu Wang also saw the change in Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu's expression. Their hearts suddenly sank. Obviously, they had a bad premonition. It seemed that the situation wasn't as good as they thought. Was there a more terrible situation? Senior brother Xianqiu, I didn't expect to see you here. How have you been? Qin Shao smiled faintly and said to Saint Sovereign Xianqiu. Pure brother also waved his hand at senior brother Xianqiu with a faint smile on his face. Saint Sovereign Xianqiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He had a bad feeling when he saw Qin Shao. He had stayed away from this person even in the Firmament Academy. Otherwise, when he saw him, he would always remember that he had suffered a great loss in Qin Zhao's hands. Therefore, it was better not to see him. But today they bumped into each other again. It was really a headache for him. However, this matter involved his master and senior brother. As a disciple, he had an unshirkable responsibility. He couldn't avoid it. He could only brace himself to face it. Junior brother Qin Shao, junior brother Pure, why did you make such a big formation staff? Saint Sovereign Xianqiu asked in a deep voice. Qin Shao chuckled and said, Senior brother Xianqiu, why don't you ask your master first? Ask him what his intentions are. Our request is very simple. However, your master and your senior brothers insist on bullying us. We are also very helpless. Since senior brother Xianqiu is here, let's see what decision you're going to make. Now, it's up to your senior brother Xianqiu to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Saint Sovereign Xianqiu's expression twisted slightly. He really didn't know the situation inside. However, he knew Qin Shao very well. He also understood the meaning of his words. It seemed that his master was the one to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Then it would be easy. As long as Qin Shao and the others didn't go crazy and insist on fighting to the death, it would be much easier. Saint Sovereign Xianqiu immediately said to Realm Lord Suiqi and Anshui Yuhuang, Master, senior brother, what's going on? How did it end up like this? You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke Qin Shao. He's not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing Saint Sovereign Xianqiu's words, Realm Lord Suiqi and Anshui Yuhuang both looked at Saint Sovereign Xianqiu in surprise. What did he mean? Did Qin Shao really have such a powerful background? Did he really have such powerful strength? Could it be that they couldn't afford to provoke him? It didn't make sense. If they really didn't care about anything, they might even have a chance to fight with someone on the Heavens Declaration, let alone Qin Shao. Saint Sovereign Xianqiu said again, Master, senior brother, please believe me. Don't provoke Qin Shao. He's definitely not a simple and ruthless person. It's best if we don't provoke him. Once we do, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away with it. Several of our senior brothers in the Firmament Academy have suffered a great loss in his hands, including me. He's very powerful. I'm far from being his match. Moreover, he has someone on the Heavens Declaration behind him. In fact, Qin Shao is the direct disciple of Saint Li of the Immortal Realm. Miss Yuan is Saint Li's daughter. Young Master Feng Yi is an extremely protective person. Even if we disregard everything and take advantage of him today, I'm afraid it will bring us endless trouble. Once young Master Feng Yi gets angry and wants to attack us, the situation will be terrible. Therefore, I would like to remind Master and Senior Brother to let this matter be resolved as much as possible. Don't let this matter drag on any longer. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be the ones who will suffer in the end. Hearing Saint Sovereign Xianqiu's words, Realm Lord Sui Qi fell silent. He really didn't expect this to happen. He didn't even think about it. He didn't know that Qin Shao had such a powerful background and was so powerful. Even Saint Sovereign Xianqiu said that he was far from being Qin Zhao's match. How powerful was Qin Shao? After hearing Saint Sovereign Xianqiu's words, Realm Lord Sui Qi wanted to retreat. Anshui Yuhuang was very unhappy. He couldn't accept this matter. But in this place, it was clear that his words carried the least weight. Therefore, Anshui Yuhuang could only remain silent. Seeing that his master was still hesitating, Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu said again, "Master, please listen to me. It's best not to provoke Qin Shao. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble to our Sui Qi realm. If we act in a moment of anger, it may cause endless trouble in the future. When it's time to take a step back, we still have to take a step back. When it's time to take a step back, we have to bear with it." Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu and Anshui Yu Wang. In fact, he was already a little touched. Author: Cruel Death. My ranking on the Fresh Flowers list has dropped again. My friends, please take a step back and fight for our honor. Chapter 3077. Sigh, forget it. Realm Lord Sui Qi weighed the pros and cons in his heart and finally made the decision to compromise. He had lived for a long time, and although he had never compromised before, he had no choice but to compromise this time. Master, Realm Lord Sui Qi wanted to compromise, but Anshui Yu Wang was not willing to do so. Master, my clone was killed on the spot in our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. They personally came to our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor and acted so brazenly, not giving our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor any face at all. If we compromise today, I'm afraid we will be laughed at by the world. Master, I don't care about my face, but you can't afford to lose your dignity. You can't be violated by Qin Shao. Junior brother Xian Qiu, how can we retreat in such a situation? How can we compromise and admit defeat? Where is our master's dignity if you act like this? Where is our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor? Saint Master Xian Qiu shook his head and said, Senior brother, I feel that you are very unhappy. I also know that this matter has embarrassed our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. Master's face has been swept to the ground and you have been humiliated. But a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. If this enmity is formed, then it will be big trouble, and there will be no end of trouble. Moreover, it's not that easy to deal with Qin Shao and the others. This kid's strength is too strong. Brother Chuanjie and Yuan are also very strong. If the three of them join hands, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to suppress them. Even if we go all out, there will still be a certain risk. Even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. It will even hurt the vitality of our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. Therefore, I am willing to ask Master and Senior Brother to think twice before you act. Don't pay a heavy price because of a moment of anger. At the very least, even if we can kill Brother Chuanjie today and control Qin Shao, what about in the future? From what I know about Qin Shao, he is definitely the kind of person who will not take revenge for the smallest grievances. Brother Pure is his most loyal brother. If Brother Pure dies in our hands, I am sure that Qin Shao will not let it go. He will fight us to the death. Young Master Feng Yi is in Great Tao's sacred realm. If Qin Shao finds him, what kind of situation will our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor face? Realm Lord Sui Qi's expression became even more solemn. He had already given up. He did not dare to pursue this matter. Dark Emperor Darkwada's face was drained of all color. Since things had already come to this point, what else could he say? If he continued, he would be disregarding the survival of the Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. However, Hidden Emperor Darkwada was really unwilling to accept this. And after a moment of silence, Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Anshui Yu Wang seriously. Sigh, if you always walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? This time, I'm afraid I can't make the decision for you. It is your fault for provoking someone you shouldn't have. It can't be helped. Just lower your head this time. Fault? Lower his head? Humph. He was unwilling to accept this. His avatar was killed in front of everyone by Brother Pure. Now he had to lower his head. How could he be happy? But even if he was unhappy, what could he do? Even if he was unhappy, what could he do? Since his revered master had already said as such, no matter how furious and vengeful he was, he had to think of the bigger picture. So, after a fierce struggle, Anshui Yu Huang chose to compromise. Whatever master says. Realm Lord Sui Qi naturally knew that Dark Water Emperor was unwilling. But he had no other choice and could only do so. Sigh helpless. Realm Lord Sui Qi didn't know how long it had been since he felt this aggrieved. How could he not feel hatred and anger in his heart? But there was nothing he could do. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Just like that, the matter was settled. Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, this time I admit defeat. What is your request? Say it. Hearing Realm Lord Sui Qi admit defeat, Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt that the possibility of Realm Lord Sui Qi admitting defeat was higher, he couldn't rule out the possibility of Realm Lord Sui Qi continuing to go crazy. If Realm Lord Sui Qi still didn't admit defeat and continued to go crazy, then this matter would be very troublesome. If Realm Lord Sui Qi unleashed all of his power, it would be a very terrifying matter. It would definitely pose a great threat to Qin Shao. In fact, it was very likely that they would be taken down. This was a very likely thing. This crisis could be considered over. This was probably due to senior brother Xian Chao's contribution. From this point of view, Qin Shao had to thank senior brother Xian Chou. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a serious face, I've already said my request, then I'll say it again. Let Anshui Yu Huang swear with his soul that he won't cause trouble for Sacred Water Palace in the future. I believe in you, Realm Lord Sui Qi, you definitely won't do such a thing. It doesn't suit your identity as Realm Lord Sui Qi. So, that's all I need, that's all. Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Anshui Yu Huang coldly, hinting him to do as Qin Shao said. This was even more unbearable than killing Anshui Yu Huang. However, he had no other choice. He was also forced into a corner. He could only listen to his master's orders and act. No matter how unwilling Anshui Yu Huang was, he could only grit his teeth. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he opened his mouth and swore with his soul. However, during the process of swearing, his face was black and his body was trembling all the time. Obviously, he was extremely unwilling, he was incomparably angry, he was filled with hatred. But there was nothing he could do. He was crazy, he was ruthless, but there was nothing he could do. After getting what he wanted, Qin Shao naturally didn't stay any longer. The three of them immediately left. This farce had finally come to an end. Ha ha ha, brother Qin Shao, you're amazing. Now it seems that your reputation is indeed very, very big. Look, senior brother Xian Chou is extremely afraid of you. He doesn't dare to be your enemy at all. For such a thing, he was still able to persuade his junior brother to endure and admit defeat. This is all because of your great deterrence. Brother Pure said with a smile. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. This matter was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect it to end in such a way. It was very good. Let's go, we'll go back to the Sacred Water Palace first, lest they worry about us. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai and the others are still waiting for us there. Qin Shao said. Brother Pure nodded. Now, they naturally had to go back to the Sacred Water Palace first. However, Brother Pure suddenly thought, by the way, Qin Shao, the master of the Sacred Water Palace, seems to have a very accurate method of gathering information, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, it's very insightful. Previously, when I inquired about the Jigeo shuttle, the master of the Sacred Water Palace quickly gave me a lot of information. This time, the master of the Sacred Water Palace also has a lot of means to inform Hao Mingjun. His ability to gather information should be very, very powerful. Many things in the Great Way Sanctuary probably can't escape his eyes and ears. Brother Pure was slightly taken aback and said, Qin Shao, do you think the master of the Sacred Water Palace can find the hiding place of Qiong Wang? Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and understood what he meant. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "According to what I know, as long as Qiong Wang is hiding in the Great Way Sanctuary, the master of the Sacred Water Palace should be able to find him. After all, Qiong Wang's strength is not very strong, his means should be relatively ordinary. So, it should still be possible to find him. Well, since you said so, I think we should go to the Sacred Water Palace again," Brother Pure said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Then let's go." However, it was better to go back to the Sacred Water Palace first. Soon, the three of them returned to the Sacred Water Palace and saw Miss Lianqin. Miss Lianqin was naturally very grateful to Qin Shao and Brother Pure for saving her life. She was also very grateful to everyone. In fact, she did not expect that Qin Shao and the others would come to save her and her father, and also helped her father to take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. She simply had no way of repaying such kindness. Qin Shao and the others did not stay in the Sacred Water Palace for long. After gathering with everyone, they left. All good things must come to an end. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the others all knew that the gap between them and Qin Shao was too big. Therefore, they naturally could not catch up with Qin Zhao's footstep. It was already an honor for them to meet Qin Shao, so they naturally did not dare to ask for more. They did not dare to ask Qin Shao to accompany them more. After Qin Shao and the others left, they went straight to the Sacred Water Palace. His Highness Badger Huai also returned to the Zilin Realm Lord Mansion. Everyone dispersed. Although the people had dispersed, their friendship was firmly tied together and engraved in everyone's hearts. Miss Lianqin was the most touched. This was a great fortune in her life, and she would remember this moment for the rest of her life. Soon, Qin Shao and the others returned to the Sacred Water Palace. The Sacred Water Palace Lord was naturally very welcoming to Qin Shao and the others. He also politely took out good wine and dishes to entertain Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao found that every time he came, the treatment was better. It seemed that the Sacred Water Palace should come more often. After drinking the wine, they exchanged some pleasantries. Before Brother Pure could speak, the Sacred Water Palace Lord had already predicted it. He said to Brother Pure, "You must have something you want to talk to me about, right?" Brother Pure was not surprised by the Sacred Water Palace Lord's ability. He had seen it before. Brother Pure nodded and said directly, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Then I'll get straight to the point. It's like this. I have a blood feud with an enemy called King Qiong. His detailed information is here. I wonder if the Heavenly River Temple Master can help me find out where his original body is hiding? I've already killed his clone. His real body is hiding." With that, Brother Pure gave the Sacred Water Palace Lord some detailed information about Qiong Wang. After reading the information, the Sacred Water Palace Lord smiled and said to Brother Pure, "It's a small matter. He's just a 3-step ancient saint. It's not difficult. As long as he's still in the Great Path Sacred Realm, I'll definitely be able to find him. I've already given the order. You guys stay here and drink with me. The good news should be coming soon. For this matter, it'll take at least 1,000 years. What? 1,000 years? TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the Sacred Water Palace Lord, Brother Pure was suddenly excited. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time. Finally, he was about to succeed. Chapter 3078. The efficiency of the Heaven River Palace was indeed very fast. It only took them 500 years to receive accurate information. The carefree little realm? Where is that? I seem to have heard of it once before. It seems to be an extremely mysterious and powerful place. Brother Pure could not help but frown slightly when he read the information. The Heaven River Palace Master said, "The carefree little realm is indeed an extremely mysterious and powerful place. It's also a place of freedom. To be more precise, it's a place of safety. A place of safety? Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at the Heaven River Palace Master in confusion. What was a place of safety? Well, I'll have to start from the situation of the carefree little realm. I'll show you the information I gave you. After reading it, you'll naturally understand why the carefree little realm is called a place of safety. The Heaven River Palace Master said and handed a set of information to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. After reading it, the two of them had a certain understanding of the carefree little realm. Qin Shao was secretly amazed. He did not expect that there would be such a strange place in this world. There were indeed many things in the great wide world that he had never thought of. This was the wonderful part of the great wide world. No one knew the exact location of the carefree little realm. It was not recorded in the world, but it was certain that it was in the great Tao sacred realm. As for the specific location, it required someone to lead the way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find it. The carefree little realm was jointly created by three world immortals millions of years ago. These three world immortals did not belong to any forces and had no intention of creating their own forces. They were all carefree people who liked to be free and unrestrained. Therefore, these three world immortals worked together and created the carefree little realm. Originally, this was not considered a rare thing. It was extremely common for world immortals to create a small realm and a force. It should be a very common thing. However, the reason why the unfettered lesser realm became famous was due to the fact that these three world gods acted independently. The idea behind their creation of the carefree little realm was for the Great Path sacred realm. It could even be said that they wanted to create an absolutely carefree little realm for the greater thousand worlds. Inside the carefree lesser world, there was no hatred, no rivalry, no fighting, and no killing. There was only harmony and there was only freedom. No matter who it was, no one could violate this rule. Moreover, the unfettered lesser realm accepted anyone as long as they obeyed the rules in the unfettered lesser realm. Regardless of whether one was good or evil, demon or devil, they could all enter the carefree minor world and would not be excluded. As long as one entered the unfettered minor realm, they would receive the protection of the unfettered minor realm, and no power would be able to do anything to them. Therefore, the carefree little realm gradually developed into the most famous life-saving place in the great Tao sanctuary. Many people were willing to let their true bodies stay in the unfettered small realm. This way they could ensure the safety of their true bodies. Even powerful existences at the world god realm could not kill people in the unfettered small realm. After countless years of development, the unfettered small realm's strength was no longer just the three founders of the world god realm. After countless years of accumulation, many powerful existences had joined the camp to protect the unfettered small realm. Therefore, to put it bluntly, even existences on the Heavens Declaration and Divine List would not dare to barge into the unfettered small realm. Unless there was a supreme dominator like the Reincarnation Sovereign, no one would be able to ignore the unfettered small realm. It was estimated that no one below the Reincarnation Sovereign could challenge the unfettered small realm. Therefore, the unfettered small realm had become a very special place in the Great Path sacred realm. However, the unfettered small realm was better. It was a completely sealed small realm, and it would not interfere with anything in the Great Path sacred realm. It would only protect its own land. It was also because of this that the major powers and the 3,000 worlds would not be enemies with the unfettered small realm. Therefore, the unfettered small realm was special and powerful. Qiong Wang's original body was hiding in the unfettered small realm. After learning about the unfettered small realm, Brother Pure was not in a good mood. Qiong Wang had hidden in the unfettered small realm. It seemed that it was impossible for him to kill him. As long as he did not leave the unfettered small realm, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he chased Qiong Wang into the unfettered small realm, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he could, he would have to exchange his life for Qiong Wang's. It was not worth it. How could this be? There was a small unfettered small realm. Qin Shao thought that since the small unfettered small realm was so famous and safe, it would be the place where many existences of the ancient saint realm would choose. Did that mean that Mang Gaosua's original body could be hiding in the small unfettered small realm? Although the Heaven River Palace Master did not find out, Qin Shao felt that it was possible. However, he did not want to think about this now. For the time being, he had to think about how to solve the problem of Qiong Wang. Heaven River Palace Master, do you mean that as long as Qiong Wang stays in the small unfettered small realm, we have no chance to kill him? Qin Shao asked. The Heaven River Palace Master shook his head and laughed. Yes and no. Theoretically speaking, as long as King Qiong stays in the unfettered little realm and doesn't come out, there's no chance to kill him. Of course, it's not completely absolute. In fact, there are still ways, and there are at least 3 ways. 3 ways? Qin Shao and Brother Pure were delighted. It seemed that things were not as complicated as they thought. Yes, there are 3 ways. The first way is to lure Qiong Wang out. As long as Qiong Wang leaves the small unfettered small realm, he will no longer be protected by the small unfettered small realm. Naturally, it will be easy to kill him. The second way is to enter the small unfettered small realm to kill him. Of course, it is very risky. The success rate is not very high. If you want to kill him, you have to be able to kill him instantly. Otherwise, there will be no chance. Of course, if you enter the small unfettered small realm to kill him, you will definitely die. It is a life for a life. As for the third way, it is too difficult. Qin Shao shook his head after hearing this. The first method was obviously completely impossible. It was impossible. How could it be possible to lure Qiong Wang out of the small unfettered small realm? Qiong Wang's doppelganger was killed by Brother Pure. Qiong Wang's residence was destroyed by Brother Pure. He must have been scared out of his wits. If he could hide in the small unfettered small realm, how could he come out again? It was impossible. The second way was also impossible. It was not worth exchanging a life for a life. In order to kill a Qiong Wang, his Brother Pure was not stupid. How could he do such a stupid thing? Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both looked at the Heaven River Temple Master, waiting for his third method. Now, it seemed that only the third method was feasible. Otherwise, even though there was a way, it would not work at all. The Sky River Temple Master paused for a moment before he continued. The third method is very difficult. Originally, according to the principles of the 3 world deities, when they first established the unfettered minor realm, there should have been no room for negotiation at all. No matter who it is, as long as they enter the carefree minor world, they will be protected by the carefree minor world. No one is allowed to kill in the carefree minor world, even if they have committed heinous crimes. But in the long run, it naturally accumulated a lot of trouble. Many world immortals, major powers, and world lords are extremely displeased with the way the unfettered lesser realm is acting. Many traitors have fled into the carefree little realm and have received protection. Many extremely evil people were also protected. As more and more people accumulated, the opposing forces grew stronger. Finally, one day they exploded and surrounded the carefree minor world. More than 10 world immortals and more than 100 fourth-step ancient saints formed a team and surrounded the carefree minor world. A great battle was about to break out. But that time, a great battle did not really break out. However, it also forced the carefree minor world to make some compromises. To loosen the rules a little, this third method was created. This method is very complicated. I will show you the details so that I can explain it clearly in a few words. After saying that, the Sky River Temple Master passed some information to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The two of them quickly browsed through the information. After reading the information, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It was possible to kill the people in the carefree minor world, but a few conditions had to be met. First, it was impossible to kill people for no reason. There had to be a sufficient reason. Moreover, these reasons had to be backed by conclusive evidence. It could not be based on empty words. Having a sufficient reason to kill people was the most basic requirement. This was easy. Brother Pure naturally had 100 reasons to kill Cheong Wang. Moreover, the evidence was not difficult to find. Brother Pure already had it. Therefore, the basic requirement was met. Second, the requirements of the carefree minor world had to be met. These requirements were variable and random. They were not fixed. Therefore, the requirements for each person could only be known after entering the carefree minor world. Third, it could only be done in the carefree minor world. Moreover, it had to be done fairly and openly. The so-called fairness and openness meant that the person seeking revenge had to do it himself. No one else could do it. Moreover, it could only be done one-on-one. These three requirements had to be met before one could kill people in the carefree minor world. Moreover, although the carefree little realm had made certain compromises in history, in order to defend their position, they had also come up with corresponding countermeasures. Therefore, it was not easy to enter the carefree minor world to kill people. It would definitely be difficult. The requirements given would definitely be very harsh. It would be very difficult to meet them. Precisely because of this, it was too difficult to enter the carefree minor world to kill people. However, no matter how difficult it was, Brother Pure would not let it go. If he had to go, no one could stop him. Since there was an opportunity now, it was the best. Otherwise, even if he had to break into the carefree minor world in the future, he would definitely go in and kill Cheong Wang. However, Qin Shao, there is another situation. I have to tell you. It is not so easy for you to enter the carefree minor world. The carefree minor world is a place where people live for a long time. It only accepts people who live in the carefree minor world. Therefore, not only is it difficult to enter, but it is even more difficult to come out. You can only come out after a certain period of time. It is very difficult to come out of the carefree minor world in a short period of time. Therefore, if you want to enter the carefree minor world to kill Cheong Wang, there are at least 3 major obstacles, the master of the Heaven River Temple added. Chapter 3079. Was it so difficult to enter the carefree little realm? Was it even more difficult to leave? Who would have thought that there would be pitfalls everywhere? There were difficulties and obstacles everywhere. However, no matter how many pitfalls there were, they could only choose to cross them. Brother Pure asked, Heaven River Palace Master, what are the conditions to enter the carefree little realm? What are the conditions to leave the unfettered small realm? The Heaven River Palace Master said, Of course, not everyone can enter the carefree little realm. If that were the case, it would have been overcrowded. After all, it's such a safe place. Everyone wants to enter. After entering the carefree little realm, no matter how many enemies you make, you're basically safe. Therefore, the carefree little realm has very high requirements for people who want to enter. It's very harsh. Therefore, there aren't many people who can enter the carefree little realm. Even if you find the right way and find the right to enter, you still have to pay a huge price to get out. Basically, many people have to use up their countless years of savings to be able to afford this price. If both of you want to enter the carefree little realm, you have to pay twice the price. Going in is twice the price, and coming out is twice the price. And the price for coming out should be even greater. There's no specific price for coming out, so I can't say for sure. But I can tell you the price for going in. If you want to enter the carefree little realm, you have to meet several conditions. First, you have to find the carefree envoy. Only the carefree envoy can lead people into the carefree little realm. It's not difficult to find the carefree envoy. I can help you find him very quickly. Finding the carefree emissary is the first step. The second step is to apply to enter the carefree little realm. Then, the carefree emissary will give you some missions based on your own situation. You need to complete these missions. After these tasks are completed, you have to pay a certain price. This price is mostly money and treasures. Then, you can enter the carefree little realm. After hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. So complicated? Obviously, the tasks given by the carefree envoy were very difficult to complete. Moreover, it might take a lot of time to complete. It was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. The first and third steps were easy to deal with, but the second step was not so easy to complete. Although he felt that it was troublesome, he had no choice but to accept it. Since that's the case, there's no other way. There's no other choice. This is the only way. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly. He then turned to the Celestial River Temple Master and said, "Then we'll have to trouble you again. Please help us find the whereabouts of the carefree envoy. We'll go find him first." The Heaven River Temple Master shook her head and said, "It seems like you've made up your mind. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. I wish you good luck. However, this matter is very difficult and dangerous. It is very difficult, so you must be more careful. However, there's really nothing we can do about it. If you really want to have the strength to make the carefree little realm bow down, I'm afraid that only people like the Reincarnation Sovereign can do it. Perhaps, at most, the top few people on the Heavens Declaration or the Divine List can do it. Others don't even have to think about it. There's no way they can do it. Therefore, there's really nothing we can do about it. It's really a headache." Qin Shao and Brother Pure nodded. Yes, there was nothing they could do. They could only bite the bullet and do it. No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, they could only break through it. The Celestial River Temple Master was very efficient. Soon, she gave the information about the carefree envoy to Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao and the other two did not hesitate. They immediately set off to see the carefree envoy. They could not delay any longer. The carefree envoy's whereabouts were unpredictable. If they did not hurry, he would be gone. Zilin World, Borderland. In the mountains there was a thatched cottage. Beside the cottage there were several gardens. In the garden there was a man who looked like an old farmer. He was carefully taking care of some flowers and plants in the garden. The old farmer was very attentive and patient. At this moment, 3 figures walked over and stopped in front of the garden. They did not disturb the old farmer. Instead, they stood there quietly and patiently watched the old farmer take care of the flowers and plants. "Brother Qin Shao, is this the carefree envoy? He doesn't look like the carefree envoy at all." Yuan looked at him and asked curiously. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at him strangely. He did not look like the carefree envoy. However, one could not judge a book by its cover. This information was given by the Celestial River Temple Master, so it could not be wrong. Moreover, this old farmer wasn't a simple character at first glance. He definitely wasn't a simple character. Therefore, Qin Shao was convinced that the man in front of him was the carefree envoy. It was impossible for there to be such a lonely old farmer in such a deep forest and wilderness. This place gave people a very strange feeling. After a long while, the old farmer finally stopped. He straightened his back and wiped his sweat as if he was very tired. Then, he walked out of the garden and put the tools in his hand in a corner. Then, he walked to a rest pavilion and poured himself a glass of wine. After drinking, the old farmer's eyes fell on Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao immediately cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "May I ask if you are the carefree envoy?" According to the old farmer's aura, he was only a one-step ancient saint. However, the carefree envoy did not need to be very strong. The old farmer looked at Qin Shao in confusion and glanced at Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. Then, he said, "What carefree envoy? I don't understand what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person. I'm just a commoner living in the wilderness. I live in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests, accompanying my flowers and plants. I don't fight with the world or the heavens. I just want to live a quiet life." Got the wrong person? Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie couldn't help but look at each other. No way, right? Was he really not the carefree envoy? That did not make sense. The information given by the Celestial River Temple Master could not be wrong. How could he not be the carefree envoy? After the old farmer finished speaking, he waved his hand at Qin Shao and the other two and said, "You can go now. Don't waste your time here. You've got the wrong person." With that, the old farmer walked back to the thatched cottage hesitantly. He did not seem to want to pay attention to Qin Shao and the other two. "Brother Qin Shao, did the Celestial River Temple Master lie to us?" Yuan Yuan asked curiously. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, the Celestial River Temple has no reason to lie to us. This kind of information should not be difficult. The fact that he gave it to us so quickly shows that it is not difficult for the Celestial River Temple. Logically speaking, it is impossible to make a mistake. Therefore, there's only one possibility. The old farmer said that on purpose to confuse us. Or perhaps this is also an invisible test or something like that. Didn't the Celestial River Temple Master say that it is not easy to enter the carefree little realm? There are many tests." Brother Pure immediately nodded in agreement when he heard Qin Zhao's words. If that was the case, it was very reasonable. Indeed, that should be the case. The information given by the Celestial River Temple Master could not be wrong. The only possibility was that the old farmer deliberately did not admit it and led them astray. Perhaps this was an invisible test. With this thought, Brother Pure did not hesitate. He immediately stepped forward and arrived in front of the old farmer. After bowing deeply, Brother Pure said to the old farmer, "Senior Carefree Envoy, we know you are the Carefree Envoy. We came to find you. The two of us want to enter the unfettered small world. We hope that Senior can grant us a chance." However, Brother Pure's words were not effective. The old farmer rolled his eyes at Brother Pure and said angrily, "This old man already said that you have the wrong person. What carefree envoy? This old man doesn't even know who you are. Get out of my way. You are blocking this old man's way." With that, the old farmer pushed Brother Pure aside and entered the thatched cottage. He even closed the door, giving Brother Pure the cold shoulder. Brother Pure walked back with a gloomy face. He looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Something's wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Why did it turn out like this? This doesn't make sense. Why did he give us the cold shoulder? Could it be that we really made a mistake? Could there really be a problem with the information given by the Celestial River Temple? The Celestial River Temple Master gave us the information so quickly. Could it be that his subordinates made a mistake?" Qin Shao also thought about this question. However, he still felt that this possibility was extremely low. The Celestial River Temple had stood tall for so many years. It was impossible for them to make such a low-level mistake. Since the information was given, unless the Celestial River Temple Master deliberately deceived them, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Brother Pure, we should firmly believe that the information given by the Celestial River Temple is correct. Therefore, the problem can only be with that carefree envoy. We don't know what he is up to. Now we seem to be in a passive position. We have already met with obstacles before we even started. It seems that it won't be so easy for us to get the task smoothly. No wonder the Celestial River Temple Master said that it is very difficult to enter the carefree little realm. But it's normal when you think about it. If it wasn't difficult, the carefree little realm would have been overcrowded. How many ancient saints are there in the great Tao sanctuary alone? Moreover, it has been accumulated over countless years. This is a terrifying number. The problem now was how to deal with this problem. This should be a test. But what should they do? There didn't seem to be any hints. Motherf ** Ker Qin Shao, why don't we just use force? This carefree envoy can't be a wretch, right? Can't he be cowed by force but not persuasion? We spoke nicely to him, but he ignored us. Could it be that we have to teach him a lesson with our fists in order for him to respect us? Brother Pure grinned and said all of a sudden. Qin Shao shook his head and said, we can't. Doing this might backfire on us. If we really infuriate the carefree emissary, then we will be the ones to suffer. Even if the carefree envoy is not strong, he has a lot of power in his hands. This is what we want. Chapter 3080. It was better to be in charge than to be in charge. The carefree emissary was the first threshold to the carefree little realm, and he was determined to cross this threshold. If the carefree envoy did not take the lead, then, but there was no way to enter the carefree little realm. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to deal with such a situation. Brother Pure said to use his fist. Of course, he was just saying it casually. He was just unhappy for a moment. How could he not know that he could not use his fists? Using his fists was a stupid thing to do. I don't understand what the carefree envoy means. He just left us here. What does he want us to do? Even if there is a test, he should at least let us know what the question is, right? There isn't even a question. We are completely baffled. Brother Pure smacked his lips and complained again. Qin Shao shook his head and comforted him. Well, Brother Pure, don't complain. The most important thing now is not to complain, but to think about how to solve this problem. If this problem is not solved, then we won't even have the chance to enter the carefree little realm. There is no other way. Now that we are begging him to do something, we can only lower our posture. Let's think about it carefully. This should be an invisible test. It is the first test we have encountered. But this is definitely not a problem for us. Let's think carefully about how to solve this invisible test so that the carefree envoy will be willing to meet us. Brother Pure was just complaining. How could he not know this truth? Therefore, Brother Pure immediately looked around carefully, trying to find out what was going on. Qin Shao was also sizing up everything here, carefully recalling every detail of what he had just seen and heard. Even if it was an invisible test, it was reasonable to say that there should be some hints, no matter how small the hint was. From the hut to the garden, to the rest pavilion, to the few words that the carefree envoy said just now, there seemed to be no problem. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shao looked around and muttered to himself, thinking of all kinds of possibilities, but they were quickly ruled out one by one. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao also had a headache. He could not think of a reason at all. Strange, it's really strange. Then what's the problem? Brother Chuanjie didn't get any results either, which made Brother Chuanjie a little upset. Yuan, on the other hand, had a curious look on her face as she looked around for a while. Qin Shao, do you think of anything? Brother Pure asked. Qin Shao shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe we have overlooked something. Maybe we've thought of things too simply, so we naturally think that it's not that complicated. Now it seems that things are far more complicated and difficult than we thought. It seems that the carefree little realms test for the people who enter is particularly heavy. Brother Pure smacked his lips and looked a little unhappy. What the hell? Is it so troublesome to enter the carefree little realm? Doesn't that mean that not many people can enter? If even we can't pass the test and enter, then I really don't know who can. Hey, Qin Shao, do you think the carefree envoy is deliberately making things difficult for us? Qin Shao shook his head. Well, Brother Pure, don't talk about these useless things. Let's check carefully. Okay. Brother Pure said. The two of them checked again and thought about it, but they still didn't make any progress. Qin Shao suddenly frowned. His eyes fell on the hut, and became a little deep. No. Qin Shao suddenly walked to the hut and directly pushed the door open. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Brother Pure suddenly laughed happily. "Haha, brother, I told you to use your fists. Fists are the most important thing. Everything else is meaningless. It's easy to solve it with your fist." As he said, Brother Pure quickly entered the hut. But when he entered the hut, Brother Pure suddenly frowned deeply. Because as soon as he entered, he found that the hut was empty. There was no trace of the carefree envoy. He was not in the hut at all, and there was no trace left. There was nothing unusual in the hut, but he just disappeared. Damn it, Brother Pure couldn't help but curse. Where is he? How could he just run away? Don't you have any professional ethics? You are the carefree envoy, how could you just run away? It doesn't make sense. Qin Shao, have you figured out what's going on? Haven't we been standing guard outside the whole time? But we didn't notice anything at all. Qin Shao searched inside the hut. After a while, he shook his head. It's a little strange. We didn't feel any spatial fluctuations just now, and there's no transmission formation or anything like that. Moreover, the carefree envoy should only be a one-step ancient saint. He's not very strong. Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense for him to slip away under our noses, but he's really not here anymore. He has left. If that's not the case, then he must have used some strange means to escape from our eyes and ears. In addition, all our energy was focused on other things just now. Naturally, we didn't pay attention to the carefree envoy, so it's normal that we didn't find him. Fortunately, we found him in time. I think even if the carefree envoy left, he wouldn't have gone far. Let's split into 3 groups. Even if we have to search every inch of the way, we have to find the carefree envoy. Perhaps this invisible test is to find the carefree envoy. There's no time to lose. Let's act immediately. Brother Pure nodded. He also thought so. Now, this was the only thing they could do. Yuan didn't hesitate and quickly acted. The 3 of them quickly chased in 3 different directions. They spread out and searched, trying to find the carefree envoy. Qin Zhao's speed was very fast. He pushed his speed to the extreme and chased all the way. In the distance, in a forest, an old man was walking at a very fast speed. A slight smile appeared on the old man's face. It was a very meaningful smile. 3 little kids, I don't know where you got this information from, but you came straight to my door and disturbed my rest. Humph, how dare you disturb my rest? How can I let you do as you wish so easily? You want to enter the carefree little realm? I won't let you do as you wish. Let's see if you have the ability to find me. If you can't find me, then I won't let you do as you wish. It wasn't easy to get some rest, but it's ruined just like that. The old man's brows suddenly furrowed as he turned around to take a look. What he saw gave him a huge fright. His face was filled with astonishment, and he almost exclaimed out loud. It's that kid just now, how is that possible? That kid, how did he catch up so quickly? This shocked the carefree envoy. He thought that he had shaken off Qin Shao and the other 2, but he didn't expect that they would catch up to him before he could even feel happy about it. Moreover, their speed was very fast. However, the carefree envoy didn't want to sit still and wait for his death, so he pushed his speed to the limit, trying to shake off Qin Shao. However, he was only a one-step Empyrean saint. How could he possibly shake off someone as powerful as Qin Shao? Whether it was in terms of cultivation or strength, Qin Shao was much stronger than the carefree envoy. The 2 of them weren't on the same level at all. Therefore, Qin Shao quickly caught up to the carefree envoy. That was because he had stopped him. Seeing Qin Shao stop him so quickly, the carefree envoy looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. How fast? I'm afraid many 4-step Empyrean saints aren't as fast as him. But this kid is clearly only a 3-step Empyrean saint. How can he be so fast? Qin Shao looked at the carefree envoy. The carefree envoy had changed his clothes and no longer looked like an old farmer. Senior carefree envoy, as the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. We worked hard to find your place of leisure, but you sneaked away. It seems you don't have any hospitality at all. Qin Shao bowed to the carefree envoy again and said politely, Senior carefree envoy, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going? The carefree envoy knew he couldn't deceive him anymore, so he stopped pretending. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, Kid, you're not bad. Not bad at all. You actually managed to catch up with me so quickly after I ran away. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. However, this old man doesn't quite understand. You're so young, so you must be a peerless genius. The conditions in all aspects are very good. Why do you want to enter the carefree little realm? Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Senior, I naturally have my own thoughts and needs to enter the carefree little realm. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't do such a thing. I hope you can help me. Qin Shao certainly wouldn't say his true purpose. If he said it directly, then he would probably be eliminated by the unfettered envoy. Thus, it was better not to say it. This was the best answer. Since Qin Shao was unwilling to explain, the free and unfettered envoy did not ask any further. Instead, he said with a stern expression, Then do you know how easy it is to enter the free and unfettered lesser world? There are several extremely terrifying tests, and you have to pay a great price. Speaking of which, the carefree little realm isn't a place where you can enter and leave as you please. If you don't stay in there for a certain amount of time, you can't leave. You're still so young. You're in the prime of your life, the peak of your cultivation. Why do you want to join in the fun? It wouldn't be good to regret things after going in. Therefore, the old man advises you to think twice before you act. Don't ruin yourself on the spur of the moment. Qin Shao nodded and said with a serious expression, Senior carefree envoy, I've known about this for a long time. However, since we still came to find you, it means that we've decided to do this. Therefore, please don't say anything more and help us. Chapter 3081. Brother Pure and Yuan also rushed over. Brother Pure said with a gloomy expression, Hey, Senior Messenger, why are you messing with us? Doesn't your carefree minor realm allow people to enter after passing the test? Senior, why do I feel like you're discriminating against us? Carefree Messenger angrily glared at Brother Pure. Old man, I'm just happy to do this, is there a problem? What, you're not happy? Not happy? Of course, he was not happy. How could he be happy? If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Brother Pure would have used violence. But now, he could only endure. After all, he had a favor to ask of Carefree Messenger. Brother Pure wanted to say something but was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao asked again, Senior Messenger, can you give us a chance now? Carefree Messenger waved his hand in the air, and 9 golden plates flew out, hovering in the air in front of Qin Shao's group. The free and unfettered messenger said, You can choose 4 of these 9 tokens. Once you've completed the 4 missions on the tokens, come find this old man. Clearly, each of the 9 tokens recorded a different mission. 4 out of 9? Do I have to complete 4 missions? Aren't there only 3 missions? Why 4? Brother Pure frowned again. The carefree envoy glared at Brother Pureness and said, Others get 3, but you want 4. Don't ask why, the old man is willing. If you don't want to accept, then leave. The old man doesn't want to give you a chance. You rotten old man. Brother Pure was annoyed again. He had been annoyed for a long time and wanted to use his fist. But in the end, he restrained himself. Right, the 3 of you should make 12. Looks like 9 isn't enough. Carefree Messenger waved his hand again, and another 18 plates appeared. 27 plates appeared in front of Qin Zhao's group for them to pick. Everyone can draw their own. 4 pieces per person. Hurry up, this old man is still very busy. I don't have the time to accompany you, the carefree envoy said again, and urged them to hurry up. Qin Zhao casually picked up 4 plates and said to Carefree Messenger, "Only the 2 of us will participate." "She won't." Carefree Messenger glanced at Yuan Yuan and said, "If this little girl wants to participate, she can only pick 3 plates." Yuan Yuan blinked. In fact, she wanted to participate. She wanted to play with Qin Zhao and Brother Pure in the Carefree Miner realm. However, Yuan Yuan glanced at Qin Zhao, who shook her head at her. Yuan Yuan could only pout and shake her head at Carefree Messenger. "I'm not participating. It's not fun." Since Yuan Yuan did not participate, the Carefree envoy did not say anything more. Brother Pure also picked 4 plates. After the 2 of them were done, the unfettered envoy left without saying anything else. He left just like that? This Carefree Messenger is really an old cow's nose. He's so arrogant. Brother Pure felt unhappy just thinking about it. He felt like he had been cheated. Others only picked 3 plates, but they picked 4. Qin Zhao could only helplessly shake his head and smile. There was nothing he could do about it. Let's look at the missions first. 8 missions, I think it's enough to give us a headache, Qin Zhao said. The 2 of them started to look at the missions. Qin Zhao looked at the first mission. It was called 9 Heavens Moon Seizing. Looking at the name of this mission, it was quite domineering and heroic. Did they want to go to the 9 Heavens Moon Seizing? However, the moon in the 9 Heavens Moon Seizing was obviously an illusion. There was no real thing. After looking at the specific content of the mission, Qin Zhao understood what was going on. The so-called 9 Heavens Moon Seizing was to enter a secret realm called 9 Heavens Burning to find a rare treasure called the Silver Moon. From the looks of it, this mission shouldn't be that difficult. No matter how dangerous the secret realm was, Qin Zhao still had some confidence to explore it. It was just looking for a rare treasure. It wasn't difficult. Moreover, Carefree Messenger didn't say that he couldn't use other means to complete this mission. The mission was basically about the Silver Moon. So, he just needed to get the Silver Moon, right? As for how to get it, it shouldn't be important. The other 8 missions were about the same difficulty. Overall, it was okay. Qin Zhao didn't think it was particularly difficult, but it should be troublesome and not easy. If he wanted to complete these 8 missions, it would indeed take a very long time. Because some missions, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't complete them in a short time. It must take a certain amount of time to accumulate experience. Because of this, the difficulty wasn't the biggest problem of these 8 missions. Time was the biggest problem of these 8 missions. After looking at these 8 missions, Brother Pure was a little unhappy. He smacked his lips and said, "Are the missions given by Carefree Small Realm so troublesome? Not many people can complete them, right? It's not 1 in 10,000, but it's almost the same. Or is that old man deliberately making things difficult for us?" Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "Carefree Messenger already made things difficult for us by giving us an extra mission. I guess it should be based on strength. That old man probably knows our strength, so he gave us a more difficult and troublesome mission. Don't worry about it. It can't change anything now. We can only try our best to complete these missions. Otherwise, we can't even enter the Carefree Small Realm." Brother Pure shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not easy to complete these 8 missions. If we can complete them in 10 million years, it'll be heaven-defying. If things don't go well, I guess it'll take 100 million years." Don't we only need the results of these missions? We just need to give the results to Carefree Messenger. They won't ask too much about other things, right? How about we find some helpers? Or, let's go find the master of Tianshui Temple. He has a lot of information and connections. Let's see if there's anything he can help us with. There's also His Highness Badger Huai. His father is Realm Lord Zilin. If we ask him for help, he should help us, right? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "A debt of gratitude is the most difficult to repay. It's better not to owe it. It's not the time when there's no other way. We should try our best to complete what we can do by ourselves. At most, it'll take us a little more time. But for us, isn't this also a kind of experience in tempering? It's also a good thing for our cultivation. Don't we need more training now? Only then can we improve, break through, and reach higher and more powerful realms." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's true. It's not easy to owe a debt of gratitude. Although His Highness Badger Huai is one of us, his father is still his father. It's not good to owe him a debt of gratitude. Forget it. Just the three of us. Let's go together. It's not a big deal. It's just 8 missions. Anyway, it won't be difficult for us. It'll just take some time. Just treat it as training. I also feel that I've reached a bottleneck. I also need some training." After the two finished their discussion, they began to act. For the time being, there was nothing for Yuan Yuan to do with them. The three of them began to do missions in the Great Path Sacred Realm. Among the 8 missions, they'd better choose the easiest one to do first. After Qin Shao and Brother Pure discussed for a while, they chose the mission Moon Seizing from the 9 Heavens. Firstly, this mission allowed them to enter the secret realm. Secondly, it wouldn't take much time. They only needed to find Silvermoon. They didn't need to spend time accumulating or anything like that. Interestingly, the burning 9 Heavens was located in the territory of the Fulo realm. Speaking of the Fulo realm, Qin Zhao's eyes naturally lit up a little. The culprit who killed Elder Lu He's family was the Fulo realm lord, Meng Gaosu. Qin Shao didn't dare to forget the blood feud of his master, Elder Luha. He had been working hard to avenge Elder Luha. If it was purely to kill Meng Gaosuo, it wouldn't be too difficult. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he could definitely kill his way to his door. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to take care of both Meng Gaosuo's original body and clone. Only then would it be satisfying enough. Only then would he be able to prevent future troubles and complete his revenge. Therefore, before he found the hiding place of Meng Gaosuo's original body, Qin Shao didn't want to act rashly. This time, he wanted to go to the burning 9 Heavens to find Silvermoon. However, he came to the Fulo realm. This aroused some thoughts in Qin Zhao's mind. "Brother, why don't we directly kill our way to the Realm Lord's mansion after we come out of the burning 9 Heavens? Let's kill Meng Gaosuo first. As for finding his original body, we'll come back later. If he killed his clone first, his true body would have no choice but to hide. It won't be too late to slowly deal with him in the future." Brother Pure saw Qin Zhao's mood and suggested. That's what he did. He directly killed his way to Qiong Wang's mansion, killed Qiong Wang, and destroyed Qiong Wang's mansion. How could Qin Shao not think of this? He even thought of a lot of ideas. He was still thinking about it just now. However, in the end, they were all rejected by Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, it's not appropriate. I'm not afraid of Meng Gaosuo's crazy revenge. However, there should be some people in my master's family who are still alive. I can't protect their safety at all times. Therefore, if we want to deal with Meng Gaosuo, we must do it thoroughly. We must not leave any future troubles. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are still many things that I haven't figured out. We can't act rashly in this matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the burning 9 Heavens first. When we come out of burning 9 Heavens, we'll see if there's a need to make a trip to the Fulo Realm Lord's mansion." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders. He knew that Qin Shao had a lot of things to consider. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. However, there were some things that he had to consider. The situation was different from when he killed Xiong Wang. He killed Xiong Wang. Firstly, there were no worries. Secondly, Xiong Wang's power was not big. However, it was a little troublesome to kill Meng Gaosu Realm Lord. Firstly, there were people from Lu Shi in his hands. Secondly, as a Realm Lord, Meng Gaosu Realm Lord's power was not small. Let's not think about this first. The three of them quickly arrived at Burning Nine Heavens. What appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other two was a sea of fire. A scorching sea of fire. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge piece of red-hot iron that had fallen on the ground, glowing with a bright red hue. Whether it was the earth, the sky, or the space, they were all completely red. It looked very beautiful. A huge territory was filled with a sea of fire. Chapter 3082. However, this sea of fire was not actually burning. It was completely reflected by the red stones on the ground. Of course, one could occasionally see flames spurting out like fountains. Before they even got close to the burning nine heavens, they could already feel a terrifying wave of heat surging towards them. Just this terrifying wave of heat alone was enough to kill a fourth-step heavenly god. If one wanted to enter the burning nine heavens, they would need to be at least an ancient saint. Otherwise, they would not even be able to step into the place. Just the wave of heat alone was already so terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying power was inside? It was estimated that if an ordinary first-step ancient saint entered, there would be a 90% chance of survival. Such a secret place was also extraordinary and very dangerous. However, Qin Shao and the other two were very skilled and very bold. They strode into the burning nine heavens. Hee, little sister Yuan, hold your brother Qin Zhao's hand. There are many terrifying life forms inside. You have to be careful. Brother Pure suddenly joked with Yuan. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan's face was filled with confusion. She looked at Brother Pure with a very cute face and said, "Ah, what terrifying life forms! Are they terrifying?" Brother Pure nodded seriously and said, "Yes, of course they are terrifying. In fact, they are very, very terrifying. In the burning nine heavens, there is a life form called the burning race. These life forms were born from the flames. Their favorite thing is to catch humans and roast them. Hee, little sister Yuan, look at you. You are so delicate and so cute. There is also a lot of meat on your body. In the eyes of those fire burners, you are the best delicacy. If those Huafeng see you, their eyes will turn green and they will pounce on you, wanting to barbecue you." Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan was really frightened. She quickly hid behind Qin Shao and grabbed Qin Zhao's arm tightly with one hand. "My meat is not delicious. Why do you want to catch me?" Yuan muttered. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's okay, Yuan. Don't be afraid. Brother Pure is just joking with you to scare you." "Ha." Brother Pure laughed and said, "I am not joking. I am telling the truth. I have investigated the situation in the burning nine heavens. There are indeed burning race life forms inside. Those life forms do like to catch humans and roast them. Ordinary Empyrean saints and mortals below the Empyrean saint realm will basically be skewered by the fire burners." Yuan was timid to begin with. After being scared like this, she was even more frightened. Clearly, Brother Pure was deliberately scaring Yuan. Qin Shao was speechless, and could only let Yuan grab his arm. Brother Pure even gave Qin Shao a look as if he was asking for credit. Qin Shao was even more speechless. He rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. He naturally knew what Brother Pure was scheming. However, Qin Shao really did not want to think too much about this matter. However, what they didn't expect was that the three of them would soon encounter such a situation. They really did see a group of people with fiery red bodies, surrounded by flames. They were barbecuing something. The barbecued thing was already boiling with oil, and it was almost done. If one looked closely at the outline of the thing they were barbecuing, they would see that it was actually a human being. There were 6 burning race life forms, and all of them emitted the aura of an ancient saint. It was estimated that the person being barbecued was also an ancient saint. The 6 of them were barbecuing the human with their flames. It was obvious how terrifying their flames were. They could even barbecue an ancient saint like a wild beast. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Brother Pure was just talking about it. Who would have thought that he would actually see it with his own eyes? There were many races that viewed humans as food. This was not a strange thing. However, it was absolutely the first time that Qin Shao and the other 2 saw a foreign race barbecuing a human like a piece of meat. The sight of the roasted human that looked like a little suckling pig was a huge blow to him. They felt as if they had been hit hard by a force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Zhao's brows instantly furrowed, and he felt like vomiting. I'm so scared. Yuan was scared out of her wits by Brother Pure just now. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she was scared out of her wits. Damn it! Brother Pure grinned and couldn't help but curse. Motherf *cur, I was just speaking casually just now. You really let me see this scene. These animals are barbecuing us humans like meat. This is simply intolerable. As humans, regardless of who the human being was or whether they knew him, Qin Shao and Brother Pure felt very angry at this moment. Hearing Yuan's scream, the 6 burning race life forms immediately looked over. Don't catch me. Don't eat me. My meat doesn't taste good at all. Woo, I don't want to be barbecued. Brother Qin Shao, protect me. Being glanced at by the burning race life forms, Yuan was so scared that she burrowed into Qin Zhao's arms as if she wanted to become one with Qin Shao. She directly jumped into Qin Zhao's arms and hugged Qin Shao tightly. Yuan was originally timid and was scared out of her wits by Brother Pure. Now that she suddenly saw the real situation, how could she not be scared? Once she was scared, she forgot that she was very strong. The 6 burning race life forms in front of her couldn't hurt her at all. Seeing Yuan burrowing into Qin Zhao's arms, Brother Pure snickered proudly. He said, "Brother, no need to thank me." Thank you? Thank your ass. Qin Shao directly rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. What a bad guy. 3 more humans came. Looks like we're going to have a great harvest today. There's also a little girl with tender skin. She looks so white and tender. Her meat must be especially tender and delicious. She's the best in the world. The 6 burning race life forms quickly surrounded Qin Shao and the other 2. They all looked at Qin Shao and the other 2 greedily. They looked like they were about to drool. To them, human flesh was incomparably delicious. It was something that was extremely tempting. Therefore, the burning race life forms were all extremely greedy. Brother Pure, I'll leave them to you. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure was immediately unhappy. What 3 breaths of time? Who are you looking down on? You want me to give you 3 breaths of time just because of these repulsive people? 1 breath, no more. I'll be anxious if you give me more. Are you sure? 1 breath? It's not good to brag too much. 1 breath, that should be my standard, right? Qin Shao curled her lips and looked at Brother Chuanjie with a smile. Brother Pure clicked his tongue in disdain and rushed out to kill them. The 6 burning race life forms seemed to have been greatly humiliated. They desperately launched a fierce attack at Brother Pure. Although their cultivation wasn't high, only at the first step Empyrean Saint realm, they weren't weak at all. Not only were they strong, but their vitality was also very tenacious. It was very difficult to kill them because of their powerful defense. Therefore, the 6 of them besieging Brother Pure brought a certain amount of trouble to Brother Pure. It wasn't that Brother Purity couldn't deal with the 6 fire burners. He definitely had no problem dealing with them. However, the problem was that Brother Pure had no way of dealing with them. Just like he had said, he could kill all 6 of them in one breath. It took 3 breaths for Brother Pure to kill all 6 of them. This annoyed Brother Pure. Why are these damn things so hard to kill? If it wasn't for my strength, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill these animals. Brother Pure smacked his lips and walked back. Qin Shao teased, "How is it? A bit of a setback, right? I told you, I gave you 3 breaths but you said 1 breath. Now you know you've slapped yourself in the face." Brother Pure coughed twice and awkwardly glared at Qin Shao. "We're still good brothers if you don't slap yourself in the face. It's just a small mistake." Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything else. After comforting Yuan, the girl finally felt better and was willing to come out of Qin Shao's embrace. Otherwise, it would be very awkward for Qin Shao to be hugged by this girl. The 3 of them walked up to the human that had been roasted like a suckling pig. It was completely unrecognizable. They could only see a rough outline. Yuan was so scared that she didn't dare to look. She covered her eyes with her hands. It was very fun. However, she seemed to be curious. From time to time, she slowly opened her fingers and peeked through the gaps to see what was going on. If barbecuing is an art, then the fire burners have developed this art to its peak. In their hands, it's simply a little too miraculous. Even his mother can't recognize him. How pitiful. Brother Pure shook his head. Qin Shao also sighed and shook his head. No matter who this person was, since they had met and they were all from the human race, they should observe a moment of silence for him. "Ha ha!" Brother Pure suddenly laughed strangely and said, "Qin Shao, I have to admit that the food roasted by the burning race is really beautiful and fragrant. The smell alone is enough to make people drool. TSK, I feel like my appetite has been completely aroused. It's a waste to look at it. How about we try it?" Cough. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He stared at Brother Pure in shock and felt numb in his heart. This was the meat of the human race. No matter how fragrant and delicious it was, he couldn't touch it. "Haha, look at you. Why are you so nervous? Is Brother Pure really such a crazy person?" Brother Pure suddenly laughed happily. Obviously, he was just joking and didn't mean it. Qin Shao stared at Brother Pure again. This joke was a little scary. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since we've met, let's just consider it a kind of fate. Let's hide this ancient saint here and erect a nameless monument. He's also an unlucky person." "Yes, he's really unlucky." Brother Pure nodded and agreed with Qin Shao's suggestion. "If he's dead, then he's dead. But he was dragged here and burned like this. How pitiful. Fortunately, he ran into us. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the stomachs of those fire burners. That would be even more tragic. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. This kind of thing is so heartless. Yes, just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle." Chapter 3083. Qin Shao and the other 2 continued to walk in the burning 9 heavens. This secret realm was not small, and there were many dangers in it. Of course, it was not a threat to Qin Shao and the other 2. As long as they were careful, there would not be any accidents. Even if there was an accident with Qin Shao around, it could be resolved without any danger. Therefore, this trip was not difficult for Qin Shao and the other 2. The only difficulty was to find Silvermoon. Along the way, they encountered many beings from the burning tribe. Fortunately, these beings were not very strong. Most of them were at the first step Ancient Saint stage. If a second step Ancient Saint came in, it would be very dangerous. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would die. However, Qin Shao and the other 2 were too strong. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were comparable to a fourth step Ancient Saint stage. Yuan was not weak either. Moreover, with Qin Shao and Brother Pure, there was no need for Yuan Yuan to do anything. Look over there. Qin Shao suddenly pointed to a direction and said to Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. Brother Pure immediately looked over. When he saw it, he was delighted. A soaring sea of fire, crimson flint, and a strange group of volcanoes. It matches all the characteristics. It seems that Silvermoon might be here. Let's go in and have a look. Qin Shao nodded. He thought so too. According to some of the information they had obtained, it was very likely that Silvermoon would appear in a place with these characteristics. Qin Shao and the other two did not hesitate and directly entered the place. The place was indeed very dangerous. It was several times more dangerous than other places. However, for Qin Shao and the others, it was still not a very difficult thing to do. They could still face these dangers calmly. However, not long after they entered, Qin Shao and the other two heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. There's a fight in front. Did other humans enter here? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Brother Pure immediately said, Let's go. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. The three of them quickly went over. Not long after, they saw more than a dozen giant fire burners surrounding the three of them. These fire burners were clearly much stronger than the ones he had encountered before. Their auras were much stronger as well. The life forms that were set ablaze were all third-step ancient saints. His cultivation base should still be at the second-step Empyrean Saint stage, but his strength should be at the third-step Empyrean Saint stage. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them, which was quite a number. Therefore, their lethality was naturally very strong. What surprised Qin Shao the most was that he knew one of the three people who were surrounded and killed. Young Juji, this is interesting. Who would have thought that they would actually meet him here? Haha, it seems that the heavens are on my side. Qin Shao was overjoyed in his heart. He suddenly came up with a plan. Pang Juqi was Pang Geokshuo's 8th son. He had met Pang Juqi in the 100 Worlds Heavens selection battle. Now that they had met, it was a good opportunity to get closer. Perhaps he could find out more about his father, Pang Geokshuo, from Pang Juqi. Let's go and save them, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure did not hesitate. He immediately followed Qin Shao and charged over. At this moment, the three people who were fighting a bloody battle were in despair. In the face of more than a dozen third-step Empyrean saints, they could not stop them at all. Among the three of them, only one was a third-step Empyrean saint. The other two were second-step Empyrean saints. If it were not for Pang Juqi holding on, the situation would have been unimaginable. Your Highness, we will protect you with our lives, one of the second-step Empyrean saints said resolutely. Songju gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. Today you have protected me so loyally. As long as I can leave safely, I will not forget your contributions. And at this moment 2 figures descended. As soon as the 2 figures arrived, a powerful sword chi descended from the sky, and a powerful force exploded. Terrifying sword energy surged into the bodies of the Huoburners, tearing them apart one by one. Although the Huoburners were strong, they could not withstand a single blow from Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Therefore, the Huoburners were quickly killed by Qin Shao and Brother Pure's sword. There was no suspense at all. The sudden arrival of the heavenly soldiers killed all the Huoburners and pulled them out of their desperate situation. Pang Juqi and the other 2 looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure, dumbfounded. They were overjoyed. They did not expect such a good thing to happen to them. They thought that they were in big trouble this time and might die here. They did not expect that at the last moment, someone would come and save them. In such a dangerous place, such a thing was simply unthinkable. But it turned out to be a reality. Lord Qin Shao. Soon, Pang Juqi recognized Qin Shao and walked over in surprise and joy. He quickly saluted Qin Shao and said, Ha ha, Lord Qin Shao, thank you Lord Qin Shao for your help. Juchi is very grateful for your life-saving grace. Previously, during the 100 Realms selection battle, you can be considered to have met young Master Qin Shao. Lord Qin Shao is a peerless genius. I heard that Lord Qin Shao and Miss Yuan Yuan entered the Firmament Academy together. I am very impressed. But with Lord Qin Shao and Miss Yuan Yuan's peerless talent, it is very normal for them to enter the Firmament Academy. I didn't expect to meet you here today. And this young master, you must also be a disciple of the Firmament Academy, right? Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Pang Juchi was very excited. He had tried to win over Qin Shao in the Heaven Choice City, but he did not succeed. He thought that he would not have the chance to meet Qin Shao in the future. It was a pity that he did not have the chance to make friends with such a talented person. Pang Juchi had been sad for a long time because of this matter. He did not expect that he would have such a pleasant surprise in this trip to the Burning Nine Heavens. In such a desperate situation, he was actually saved by young Master Qin Shao. This was fate. He had to make good use of this opportunity. Therefore, Pang Juchi did not hesitate and tried his best to make friends with Qin Shao. In fact, he also wanted to get closer to Qin Shao. He did not know that Qin Shao was also deliberately giving him a chance to get closer. Qin Shao smiled and said, Pang Juchi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Ha ha ha, it seems that it is a coincidence. The last time we met in Heaven's Choice City, I do have some affinity with you. Now that we meet again, it seems that fate is not small. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Pang Juchi was even more excited. In that case, it seemed that Lord Qin Shao also wanted to make friends with him. How could Pang Juchi not be happy? Therefore, Pang Juchi immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, 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 Lord Qin Shao is right. Ha ha ha, I have always felt that I should have some fate with you, Lord Qin Shao. Last time in the Heaven Choice City, I admired you, Lord Qin Shao. I also wanted to make friends with you. But my talent and potential is too far away from Lord Qin Shao. I am not worthy of you, Lord Qin Shao. Meeting you again today, I am very ashamed. If Lord Qin Shao does not mind, I would like to thank Lord Qin Shao. I just don't know if I have the honor to do so. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Holy Sovereign So Juchi, you're being too polite. Since we've known each other for a long time, and we met last time, there's no need for you to be so polite. If you don't mind, we can go together. Coincidentally, we are not very familiar with the Burning Nine Heavens secret realm. I think you are more familiar with it. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Juchi couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. His heart was filled with joy. Pang Juchi naturally could not ask for such a good thing. He immediately nodded happily and said, Ha ha ha, good good good, then I will not be so polite. Yes, I am quite familiar with the Burning Nine Heavens secret realm. Then I will have to trouble you, Qin Shao said. Pang Juchi immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No problem, it is my honor. Seeing that Pang Juchi had taken the bait, Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Originally, he did not want to use such a low method, but in order to avenge his master, Elder Lu Ha, he could only use such a method. This Pang Juchi was not a good person, so it was not a big deal to use a little trick on him. Qin Shao asked again, Oh right, Pang Juchi, why did you come to the Burning Nine Heavens? In front of Qin Shao, Pang Juchi naturally did not hide anything. He immediately said truthfully, To tell you the truth, Lord Qin Shao, I entered the Burning Nine Heavens this time mainly to get a silver moon. This area probably has a silver moon. Qin Zhao's heart jumped. Actually, he had some guesses before. Thinking about it, Pang Juchi might have entered the Burning Nine Heavens for the silver moon. Now that he heard it, it was indeed like this. He really did come for the silver moon. Since he came for the silver moon, there should be some situation. Qin Shao had some guesses in his heart. Pang Juqi, why are you looking for that silver moon? Qin Shao pretended to ask. Pang Juqi said truthfully, Lord Qin Shao, have you heard of the carefree little realm? Carefree little realm? Qin Shao pretended to look at Brother Pure. The two of them looked like they did not know anything. It was the first time they heard about it. Seeing Qin Shao and Brother Pure's expressions, Pang Juqi immediately smiled and explained the situation of the carefree little realm to Qin Shao and them. After hearing this, Qin Shao nodded with a relieved expression. It was just as he had guessed before. This was exactly what Qin Shao wanted. Qin Shao asked again, Pang Juqi, you mean that you are completing the mission of the Carefree Messenger, and you also want to enter the Carefree Little Realm? Yes, Lord Qin Shao, I also want to enter the Carefree Little Realm. Pang Juqi did not hide it and nodded. Chapter 3084. Song Juqi hesitated for a moment before he signaled to the other two ancient saints. The two of them immediately understood what he meant and retreated to the side. Obviously, Song Juqi's words were confidential, and he did not want others to hear. Song Juqi also became serious and looked at Yuan and Brother Pure. However, these two were also disciples of the Firmament Academy. Therefore, Song Juqi did not ask them to avoid suspicion. Instead, he said, Lord Qin Shao, actually, it's like this. Because my father's original body is also in the Xiaoyao Little Realm. Therefore, my father has always hoped that my original body can also enter the Xiaoyao Little Realm. This way we can take care of each other in the Xiaoyao Little Realm. Moreover, if we enter the Xiaoyao Little Realm, it will be very safe for our original body. That's why I'm making preparations for this. I have been preparing for more than 100 million years. It's almost time. As long as we complete this task, we can enter the Xiaoyao Little Realm. Hearing Song Juqi's words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he was secretly happy. He didn't expect that he would actually catch a big fish. Since Song Gaoshua's original body was also hiding in the Xiaoyao Little Realm, then it would be easy. Coincidentally, he also wanted to enter the Xiaoyao Little Realm with Brother Pure. In this way, he could also directly deal with Song Gaoshua's original body. What a joyous occasion! It was truly a joyous occasion. He did not expect that he would be able to gain so much from this chance encounter with Song Juqi. As such, Qin Shao had a few more plans in his heart. Originally, he wanted to accompany Brother Pure to enter the Xiaoyao Little Realm to kill Qiong Wang. He did not expect that his enemy would also be in the Xiaoyao Little Realm. Was this called good things come in pairs? By the way, Lord Qin Shao, why did you come to the burning 9 heavens? Song Juqi asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, Nothing, we just happened to pass by and felt that this place was a bit special, so we came in to take a look. The reason why the three of us came out this time is to explore the Great Path Sanctuary. It can be considered as a form of training. After all, this is the first time Yuan and I have come to the Great Tao Sacred Region. We are still very unfamiliar with the Great Tao Sacred Region. We need to walk around and take a look. This trip to the Great Tao Sacred Region was not in vain. It just so happens that I have come to your floating Luo world. Previously, I was thinking that if I were to pass by your floating Luo World Master's mansion, I could pay you a visit. Haha, I never thought that it would be such a coincidence to meet you in the burning 9 heavens secret realm. Ha ha ha! Song Ju burst into laughter and said, Lord Qin Shao is too polite. You should have just informed us in advance if you're coming to my Fulo world. Young Master Qin Shao, your presence in our floating Luo world brings light to our humble dwelling. Our floating Luo world welcomes you with open arms. Next, Qin Shao and the other two joined Song Ju's team. Song Ju was naturally delighted to be able to use this opportunity to befriend Qin Shao and the other two. Therefore, he was very enthusiastic. With the addition of Qin Shao and the other two, there was an absolute guarantee of strength here. It also made the task of finding the silver moon much easier. Therefore, it only took them 10,000 years to find the silver moon. Moreover, they found two of them at once. The so-called silver moon turned out to be a kind of fruit that grew in a special place. This fruit looked like a crescent silver moon. Therefore, it was called the silver moon. This kind of fruit grew in an extremely hot place, but it belonged to the cold attribute. It was very strange. Therefore, this kind of fruit had extremely strict requirements for the environment it grew in. Once it came into contact with fire, it would instantly turn into nothingness. However, Qin Shao and the other two were lucky to find two silver moons at once. Song Ju only needed one, so he was very attentive and took the initiative to offer the other one to Qin Shao. Qin Shao pretended to decline, but in the end, he still accepted it. This was great. This task was also completed. Moreover, Song Ju didn't notice that Qin Shao and the other two were willing to enter the unfettered little realm. After knowing that Song Gao Sua's true body was in the unfettered little realm, Qin Shao also intentionally hid it from Song Ju. After coming out of the burning Nine Heavens secret realm, Song Ju naturally invited Qin Shao and the other two to the floating Luo World Lord Manor as guests. Qin Shao also agreed. Originally, Brother Pure definitely didn't want to go, but knowing that Qin Shao had his own things to do, he didn't say anything. Very quickly, the group arrived at the floating Luo World Lord Manor. As soon as he entered the Realm Lord's mansion, Qin Shao saw a strangely dressed old man kneeling respectfully in a very conspicuous position. Furthermore, this old man's entire body was firmly locked by thick chains. The chains pierced through his hands and feet, through his shoulder blades, and through his head. It was a very frightening sight, a very ghastly sight. The old man kneeled there respectfully, and seeing Song Ju arrive, the old man's voice was very hoarse as he shouted, "Welcome back to the manor, Eighth Highness." Qin Zhao's gaze had already landed on this old man. This old man was actually a second-step ancient saint. Let alone a second-step Empyrean saint, even a first-step Empyrean saint would be incomparably lofty and noble. However, he didn't expect this old man to be tortured to the point of kneeling here. Moreover, he was chained here. From the looks of it, this old man should have been here for a very long time. Just how vicious was this method? How humiliating was it to make a second-step ancient saint kneel here, so that everyone who entered and left the floating Luo World Lord Manor could see it? It was simply a great humiliation. However, this old man was actually able to endure such an incomparably long period of humiliation and was still able to kneel here? There must be a lot of reasons behind this. Qin Shao suddenly frowned slightly. He already had some thoughts in his mind, but when he saw the old man's face clearly, Qin Shao couldn't help but be startled. This was because the old man's face was somewhat familiar. It was about 70% similar to his master, Old Man Luha. When he connected the dots, Qin Shao immediately made a bold guess. Could the old man kneeling here be the father of his master, Old Man Luha? If he was really Old Man Luhi's father, wouldn't that make him his private advisor? Seeing his advisor being chained up like a pig or a dog and suffering such humiliation, the anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but burst out, and it immediately burned. Anger and hatred filled his heart. However, no matter how angry Qin Shao was, he could only endure it. He couldn't act up for the time being. It wasn't the time to act up yet. Right now, he could only figure out the situation here first. Although Qin Shao couldn't bear to see his private advisor suffer such extreme pain and humiliation, Qin Shao couldn't bear it. If not for the fact that he was suppressing it, Qin Shao really wanted to make a move. "Dog slave, don't you see the three honorable guests? Why aren't you bowing?" Mang Juchi scolded the old man who was chained up there. The old man didn't dare to say anything. He immediately bowed to Qin Shao and the other two and said, "Welcome to the Fula Realm Lord Manor, honorable guests." Mang Juchi smiled at Qin Shao in satisfaction and said, "Lord Qin Shao, please come in. My father was overjoyed when he heard that the three of you had come to our Fula Realm Lord Manor. He put aside everything and personally set up a banquet in the main hall. My father is already waiting for the three of you in the main hall, Lord Qin Shao. Please come in." Qin Shao suppressed the displeasure and anger in his heart. Now wasn't the time to be angry. A little impatience would cause chaos. There was no other way. As for his private advisor, he could only think of a way to save him later. As Qin Shao walked forward, he asked casually, "Ju Chi, what's going on with that old man who was kneeling there just now? He should be a second-step ancient saint, right? Why would such a supreme existence kneel there to welcome guests? Look at how tightly he's chained up. Could it be that he's committed some serious crime? But even if he did, he shouldn't be punished like this, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be even worse than killing him? Lord Qin Shao. Maybe you don't know." Mang Juchi laughed and immediately explained, "Actually, it's a long story. Let's put it simply. That old thing is my father's enemy. That's why he's been chained up there ever since my father caught him. He's been kneeling there to welcome guests for over 100 epochs. We're all used to it. We just treat him like a guard dog. He doesn't even look as good as a guard dog. If it wasn't for my father keeping him alive, I would have killed him long ago. He's just an eyesore." "Gotcha." Qin Zhao's fists were clenched tightly. At this moment, Qin Zhao's anger was erupting like a volcano. Qin Shao really wanted to explode. He wanted to save his advisor, but he also wanted to beat up Song Juchi. How could he mistreat his advisor like this? How could he treat his advisor like a dog? That was simply too heartless. That was too much. But Qin Shao knew that he couldn't show his might at this time. He couldn't act impulsively and ruin things. Such a thing was very painful and unbearable. But no matter how unbearable it was, Qin Shao had to endure it. There was no way around it. Oh, over 100 epochs? That long? He's been chained up and kneeling here all this time? Qin Shao asked in surprise. Mang Juchi nodded. "Yes, at least I know that he's been kneeling here all this time. It's been over 100 epochs. I'm tired of it. That can't be right." Qin Shao shook his head in disbelief. "Let's not talk about a second-step ancient saint. Even a heavenly venerate ant wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation for such a long time, right? A normal person would have committed suicide, right? How can he continue to be placed here and suffer such humiliation?" Also, the old man just now seemed to be quite obedient. He did whatever you told him to do. This doesn't make sense. Under normal circumstances, such a person would rather die than live. He should be fearless. This is a little strange. I don't understand. Pure Bro grinned and added, "That's right. You guys are a little too much, aren't you? He's a second-step ancient saint after all. Isn't it a little too much to keep him locked up and humiliate him like this? This is a little strange. I don't know what the Fulu Realm Lord Manor wants." Chapter 3085. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Song Juchi coughed awkwardly and said, "Sorry, Brother Pure, this is my father's decision, I can't interfere. That person is my father's great enemy, my father must have his reasons for doing this. Indeed, under normal circumstances, even an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation for so long. However, that old fart is only living an ignoble existence for the sake of his clansmen." Brother Pure grinned and said, "Damn, your father is so ruthless? Even if he's an enemy, he doesn't have to be so perverted to oppress them, right? Even if he wants to torture and humiliate them, he doesn't have to do it for so long. Eternal life, how terrifying is that? No matter what, he's still a sector lord, he's the ruler of a world, he should at least have some morals, right? Qin Shao saw this and purposely changed the topic for Tsong Juchi. Brother Pure, this is Fulua sector lord's matter, Tsong Juchi can't decide anything, you can't blame him. I can't watch my father do something so immoral. It's not good for such an existence to have some stains on his reputation, right? Even if no one dares to say it, it doesn't mean no one will say it in their hearts. No one will disagree with this matter. Yes, Brother Chuanjie, you're right. Tsong Juchi nodded. You're right. Let my father do what he wants. As a son, there's nothing wrong with supporting my father. For such a small matter, there's really no need to throw away the reputation of our Fulua sector lord, it's not worth it. Yes, I'll go back and talk to my father about this matter. Thank you, Brother Pure, for your kind advice. I don't know what you guys are thinking or what your father is thinking. Ha, that's right. We're just here as guests, so we shouldn't say anything. Young Juchi, what we said just now was just out of curiosity. Please don't take it to heart. We are not targeting your father. Please don't misunderstand. Brother Chuanjie explained with a smile. It could be seen that Fu Luo Realm Lord Gao So really attached great importance to the arrival of Qin Shao and the other two. The entire Fu Luo Realm Lord Mansion was decorated in a very festive manner. From the moment they entered the Realm Lord Manor all the way until they entered the Great Hall, there were servants waiting to welcome them. This figure was none other than Jigeo Shua, the Realm Master of Fulua World, the Supreme Ruler of Fulua World. This was the first time Qin Shao had met Jigeo Shua, the first time he had met the great enemy of his master, Old Man Liuha, a great enemy with whom he had a blood feud. When enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. Therefore, as soon as he saw the jagged high shuttle, Qin Shao naturally felt a strong killing intent. Now wasn't the time. He couldn't act recklessly. Qin Shao had never liked such acting things. However, he was forced by the current situation. There was no other way. Such a matter was worthy of Jigeo Shua's pride. If this matter was spread out, it would be a matter of pride for him. It was enough to cause quite a stir. Jigeo Shua didn't notice anything. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao and the other two happily and said, Ha, three peerless geniuses of the Firmament Academy, welcome to our Fulua Realm Lord Mansion. This is a glorious moment for our Fulua Realm Lord Mansion. Sigh, what a pity. These disappointing things, none of them can shoulder the burden. Mang Gaosua's words made Mang Juchi's face turn awkward. Facing his great enemy, he had to be amiable and say some insincere words. This was really a kind of torture and pain. Although he said so, Qin Shao snorted disdainfully in his heart. He even wanted to curse. Facing Jigeo Shua, Qin Shao couldn't be merciful. He had to be ruthless. Haha, let's not talk about this. Come, let's go in. Don't stand here. The group of people entered the main hall, where a table full of fine wine and delicacies had already been prepared. Jigeo Shua wasn't stingy. This table of good wine and dishes were all extremely precious. From this, it was enough to see how much respect Jigeo Shua had for Qin Shao and the other two. He also wanted to curry favor with them. It was naturally the best thing to have such a good opportunity to befriend them. Qin Shao and the other two didn't stand on ceremony. They ate and drank. Jie Gaoshua and Jie Juchi both tried their best to keep Qin Shao and the other two here to play for a while. Qin Shao also rejected them a few times, but in the end, he agreed. I've already ordered people to clean this place and sent some good servants. Lord Qin Shao, take a look and see if they're suitable. Qin Shao and the other two weren't picky about this. At this time, a clear voice came from inside. Humph, you're so careless. You should be punished. Mang Ju scolded angrily. Scram, go to the punishment hall to receive your punishment. Jigao Shaw scolded again. Qin Shao looked at the youth and felt that he looked a little similar to his master Lu Ha. So Qin Zhao's heart moved. This youth couldn't be from the Lu clan, right? Therefore, Qin Shao also felt that the young man before him was very likely to be from the Lu clan. Servants, it's inevitable that they will make mistakes. It's just an insignificant little thing. It's not a big deal. Just forget about it. Chapter 3086. Since Qin Shao had already spoken, Mang Juqi did not say anything. The two youths waved their hands, indicating for him to leave. Only then did the youth feel relieved. He looked gratefully at Qin Shao and quickly retreated to the side. To him, this was simply escaping a calamity. Otherwise, if he went to receive the punishment, he would probably lose half his life. After settling Qin Shao and the others, Mang Juqi did not stay any longer and left first. After sending Mang Juqi off, Qin Shao called the youth over. The youth was just an ordinary first step, heavenly venerable. In a small universe, he would be a supreme existence. But here, he was just a lowly ant. At most, he was just an ant that had broken free from the mundane world. The young man also looked at Qin Shao in fear. Although he was extremely grateful to Qin Shao for saving him just now, he still felt that Qin Shao had saved his life. However, in the face of such a powerful ancient saint, he could not help but feel terrified. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. This was a kind of pressure from the level of life. Qin Shao and the others had deliberately restrained their aura. Otherwise, the youth would not be able to stand there. He would have knelt down long ago. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. What is your name? Qin Shao asked. The youth looked up at Qin Shao in a daze, then said submissively, Lord Saint, this slave has no name, only a code name. Slave is a lowly name, I don't deserve a name. No name? Qin Shao frowned. It seemed that this Mang Juqi was really abominable to the extreme. The people who enslaved the Lu clan, these juniors, were not even allowed to have a name. Even the most basic of human rights were taken away. Are you from the Lu clan? Qin Shao asked again. Hearing Qin Zhao's question, the young man was shocked at first. He shook his head repeatedly, but then he looked at Qin Shao with a very strange and puzzled look, as if he was afraid but also curious about what Qin Shao wanted to do. Qin Shao naturally understood the young man's thoughts. She comforted him and said, It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be so nervous. I said we won't hurt you. Speaking of which, I have some relationship with your Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Buozhong. I came to the Void Sky Realm Lord's estate this time to see if there's anything I can help you with. But I don't know much about the Lu family's current situation, so I was wondering if you could tell me about it. Indeed. Only then will I be able to think of a better way to help you. What? Was it related to the ancestor? The young man stared at Qin Shao in a daze. His heart was greatly alarmed, but he didn't dare to believe it easily. However, he felt that the Lord in front of him was not lying to him. Moreover, he was an incomparably lowly servant. The Lord in front of him had no reason to lie to him, right? After hesitating for a while, the young man looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Only then did he kneel in front of Qin Shao with a plop and say, Lord Sacred Master, I am indeed a descendant of the Lu family. The ancestor of our Lu family has been chained to the stone platform by the Realm Lord and has been humiliated for countless years. In order to protect the bloodline of our Lu family, the ancestor has been enduring humiliation and living a life worse than death. Everyone in our Lu family has been reduced to the most lowly of slaves. We have been lowly for generations and have pledged our loyalty to the Realm Lord. The men have been slaves and the women have been prostitute. It has been like this for generations. We can't escape this tragic fate. It has been nearly 100 universe epochs. Who knows how many people of our Lu family have been tortured to death? Now there are less than 10,000 people left. They are all the most lowly of slaves. The young man's voice became choked with sobs as he reached the end of his sentence. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Flames of anger spewed out of his eyes. Damn it, this is really abominable. How twisted was Yung Gaosua's heart to do such a heartless thing? How powerful and prosperous was the Liu family in the past? In the past, the Liu clan's population was probably in the tens of billions, wasn't it? But now? There were only a pitiful 10,000 people left. That was 1 in a million. How terrible was that? The countless people of the Liu family had been tortured to death by that bastard Jigao Shu. How infuriating was that? Hearing the young man's words, Qin Shao felt his blood boiling. He really wanted to kill Jigao Shu right now. Damn it, why didn't this kind of person die earlier? Brother Pure was also indignant. This kind of thing would make anyone feel endless anger just by listening to it. Yuan pursed her lips, looking very unhappy. How can there be such a bad person in this world? He's really bad to the extreme. It would be better if he was killed directly. Being tortured for so many years is too much. It took a while for Qin Shao to suppress the churning in his heart. Brother Pure clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Brother, we can't tolerate this. The situation is so bad now. Why don't we just kill them directly? Anyway, we know that Jigao Shua's real body is in the Carefree Little Realm. We're also preparing to enter the Carefree Little Realm. Let's get rid of his doppelganger first, then we'll enter the Carefree Small World to find his true body to take revenge. I believe that even if his clone is dead, his real body won't dare to take half a step out of the Carefree Little Realm. That's where he will be buried." Qin Shao also thought of this, but was rejected by Qin Shao in the end. Qin Shao shook his head. "No, we can't do it right away. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Killing Jigao Shu shouldn't be difficult. We should be able to do it. But the biggest problem right now isn't killing him, but ensuring the safety of the Liu clan. If we kill Jigao Shu, the Liu clan will all die as well. How can we face our late master, Elder Liu He? The Liu clan only has so many people left, and my grandmaster is still in Jigao Shua's hands. My guess is that my grandmaster's soul was controlled by Jigao Shu. If Jigao Shu doesn't take the initiative to release my grandmaster, he won't be able to break free. No matter what, I must save my grandmaster's life. Otherwise, even if we kill Jigao Shu, it'll be a failure." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure also nodded. It was very reasonable. However, this matter was very difficult to deal with. Brother Pure shook his head and said, "Jigao Shu hates the Liu clan to the extreme. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to make him let go of the Liu clan. How are we going to handle this matter? Should we directly ask Jigao Shu for the people? I'm afraid with Jigao Shua's mind, he won't easily give them to us. Once he has any doubts, it'll be more troublesome. I'm afraid it'll affect our big plan." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. This was indeed a big problem. He had been thinking about this problem. It's obviously impossible to directly ask Jigao Shu for the people. Our strange actions will definitely arouse Jigao Shua's suspicions. Once he's suspicious, I'm afraid he'll suspect our motives. Jigao Shu is definitely a very meticulous person. He's definitely a very cunning person. He won't be easily deceived. His hatred for the Liu clan is monstrous. If we want to take the people of the Liu clan from him, how can he agree? So, we must have a reason to convince Jigao Shu. At least, we have to give him a reason to keep his face and not let him doubt our reasons. In this way there may be some hope. Brother Pure thought for a while, but he couldn't think of a reason. Therefore he asked Qin Shao, "From the looks of it, you should have a good idea, right? Tell me quickly." Qin Shao looked at the young man. Qin Shao didn't let the young man hear what they said just now. After all, they had to be careful. So, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let the young man hear some confidential things. When the young man saw Qin Shao looking at him again, He quickly lowered his head in horror. "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Qin Shao suddenly asked the young man. Speaking of which, Qin Shao hadn't accepted a disciple for a very long time. It should be said that he hadn't accepted a disciple since he left the primordial universe. Of course, Qin Shao didn't really want to accept the young man as his disciple. What? When the young man heard Qin Zhao's words, he was shocked to the extreme. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. An Empyrean saint that even the Eighth Highness respected wanted to accept him as his disciple? How was this possible? He was a lowly servant. He didn't have any talent or potential at all. Moreover, he was just an ant at the first step, heavenly venerate stage. He couldn't think of anything about him that was worthy of being chosen by an Empyrean saint. How could the Lord Sacred Venerate accept him as his disciple? How was this possible? Impossible! Impossible! He must have heard wrongly. It was impossible for something like this to happen even in his dreams. You didn't hear wrongly. I'm asking if you're willing to be my disciple. I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said again, "Buzz, buzz." The young man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. The world was spinning. He felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Did he hear wrongly? Did he really hear wrongly? The Empyrean saint in front of him really wanted to accept him as his disciple? Wouldn't that mean he could get rid of his servant status? How could such a good thing happen to him? Did he accumulate good fortune in his previous life? He was ecstatic, excited, and shocked. At the same time, he was also a little panicked. He felt that this wasn't real. This wasn't real. At this moment, the young man's emotions were extremely complicated. He couldn't describe his feelings. After a while, the young man calmed down a little. However, he was still so excited that he couldn't control himself. He looked at Qin Shao boldly and said weakly, "Lord Sacred Venerate, I don't understand. Why do you want to accept me as your disciple? What have I done to deserve such appreciation from the Lord Holy Sage? This servant is truly in fear and trepidation." To put it bluntly, he still couldn't believe that it was true. Qin Shao smiled faintly. He took a step forward and patted the young man's shoulder gently. He said, "Why do you ask so many questions? For us cultivators, there's no need for so many questions. Everything is done according to what we like. I think you're very likable, so I'll accept you as my disciple. Everything is done according to your heart. There's no need for a reason." Chapter 3087. The young man looked at Qin Shao in shock. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. As a lowly slave, his fate had been determined from the moment he was born. There was no way to change his fate, and he would die a lowly life. If he could become the disciple of this ancient saint, his fate would be changed instantly and he would soar to the sky. He had never dreamed of such a thing. After the young man calmed down for a while, Brother Pure suddenly curled his lips and said, "Boy, why don't you kneel down and acknowledge me as your master? You've cultivated 800 lifetimes worth of good fortune." After glancing at Brother Chuanjia, the young man finally bit down and mustered up his courage. However, when he was about to kneel down, the young man seemed to think of something. He hurriedly said, "But my lord, I'm a lowly slave and I'm not free. If my lord doesn't release me, then—" Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved his hand. "I've known this for a long time. Don't worry, I'll solve it for you. As long as you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, that's all. You don't need to worry about anything else." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the young man was overjoyed. If that was the case, then there was indeed nothing to worry about. Plop! The young man directly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times to Qin Shao. Each kowtow was powerful and resonant, and his head was a little broken. "Master, please accept my kowtow." Qin Shao waved his hand and a force lifted the young man up. Although he had acknowledged Qin Shao as his master, The young man still looked at Qin Shao with incomparable fear and restraint. Qin Shao waved his hand and removed some of the shackles on the young man. He also changed him into a better set of clothes. This set of clothes was naturally a set of good treasures. After putting on this set of clothes, the young man immediately felt that his strength seemed to have increased a lot in an instant. His body also became lighter, without the restrictive and oppressive force. Although he didn't know what the clothes were, he could feel that it was a defensive treasure. It should be of a very high level. His master was indeed a powerful ancient saint. The moment he made a move, it was already extraordinary. The joy in his heart was still hard to suppress, but it also made him even more fearful. What did he do to become the disciple of a supreme ancient saint? Even now, he was still in a trance. He was afraid that all of this wasn't real and was just a dream. Since you don't have a name, I'll give you one. Your surname is Liu. As your master, I hope that you can be brave and fearless. I hope that you can move forward and restore the glory of the Liu family in the future. Everything depends on a single thought. So, how about you call yourself Lu Nian? Qin Shao asked. Lu Nian. The youth nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He said gratefully, "Thank you, master, for giving me a name. From now on, I will be called Lu Nian. Be brave and fearless. Be persistent and move forward. Restore the glory of the Liu family. All of this is just a thought. I will engrave these words in my heart. I will never dare to forget them. Although my talent is low, my comprehension is poor, and I don't have a courageous heart. However, this disciple is indebted to Master's love. I will definitely muster up my courage and work hard to do my best. I will work hard to not disappoint Master." As he spoke, Lu Nian didn't seem as frightened or timid as before. However, Qin Shao also knew that Lu Nian's talent and potential were very ordinary. But there was no other way. This was the only way. He didn't really hope that Lu Nian would become powerful enough to restore the glory of the Liu family and strengthen it. As long as he could pass down this philosophy and influence the entire Liu family, that would be enough. The current Liu family was already on the verge of death. They were already extremely weak. Reviving the Liu clan was something that would take a long time to accomplish. It was something that would require the efforts of generations to accomplish. But in order to do so, they had to make changes from the current generation. Only they could decide the direction of development of the next generation. Qin Shao wanted to save the Liu family, but he also wanted to restore the glory of the Liu family. He wanted the Liu family to flourish once more. If his master, Old Man Lu He, knew about this in the underworld, he would definitely be gratified. This was something Qin Shao had decided to do. In order to repay his master's kindness, he had to do this. Lu Nian, for the sake of the Liu family, do you dare to give your all? Are you willing to pay any price, including your life? Qin Shao once again asked Lu Nian seriously. Lu Nian was incomparably astonished. Was his master really going to help the Liu family see the light again? If that was really the case, then that would truly be wonderful. Lu Nian didn't hesitate. He immediately nodded heavily. Of course I am willing. Even if I die right now, I won't have the slightest complaint. Although I am incomparably lowly, I am willing to risk my life for the sake of the Liu family. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's good. Then Master can be at ease. You are my fourth disciple. There are still 3 senior brothers before you. If there is a chance in the future, you will get to know each other. For now, this matter is still too far away. It's enough for you to know. Alright, since you've become my disciple, the most important thing is to cultivate. Right now, the most important thing for you to do is to raise your cultivation level as quickly as possible." Lu Nian was terrified. With his talent and potential, how could he possibly raise his cultivation level in such a short time? That was absolutely impossible. He didn't even need to think about it. "Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems." Qin Shao saw through Lu Nian's thoughts. With that, Qin Shao began to spoil Lun Yan's growth through excessive enthusiasm. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Lun Yan's talent and potential were very ordinary to begin with. Even if he was given good cultivation resources, it would be difficult for him to reach the fourth step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm in his lifetime. Even reaching the third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm would be very difficult, let alone the fourth step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. At most, Lun Yan's lifelong goal would be to reach the second step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. However, this wasn't a big deal in Qin Zhao's eyes. After all, he was now a third-step ancient saint. Even if he had to rely on force, he could still raise Lun Yan's cultivation level. Qin Shao also had some treasures that could raise one's cultivation level. All he had to do was pour a large amount of them into Lun Yan's body. Under such circumstances, Lun Yan's cultivation level naturally rose rapidly. It grew at an unbelievable speed. Lun Yan was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. Lun Yan had broken through to the third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. In 10,000 years, he had gone from the first step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm to the third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Such an unbelievable speed was the work of a peerless genius no matter where he was. Of course, Lun Yan wasn't such a genius. It was because Qin Shao had been pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Although this action basically cut off Lun Yan's cultivation path, Lun Yan had no regret. In fact, he was very grateful to his master. Even if he cultivated on his own, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm in this lifetime. Now that he had reached such a level, he was very, very satisfied. Naturally, he was very grateful. On this day, Mang Juchi came again. Mang Juchi was supposed to come earlier, but Qin Shao said that he wanted to go into seclusion for a period of time. As soon as Tsongju arrived, he naturally saw Lun Yan, who had been reborn. This made him frown fiercely. He stared at Lun Yan with a deep gaze, then looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He was very surprised by this matter. Lord Qin Shao, this? Mang Juchi couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao smiled faintly. Oh, Mang Juchi, I apologize in advance. I should have come to you first, but I told you that I was in seclusion. I thought that you might not be around for a while, so I decided to wait for you to come before telling you. It's like this. I might have some affinity with him. Plus, his talent and potential are very good, and his temperament is very good. So, I wanted to go into seclusion and tried to give him a few pointers. I didn't expect that he would be able to understand my pointers so well. So, on a whim, I took him in as a disciple. I'm really sorry, Mang Juchi. Without your permission, I took in someone from your realm lord's manor. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Tsong Juchi's heart was indeed quite shocked. That slave had talent? How? Why didn't he notice it? But right now, he seemed to be a third step Celestial Venerable. To be able to break through to the third step Celestial Venerable in a short 10,000 years, did he really cultivate on his own? If that was really the case, then he really was a very talented kid. But even if he had some talent, how could he catch the eye of the Lord Qin Shao and be taken in as a disciple? Where did this dog shit luck come from? Although he was very surprised, Mang Juchi naturally didn't care about a slave. He waved his hand and said, "Ha ha, Lord Qin Shao, what are you saying? You're too polite." It's his fortune to be able to catch the eye of the Lord Qin Shao. Maybe it's also fate. Of course I'll support such a good thing. It's just a small matter. Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fists at young Juchi. Many thanks then. After that, Qin Shao said to Lun Yan, "Quickly come and bow to young master Mang Juchi." Lun Yan didn't hesitate and immediately bowed to Mang Juchi and said a few words of gratitude. If it was before, Mang Juchi naturally wouldn't give him a second glance. But now that Lun Yan had become the son of Qin Shao, Mang Juchi naturally didn't dare to be careless. He was very polite to Lun Yen and said a few words of courtesy. This was a treatment that Lun Yen had never enjoyed before. Qin Shao said, "Mang Juchi, it's like this. Fulur Realm Lord Manor is still under your father's control. There are some things that you've agreed to, but as a sign of respect, I feel that I should personally bring him to see Realm Lord Mang. Only then will I feel at ease. Otherwise, my disciple won't feel at ease. I wonder if Brother Mang Juchi can accompany me to see Realm Lord Mang?" Mang Juchi didn't think too much about it and nodded. "All right, Lord Qin Shao. It's just a small matter, I'll agree. Since Lord Qin Shao is so polite, there's no harm in going to see my father. My father will definitely agree. That's all I can guarantee. If my father doesn't agree, I'll make him agree even if I have to use force." "Ha!" Mang Juchi agreed. Qin Zhao's lips curled up and he sneered in his heart. Now it was time for the second step of the plan. Hopefully, it'll go smoothly this time. Song Juchi didn't hesitate and immediately brought Qin Shao and the rest to find his father, Realm Lord Gao Suo. Chapter 3088. Very quickly, Qin Shao and the others met with Realm Lord Jigeo Shu. Jigeo Juchi also explained the situation with Lun Yen to his father in detail. Naturally, he also said no. Li Mu doesn't have a father? His intention was obvious. After hearing that, Jie Gaoshua's eyes lit up. "How dare you poke at me and lie to me? Did he scare Lun Yen? What do you mean?" Realm Lord Jagged Tall Shuttle's gaze fell on Qin Shao again. Luo Xinua's decayed bones plucked cherry blossoms, steadfast steps longing stewed towering majestic emperor pretty towering chow acripoid say nua miscellaneous? Of the whispering dust? There seemed to be a hint of something in his words. Juju? Qin Shao knew that Realm Lord Jigeo Shual was suspecting something. As expected of an experienced strategist. Kushiro was stunned and Shrimp Zong was startled. Who was extremely meticulous. As long as he felt that something was not quite right, he would think a lot and would not let go easily. However, Qin Shao was already prepared for this. He had already expected that it would not be an easy thing to ask him for help. But no matter how difficult it was, this matter had to be done, and it had to be done successfully. Qin Shao also had no other choice. If he didn't handle this matter well, then his next move would be hindered, and the burden would be too great. Therefore, he had to make sure that Qin Shao wouldn't act rashly. Qin Shao didn't deny it and nodded. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you, Sector Lord Peng. Today, I came to find Sector Lord Peng because I have a request. Ever since I, Qin Shao, entered the immortal region, I have never accepted another disciple. This time, I was tempted to take in a disciple like Lun Yen. I originally thought that he was just an ordinary servant. It shouldn't be difficult for me to shamelessly ask Jie for a servant. But later on, my disciple Lun Yen told me that many of his clansmen were also enslaved in the Realm Lord's manor. There were roughly 10,000 of them. My disciple had a request to ask of me as his master. Naturally, I couldn't just sit by and do nothing. So, at the time, I was thinking that even if I, Qin Shao, didn't have much face, I could spend some money to buy these slaves from Realm Lord Peng. I thought that Realm Lord Peng would give some face to Qin. That's why I asked Pang Juchi to bring me here to meet Realm Lord Pang. It's mainly because of this matter. I just don't know if Realm Lord Ming is willing to give me, Qin Shao, this meager face. Of course, I also know that this is definitely not a small loss. I, Qin Shao, am willing to pay a certain price. Realm Lord Peng, just say the word. Hearing this, Peng felt. He didn't think too much about it. He thought Qin Shao was only going to save Lun Yen. Lun Yen was just an insignificant part of the Lu family. In that case, it was fine to let him go. It was no big deal. However, the other members of the Lu clan were different. They couldn't release all of them at once. This made Song Juchi feel a little awkward. His father would never agree to such a thing so easily. But he had just boasted and promised Qin Shao, which gave him a headache. Realm Lord Gao Shuo frowned. His eyes were blank. Delai, then? Is it difficult for a badger to dig a hole in the grave? Is it difficult for a badger to dig a hole in the ground? Lord Qin Shao, I don't know what relationship you have with the Liu family. Jie Gao Shuo didn't move. What do you mean by persimmon? But he had also investigated Qin Zhao's situation. There should be no such possibility at all. Qin Shao was a person from the immortal region, and he was Sage Li's personal disciple. He had nothing to do with the Liu clan, so there should be no such possibility. However, Jigao Suo was also very confused. Why did he want to save the Liu clan? Qin Shao smiled faintly. Are you holding the reins and grasping the reins? Didn't I say it already? Originally, I had nothing to do with this Liu clan. It was only by chance that my heart was moved, and I accepted Lu Nian as my disciple. Now? Sai Neon Sai? Then his family and clansmen can be considered to have some relationship with me. I just accepted him as my disciple. You can't refuse a disciple who can save you, right? That's why I agreed earlier. Naturally, I can't go back on my word now. Otherwise, where would I put my face as your master? After pausing for a moment, Qin Shao continued, Sector Lord Peng, I wonder if there is any trouble? Perhaps I don't know too much about the situation. If I offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. If there's a situation, then there's no harm in telling me directly. If there are any difficulties, I will definitely be able to understand. Naturally, I will not force you to do things that are beyond your ability. Realm Lord Gao Shuo's gaze remained the same. Ling Twilight Porch Recovery Waves Flattering Clang Qing Judge Tailoring. After a moment of silence, Realm Lord Gao Shuo said, There are indeed some difficulties. Perhaps you don't know, Lord Qin Shao, but the Liu clan is related to me? Zhu Yao, Xian Ascaris, Ba Huang Yi? That's why I made the Liu clan slaves and maids for generations to come as punishment. If it was any other matter, not to mention 10,000 slaves, even if it was 100,000 slaves, as long as you, Lord Qin Shao, asked, I wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. However, the Liu clan is making things difficult for me. How about this? I'll give you face, Lord Qin Shao. I can release Lu Nian's direct relatives within 3 generations. In total, there should be 100 people. What do you think, Lord Qin Shao? Hearing this, Lu Nian immediately became anxious. Horse? Delai was holding the reins of the Liu clan? Although he didn't say much, his meaning couldn't be any more obvious. It seemed that Jie Gao Shuo's hatred for the Liu clan had reached an extreme level. Even after so many eras, he still couldn't let go of the Liu clan. It seemed that this matter was still difficult to solve. It wouldn't go as smoothly as expected. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. He couldn't give up so easily. Qin Shao said, Since Realm Lord Gao Shuo is willing to give me some face, then why not be generous for once? I Qin Shao, owe Realm Lord Gao Shuo a big favor. In the future, if Realm Lord Gao Shuo needs anything from me, I Qin Shao will do my best. I won't refuse. If Realm Lord Gao Shuo still cares about face? Do you think he's dissatisfied with the Acripoids? Then you can name a price. If you need anything from me, Qin Shao, I Qin Shao will do my best. Realm Lord Gao Shuo, as you can see, my disciple wants to save his entire clan. Previously, I didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation. That's why I agreed to it as a gift for my disciple. I didn't think much about it. I didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation. But I, Qin Shao, am a proud person. Since I've already made a promise, then no matter what, I'll naturally try my best to fulfill it. So maybe I, Qin Shao, was a little too harsh today. If I've offended you in any way, I hope that Realm Lord Gao Shuo will be magnanimous and not lower yourself to my level. We young people still have a lot of things that we can't handle well. Jie Gao Shuo? Was he trying to hide the Acripoids? He stood up. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such a thing. He didn't want to let any one of the Lu clan go. He wanted to slowly torture the remaining members of the Lu clan to death. In the end, the Lu clan would completely disappear from this world. Only then could he vent his hatred. But he really wanted to owe Qin Shao a big favor. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Qin Shao. It was a very good thing. After all, he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he didn't care that much, but if his son Juqi could be on good terms with Qin Shao and the others, that would be a fortunate thing. Therefore, Jie Gaoshua hesitated. Father, you've already tortured the Lu clan for nearly 100 universe eras. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with acripoids? Since the Lord Qin Shao has made such a request, Father, if you still don't agree, then you'll be too unreasonable. If so, how can I have the face to interact with the Lord Qin Shao in the future? Therefore, I would like to ask Father to agree to the request of the Lord Qin Shao. Song Juqi could only help Qin Shao to the end. Otherwise, he didn't think he could really make friends with Qin Shao. Now that he had seen hope, he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot. He couldn't let go of this great opportunity. If he didn't grasp this opportunity well, he was afraid that he would get what he deserved. Mang Gaosuo looked at Mang Juqi, but he was still a little hesitant. Of course, his hesitation wasn't just because he didn't want to. Between them, is there really any relationship? Could it be that the Lord Qin Shao had come to avenge Madame Lu? But it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. Realm Lord Peng. You are also the master of a realm, the supreme ruler of a region. Why do you have to be so wishy-washy? Can't you be more straightforward? If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. It's not a big deal. My brother Qin Shao has never begged anyone like this before. If he didn't agree to his disciple's request without knowing the situation, he wouldn't be begging like this. If Realm Lord Peng thinks that my brother Qin Zhao's favor isn't enough, then add on my brother Pure's favor. I wonder if that's enough? If it's really not enough, then it seems that we can't reach your Pengjie. That's fine, if we can't, then we won't disturb you. Brother Pure suddenly said with a smile. What he said at this time was just right, and it was very powerful. At the same time, he also added in some threatening word. On one hand, it was a benefit, on the other hand, it was a disadvantage. He threw it to Realm Lord Peng to choose. Song Juqi was a little anxious. If he was really rejected by his father, then his wish to be on good terms with Qin Shao and Brother Pure would fail. This was something that took a lot of effort. He couldn't fail like this. So, Song Juqi anxiously called out to his father again. Father. All right. Song Gaojun said. Song Meng Kuoxing, Hui Mei difficult to seal? Shen? Song Kuoming, Hui Meiying, Hui Meiying? I naturally want to accept your big favor. I, Song Gaosuo, am not someone who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I naturally want to give you face. But some things can't be decided by a favor or face. I respect the two of you very much, and I also hope that my son Juqi can reach out to you. A narrow palanquin and a cherry blossom, a palanquin and a slow selection? How about this? I'll make a final concession. Other than Lu clan's ancestor Lu Buozhong, I'll let everyone else go. If Lord Qin Shao still doesn't agree, then there's nothing I can do. Author, Ken Daisei, 3rd. Chapter 3089. This Mang Gaosuo was truly a vicious and careful person. For this matter, Qin Shao and Chuanjie's big favor, as well as Zhuanqi's pleading, were unable to persuade Mang Gaosu. In the end, there was still a place for them. Moreover, the most important position was reserved for him. This was the most important thing. They had already been forced to this point. If they continued to force him, it would only make Mang Gaosuo more suspicious. At this time, even though Jigeo Shua didn't suspect anything, he was still somewhat on guard. Moreover, it could be seen that his hatred for the Lu clan and Lu Buozhong had reached an extremely deep level. No one could resolve it. The face of the two Firmament Academy disciples and the pleading of Tsong Juchi had no way to make him release Gao Sua's mouth, which was enough to show that, since it had already come to this point, Qin Shao also knew that he could not say anything more. So be it for now. At the very least, they had to rescue the Lu clan members first. As for the rest, he would think about it later. All right, Realm Lord Meng. I know that my request is a bit excessive. Since you have your own difficulties, I won't force you. Let's leave it at that. I, Qin Shao, am here to thank Realm Lord Meng. Qin Shao said to Meng Gaosua, then looked at Lun Yen. Lun Yen also bowed respectfully to Realm Lord Meng. With Meng Gaosua's nod, the rest of the matter was much easier. Meng Juchi would definitely help Qin Shao. He could not wait to use this opportunity to befriend Qin Shao. Therefore, he was incomparably attentive. Soon, with Meng Juchi's help, the Lu clan's 10,000 people were quickly transferred out of the Realm Lord Manor and gathered together. Most of these people were only first or second step Heavenly Venerables. There were very few third and fourth step Heavenly Venerables. There were only 3/4 step Heavenly Venerables. It was a pitiful number. Back then, the Lu clan was still considered relatively powerful. The number of 4th step Heavenly Venerables was in the tens of thousands. But now they were reduced to such a miserable state. It was truly a pity. When the members of the Lu clan learned that Lun Yen was fortunate enough to be taken in as a disciple by a 3rd step ancient saint, they were shocked beyond words and found it hard to believe. Soon, they all felt happy and proud for Lun Yen. There were also many people who looked up to the sky and sighed. Some were even crying out of joy. They were all sighing that the heavens had eyes. The heavens had not given up on Madame Lu and had given her a way out. How many years had it been? It had been close to 100 universe epoch. Out of the billions of Lu clan members, there were only tens of thousands of them left. How miserable was that? Originally, the people of the Lu clan were in complete despair. However, she did not expect that such a noble person would suddenly appear and save Madame Lu. This was something that no one had even dreamt of. Everyone was a slave or a servant, dragging out an ignoble existence, enduring humiliation, but there was still no daylight. There was still no way. They could only despair, they could only sit on the ground and wait for death. Now, the light had finally descended upon Madame Lu. Every one of the Lu clan had regained their freedom. They were no longer slaves. All the shackles and restrictions on their bodies were also removed. They were truly free. After a long time, the people of the Lu clan gradually believed that this was the truth. One by one, they knelt down, shedding tears of gratitude towards Qin Shao. This was a huge favor. Now that every one of the Lu clan had regained their freedom, the second step of the plan was basically completed. It was just that it had not been completed to their satisfaction. Now, it was time to settle the people of the Lu clan. Lord Qin Shao, do you have any thoughts on the matter of settling the people of the Lu clan? Do you need me to make the arrangements? Juchi asked. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. No need, Brother Juchi, you have already helped me a lot. I will not trouble you with such a small matter. I think that they have their own thoughts. Let's respect their wishes. This will be better. I have already asked Lun Yen. He has discussed with his clan members. They still hope to return to their original clan land and settle down there. It can be considered a kind of return. If we settle them down near the Realm Lord Manor, I am afraid they will not feel at ease. After all, they have been through so much here. We can understand how they feel. So, they all want to stay away from here. The Lu clan's original clan land is quite far from here. That is their first choice. Meng Juchi nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Since that is what the Lu clan wants, we will respect them. However, according to what I know, the Lu clan's clan land has long been occupied by other factions. So, if they want to return to their original land, it will be troublesome. It will not be so easy. But that is not a big deal. How about this, Lord Qin Shao? I will accompany you. I will make the arrangements for the other factions to give up the Lu clan's land. Qin Shao thought for a moment. There is no need to go through so much trouble. The Lu clan is only left with 10,000 people. It is useless for them to have a large territory. Even if we can get it, it's also difficult to defend it. So, there's no point in doing so. On the contrary, it'll only attract more trouble. So, there is no need for Brother Juqi to do this. I will make the arrangements. Since the clan land has been occupied by others, so be it. The Lu clan only needs a small piece of land now. It is enough for them to settle down. Right now, they just want to live a normal life. There is no need for too much. Brother Juqi, I will go and settle them down first. I will come back to the Realm Lord Manor when I am done. Hearing that Qin Shao was coming back, Juqi was relieved. He was afraid that Qin Shao would leave just like that. That was why he was so eager to tag along. But since Qin Shao was coming back, it did not matter. He did not want to join in the fun. After discussing everything, Qin Shao and the other two led the Lu clan's people on the road back to the clan land. Soon, Qin Shao led the Lu clan's people to the Lu clan's ancestral land. Here, the sea has changed into mulberry field. The factions have changed over and over again. Now, there was not much of the previous outline left. However, even though things had changed with the passage of time, even though all the outlines were no longer there, in the hearts of the people of the Lu clan, that feeling still existed, and that heart still existed. Even so, most of them had not stayed in the clanland. But what was passed down from their ancestors was the blood of the clanland and the aura of the clanland. So, when they came back to the clanland, everyone was very excited. Many people cried tears of joy. They knelt down and sighed to the sky. Since this territory had changed and was occupied by other factions, Qin Shao did not want to make things difficult for other factions. After 100 universe eras, it would be too overbearing to say that this territory belonged to the Lu clan. So, Qin Shao did not think of doing that. He found an empty space. After getting the consent of the Lu clan's people, he stopped here and prepared to rebuild the Lu clan's ancestral land here. After confirming, he immediately started the work of rebuilding the Lu clan's residence. Everyone was a heavenly venerable cultivator. Building a residence was not a difficult task. All the clansmen went to work. Moreover, everyone was rebuilding their new home. Naturally, all of them worked extremely hard, risking their lives to do the work. With everyone's enthusiasm, the speed of the construction of the residence was very fast. Lu Nian was Qin Zhao's disciple and a great contributor to the Lu clan. In addition, he was a three-step ancient saint. So, Lu Nian's status in the Lu clan was very high. Although his seniority was very low, everyone was very respectful to him. In just 10 years, a rather impressive residence was completed. This residence was enough for tens of millions of clansmen to cultivate in. It would be enough for the Lu clan to use in a short period of time. After 10 years of hard work, the Lu clan's people were very happy to see the Lu clan's residence finally completed. Their faces were filled with joy. This was a joy they had never felt before. Everyone was gathered at the entrance of the Lu clan's residence. No matter what, there had to be a sense of ceremony. Master, if I may be so bold as to ask on behalf of the Lu clan, would you be able to raise a plaque for our Lu clan? Lu Nian said to Qin Shao. Everyone from the Lu clan bowed respectfully to Qin Shao and made their request. Even without Lu Nian's request, Qin Shao was willing to do so. Speaking of which, he could be considered a member of the Lu clan. Although he wasn't a disciple of the Lu clan, he was still Old Man Lu He's disciple. So, he could be considered half a member of the Lu clan. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand a few times in the air. Immediately, two large, flamboyant words appeared on the plaque of the Lu clan's residence. Lu clan. These two words exuded a powerful sword aura. The Lu clan's clansmen were shocked beyond words. Many of them were even stunned by the sight. These two words weren't simple at all. They exuded an extremely powerful deterrent force. With just a glance, one could not help but feel a sense of fear in one's heart. At this point, the Lu clan's residence could be considered complete. The Lu clan's clansmen cheered in unison, celebrating this sacred moment. This moment would be remembered by the Lu clan forever. After being oppressed and humiliated for so long, the Lu clan could finally see the light of day again. Finally, they were completely free. Finally, the Lu clan was restored. The Lu clan could see the light of day again. The Lu clan had a new beginning. The Lu clan would no longer be destroyed. To the Lu clan, this was too important. It was practically the grace of a new lease on life. Qin Zhao's great kindness to the Lu clan was engraved in everyone's hearts. Lu Nian said to Qin Zhao and the other two, "Master and Uncle Masters, please lead the way. Let's enter the Lu clan's residence and bring the Lu clan back to life." Qin Zhao nodded. This sort of ritual was still very necessary. Just as Qin Zhao was about to step into the Lu clan's residence, an angry and thunderous shout came from afar. "Humph, you unruly commoners! How dare you privately build a residence in the territory of the martial god sect? How audacious! How dare you disregard the supreme dignity of the martial god sect? Who gave you the courage to do so?" He saw a group of people dressed in the same uniform rushing over here. They were aggressive and murderous. Just looking at them would make people feel scared. There weren't many people in this group. There were only about 1,000 of them. However, their aura was too strong. It was as if they had the power to suppress everything. The Lu clan's clansmen were already used to being oppressed. At this moment, they were all frightened and worried. They were all at a loss. Author Cruel Death. 4th update, begging for fresh flowers. Chapter 3090. Soon, this group of people dressed in uniform arrived. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. It was frightening to look at them. These people called themselves the martial god sect. They were very unfriendly. The person who spoke just now was a 4th step heavenly venerate with a powerful aura. Behind him were a dozen 4th step heavenly venerates, while the rest were 2nd step and 3rd step heavenly venerates. Although there were only 1,000 of them, they were all very imposing. Moreover, it was obvious that they were well trained. Their strength was definitely not ordinary. In terms of aura, these people had an overwhelming advantage over the Lu clan's people. Although the Lu clan's people outnumbered the martial god sect's people by 10 times, they gave off the feeling that they were dispirited. They didn't have any imposing manner at all. They didn't even have confidence. With a glance, one could tell that such a group was weak. Under the pressure of the martial god sect's people, many of the Lu clan's people lowered their heads in fear. They didn't dare to act formally. Even the 3rd step heavenly venerates and 4th step heavenly venerates looked helpless. They didn't dare to resist at all. When a person was used to being oppressed, they would indeed become timid and lose their imposing manner. A person without imposing manner was not confident. Without confidence, he would naturally be very weak. Seeing the Lu clan like this, Qin Zhao felt a little distressed. How could the Lu family survive in the future? How could they develop well in the future? How could they revive the glory of the past? How could they restore the glory of the past? The Lu clan like this was a sickly and weak Lu clan. It was a Lu clan that made people worry. It was a Lu clan that could be destroyed at any time. He had to change the current situation. Qin Zhao calculated in his heart and came up with some ideas. Qin Zhao gestured to Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. The 3 of them quietly retreated to the side. The man who led the martial god sect's people swept his gaze over the crowd. When he saw that the Lu clan's people had been intimidated, the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful and playful sneer. He also seemed a little smug. Humph, you lowly commoners, where did you refugees come from? You dare to privately enclose such a large piece of land within my martial god sect's territory and construct such a large mansion? Who allowed you to be so daring? Who is the instigator here? Hurry up and stand out. Immediately. Everyone from the Lu clan was very timid. At this moment, no one dared to stand out. Lu Nian clenched his teeth and walked forward. He looked at the man from the martial god sect and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Sir, please quell your anger. We didn't know that this was the martial god sect's territory, so we didn't seek the martial god sect's permission in advance and built a mansion on our own. This is our Lu clan's fault. However, there is a situation that I would like to explain to you. This place was actually the territory of our Lu family 100 universe eras ago, and our Lu family had flourished here for many universe eras. It's just that something big happened to our Lu clan later on, and we lost this territory. Now, our Lu clan is only left with a small fraction of us. We have returned to this territory. That's why he built a mansion here. If we have offended your martial god sect, I will represent our Lu clan and solemnly apologize to you. My lord, I would like to trouble you to help us go back and report the situation of our Lu clan. Our Lu clan is truly in need of a home. I hope that the martial god sect can fulfill our wish. If that's the case, our Lu clan will be eternally grateful. Although Lu Nian spoke very politely, it was clear that his display of weakness didn't receive any understanding or sympathy from the other party. The man from the martial god sect waved his hand and pointed at Lu Nian angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? You don't know what you're talking about. This place belonged to the Lu clan 100 universe eras ago? Then I can say that the Fulo realm belonged to the martial god sect 1,000 universe eras ago. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. Things have changed with the passage of time. You can even talk about things that happened 100 years ago, and it's even nonsense. Brat, it seems that you're truly an audacious and unruly commoner. You're courting death. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant you your wish first. You can deal with your group of lowly commoners who don't know the difference between life and death. How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the martial god sect? You're simply courting death. After saying that, the leader of the martial god sect did not hesitate and directly attacked Lu Nian. Lu Nian was only a third step heavenly venerate. Furthermore, Lu Nian was only a third step heavenly venerate. His abilities were far too lacking. He basically didn't have any abilities to speak of. Thus, how could Lu Nian possibly be a match for the man from the martial god sect? That was an extremely powerful fourth step heavenly venerate cultivator. His attack was ruthless. It was completely aimed at taking Lu Nian's life. He didn't show any mercy at all. Such ruthlessness was sufficient to show how vicious and merciless that man was. Faced with such a powerful and ruthless expert, Lu Nian's expression immediately stiffened. His expression turned ugly. He knew that he was definitely no match for the man. However, there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, he had to bravely step forward. He still clearly remembered his master's teachings. He had to be brave and fearless. He had to swear to protect the Lu clan with his life. Even if he were to die, he would not back down. Behind him was the Lu clan that he had to protect. Thus, even though he was facing such a powerful opponent, Lu Nian still had a fearless expression. He courageously stepped forward. However, the result was clear. Lu Nian was simply no match for the man from the martial god sect. Thus, he was naturally sent flying the moment they clashed. Fortunately, Lu Nian was wearing the life-saving treasure that Qin Shao had bestowed upon him. Thus, even though he was struck by the man from the martial god sect, he was still fine. He only suffered some light injuries. Soon, Lu Nian stabilized himself. He was incomparably shocked to see that he wasn't seriously injured. Originally, He had come with the resolve to fight to the death. He naturally knew that he was definitely no match for the man from the martial god sect. When they clashed earlier, the people from the Liu clan all broke out in cold sweat for him. However, in the end, he had actually managed to block the attack. Moreover, he wasn't injured at all. Lu Nian naturally knew that this was the effect of the life-saving treasure his master had bestowed upon him. Otherwise, the attack from earlier would have been enough to seriously injure him. It was simply impossible for him to be in such a state. Lu Nian glanced at Qin Shao. Qin Shao gave him a slight nod of encouragement. Having received his master's encouragement, Lu Nian's conviction grew even stronger, and his anger grew even stronger. He walked over once more and used his body to block the man from the martial god sect. His gaze was incomparably firm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He fearlessly looked at the man from the martial god sect. Lu Nian spoke again. Heavenly Sovereign of the martial god sect, my Liu clan has always been one to reason before using force. Earlier, I've also repeatedly shown weakness to curry favor with you. If you insist on being overbearing, if you insist on killing our Liu clan, then we can only fight you to the death. This place was originally our Liu clan's territory. It's just that it was later occupied by your martial god sect. Furthermore, this is only a piece of barren land. Even if this is your martial god sect's territory, why must you be so overbearing? We've merely built a residence in your martial god sect's uninhabited territory. We're not trying to fight over territory with your martial god sect. At the very most, our Liu clan will pay tribute to your martial god sect in the future. Why must your martial god sect be so overbearing? Why must you kill our Liu clan? Humph, humph, humph. The people from the martial god sect all snorted disdainfully and laughed loudly. They looked at the people from the Liu clan as if they were looking at a bunch of clowns, a bunch of lowly refugees. Those gazes were filled with arrogance, domineeringness, and an insufferably arrogant style. Thinking about it, those people were most likely used to abusing others. That was why they were so arrogant. They didn't care about human lives at all. It seems you're just a bunch of incomparably lowly barbarians. You don't even know the rules of gift. You even dare to haggle with me and challenge my martial god sect. Truly a bunch of idiots tired of living. It seems you all want to die. Good, good, good. Then I'll help you. If you don't want to die, then kneel before me and obediently listen to my orders. Perhaps you'll be able to keep your lives. The leader of the martial god sect sneered. His aura surged and suppressed everything. Under such pressure, the people of the Liu clan were all shocked and aghast. What should they do? What should they do now? Were they really going to die at the hands of the martial god sect? What was the meaning of Qin Shao and the others? Even now, they still didn't have any intention of attacking? Could it be that they were also afraid of the martial god sect? Quite a few people from the Liu clan looked at Qin Shao and the others. But Qin Shao and the others clearly didn't have any intention of attacking. So the people from the Liu clan were even more puzzled. What was going on? Members of the Liu clan, please listen to me, Lu Nian. Our Liu clan has been enslaved and oppressed by the Realm Master for 100 epochs. We've lived in darkness, a life worse than death. We're simply worse than pigs and dogs. Now, our Liu clan has seen the light again. We've returned to our clan. This is the land of our ancestors. This is where our roots lie. This is where our faith lies. Since we've come, since we've built the Liu estate here, since it's a new beginning for our Liu clan, a new epoch. Then, the people of our Liu clan should break and then rebuild. We should walk out of the darkness and witness this new light. How can our hard-earned dignity be destroyed by the people of the martial god sect? If we don't even have the courage and determination to protect our clan's land, to protect the final dignity of our Liu clan, then how can we be worthy of being members of the Liu clan? My Liu clan's ancestor has been humiliated for 100 epochs, but he's still proud and arrogant. He's never yielded, never resigned himself to fate. Are we, the people of the Lu clan, going to obediently resign ourselves to fate today? Are we going to give up the freedom, the dignity, and the light we've obtained with great difficulty? If that's the case, how will we have the face to face the countless dead clansmen of our Lu clan? So, today, even if we die, we must protect all of this. Since we've already decided, there shouldn't be any reason for us to leave. Besides, where else can we go? If we can't even protect our roots, where else can we go? In this vast world, there's likely no place for our Lu clan. Today, we must fight to protect the final trace of dignity of our Lu clan. It's a battle to regain our confidence. It's a battle that we must all summon our courage for. We've been bullied and humiliated for so long. Now that we've regained our freedom, it's time for us to raise our heads. It's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to bring out our courage, our confidence, and our determination to fight against the darkness. People of the Lu clan, do you dare to fight alongside me? Do you dare to fight against the martial god sect? Chapter 3091. Everyone from the Lu clan, do you dare to fight alongside me? Lu Nian's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the hearts of the Lu clan's people. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, it caused the originally deathly still hearts of the Lu clan's people to once again ripple with great waves. They were no longer as silent as a pool of stagnant water. They were no longer terrifyingly calm. Courage and determination quietly rose, transforming into a surge of power that surged into the depths of the Lu clan's people's hearts, allowing them to regain their confidence and dignity. That's right, their Lu clan had been bullied, humiliated, enslaved, and oppressed for all these years. Using the word inhumane to describe it was not an exaggeration at all. However, could they really only admit defeat like this? Did they really not dare to resist? No, no, no. They must resist. They must resist. They had obtained their freedom with great difficulty. They had seen the light with great difficulty. They had returned to their homeland with great difficulty. They had rebuilt the Lu estate with great difficulty. They had started anew with great difficulty. All of this was not easy to come by. It was a gift from the heavens. How could they not use their lives to defend and protect such things that were not easy to come by? Right, what Lu Nian said is correct. This place was originally our Lu clan's homeland. We merely built a residence in a desolate and uninhabited place. At worst, we'll just pay taxes according to the rules. If the people from the martial god sect are overbearing and insist on killing us, then we'll fight them to the death. That's right. We've already lost so much. What else can we not lose? At worst, we'll fight them to the death. If we continue to live like cowards, then we might as well die with a bang. I also don't want to be bullied anymore. Let's fight. After being so lowly for so many years, we must be brave for once. It can be said that we have no regrets coming to this world. Children of the Lu clan, what joy is there in life? What harm is there in death? Are we really cowards? Do we really not dare to resist? Have we really been enslaved for so long that we can't stand up anymore? No, we are the people of the Lu clan. Our ancestors were so unyielding that they would rather die than submit. Why should we fear death? Since the people from the martial god sect want to kill us and force us into a dead end, then we'll fight them to the death. Fight! As soon as their blood boiled, it surged violently, causing everyone to follow suit. Once one's confidence was restored, one would become courageous and fearless, filled with strength. They would no longer be cowardly, lowly, and humble. Of the Lu clan's hearts. S. As long as everyone worked together and united their minds, their strength would be twisted into a rope, and it would be very powerful. No matter what, the Lu clan had tens of thousands of people, and some of them were third or fourth step celestial venerables. Although they lacked some training, as long as everyone worked together, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao, who was at the side, also felt a little relieved. There was still some hope for the Lu clan right now. It was like a fire seed. As long as this fire seed existed, it was possible for it to ignite a raging fire in the future. The seed of hope was extremely important. At this moment it had been planted. Ha ha! The people from the martial god sect were even more disdainful when they heard the words of the Lu clan's people. Crash! The leader of the martial god sect unsheathed his sword. Everyone from the martial god sect unsheathed their swords, revealing their sinister fangs. Everyone, listen to my command. Lu Nian's gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at the leader of the martial god sect. Everyone from the Lu clan also took out their weapons. They were going to fight the people from the martial god sect. Although their weapons were relatively low-end and crude, it did not stop them from vowing to fight to the death. A great battle was about to break out. The atmosphere was already extremely tense. This was a battle of defense. They had to fight. The leader of the martial god sect coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "Humph, a bunch of ignorant lowly commoners. You're courting death." After he finished saying those words, he waved the sword in his hand, indicating for the people from the martial god sect to attack. However, right after he waved his sword, a strange and frightening thing happened. The sword in his hand suddenly turned into a brittle wax and broke apart piece by piece. Seeing such a scene, the leader of the martial god sect instantly turned deathly pale from fright. He stood there in incomparable astonishment. It was not only him. The people behind him that were planning to charge forward were also in a similar situation. Thus it truly frightened everyone. Their faces turned pale from shock, and they stood there stupefied. Such a strange and frightening thing had an enormous impact on them. How could such a thing be possible? The swords in their hands were all excellent weapons. How could they possibly break so easily? Yet, earlier, all of their swords had soundlessly shattered into pieces. What sort of frightening power had attacked them? Furthermore, they were actually unable to sense that frightening power. These people were no fools. They immediately knew that there was an expert here, an expert among the Lu clan's people. The leader of the martial god sect also immediately reacted. His gaze landed on Qin Shao and the others. Only those three people were different from the rest. Earlier, he did not pay much attention to them. However, now that he looked at them, he discovered that they were strange. He was actually unable to see through those three people at all. It was as if they were godlike existences. Qin Zhao's indifferent gaze swept over them. Although it was only a glance, it was sufficient to cause the hearts of the people from the martial god sect to sink. It was as if they had been struck by a frightening power. That feeling was extremely frightening. That gaze caused them to recall their sect master, a supreme existence at the ancient saint realm. Thus, the people from the martial god sect could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Could it be that this person was an ancient saint realm existence? Or perhaps all three of them were ancient saints. If that was the case, then it would be too frightening. Their martial god sect only had a single ancient saint realm expert. Go back and tell your sect head that this territory is mine. In the future, it will belong to the Lu clan. Your martial god sect should not make things difficult for the Lu clan in the future. Otherwise, I will personally go to your martial god sect and exterminate it so that it no longer exists in this world. If your sect master is unconvinced, he can come and see me personally, Qin Shao said indifferently. His tone contained a supreme aura that caused no one to dare to question or refute him. When the people from the martial god sect heard that, their hearts trembled. Those words were too domineering. With a single sentence, he wanted to seize the martial god sect's territory. Furthermore, he even said that he would destroy the martial god sect. What kind of arrogant words were those? However, at that moment, the people from the martial god sect were in fear and trepidation. They did not dare to say anything. After taking a few deep glances at Qin Shao, the leader of the martial god sect decided to leave. With a wave of his hand, he led the people from the martial god sect away. This disaster could be considered to have been resolved. The people from the Lu clan were once again grateful to Qin Shao. Originally, there were many people who did not understand why Holy Venerate Qin Shao was unwilling to help them. He stood there without saying a word, as if he did not want to care about this matter. They thought that he was afraid of the martial god sect. Now, everyone finally understood Holy Venerate Qin Shao's intention. He wanted to stir up their fighting spirit and courage so that they could break the shackles in their hearts. He wanted them to walk out of the lowly slavery and become stronger. If they did not throw away this slavery heart, it would be a very scary thing. Fortunately, they understood now. Naturally, they were even more grateful to Qin Shao in their hearts. After the people from the martial god sect left, the people from the Lu clan also entered the Lu residence and settled down. They had a new home, a new light, and a new life. It was as if everything had been reborn. The people from the Lu clan had settled down, but there was still an important problem in front of Qin Shao. That was, the Lu clan had no cultivation resources. It could be said that they were now in a state of poverty. They had no foundation at all. They did not have any cultivation resources. Even the most basic weapons and cultivation methods were extremely lacking. In such a situation, it would be a great hindrance to the cultivation, reproduction, and development of the Lu clan. Qin Shao also wanted to change this situation. Cultivation methods are easy to get. We should have some on us. We can just take them out. Then, we can think of a way to collect some. As for other cultivation resources, it will be very difficult for us to help. After all, we don't have much savings. Moreover, we have to use them to enter the carefree small realm. So, we definitely can't take out too much. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. If we want the Lu clan to have a good cultivation environment and to be able to develop for a long time, a little bit of resources is not enough. Brother Pure shook his head and said. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a little embarrassing. After thinking about it, Qin Shao shook his head and said, Forget it. Then let's work for a while and think of a way to get some cultivation resources for the Lu clan. Anyway, there is still a long time before we enter the carefree small realm. During this time, let's try our best to accumulate some resources for the Lu clan. Let's take out some of our resources and give them to the Lu clan first. Brother Pure nodded. This was the only way now. Although the cultivation resources were scarce, the Lu clan still cherished them very much. They began to operate well. Everyone was very motivated. They all wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible so that they could better protect the Lu clan and their new home. This time, they couldn't afford to lose their home again. They would rather live and die with their home and live and die with it. With the help of Qin Shao and the other two, the situation was naturally very good. Qin Shao taught Lun Yan some cultivation methods, and Lun Yan could also teach others. This formed a very good cycle. Not long after, a powerful aura descended. It was obviously the aura of an ancient saint. An ancient saint had come. The people of the Lu clan were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all very nervous. Qin Shao and the other two flew into the void. They saw a figure coming from the sky. In an instant, he was not far in front of Qin Shao and the other two. His mighty aura surged as if he wanted to show off his strength. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Shao and the other two. It was very unbearable. The person in front of them was only a one-step ancient saint. In Qin Zhao's eyes, he was so weak that he was pitiful. He was not worth a second look. The person's gaze fell on Qin Shao and the other two. After a few deep glances, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. His aura quickly weakened. How could he not see that the three people in front of him were very extraordinary? They were not simple characters. Even he could not see the depth of their strength. This meant that their cultivation level was very likely higher than his. How terrifying! Chapter 3092. The Martial God Sect Master, who was originally a little overbearing and aggressive, instantly withdrew his aura when he saw them. His heart paled. They were so young, yet so unfathomable. Moreover, their temperaments were also extraordinary. No matter what, the Martial God Sect Master could be considered an experienced person. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the three people in front of him were all extraordinary existences with considerable backgrounds. Putting aside the fact that he could not afford to offend such existences in terms of strength, he could not afford to offend them in terms of status. How could he dare to offend such important figures? Naturally, he had to do his best to curry favor with them. Otherwise, the Martial God Sect would be destroyed in an instant. He was only a first step ancient saint. In the great Tao Saint realm, there were many existences he could not afford to offend. In a small place like the Martial God Sect's territory, he could still be the ruler. However, in the entire great Tao Saint realm, he was nothing at all. If he made a single mistake, it was very likely that his Martial God Sect would be destroyed. I am the Martial God Sect Master. May I ask who the three of you are? Just now, I heard that my ignorant subordinates had offended the three experts. Therefore, this sect master specially rushed over to apologize to the three experts. The Martial God Sect Master immediately bowed to Qin Shao and the other two. He was a shrewd person. He immediately changed his attitude. Seeing that the Martial God Sect Master's attitude was good, Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Martial God Sect Master, there is no need to be so polite. I am Qin Shao. My disciple is a member of the Lu clan. Therefore, I brought the Lu clan's people here to settle down. We unintentionally took over some of the Martial God Sect's territory. I hope the Martial God Sect Master will not blame us. Speaking of which, this territory belonged to the Lu clan 100 eras ago. Now that they have returned, they are not trying to take back their old land. They just want to settle down here. It can be considered as returning to their old land. Therefore, I hope the Martial God Sect Master will make things easy for us and not make things difficult for the Lu clan's people. They only need this land with a radius of 100 miles. To the territory of the Martial God Sect, this shouldn't be worth mentioning. It's no more than plucking a cow's hair." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Martial God Sect Master was shocked. 100 universe eras ago? Madame Lu? That Madame Lu? But wasn't the Lu clan annihilated by Jie? The remaining members of the Lu clan should have all been enslaved by the Realm Lord. This was something that everyone in the Fuller realm knew. The young expert in front of him was actually able to rescue the Lu clan's people from the hands of Jie. Then who exactly was this young expert? Even World Lord Jie had to give him some face. This was something that was hard to imagine. The more he thought about it, the more shocked the Martial God Sect Master was. He increasingly felt that he had bumped into a big shot this time around. This was definitely a big shot with a huge background. How could a small Martial God Sect like him afford to offend such a person? Therefore, the Martial God Sect Master naturally didn't hesitate and immediately said, "You're too polite. Since you've asked, how could our Martial God Sect be so stingy? In the future, this area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles will belong to the Lu clan. Treat it as a small gift from our Martial God Sect to welcome the Lu clan back. I hope you don't mind." Also, is there anything else that you need our martial god sect to help you with? If there is, please feel free to ask. If there's anything that we can help with, our martial god sect will definitely not decline. It seemed that the martial god sect master was really smart and knew how to adapt to the situation. He was very generous, giving 1,000,000 miles of territory to the Lu clan with a wave of his hand. This was naturally a great thing for the Lu clan. 1,000,000 miles of territory was completely enough for the Lu clan to reproduce and develop for a long time. Moreover, they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Qin Shao didn't decline. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to the martial god sect master, "Martial god sect master, then I'll thank you on behalf of the Lu clan. There's nothing else that we need to trouble you with. If there is, I'll let the Lu clan's people come to the martial god sect to look for you. I just hope that the martial god sect master can take care of the Lu clan when the time comes. I'll be eternally grateful." The martial god sect master immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you're too kind. It's only right for me to take care of them. Lord Qin Shao, you can rest assured about this. Just leave everything to me. When I return, I'll pass down the order to handle this matter. In the future, the Lu clan can rest assured and settle down here and start a family. Haha, if the 3 seniors are free, you can also come to my martial god sect." Qin Shao curled his lips and casually said, "All right, we'll see. If I'm free, I'll definitely go and have a few drinks with the martial god sect master." The martial god sect master was even more delighted. He hurriedly said, "Good, good, good. Then I'll be waiting for the 3 of you to come. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the Nongshan sect master left. The hearts of the Lu clan's people, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down completely. The martial god sect master was so polite and respectful. He even took care of the Lu clan. This was really a good thing. In this way, the Lu clan really didn't have to worry about anything. The Lu clan was jubilant. They could finally be completely at ease. Moreover, they actually obtained a territory with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. For the Lu clan, which only had 10,000 people, it could be said to be extremely large. The martial god sect wouldn't cause trouble for the Lu clan anymore. Moreover, they obtained a large territory. The Lu clan was overjoyed and looked forward to the future. The martial god sect master is quite tactful. Brother Pure curled his lips and said. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. It's good that he's tactful. In this way, the Lu clan's days will be much better. We can only act as a deterrent. The Lu clan's days in the future will have to depend on themselves. If the martial god sect is willing to take care of them, that would naturally be the best thing. Let's not talk about this anymore. We should think of a way to help the Lu clan settle down. With some cultivation resources provided by Qin Shao and Brother Pure, it was temporarily enough for the Lu clan to cultivate in the early stages. Everything in the Lu clan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Gradually, they were on the right track. Qin Shao had also let Jingyang out. Jingyang was very excited and immersed himself in the Lu clan, cultivating together with the people of the Lu clan. In truth, the people of the Lu clan didn't know about Jingyang. However, when they found out that Jingyang was actually the servant of Patriarch Lu He, they naturally treated Jingyang as one of their own. Patriarch Lu He was the supreme existence in the hearts of the Lu clan. Naturally, the people of the Lu clan all respected Patriarch Lu He. Although Patriarch Lu He's vengeance had yet to be avenged, the people of the Lu clan were basically free. They had regained a new life, rebuilt the Lu residence, and gained a territory that belonged to the Lu clan. They had escaped the darkness and gained the light. This could be considered a kind of relief. This allowed Jingyang to feel like he was at home. The martial god sect master was indeed an extremely shrewd person. He might have found out about Qin Shao and the other two's identities from the Realm Lord's manor. Therefore, He immediately joined forces with the other major forces in the area and sent a total of generous gifts to the Lu clan. Originally, Qin Shao was naturally unwilling to accept them. After all, he had received gifts from others. However, thinking that Lady Lu was indeed in urgent need of this generous gift to replenish her cultivation resources, she thought for a moment and decided to accept it. The major forces all vowed in front of Qin Shao and the other two that they would definitely take care of the Lu clan. Some of them even asked the Lu clan if they needed more territory. For the Lu clan, this was naturally a great thing. Therefore, Qin Shao was happy to see this. This way, they would not have to worry about the Lu clan's future development. With the major forces taking care of them, at least the Lu clan would not be bullied by others. Moreover, for the Lu clan, a lot of cultivation resources were also given to the Lu clan. With the major forces' continuous help, there was hope for the Lu clan to rise again. They could see a new light. At this point, the matters of the Lu clan were more or less settled. Qin Shao could also leave with peace of mind. Naturally, Qin Shao would not take Lun Yan with him. Lun Yan's talent and potential were limited. He would probably remain like this for the rest of his life. Qin Shao gave Lun Yan some treasures and told him to stay in the Lu clan. He wanted him to lead the Lu clan to prosperity, and glory. This was a heavy responsibility. It was also the direction in which the Lu clan would work hard for generations to come. Young Master, Jing Yang's strength is low. If he follows you, he will be of no use at all. He will only be in the inner world. It is very boring. Therefore, Jing Yang is willing to ask Young Master to allow Jing Yang to stay in the Lu clan. Let me become a member of the Lu clan. Let me contribute my humble strength to the revival of the Lu clan. Jing Yang did not want to leave with Qin Shao again. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask for permission. Qin Shao nodded. Since Jing Yang wanted to stay in the Lu clan, he would do as he wished. Yes, it is indeed better for you to stay in the Lu clan than to follow me. Here, you can live a normal life. It is quite good. As for Jing Yang and Lun Yan, Qin Shao naturally took special care of them. Before leaving, he also gave them some life-saving treasures. Soon, Qin Shao and the other two left the Lu clan. It was time to make a trip back to the Realm Lord Manor. There was also the matter of Lu Buozhong's unsaved Grand Teacher. This matter had always been a headache for Qin Shao. If it was simply to save someone, it would not be so difficult. The difficult part was that Grand Teacher's soul was under the control of the Realm Lord. If Jigeo So refused to release Grand Teacher's soul, then Grand Teacher would never be free. Only death would await him. Therefore, there was no solution to this matter. Last time, Jigeo So had not been able to make him relent. This time, it would be even more difficult. All this time, Qin Shao had been thinking about this matter. However, he still could not come up with a solution. There was no good solution. This matter was somewhat unsolvable. Qin Shao, Senior Lu Buozhong, has endured humiliation for 100 universe eras. After enduring endless humiliation, I am afraid he has long since given up on living. Now that everyone in the Lu clan has been saved, Senior Lu Buozhong has no more worries. If there is really no other way, then I am afraid we can only choose to give up on Senior Lu Buozhong. I believe Senior Lu Buozhong is definitely willing to sacrifice himself for the Lu clan. He must have already accepted death. Brother Pure shook his head and said. Although Qin Shao did not agree with this, he knew that Brother Pure was right. The current situation was indeed more or less the same. It was indeed very difficult to change anything. It was easier said than done for him to let go of his Grand Master than for him to do so. Grand Teacher was definitely not afraid of death. He was definitely willing to sacrifice himself for the Lu clan. However, in his heart, Qin Shao did not want to see this happen. This was the father of his master, Elder Lu He. If he could save him, then naturally he would do everything in his power to save him. He definitely could not give up so easily. Chapter 3093. Brother Pure suddenly had an idea. Qin Shao, isn't that a possibility? We can think of a way to convince Tsong Juchi and use his life as a hostage to force Tsong Gao Suo to submit. Do you think it's possible? This possibility, Qin Shao thought for a moment. If that's the case, then it's equivalent to completely falling out with Tsong Gao Suo. Since we've completely fallen out with him, why would he compromise with us for the sake of his son's life? Since we can't be friends, then we can only be enemies. Once we're enemies, do you think Tsong Gao Suo will compromise? And perhaps Tsong Juchi's main body has already entered the carefree little realm. Even if we kill his clone, it'll be difficult to succeed. Moreover, no matter what the grudge between Tsong Gao Suo and I is, Tsong Juchi is innocent. We've already used Tsong Juchi. If we still kill him, then it'll be too immoral. That's not something I'd do. This was obviously not going to work. Brother Purity nodded and discarded this thought. That was indeed the case. It seemed that this was not going to work either. Thinking about it, how could someone like Tsong Gao Suo compromise for the life of his son's clone? If it really came to this point, it would definitely be a situation where one side would not rest until one side was dead. If this was not going to work, then there was really no solution. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly. Is there really no other way? Qin Shao shook his head. There's no solution, at least for the time being. Qin Shao also felt helpless in the face of certain things. After all, Tsong Gao Suo controlled Lu Buozhong's soul. Lu Buozhong's life was completely in the hands of Tsong Gao Suo. He would never be free unless Tsong Gao Suo took the initiative to release him. Otherwise, even if Qin Shao could kill Tsong Gao Suo's main body and clone at the same time, it wouldn't be of any use. After all, Geng Gaojun only needed a thought to kill Lu Buozhong. It was impossible to kill Gao Suo at the same time. Therefore, this matter seemed to be an unsolvable problem. Forget it, let's return to the Realm Lord Manor first. Very quickly, Qin Shao and the other two returned to the Realm Lord Manor. Tsong Juchi seemed to have already known that Qin Shao and the others were coming back, so he was already waiting at the gate to welcome them. As soon as he entered the Realm Lord Manor, Qin Shao saw Lu Buozhong kneeling there again. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. I really couldn't help you last time. After that, I pleaded with my father many times, but my father refused to budge, so I had no choice. Tsong Juchi said apologetically. Qin Shao nodded and said, Qin Shao understands and appreciates Brother Juchi's good intentions. I know you've done your best. Actually, I know this matter is very difficult. It's just that Brother Juchi should be able to understand my difficulties. As a teacher, I naturally want to fulfill my promise to my disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me look like a teacher who doesn't keep his promise and is useless? I, Qin Shao, have never broken my promise to anyone before, let alone my own disciple. This time, it's a miscalculation, a miscalculation. Tsong Juchi seemed to be able to understand. He said, Lord Qin Shao didn't know the situation inside, so you can't blame Lord Qin Shao. This matter can only be said to be a coincidence. My father has a temper. Once he's stubborn, no one can say anything to him. I'm also very afraid of him. I've thought about this matter carefully, and there's really no other way. It's not that I don't want to help you, Lord Qin Shao, but there's really no other way. I've tried all the methods I can, but I almost didn't use death to force him. But with my father's personality, even if I used death to force him, it wouldn't have helped. Instead, he would have gotten what he wanted. My father's hatred for the Lu clan's patriarch has already reached an extremely deep level. There's no other way. Song Juchi said there was no other way. Qin Shao had wanted to ask Song Juchi if he had any other ideas. But now, it seemed like there was really no other way. But to Qin Shao, it was more of a helplessness. He clearly had the strength, but he couldn't save his teacher. Why was that? It was because he wasn't strong enough. He was far from being strong enough. If he was a world immortal, he might have been able to force Song Gao Sua to let his teacher go. Unfortunately, he was only a third-step ancient saint. He was far from being as strong as Song Juchi. It was because of this that Qin Shao could only feel helpless. However, could this enmity continue to be dragged on? At most, he would have to wait until all 8 missions were completed. This was a matter that had been buried deep in his heart for many years. Qin Shao wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Brother Juchi, I'll have to trouble you. I can understand. I've already explained to Lu Nian. I've already tried my best. That's all I can do. Lu Nian is also a reasonable person. He didn't say anything else. However, I've broken my promise. So, I'd like to speak to the Lu clan's patriarch personally. Is that possible? Qin Shao said. Song Juchi was a smart person. He naturally understood what Qin Shao meant. He immediately said, "Of course, Lord Qin Shao. I'll make the arrangements here without my father's knowledge. My father won't know about this." Seeing that Song Juchi understood his meaning, Qin Shao was relieved. He nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Song Juchi immediately got to work. This place looked empty, but there were many hidden sentries all around. They were guarding this place at all times. As long as there was any movement, Song Juchi would immediately know. Song Juchi immediately made the arrangements. Then, he returned and said to Qin Shao, "Lord Qin Shao, you only have half a cup of tea's time. Is that enough?" Qin Shao nodded. "It's enough. I'm just saying a few words. I'm not familiar with the Lu clan's patriarch." "Haha, that's good. Then, Lord Qin Shao, hurry up." Song Juchi sneered. Qin Shao walked in front of the Lu clan's patriarch. On one hand, he called out to the Lu clan's patriarch. On the other hand, he transmitted his voice to the Lu clan's patriarch. "Grandmaster, I'm Elder Lu He's disciple, Qin Shao. I've come to the Realm Lord's manor to save the Lu clan." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Lu clan's patriarch, who had been expressionless all this time, was suddenly greatly moved. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shao with a somewhat excited expression in his eyes. However, the Lu clan's patriarch clearly still had some doubts. He didn't completely believe Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally also knew that with just this sentence, it was naturally a bit difficult to make the Lu clan's patriarch believe him. So, he continued, "Grandmaster, I wonder if you know Jingyang? He's a servant of Master. Perhaps Master has told you about him." Master did indeed die back then. However, before Master died, he exhausted all of his power to send Jingyang into the endless universe ocean. He had him carry his inheritance, and in the end, by chance, he arrived at the primordial universe. Fortunately, it was obtained by disciple Qin Shao. In the end, I relied on Master's inheritance to start from scratch. Step by step, I walked to where I am today. This time, I came to the Realm Lord's manor to save the Lu clan. I wanted to save you, Grandmaster, and then avenge Master and the Lu clan. I've already rescued and taken away the 10,000 or so clansmen of the Lu clan. I've returned to the old haunt and rebuilt the Lu residence. Now, in the Realm Lord's manor, only Grandmaster remains. No matter what, the Realm Lord is unwilling to let you go. Disciple is also very helpless. At the moment, I really don't have a good way to save Grandmaster. Grandmaster, please punish me. Jingyang, a strange expression flashed through the depths of the Lu clan's patriarch's eyes. He knew Jingyang. He was a servant that his son, Lu He, had taken in. He had occasionally heard Lu He mention him once. However, He was a very unremarkable servant. He couldn't be put on the table at all. It was also something that very few people knew. Hearing that Jing Yang was mentioned, the Lu clan's patriarch naturally immediately believed Qin Shao. If it wasn't someone who had truly obtained the inheritance of his son, Lu He, it would be impossible for him to know about this matter. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to know. Moreover, he was a prisoner, a person who was about to die. What was there to deceive? Qin Shao, good job, good job. Ha ha ha, my son, Lu He, you're even better. Good job. Before dying, you were actually able to let a servant take your inheritance and leave the great Tao sacred realm. However, in the end, you also left a hope for the Lu clan. You planted a seed of karma in exchange for today's repayment. Ha ha, the 10,000 or so clansmen of my Lu clan are already free. We've already rebuilt the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has also seen the light again and has regained a new life. Good, good, good. This is really good. This is really too good. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the entire Lu clan. As long as my clansmen are fine, then I have no more worries. There's nothing to be reluctant to leave. The Lu clan's patriarch was incomparably overjoyed. He laughed continuously, his mood extremely excited. He had endured the oppression, humiliation, and bullying of these 100-universe eras. How much had he endured? At this moment, he had finally gotten a release. Even if he were to die now, he would be happy enough. Qin Shao immediately said, "Grand teacher, I've let you suffer. I'm truly ashamed. Bear with it for a while longer. Your disciple will think of a way to save you, Grandmaster. Killing Jigeo Saw is not difficult at all. However, saving you, Grandmaster, is extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, I won't easily give up. I'll definitely think of a way to do it." Ha ha ha! The Lu clan's patriarch laughed loudly again. However, he had an indifferent look on his face. Good, Qin Shao. You've already done a lot for the Lu clan. Don't worry about this old man who's about to die. I know very well what kind of person Mang Gaosuo is. If I fell into his hands, I would have died long ago. All these years, for the sake of the Lu clan, I could only endure the humiliation to survive. I was willing to endure endless humiliation. But now, the people of the Lu clan are all free, so I have nothing to worry about and nothing to restrain me. In all these years, I've never been as relaxed as I am now. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, thank you. Our Lu clan has no successor. We're too weak, too weak. It's impossible for us to avenge this blood feud. Our Lu clan's vengeance is in your hands, Qin Shao. We're all in your hands. The old man is here. On behalf of the Lu clan, I thank you, Qin Shao. If my son in the underworld knows about this, he'll definitely be smiling in the underworld. Ha ha ha, the heavens have finally opened their eyes. They've finally protected our Lu clan for once. That's enough. That's enough. Old man, even if I die, what harm is there? Hearing Lu Buzhong's words, Qin Shao actually felt very, very sad. He didn't feel good at all. However, he also felt very helpless and powerless. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best to do it. However, this was an unsolvable problem. How could he solve it? Chapter 3094. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said solemnly, "Grandmaster, believe in me. You must believe in me. I've endured for so many years. Grandmaster, just endure for a bit longer. I'll quickly think of a way. There's still time. There's still a chance I can think of a way. Grandmaster, don't worry about the Lu clan's revenge. Just leave it to me. I'll definitely complete it. I've received great kindness from my master, Elder Lu He. I've received his inheritance, so I must repay this kindness. I've long since secretly vowed that I'll definitely avenge my master, Elder Lu He, in this sea of blood. Imitate? If I don't take revenge, I, Qin Shao, am not human. With Qin Zhao's words, the Lu clan's ancestor was gratified. He was completely gratified. His heart could also calmly relax. Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry and go do your thing, said the Lu clan's ancestor. Qin Shao nodded. It was about time, so he retreated. In front of Pang Juqi, Qin Shao didn't show much. But to be honest, after speaking with Pang Juqi, Qin Zhao's mood was very heavy. He really was very unhappy. Did he really want to go immediately? Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? However, Qin Shao still endured. This time, he didn't return to the Realm Lord's manor for the sake of rushing? Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? The time wasn't right yet. Now? Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? That was a bit too early. The best thing to do was to first complete all 8 missions, then make a move. Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? Then, without waiting for Pang Gaoshua to have a chance to react, then directly enter the carefree little realm? Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? If that was the case, then it could be reduced? After all, to complete all 8 missions, it would take tens of millions of years. In such a long time, it was indeed possible that anything could happen. Imitate? After all, even if Pang Gaoshua didn't know, Pang Juqi knew that Qin Shao knew that his true body was hiding in the carefree little realm. To avoid accidents? Even the Emperor and the inscribed board of the Dark Dragon Army Judge Xian Shu? Now, Jaggle is unaware of the danger. If that was the case, then they could make proper arrangement. There was no need to rush. By the way, Lord Qin Shao, my true body has already entered the carefree little realm. Haha, the experts of the carefree small realm were as common as cloud. Was it really more powerful than what he had imagined? Xianji Xianji P Xianji 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 Xianji? I didn't expect you to let me stay in the unfettered little realm. In the Shao Yao minor world, you can really make a lot of friends. Song Juqi suddenly laughed. Qin Shao had guessed that Song Juqi's main body had already entered the carefree minor realm. Sure enough, Song Juqi's main body had entered the carefree minor realm. This is normal, isn't it? Washing the bed and washing the bed, the plate, the mechanical Mei Yao, the ping pong and the ostrich. This was Pang Juqi's last mission. Now that the mission was completed, he could enter the unfettered small realm after paying a certain price. Such a price would not be difficult for Wan Qi. After all, he was the son of the Realm Lord. This little bit of savings was easy to take out. Haha, congratulations, congratulations. We've only heard of the carefree small realm, but we don't know the specific situation inside, Qin Shao said with a smile. Mang Ju sneered, haha, I've only just entered, so I don't know much about the situation inside. After I slowly understand it, I'll tell the Lord Qin Shao and the others about it next time. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything. This time, Qin Shao didn't plan to stay in the Realm Lord Manor for long. He bid farewell to Juqi and left. On the surface? Chivalrous pure words, carbonyl snatching hammers, clumsy restraining through beautiful cormorant model, clumsy restraining Qin Xian, which crown clumsy restraining stealing bursts, Yachuang playing tricks? This made Song Ju very happy. But the truth? Qin Shao wasn't here to bid farewell to Pang Juqi. He was here to see if Pang Juqi had a way to save his grandmaster. Their goal of saving people still ended in failure. However, there was no other way. This was the only way. After leaving, Qin Shao and the other two continued to do their missions. However, not long after, Qin Shao received a piece of bad news from Juqi. Grandmaster Lu clan's old ancestor, true body? How can I defeat Xian Shua's narrow-minded customs? What was he worried about the most? Forgive? In the end, the Grandmaster still chose this path. Qin Shao didn't want such a thing to happen? Twilight, 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 twilight. He had no way to stop this from happening. What? Although he had told his grandmaster, he didn't expect that his grandmaster still didn't listen to him and still chose to die. To be honest, Qin Shao hated himself for being so useless. He couldn't even save his grandmaster's life. He couldn't even save the life of his grandmaster's most important person. He had let his grandmaster down. Alas! Brother Chuanjie shook his head and comforted Qin Shao. Brother, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. You can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do. Perhaps this is the path that the Lu clan's patriarch chose. For the Lu clan, he was willing to give up everything. The Lu clan's patriarch is great and worthy of respect. He used death to end his day? It's a form of release. He didn't want to be so petty and have his life controlled by Juqi Gaoshua. He used his death to cut off your worries, so that you could deal with his jagged shuttle without any worries, without any threats. He used death to protect the Lu clan's dignity. Although the Lu clan's patriarch is dead, he used this method to stand with the Lu clan forever. Together, they will fight against the enemy. Together, they will avenge the Lu clan's blood sea. Yuan. Is it a frog with a crocodile tattoo? Qin Shao nodded and heaved a long sigh. In front of the fence, Grandmaster was indeed very noble and fearless. For the Lu family, he is willing to give up everything. He's going to take all of it? Squeezing neodymium excrescence wantonly it is indeed a heroic feat to cut down everything in the way. It's also my fault for being incompetent. How can this matter be objective? Chivalrous. I will hate myself too. Firstly, I hate myself for being useless. Secondly, I hate myself for not being able to save my grandmaster. This is a great sin of being unfilial. I'm ashamed, I'm really ashamed. Brother Pure came over and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder to comfort her. Should all the blame be placed on Jagged High Shuttle? First of all, I'm walking on the ground, I'm burying superfluous dong, I'm tugging on my hair, I'm thinking of you. After blaming himself for a while, Qin Shao could only pick up his mood and continue forward. The Lu clan's patriarch was already dead, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Unless he reached an extremely powerful realm in the future, perhaps there would be a chance to revive him. But if he wanted to revive a second step ancient sage, perhaps only Lord Reincarnation could do it. World? Chong Chong Omega Lemon Love Haze Bad Shenmu Shu? He could only think about these things in the future. This goal was still too far away. Should he put it in his heart first? Study it? If there was such a possibility in the future, then he, Qin Shao, would naturally give it a try. Flux Emperor Yushu? The death of the Lu clan's patriarch could be considered as cutting off the apprehension in Qin Zhao's heart. It also made Qin Shao feel much more relaxed. Then what he needed to do now was to quickly complete the mission and go to the Realm Lord's mansion. Tug Wei Fu Dong Yen? For his master, for his grandmaster, and for the entire Lu clan, he had to take revenge. Qin Shao had more or less investigated the situation in the Realm Lord's mansion. He had a rough idea of the situation and what kind of power it was. If he wanted to take revenge, there should be no problem. There were still 7 missions left. All of them were more complicated and troublesome. Most of them required time to accumulate and complete. Although they were complicated, the difficulty was indeed not very high for Qin Shao and the other two. So, to put it bluntly, they just needed to spend a certain amount of time. In the end, it took Qin Shao and the others more than 20 million years before they finally completed all the missions. Speaking of which, it was still considered quite good. Xian Qian Wu Mu Shui? More than 20 million years. Basically? Timid Beauty Mu Shui. Those 8 missions had indeed delayed the cultivation of Qin Shao and the others. However, in these 20 million years, Qin Shao and the others had been cultivating? Compared to ordinary people, this was an incomparably monstrous and heaven-defying act. It was just that Qin Shao and the others were a little dissatisfied. Now, Qin Shao had also raised all the laws? Huang Gui Wu Mu Shui? The realm of perfection. This caused his cultivation to become even more stable. Qin Shao had mastered as many as 9 kinds of laws. All of them had been cultivated to the extreme of the realm of great accomplishment. One more step and he would reach the peak level of the laws. But this step was a big breakthrough. Naturally, it was not something that could be achieved so easily. Except for the aspect of the laws, Qin Shao did not mention much about other aspects. Of course, the aspect of the laws? Ostrich? It was a great harvest. As for Brother Pure, he had also mastered 7 kinds of laws. He had also cultivated all 7 kinds of laws to the extreme of the realm of great accomplishment. Moreover, he had achieved a perfect integration of these 7 kinds of laws. With the help of Qin Shao, he had created his own unique skill. Although it was powerful? However, Brother Pure did not have the power of the inner world. So overall, chivalrous? His strength was still weaker than Qin Zhao's? Although he was weaker than Qin Zhao's? His Brother Pure should be able to face this realm calmly. As for Yuan Yuan, she had mastered as many as 8 kinds of laws. What about her harvest? She had broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, she had cultivated several kinds of laws to the realm of great accomplishment. Yuan Yuan? She was the most powerful one among the 3. Of course, it might also be because Yuan Yuan did not need to worry about anything. She was only responsible for following Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Perhaps she was also influenced by Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Therefore, during this period of time, Yuan Yuan was more serious and hard-working in cultivation. In the end, she had such a huge harvest. It could be considered the result of her hard work. Brother Qin Shao, we have completed all the tasks. After this experience, our strength has also improved. Now, it's time for us to return to the Fulo realm. Go straight for rugged Gaosua's strength? Send him off first. Qin Shao nodded heavily. In his eyes? It's time to set off for the Fulo realm. I have been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Master, Grandmaster, don't worry. I will soon avenge you and the Lu clan. This sea of blood? I will definitely make rugged Gaosua pay with his life. I believe you have been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon, everything will be over. It will all be over. After saying that, Qin Shao and the other 2 were horses? Chapter 3095. After more than 20 million years, he had returned to the floating Luo realm and the Boundary Master Mansion. He had come with different emotions and different objectives. This time, Qin Zhao's heart was heavy. This time, he really came for revenge. He was going to kill Mang Gaosu. After waiting for so many years, it was finally time to put it into action. Mang Juqi came early to welcome Qin Shao and the other 2. Qin Shao also took the initiative to ask to see Realm Lord Mang. Mang Juqi naturally didn't think too much and directly brought Qin Shao and the other 2 to see his father. Soon, they finally met Mang Gaosu. Although he was smart and cunning, he didn't take any precautions. After all, Lu Buzhong was already dead. Qin Shao and the other two had left for more than 20 million years before returning. He had checked and there seemed to be nothing wrong. But the moment they met, the atmosphere was a little strange. Mang Gaosuo seemed to have noticed it immediately, so he frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shao with a slightly heavy gaze. This atmosphere made Mang Juchi a little confused. What's going on? There shouldn't be any conflict between Lord Qin Shao and his father. Why was it like this when they met? Could it be that there was something he didn't know? Lord Qin Shao, seems like you have something to ask of me today. Mang Gaosuo said coldly. There was already a trace of unfriendliness in his eyes. For such an experienced person, a look, a trace of aura, they could sense something wrong. Qin Shao said in a low voice. Realm Lord Mang, Qin Shao has something to ask, please answer. Realm Lord Mang. May I ask if you are the disciple of the Lu clan's ancestor, Lu Buozong? What? Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Song Juchi was even more dumbfounded. His face was full of confusion. How was this possible? Didn't his father have an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu clan? Wasn't the Lu clan's patriarch chained to the stone platform in front of the Realm Lord Manor for hundreds of eras? How could his father be the Lu clan's patriarch's disciple? How was this possible? Jagged Tall Shuttle's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flashed out a cold light. Who the hell are you? Gaosuo asked coldly. Qin Shao didn't answer Gung Gaosuo's question. Instead, he continued, Elder Lu He and you are as close as brothers. The Lu clan's patriarch is your master. Although you weren't born in the Lu clan, it is where you grew up, isn't that right? Humph. Jigeo Shua's mind was struck by a thunderclap. Monstrous anger suddenly surged up. He glared at Qin Shao fiercely. When he mentioned the Lu clan's ancestor, Old Man Lu He, and this unknown past, who exactly was Qin Shao? He was not a member of the Lu family. He was definitely not a member of the Lu family. Who was it then? Mang Gaosuo coldly asked again, Who the hell are you? What's your relationship with Lu He? Seeing his father fly into a rage out of humiliation, Song Juchi basically believed it. It seemed that his father was indeed a disciple of the Lu clan's old ancestor, and had a very deep relationship with the Lu clan. But why did his father fall out with the Lu clan like this? Why did he have such an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu clan? And why did Lord Qin Shao come looking for him? It seemed that he was here to cause trouble for his father? How could this be? He had always tried his best to befriend Qin Shao. He had always thought of ways to show his goodwill and help him. Today, he had even specially brought him to see his father and told him some of his father's secret. But why was it like this now? Had he been used all this time? Had he been deceived all this time? This was a huge blow to Song Juchi. He had trusted Qin Shao so much, but this was what he got in return? Humph. At this point, Qin Shao had nothing to hide. He no longer suppressed his monstrous anger and murderous intent, completely erupting. Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan were also ready for battle. This also let Jigeo Shua know that they had come for him with ill intentions. Jigeo Shua, the Lu clan's old ancestor, saved you when you were in danger. He even took you in as his disciple and treated you as his own. Old Man Lu He even sees you as a brother. Everyone in the Lu clan is extremely respectful towards you. But what about you? Just because Elder Lu He wanted to pass the position of clan head to him, you developed hatred in your heart and wanted to destroy the entire Lu clan. Just how vicious is your heart? How can you repay kindness with enmity? How can you be so heartless? You're even worse than animals like pigs and dogs. Even animals know how to feel, but you're so vicious and merciless. You have a heart as vicious as a snake and scorpion. You killed Elder Lu He and enslaved your master, the Lu clan's old ancestor. You destroyed the Lu clan and made the people of the Lu clan slaves for generations. Only you, Jigeo Shua, would dare to do such a thing. Do you even have the slightest bit of conscience as a person? I think your conscience has long been eaten by dogs. Speaking of these things, Qin Shao was filled with righteous indignation. Qin Shao paused and raised his voice. I, Qin Shao, am the disciple of Elder Lu Ha. I have obtained his inheritance, and to repay the kindness of my master, I've come to your realm Lord Manor today to take your head and offer it to my master's spirit in heaven. Elder Lu He's disciple? Jigao Shaw frowned deeply. How was that possible? Hadn't Elder Lu Ha been killed by him? How could he have escaped alive? That was impossible. He had already checked the corpse. There were no problems at all. Qin Shao, who exactly are you? You can't be Elder Lu He's disciple. He died 100 universe eras ago. Looking at the traces of your life, you've only lived for 100 million years at most. Jigao Shua pointed at Qin Shao and shouted. Of course, he didn't believe that Qin Shao was Elder Lu He's disciple. Speaking of this matter, Qin Shao was very pained and hateful. Qin Shao stared at Jigao Shua and said, Yes, my master, Elder Lu Ha, indeed died at the hands of you, Jigao Shua. Before my master died, he didn't forget to leave a glimmer of hope for the Lu family. Therefore, he made arrangements early on. He let an unknown servant carry some of his inheritance and enter the endless universe ocean. This way, even you, Jigao Shua, wouldn't have thought of this. In the end, that servant drifted in the endless universe ocean for nearly 100 universe eras before arriving at my hometown. I was fortunate enough to obtain this inheritance, which helped me all the way to where I am today. After hearing this, Jigao Shua finally understood what was going on. So that was how it was. He really hadn't expected that Elder Lu Ha would make such arrangements before his death. However, the success rate of such a thing was extremely low. Allowing a servant to leave with a little bit of inheritance and enter the endless universe ocean was an extremely dangerous thing to do. However, he hadn't expected that he would actually cultivate an extremely dangerous disciple. It seemed that today was going to be a little troublesome. However, Jigao Shua wasn't afraid of anything. His face was still dark and cold as he looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, Qin Shao, with your current strength and achievements, it's far from what Elder Lu He's inheritance can decide. His little bit of inheritance is at most icing on the cake for you, isn't it? I've already released everyone from the Lu family. The Lu clan's patriarch committed suicide himself, so you can't blame it on me. This realm lord has already given you a lot of face. Do you really want to fight to the death with this realm lord? Young man, it's better not to be too impulsive. Lu He's small favor isn't worth risking your life for him, is it? It's already been 100 universe epochs. Everything has already been settled. Why bother? Qin Shao looked at Jigao Shua coldly and snorted. Perhaps it's nothing in the eyes of a heartless person like you, but to me, Qin Shao, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Moreover, it's the grace of an inheritance. Whether it's a timely help or icing on the cake, it's extremely important to me. You won't understand this kind of thing. After all, you don't have a conscience. I just want you to understand why I want to kill you. That's enough. I don't think there's anything else to say between us. Jigao Shua wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Kill me? What right do you have? The hatred between the Lu family and me doesn't need you to decide. I have my own reasons to destroy the Lu family. Biting the hand that feeds you? Heartless? Humph, a great man must be ruthless. You're blaming me for being ruthless. That's because you don't know how I felt at that time. Regardless of this, Qin Shao, do you really think you can kill me with just the three of you? You're just three brats in the three-step ancient saint realm. You haven't even grown your wings yet. Do you think you're eagles? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're disciples of the Firmament Academy. You asked for it. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Even if I kill you, the Firmament Academy won't say anything. As the lord of a realm, I won't allow you to behave atrociously in my territory. Qin Shao sneered and said, Is that so? Then I should be able to issue a public challenge to you, the realm lord of the Foluo realm, right? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I'll issue a public challenge to you. Let's fight one-on-one. If I, Qin Shao, am not strong enough and die in your hands, then I deserve it. What do you think? Ah! Jigao Shu laughed even more wantonly and disdainfully. Not to mention Qin Shao, even if the three of them came together, he wouldn't be afraid. How could his realm lord palace allow three-step ancient saints to behave atrociously? Now, Qin Shao wanted to have a public one-on-one battle with him. Wasn't that asking for humiliation and death? Qin Shao, since you insist on courting death, how can I not fulfill your wish? If you want to issue a public challenge, then I have no room to refuse. That's good. It'll save me some trouble if I kill you. Since you've issued a public challenge to me, then you deserve to die. No one will talk about this matter. Meng Gaosuan naturally liked Qin Zhao's actions and was very happy to see it. This was him, Qin Shao, courting death. How could he, Gao Shu, not fulfill his wish? All right, then I'll personally issue the challenge. 100 years later, we'll meet on the stage and fight to the death. Qin Shao said coldly and turned to leave. Brother Chuanjie and Yuan followed him immediately. Jigao Shu chased after them and looked at Qin Shao with bloodshot eyes. He was naturally furious at this moment. Qin Shao understood Jigao Shu's feelings very well. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said helplessly, I'm sorry, Jigao Shu. I've been using you and deceiving you. I used you to get close to your father so I could take my revenge. You can scold me or hate me. Our relationship ends here. Chapter 3096. Humph. Song Juchi sneered at himself. Ha ha ha, I'm so stupid. I, Song Juchi, have always thought that I've been smart all my life. I didn't think that I would be so stupid this time. I actually trusted you, Qin Shao. I did my best to befriend you, I even begged my father several times. I was so passionate and respectful to you. That was my sincerity, right? I showed my sincerity to befriend you, Qin Shao. But this is what I got in return. In return, Qin Shao lied to me and used me. I was too stupid, too naive. I didn't even have the most basic defense against people. I was so ridiculous. No wonder Song Juchi was so agitated. He did put in a lot of effort to befriend Qin Shao. He showed his sincerity. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Shao would actually seek revenge from his father in the end. Logically speaking, Qin Shao was indeed not related to his father at all. It was impossible for them to be entangled together. How could this be? However, the heavens seemed to be deliberately teasing him, and such a strange thing happened. Qin Shao couldn't do anything about this from the start. But it wasn't a big deal. Qin Shao smiled and said, We're just taking what we need. You, Song Juchi, aren't a righteous person. You're just a little sanctimonious. You have your reasons to befriend me. I also have my reasons to befriend you. There's nothing much to say. I don't have any prejudice against you. But I can't be friends with you either. This matter is over. The next time we meet, it's up to you whether we fight or not. With that, Qin Shao left. He didn't pay any more attention to Song Juchi. Watching Qin Shao leave, Song Juchi clenched his fists. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Hatred filled the sky. Humiliation, it hurt him even more. Being deceived and used like this, no one would be able to feel at ease. The Great Path Sacred Realm had its own rules. 3,000 realms, 3,000 realm masters, and those who were capable could occupy them. As long as you meet the requirements, you can challenge any sector lord. Once you succeed in the challenge, you would become the new realm lord and have the qualifications to rule over an entire realm, becoming the supreme ruler of an entire realm. You would be able to command an entire realm, achieving unparalleled accomplishments. The Realm Lord was a symbol of status in the Great Path Sacred Realm. As for the position of the World Lord, it was likely that everyone wanted to obtain it. It was normal for Realm Masters to be replaced, but it wasn't that easy to become the Realm Master. If one wanted to issue a public challenge to a Realm Lord, there were many conditions. If one did not meet the conditions, one would not be able to issue the challenge. First and foremost, one had to be at least a third-step ancient sage. There was no rule stating that one had to be at fourth-step ancient sage at the very least. After all, there were indeed some third-step Empyrean saints who were far stronger than most fourth-step Empyrean saints. Therefore, setting the threshold at third-step Empyrean saint could be considered as giving some peerless geniuses a chance. Second, one had to pay an extremely high deposit. This was also to prevent some people from using the name of challenging the Realm Lord to establish their own reputation. Perhaps some Realm Lords would be kind-hearted and wouldn't kill the challenger. Therefore, the deposit could set a very high threshold. Once one lost, the deposit would naturally be gone. It wouldn't be refunded. Third, one had to announce to the world that there would be 100 years. Within this 100 years, there would be others who could issue a challenge to fight for the opportunity to challenge the Realm Lord. For example, now that Qin Shao wanted to issue a challenge to Pringgao Shuo, within this 100 years, there might be other unconvinced people who would stand in front of Pringgao Shuo and issue a challenge to Qin Shao. They would first test Qin Zhao's strength and see if this was the case. Did this guy have the qualifications to challenge the Realm Lord? However, these conditions were nothing to Qin Shao. The first two were quickly completed. After completing it, he only needed to wait for 100 years. The news of someone issuing an open challenge to the Realm Lord of Floating Luo World was quickly made known to the entire Floating Luo World. Such a matter naturally caused a huge uproar in Floating Luo World. This was an extremely fresh matter. How many years has it been? If I remember correctly, the last time someone publicly challenged Realm Lord Peng was 3 epochs ago, right? Yes, I remember too. It was 3 epochs ago. He failed and was killed by Realm Lord Peng on the spot. How tragic. Ha ha ha, I remember too. I watched that open challenge. The fight was very exciting. This time, I wonder who's the one who isn't afraid of death. Haha, in these 100 epochs, the number of challengers who died in the hands of Realm Lord Peng should be at least 80, if not 100. It has been 3 epochs since someone dared to cause trouble. Today, there's someone who isn't afraid of death. Do you know who it is? What's his background? I think it's a third-step ancient saint. What's his name again? I think he's called Lord Qin Shao. As for the rest, I don't know if anyone knows who young Master Qin Shao is. Lord Qin Shao, I've never heard of this person. He shouldn't be from our Floating Luo world. He might be from another world. What third-step ancient saint? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A puny third-step ancient saint dares to challenge our Floating Luo world's Realm Lord? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Are you sure? Since when did a third-step ancient saint become so arrogant? He still dares to challenge Realm Lord Pring? Is he crazy or stupid? Maybe there's something wrong with his brain. Interesting. Let's go and watch this battle. It's going to be fun. Alright, let's go. Let's prepare. The news of Qin Shao publicly challenging Peng Gao Shuo spread rapidly in Floating Luo world. Soon, it caused a huge uproar and even affected the surrounding world. After all, Qin Shao was only a third-step ancient saint. A third step ancient saint issuing a public challenge to the floating Luo world's realm lord was something that had never happened before. This was the first time. Therefore, it naturally caused a commotion in the city. It was very lively. Floating Luo City, where the Realm Lord Mansion was located, was especially noisy. Everyone in the streets and alleys were talking about it. 100 years passed very quickly. The day of the public challenge had arrived. During these 100 years, the entire Realm Lord Mansion had been preparing for this matter. The entire floating Luo City was also under martial law. A large number of soldiers were deployed to guard the city to prevent any chaos from happening. During these 100 years, there were also people from floating Luo world and other worlds who rushed over. As soon as they entered the city instantly became overcrowded. Fortunately, floating Luo City was big enough to accommodate so many people. The place of the public challenge was set in the huge open space in front of the Realm Lord Mansion. At this moment, the open space was already surrounded by a large number of soldiers from the Realm Lord Mansion. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, preventing outsiders from entering the martial field. As for Realm Lord Ping Gao Shuo, he was surrounded by his trusted subordinate. He was sitting on a high throne, exuding an extremely powerful aura as he waited for his challengers. The crowd of onlookers couldn't be seen at a glance. It was as if dark clouds had filled the entire void. The number of people was probably in the tens of billions. It was an extremely terrifying number. One could see that this public challenge was extremely attractive. It was difficult to distinguish who was who in the crowd. Qin Shao and the other 2 kept a low profile as they blended in with the crowd. It was quite interesting to listen to the discussions of those people. An abnormally tall and sturdy bare-shouldered man walked out with heavy steps. After his triangular eyes swept across the surroundings, a voice like muffled thunder suddenly exploded, as if there were bursts of heavenly thunder. "Where are the challengers? Why aren't you showing yourself?" In the crowd, Qin Shao curled his lips. After glancing at Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, he leaped out and landed on the open space. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. All of them fell on Qin Shao. Suddenly, a sea of saliva was spat towards Qin Shao. It's this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He looks like he hasn't even grown his hair yet. Who gave him the courage to challenge Realm Lord Ping Gao? What a tender little fellow. As expected, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He's still too young. Haha, it's said that young people are hot-blooded and fearless. It's true. Isn't that so? He really doesn't want his life anymore. Sigh, what a pity. He has cultivated to the ancient saint stage at such a young age. He can be considered as a peerless genius. However, his brain isn't very good. It's really a pity that he's courting death. Humph, he's overestimating himself. I think there's no need for Realm Lord Ping Gao to make a move. Someone will naturally step forward to deal with this kid. Yes, there will definitely be someone. After all, no ancient saint stage 3 has dared to challenge Realm Lord Ping Gao before. Listening to the saliva, Qin Shao just smiled indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. It didn't matter. The facts would prove everything. He would shut those people up. The abnormally tall and sturdy man glanced at Qin Shao with incomparable contempt. The corners of his mouth curved into a contemptuous smile. He's really tired of living. After he was done with his disdain, the abnormally tall and sturdy man swept his gaze over the surroundings. His thunderous voice rang out once again. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to challenge this challenger? Please come out quickly. There will be no delay. As soon as the tall and sturdy man finished speaking, a total of 3 figures flew out and landed on the martial stage. Among the 3 figures, 2 were ancient saints at the 3rd step, while the other was an ancient saint at the 4th step. He didn't expect there to be 3 ancient saints at the same time. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. It seemed like it was really a disadvantage to have a weak cultivation base. It would make others think that he was weak and wanted to step on him. It was quite a sad thing. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only an ancient saint at the third step. These three people probably didn't really want to use this opportunity to challenge Realm Lord Pingao. If they wanted to challenge him, they would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until today. Therefore, these people clearly wanted to challenge Realm Lord Pingao Shu. They were just trying to curry favor by blocking the trouble for Realm Lord Pingao Shu. Qin Shao naturally understood the reason behind this. Since these three people wanted to embarrass themselves, Qin Shao had no choice but to fulfill their wishes. The onlookers also had the mentality of watching a good show. Some of them even had the mentality of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Many people even felt that Qin Shao was about to be unlucky. He wasn't qualified to challenge Realm Lord Pingao Shu. Chapter 3097. Now that there were three challengers, the public challenge would start with these challengers. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the three challengers. However, Qin Shao didn't recognize them and didn't know who they were. On the other side, Mangao Shuo was still sitting comfortably on his throne, looking at them mockingly. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He was naturally disdainful of Qin Zhao's challenge. Over the past 100 eras, there had been dozens of fourth-step ancient saints who had challenged him, but they were all defeated by him. More than half of them had died in his hands. His position as the Sector Lord was obtained from the edge of a blade. It wasn't for nothing. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to challenge him. The onlookers quickly recognized the three provocateurs who jumped out to provoke them. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Isn't that red-clothed holy venerate the infamous red-clothed devil? I've long heard of his ferocious name. I didn't expect to see him here today. Yes, it's really the red-clothed devil. It's said that his strength isn't inferior to a fourth-step ancient saint. In our floating Luo world, there aren't many who can match him. He's been famous for a long time and followed the previous Sector Lord for a period of time. Later on, he established his own sect. It's not just the red-clothed devil. There's also that blue-clothed holy venerate. Do you know who he is? Could it be the Radiant Religion Leader? Haha, that's right. It's the Radiant Religion Leader. He's also an extraordinary existence. He's extremely powerful. His reputation isn't inferior to the red-clothed devil. Yes, the Radiant Religion Leader is indeed an extremely ancient and powerful existence. He rarely shows himself. I didn't expect him to show up today. The red-clothed devil and the Radiant Religion Leader are nothing. Didn't you see the old Tuo's back? That fourth-step ancient saint in the middle is the old Tuo's back. Yes, that's the old Tuo's back. Who else looks like him? It really is Old Man Tuo's back. It is said that Old Man Tuo's back was once the realm lord of our floating Luo world. He was once the ruler of our floating Luo world. That's right. Old Man Tuo's back was once the realm lord of our floating sky world. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to protect it and it was taken away by someone else. But no matter what, it can be said that it had a glorious time. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Qin Shao knew who the three challengers were. From the looks of it, the three of them aren't small at all. There's actually one of them who was once the realm lord of Fulo world. This is a very interesting matter. The former realm lord of the floating Luo world had no way to compete with Jigeo Shua for the position of realm lord. Therefore, he only wanted to suppress him. What could he obtain from this? What kind of mentality was this? Red-robed devil, Radiant Religion Leader, and Old Man Tuo's back. Seniors, I, Qin Shao, am not acquainted with you. Today, I am publicly challenging the floating Luo world's realm lord. Seniors, why are you interfering in this matter at this time? If you want to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shua, you can issue a public challenge. Why are you trying to seize my territory? Qin Shao looked at the three of them and said indifferently. Qin Shao disdained the three of them, but he couldn't be bothered to defeat them. It felt like a waste of time and energy. The three of them were probably instigated by Jigeo Shua. Otherwise, there was no need for them to forcefully stand out at this time. They wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. The red-robed devil laughed sinisterly. Brat, are you afraid? Humph, you're just a brat at the third step of the ancient saint realm. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shua? If we allow you to challenge him, where will we put our faces? We don't even dare to issue a public challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shua. You're really arrogant. So, brat, if you want to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shua, you have to ask if we agree or not. You have to get past me first. Hee, brat, let me give you a piece of advice. You should give up as soon as possible and dispel this unrealistic idea. Otherwise, you'll be the unlucky one. You're still young. You still have a long way to go. Don't lose your life here. The gains won't make up for the losses. Qin Shao didn't care about the disdainful words of the red-robed devil. He just smiled indifferently and said, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness, but since Junior has issued a public challenge, there's no reason for me to stop. Since Senior insists on being Realm Lord Jigeo Shua's lackey, Junior has no choice but to offend you. Junior would also like to give Senior a piece of advice. Being a lackey isn't a good thing. It's not a glorious thing. It's also possible that you'll bring disaster to yourself. What did he mean? Wasn't Qin Shao calling the red-robed devil a lackey? How could the red-robed devil not be angry if that was the case? Humph! The red-robed demon snorted angrily. What a sharp-tongued brat. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words. Humph, then I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-clothed demon took the lead and attacked Qin Shao. The Radiant Sect's leader and Tua Sha also quickly retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao and the red-robed devil. All the onlookers suddenly quieted down. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the martial stage. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. On one side was the infamous red-robed devil. On the other side was a brat who dared to issue a public challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shua. The outcome of this battle was very difficult to guess. Of course, many people stood on the red-robed devil's side. After all, he was a famous and powerful existence. As soon as the red-clothed devil attacked, a monstrous blood-red light soared into the sky. Numerous blood-red devils rushed out from the monstrous blood-red light and turned into ferocious ghosts as they pounced on Qin Shao. The red-clothed devil was worthy of being a famous devil. His devil technique was practiced to the acme of perfection. It was also very terrifying. The monstrous blood-red light contained a terrifying devouring power. The endless and terrifying devouring power transformed into numerous demons. They pounced on Qin Shao like malicious ghosts. Naturally, they were also very terrifying. One had to admit that the red-robed devil's strength was not weak. At least, he was not weak among the three-step ancient saint realm experts. However, his strength was only relative to other people. Perhaps the red-robed devil stood at a higher level among the three-step ancient saint realm experts. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, the red-robed devil's technique was just a small trick. It was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. The sword in his hand slashed out. No matter how powerful the three-step ancient saint realm experts were, in fact, ordinary in Qin Zhao's eyes, they could not withstand a single blow. There was not much difference to him. Therefore, no matter how strong the red-robed devil was, Qin Shao was still unperturbed. As the sword slashed down, the monstrous blood-red light was immediately purified by the supreme light. It collapsed and dissipated in an instant. The devils were also smashed into pieces by Qin Zhao's sword. They did not have any strength to resist at all. After breaking the red-robed devil's move, Qin Zhao's sword did not slow down. Instead, it was pointed at the red-robed devil. This situation really frightened the red-robed devil. His face turned pale in an instant, and he retreated repeatedly. In the end, Qin Zhao's sword slashed across the red-robed devil's body, leaving a shocking bloody wound. The red-robed devil was horrified. He was a little dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The whole place was silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Countless people's eyes were wide open. They looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. Looking at this young man, they really felt that it was inconceivable. That was the Red Cloak Devil, the famous Red Cloak Devil whose name shook the heavens. However, he had been so easily defeated and injured by Qin Zhao's sword. In fact, he had almost lost his life. What kind of terrifying strength was this? This made everyone have a whole new level of respect for Qin Shao. The contempt and disdain from before were also gone. Now everyone knew that it was no wonder that Qin Shao dared to issue a public challenge to Jie. It turned out that he really had some strength. Now, the situation had suddenly changed. Many people thought that Qin Shao would definitely be defeated by the red-robed devil. They thought that he would not even be able to pass this round. However, they did not expect that the red-robed devil would suffer a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao. He did not even have the chance to attack again. He was defeated in one move. This showed that the red-robed devil's strength was far from Qin Zhao's. The red-robed devil's face was extremely ugly. He had never lost so much face. He was defeated in one move. Moreover, he was defeated in the hands of a young man at the third step ancient saint realm. Moreover, he was defeated by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Such a thing was simply a great humiliation to the red-robed devil. It was a great humiliation to him. Moreover, what made him feel the most uncomfortable was that he clearly felt that Qin Shao had shown mercy just now. Otherwise, that sword strike just now might have taken his life. Thinking of the sword just now, he still had a trace of lingering fear. It was too terrifying a sword. If that sword really slashed down, the consequences would be unimaginable. This made the red-robed devil very puzzled. The young man in front of him was obviously only at the third step ancient saint realm. How could his strength be so strong? How could his sword be so sharp and fierce? How could it be so invulnerable? All of this was very inconceivable. Moreover, he could not see the depth of Qin Zhao's sword and could not understand it. Just like that, he felt like he had lost without knowing why. He didn't even know how he had lost. This was the worst thing that could happen to him. Therefore, the red-robed devil was very shocked, very shocked. It was not that he had never been defeated before, but he had never been defeated like today. The radiant religion master and the tutored old man also looked deeply at Qin Shao, their eyes deep. Mang Gaosuo and the others looked at Qin Shao with a slightly different expression. However, Jigao Shua had already expected this and was not too surprised. After all, Qin Shao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. It was normal for him to have such strength. If he did not have such strength, he was not qualified to enter the Firmament Academy and become a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Therefore, it was not a big deal. He still did not take it to heart. He still did not think that Qin Shao had the ability to threaten him and shake his position. Chapter 3098. The radiant religion leader and Tuo's back frowned when they saw the red-clothed devil defeated. The three of them had come because they had been ordered to do so. They also felt that it would be a great humiliation for them if a brat at the third step of the ancient saint stage dared to openly challenge Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle. How could a brat do something that they didn't dare to do? Moreover, defeating a challenger in an open challenge was also an opportunity to make a name for oneself. Some people who had been silent for a long time were unwilling to be left alone. They wanted to find an opportunity to show off their might and make a name for themselves. Qin Shao looked at the Radiant Religion leader and Tuo's back indifferently. He chuckled and said, "Radiant Religion leader, Tuo's back, do you want to come at me one by one or come at me together? Why don't I invite the two of you to come at me together?" Although Qin Zhao's words sounded calm, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. He was extremely disdainful of the Radiant Hierarch and Tuoback Old Man. The Radiant Religion leader and Tuo's back were both extremely arrogant people. Such a provocation was simply an insult to them. But in the battle just now, Qin Shao had indeed given everyone a great shock. The red-clothed devil was a powerful third-step ancient saint, but he had been defeated in just one round. If Qin Shao hadn't shown mercy, he would have died under Qin Zhao's sword. The Radiant Religion leader was confident in his strength, but he didn't dare to say that he could easily suppress the red-clothed devil. Therefore, the Radiant Religion leader naturally felt guilty and didn't dare to continue the battle. He could only look at Tuo's back. Tuo's back's hoarse and gloomy voice rang out. "Young man, don't be so arrogant. You should know that there's always someone stronger. Originally, I didn't want to bully a brat at the third step of the ancient saint stage, but you're too arrogant. I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. You're the one who provoked me. Don't blame me for bullying you." Qin Shao didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all the same. Since I dare to challenge Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle, Senior Tuo's back doesn't make a difference." Humph Tuo's back's words were jarring to the ears of the old man. Therefore, Tuo's back was instantly enraged. Old man Tuo's back attacked in anger, and a powerful force burst forth from his hand. This was a fourth-step Empyrean saint who had cultivated several types of laws to the pinnacle. He was truly a powerful existence who could enforce the law with his word. The moment he made his move, the heavens and earth shook and the four seas surged. The boundless might of the heavens and earth turned into rays of sharp light. Waves of powerful energy surged out and howled madly in the heavens. The entire martial platform was instantly enveloped by the old man's formidable power. This space felt like it was collapsing and sinking into oblivion. Everything inside was about to be completely destroyed by this terrifying power. Tuoback Old Man was a living fossil who had lived for a very long time. His strength could be considered to be somewhat decent. His methods were also quite vicious. His first move was extremely ruthless, and he wanted to kill his opponent. In any case, he was someone who had once been the realm lord of the Fuller realm. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, this was still nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Even before he had entered the Firmament Academy, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to defeat Tuoback Old Man, let alone now that his strength had increased greatly. For now, Qin Shao naturally had a lot of confidence and could easily deal with him. Qin Shao continued to attack unhurriedly. It was still only a single strike, and the situation was still the same as before. Qin Zhao's sword bloomed with a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable and could cut through everything. The result was as expected. Tuoback Old Man was also directly pushed back by Qin Zhao's sword and suffered a crushing defeat on the spot. This result wasn't much different from the previous one, except that it wasn't as miserable as the red-clothed devil. This time, it shocked the 4 seats and shook the 8 directions. The shock from before hadn't completely subsided yet, and a new shock came. Moreover, it was obviously more shocking than before, making people even more speechless. This was Old Man Tuo's back, a 4th-step Empyrean saint, someone who had once been the realm lord of Wulu realm. Such an ancient and powerful existence was actually defeated by Qin Shao with a single strike. Such a scene was simply too inconceivable. It was simply unbelievable. How was this possible? How strong was Qin Shao? It was really thought-provoking. There was a deathly silence. I actually lost. Tua Bak old man, who had been pushed out of the martial stage, stood there in a daze, as if he had been petrified. I, the great Tua Bak old man, the former realm lord of Fulu world, actually lost to a third-step ancient saint boy. One strike, just one strike, and this young boy actually broke my attack and pushed me back with a peerless sharpness. Although this old man hasn't used all of his means, I've already lost. Even if I go all out, I'll still lose miserably in the end. It's impossible. It's true that there are geniuses in every generation. Our Fulua world actually has such an unprecedented genius. It's really hard to imagine that a third-step ancient saint boy would be so unbelievably strong. How did he do it? He didn't use any innate ability just now, so he shouldn't be a son of heaven with a special constitution. Just his sword alone is already peerless and unparalleled to such an extent. It's too hard to imagine. This old man has never heard of such a heaven-defying brat in my entire life. It's no wonder he dares to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw in public. There are cases of third-step ancient saints challenging Realm Lords, but there are almost no successful cases. In the long river of history, some of the successful examples were basically things that happened in extremely ancient times. At the very least, there hasn't been such a case in the last tens of millions of epochs. Tua Bei shook his head. It wasn't unjust for him to be defeated by such a heaven-defying genius. This time, he could only say that he'd asked for it and couldn't blame anyone else. He'd insisted on getting involved in this mess. Now, not only had he failed to shine, but he'd also been severely humiliated. He'd better not come out as often as possible in the future. Otherwise, there would be a lot of ridicule. The red-clothed devil felt a lot better when he saw Tua Bei lose to Qin Shao in one move. If even Tua Bei had been defeated in one move, what more him? He felt much better when he thought about it this way. The Radiant Light Religion Master was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate. Jigeo Shaw's brows were deeply furrowed, and his expression was somewhat grave. He'd always been very disdainful of Qin Shao. He didn't think that Qin Shao had the ability to challenge or threaten him. But now he realized that he'd underestimated Qin Shao. Sure enough, no one who could enter the Firmament Academy was simple. He knew that many of the Firmament Academy's disciples were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Qin Shao had just entered the Firmament Academy. Secondly, he'd entered the Firmament Academy through the 100 Worlds selection battle. Generally speaking, the people who entered the Firmament Academy through the 100 Worlds selection battle were relatively weak. This was also a well-known fact in the Great Way Sanctuary. Therefore, Jigeo Shaw didn't think that Qin Shao had much ability. But now he realized that he'd underestimated this kid. It wasn't difficult to defeat Tua Bei, and he was confident that he could do it easily. However, Jagged Tall Shuttle was not as confident as Qin Shao in defeating the Tuo's Back old man with a single strike. Such a move was simply too amazing. Such strength was definitely unfathomable. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. The loyal followers behind Jigeo Shaw all had grim looks on their faces. Naturally, they could sense that things weren't going well. It seemed that this time, they'd really encountered a terrifying opponent. It was a little dangerous. Eighth brother, this is all your fault. You lured a wolf into our realm lord manor. How should you be punished? A man who looked 70 to 80% similar to Tsong Juchi pointed at Tsong Juchi's nose and scolded. That's right. Eighth brother, you actually brought the enemy to father and let him meet him on the battlefield. I think you should have told him a lot of father's secrets. You've really put in a lot of effort to please father's enemy. Another man also scolded. These two men were obviously Jigeo Shaw's brothers. Jigeo Shaw felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He was incomparably furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Shao and be happy. He had also been deceived and used. How could he know that Qin Shao had purposely let him approach and befriend him just to get close to father and ask about the situation? Qin Shao. Jigeo Shaw clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Tuo's back. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Tuo's back, thank you for letting me win." Then, his gaze fell on the Radiant Religion leader. Only the Radiant Religion leader was left on the list of 3 challengers. Being looked at by Qin Shao, the Radiant Religion leader immediately cupped his fists and said, "Lord Qin Shao is truly a peerless talent. I admire you." "They've already lost. I won't challenge them. With Lord Qin Zhao's strength, he's definitely qualified to challenge the Realm Lord. The 3 of us won't join in the fun. Goodbye." After saying that, the Radiant Religion leader and the other 2 quickly left. The Red Cloak Devil and Tuo's back were defeated by Qin Shao. Naturally, they didn't have the face to stay and watch the fun. After the 3 challengers left, Qin Shao had swept away all obstacles. Now, he could directly issue an open challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shu. All the conditions had been met. This was a battle that couldn't be avoided. Everyone's heart couldn't help but be in suspense. Originally, this was a battle without any suspense. They thought that Qin Shao wouldn't be able to meet the conditions and would definitely be defeated by the Red Cloak Devil and the other 2. But he did not expect that Qin Shao would meet the conditions so easily with her unparalleled talent. Next, the real battle would begin. Moreover, this battle had changed from the initial disdain of everyone to a rather suspenseful matter. It was hard to say who would win or lose in the end. Qin Shao looked at Jigeo Shu. He looked at the culprit who had killed his master, old Lu Ha, and enslaved the Lu clan for 100 universe eras. He looked at this extremely sinister villain, a despicable and shameless traitor. Jigeo Shu also stared at Qin Shao. The 2 stared at each other, cold light colliding. Chapter 3099. When their eyes met, it was as if 2 planets had collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Just one look was enough to freeze the air and make the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Everyone's hearts were in their throats in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The 2 looked at each other, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. Everything could be read from their eyes. This was a battle of revenge. This was the battle of revenge that old man Lu Ha had been looking forward to for hundreds of universe eras. Qin Shao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, this day had come. Jigeo Shu, come out and fight. Qin Shao pointed the sky splitter sword in front of Jigeo Shu and shouted the loudest battle cry. Qin Shao was determined to win this battle. Qin Shao was full of confidence in this battle. Jigeo Shu couldn't avoid this battle. He had to fight unless he was willing to give up his position as the Realm Lord and admit defeat. However, such an action would probably make him a laughingstock. How would he be able to go out and meet people in the future? As the Realm Lord, Jigeo Shu could be considered a big shot who stood at the peak of the Great Path Sacred Realm. Humph! Being suppressed by Qin Zhao's powerful aura, Jagged High Shuttle was also very uncomfortable. He heavily snorted and took a step forward. With one step, he was already on the martial stage. The frozen space seemed to be shattered in an instant. Although Jigeo Shu was trying his best to maintain his aura, he still had a bad feeling in his heart. The strength that Qin Shao had displayed just now was too strong. It was beyond his understanding of the third step ancient saint realm. Based on what he knew, it would be difficult to find another third-step ancient saint realm expert in the Great Path Sacred Realm who could give him such a feeling. Even the most outstanding third-step ancient saints in the Celestial Hall, Jiutian Dao Palace, and Yuan clan couldn't achieve such a result. They hadn't fought yet, but Qin Shao had already given him a lot of pressure. He knew that he had met his match. However, he could only fight this battle. Voila! Without any hesitation, Qin Shao took the initiative to attack. His sword directly slashed towards Jigeo Shu. The sudden appearance of the terrifying sword Qi shook the firmament of the universe in an instant. It also made many people's hearts skip a beat. The great battle had begun. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they were afraid to miss any detail. As soon as Qin Shao unsheathed his sword, a peerless sharpness gushed out like a silver bottle breaking through water, shocking the heavens. If it wasn't for the powerful restrictive power protecting the martial stage, the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would have been razed to the ground in an instant. It could be seen how terrifyingly powerful this power was. Jagged tall Shuttle's frown deepened as he was surprised. What a tyrannical and sharp sword, the perfect fusion of 7 different law energies? A heavenly mandate cultivator with the perfect fusion of 7 types of laws. His swordsmanship is extremely profound and ingenious. No wonder he's so powerful. Heavenly mandate cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Moreover, he has perfectly fused 7 types of law energies into one. His sword principle has reached great success. No wonder he could easily defeat the red-clothed devil and Tua Bei old man with just one strike. Jigeo Shu didn't dare to hesitate and quickly attacked with all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qin Shao. Jigeo Shu waved his hands and 36 swords flew out of his hands. All 36 swords were supreme-grade saint weapons. This kind of extravagance was really shocking to look at. Generally speaking, an ordinary ancient saint at the 4th step could only possess 1 or 2 supreme-grade saint weapons. But this jagged tall Shuttle actually had a total of 36 of them. This was truly a shocking and inconceivable matter. Moreover, these 36 swords were exactly the same and had the same attribute. In this way, when they were combined into a formation, their power would be much stronger. The 36 swords quickly formed a powerful sword formation. Sword Qi of supreme sharpness gushed out from the sword formation, howling in the sky. It was as if the sword god of the world had awakened, vast and mighty. Jigeo Shu urged the swords with all his strength. Countless sword Qi surged up and met Qin Zhao's swords. The swords of the 2 men clashed in the air, emitting an unparalleled radiance. Strength, law energies, sword Qi, and heaven and earth were clashing. This was a battle between experts. It was enough to make the sky tremble, the 4 seas sink, and the heaven and earth fall apart. If it wasn't for the powerful formation protecting this place, most of the onlookers would have been killed or injured. Even the Realm Lord Manor might have been destroyed. Although Jagged Tall Shuttle had only grasped 4 types of laws, he had basically cultivated them to the point of perfection. Moreover, the 4 types of law could basically achieve a perfect fusion. Therefore, in terms of foundation, Jigeo Shu was very strong. The fact that he could sit firmly on the Realm Lord's throne for 100 universe eras was enough to explain everything. His sword blocked Qin Zhao's attack. After blocking Qin Zhao's sword, Jigeo Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that he couldn't block it. Now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Qin Shao was not that strong. He was not strong to the point that he could not compete with him. Not only did he block it, but he also faintly had the upper hand. Qin Shao, it turns out that you're just SOSO. Jigeo Shu chuckled, and a smile reappeared on his face. One had to know that he still had some tricks up his sleeve that he had yet to use, and he was already showing signs of suppressing Qin Shao. Therefore, Jigeo Shuo was full of confidence in this battle. Just SOSO? Qin Shao curled his lips, and a faint smile slipped across his face. It was a smile with a hint of mockery. In that case, he would let Jigeo Shuo have a taste of his real strength. At this time, Qin Shao hadn't even used the power of his inner world, his unique skill to break the stalemate, and even the power of 2 types of law. Although the effect of adding the power of the other 2 types of law wouldn't be very good, the power of the army destroyer and the inner world were extremely strong. If Jigeo Shuo only had this power, then it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Of course, Qin Shao came to kill Jigeo Shuo, so he naturally didn't want to be too difficult. All of a sudden, the power of his inner world surged out and struck out violently. As soon as the power of his inner world came out, it immediately smashed fiercely on Jigeo Shuo's sword formation. The mighty power of the sword aura was especially powerful and terrifying. The sword power also became more ferocious, heavier, and more torrential. When the power of his inner world burst out, how powerful and terrifying was that? As soon as the power surged, Jigeo Shuo's face suddenly changed again. He was deeply shocked and shocked. How could this be? How could this power be so strong? This is pure power. Just pure strength alone is already so powerful to such a terrifying extent? It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. How could this be? He doesn't have a special physique, so how could he have such terrifying pure power? This isn't the power of the truth of strength path, but pure physical power. That's impossible. The strength of a 3rd step ancient saint should be very limited. It's impossible for him to be so unbelievably strong. It's impossible for him to be a threat to me. Jigeo Shuo's face turned pale with fright. This was something that he absolutely didn't expect. Jigeo Shuo's expression changed greatly. He desperately clenched his teeth and attacked with all his might, using various means. The 36 supreme quality saint artifact swords circled around in the air as they radiated with light. They radiated with sword qi endlessly. Their sharpness was boundless. Even so, they still couldn't block Qin Zhao's sword. The power of Qin Zhao's sword was too strong. Rugged Gao Shuo's sword trembled violently, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Under the absolute power and the peerless sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, it was naturally terrifying. Therefore, Jigeo Shuo couldn't block it at all. However, all of this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was normal that he couldn't block it. If he could block it, it would be more dangerous. However, Jigeo Shuo didn't have that kind of experience. Can't block it anymore. Jigeo Shuo's face was very ugly. In a hurry, he even threw out a few treasures, but there was still no way to turn the situation around. Soon, Qin Shao gained the upper hand again. Thump, thump. Jigeo Shuo was beaten back a few steps, and his declining momentum was completely exposed. This scene shocked all the onlookers to the extreme. Many people opened their mouths wide and couldn't say a word. No way, right? Is Sector Lord Jigeo really going to lose? Our full world is going to change hands again. Looking at the situation, Sector Lord Jigeo's situation is very bad. He might really lose. Heaven-defying, this is really heaven-defying. Is our full world going to welcome a 3rd step ancient saint realm Sector Lord? Such a legendary thing is going to happen in our full world. We're lucky to witness it. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's something unimaginable. Let's continue watching. Our full world is going to become famous. The voices of discussion were basically one-sided. No one looked at Jigeo Shuo. After all, he was going to lose. The faces of Mang Gao Shuo's trusted aides were also ugly to the extreme. However, this kind of public challenge wasn't something they could participate in. Jigeo Juchi's brothers scolded Jigeo Juchi again. Jigeo Juchi could only clench his fists and clench his teeth as he stood there, letting his brothers scold him. Although this matter couldn't be entirely blamed on him, he was still partly responsible. Jigao Shuo was still clenching his teeth and holding on. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for Qin Shao. Although it was hard for him to accept such a thing, he was a fourth-step ancient saint realm existence, a sector lord. He was definitely a very powerful existence among the fourth-step ancient saints. In the great Dao saint realm, he was considered a big shot who could dominate a region. However, he didn't expect to be defeated by a third-step ancient saint realm expert today. How big of a blow was this to him? However, there was nothing he could do about it. The current him could only fight to the death. He was thinking if he should admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, then even if Qin Shao wanted to continue to pester him, his many subordinates would at least be able to step in and help him. Now that it was an open challenge, others couldn't interfere. Therefore, if he continued to fight like this, he was afraid that he would really die. However, if he didn't continue, would he have to admit defeat? Chapter 3100. Admit Defeat. He was a dignified sector lord. Wouldn't it be a huge joke if he admitted defeat in a public challenge? Wouldn't he become a laughingstock? The battle for the position of Realm Lord had always been incomparably intense. Very few people would take the initiative to admit defeat, unless they were really knocked to the ground or knocked out of the martial stage. This was something that couldn't be helped. It would be considered as a loss. However, he was still standing steadily on the martial stage. If he admitted defeat now, wouldn't it be a joke? If he didn't admit defeat, he would probably be injured if he continued to fight. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to admit defeat even if he had a helper. Therefore, Jigao Shuo was struggling in his heart. Should he admit defeat or not? This was indeed a very difficult choice. Should he admit defeat or not? If he didn't admit defeat, he believed that Qin Shao would definitely kill him. There was no need to think about it. Even if he admitted defeat, Qin Shao would definitely not let him go easily. He would definitely kill him. Therefore, the final result would be the same. However, it was a very difficult thing to cross this hurdle. This hurdle wasn't easy to cross. Especially the hurdle of dignity. Admitting defeat was tantamount to completely putting down one's dignity and losing all face. If he admitted defeat, it would mean that the supreme prestige that he had accumulated over hundreds of universe epochs would be destroyed in an instant. It would be completely swept away, and he would be trampled on by someone else. Such a thing was a matter of life and death. A fourth-step ancient saint, a dominating sector lord. Which one of them didn't cherish their dignity as much as their life? Losing face was even more painful than killing them. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he was afraid that he would really die. If he admitted defeat now, there was still a possibility that his subordinates could join forces to stop Qin Shao. Perhaps they could even command the countless soldiers of the sector lord manor to attack. That would be even more powerful. After struggling in his heart for a while, he made up his mind to admit defeat. There was no other way. No matter what, he had to save his life first. Qin Shao noticed the change in Gao Sua's expression and sneered. "What's wrong, Sector Lord Gao Sua? Are you admitting defeat?" Humph, humph, humph. You are a sector lord, a powerful existence that has dominated the Void Sky world for 100 epochs. The battle has just started and you haven't even suffered any injuries. Are you going to admit defeat? Admitting defeat now doesn't suit your status. Why don't we fight again? At least let me injure you, Realm Lord Jagged Tall Shuttle. Then, it won't be too late for you to admit defeat. Being ridiculed by Qin Shao, Jigao Shuo's face became even uglier. Originally, it would have been better if this matter was not mentioned in public. If he directly admitted defeat, everyone would at most discuss it in private afterwards. However, the abominable Qin Shao actually mocked him before he could even open his mouth. Qin Shao was the first to give him a hard stab. After being ridiculed by Qin Shao, if he continued to admit defeat, then the loss of face would be many times greater. The most important thing was that he couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's series of mockery also caused an uproar of discussion. Everyone looked at Pang Gao Shuo strangely. They were all thinking that Pang Gao Shuo was really going to admit defeat. That was too cowardly. A sector lord was going to admit defeat after falling into a disadvantageous position. He wasn't even injured. This wasn't something a hero would do. If Jigao Shi really did that, then he should be despised. Qin Shao brat. Jigao Shuo was trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Shao. He looked like he wanted to eat Qin Shao. He had already decided to admit defeat, but Qin Shao still wanted to take advantage of this time to humiliate him ruthlessly, not leaving him a shred of face. Was he trying to make him lose face completely? Ruthless, he was truly ruthless. Qin Shao smiled tyrannically and continued, "What? Did I say that? Wrong. Oh, that's right. After all, you are the lord of a sector, a big shot in the great Tao sacred realm. You are a god who dominates a region. You shouldn't admit defeat. I believe you won't do something that will cause you to lose face. Yes, you will definitely fight me to the death, fight to the death, don't you think so? If that's the case, then you still have some backbone, some pride, and some manners of a sector lord. If that's the case, then I, Qin Shao, will respect you as a man. But to be honest, if you, Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle, admit defeat, I will really despise you." Qin Zhao's pretentious sarcasm was actually to provoke Jigao Shuo and set a trap for him. How could Jigao Shuo not know this little trick? But how could he know? What could he do? If he still insisted on admitting defeat now, then wouldn't Qin Shao be right? If he still insisted on admitting defeat after Qin Shao said that, then if the news spread out, how could he face people? This was especially true in the carefree small realm, where the news was very fast and accurate. Such a big event would definitely spread quickly in the Great Path Sacred Realm, and it would definitely spread to the carefree small realm very quickly. Once it spread to the carefree little realm, then he probably wouldn't even dare to take a step out of the door. Once he went out, he would be laughed at to death. Just thinking about it, he felt that this was a very scary thing. Jigao Shuo was really speechless. He knew that Qin Shao did it deliberately to shut him up. He naturally knew Qin Zhao's plan in his heart. He didn't want him to admit defeat, so that he could kill him. How could he, Jigao Shuo, be willing to admit defeat? It was just that there was no other way. He had to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, it would definitely be a dead end. But after Qin Shao said this, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat immediately. He could only desperately clench his teeth and continue to fight. However, his jagged shuttle was clearly unable to withstand Qin Zhao's ferocious attack. Under Qin Zhao's fierce attack, Jigao Shuo couldn't resist at all. Although he resisted with all his strength, the first impact caused a big shock to him. The more the shock, the more it would naturally accumulate into injuries. Puff soon, Jigao Shuo finally couldn't bear it anymore, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The decline was even more obvious. Seeing that Jigao Shuo was beaten to the point of spitting blood by Qin Shao, the spectators once again exclaimed out loud, "It was too shocking." There shouldn't be any suspense. Jigao Shuo wasn't Qin Zhao's opponent at all. But Qin Shao didn't want to win by forcing Jigao Shuo out of the stage. Instead, he wanted to take Jigao Shuo's life. In a public challenge on the stage, life and death were up to fate. If Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle didn't admit defeat, then he might die on the martial stage. There were a few examples of sector lords dying on the martial stage. No. If this continues, I'll be seriously injured very soon. Once I'm injured, then my strength will be greatly reduced. I can't even beat Qin Shao now. If my strength is greatly reduced, then I'm afraid it'll be even more dangerous. Even if I join hands with everyone, I'm afraid there'll still be a certain amount of danger. So, I can't drag this any longer. I have to admit defeat. Even if I lose all my face, it's something I won't hesitate to do. In order to save my life, I'll humble myself once and... This time, before Jigao Shua could speak, Qin Zhao's sword aura suddenly changed. Qin Shao was like a worm in Jigao Shua's stomach. He could accurately capture Jigao Shua's thought. The 2 times Jigao Shua intended to admit defeat, he was interrupted by him. And this time, Qin Shao interrupted Jigao Shua's sword, an unparalleled sharp sword, a peerless sword of the universe. This time, Qin Shao used his ultimate move to break the stalemate. Because Qin Shao had already sensed that Jigao Shua wanted to admit defeat, but he didn't want to give him the chance to do so. Therefore, Qin Shao directly used his ultimate move to break the stalemate. At this time, Qin Shao was considered to be at his peak strength. Qin Shao was considered to be at his peak strength. Qin Shao was considered to be at full health. This was his true strength. Once the stalemate was broken, countless sword chi light spots completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Every sword chi light spot was peerless and terrifying. It could destroy everything. Once the stalemate was broken, the entire battlefield was silent again. The atmosphere instantly became extremely oppressive. Mangao Shua's trusted subordinates were also startled, their hearts clenched, and they were very worried. The situation didn't look good at all. They all felt the terrifying supreme sword chi coming from the martial platform. It was too terrifying. Just the feeling alone was enough to frighten them. What? Jigao Shua was really shocked. How could this be? Qin Shao hasn't used his full strength yet. Is this his true strength? This move has actually completely applied the power of the 7 laws into a single sword move. It has perfectly combined the strengths of the 7 laws into a single sword move. Then, it's fused into a single sword move and unleashed. It's actually made this sword move so terrifyingly powerful. That's just too terrifying. How can this sword move be so strong? How can it be so terrifying? He's obviously just a 3rd-step ancient saint. The level of his cosmic laws is obviously not high, it's only at the great perfection realm. But in Qin Zhao's hands, it actually became so strong, unbelievably strong. Not good, it's dangerous. Jigao Shua also hurriedly retreated, but it was simply too late. Qin Zhao's stalemate was surging violently, there was no way for him to retreat. While being enveloped by the stalemate's power, Jigao Shua felt that his strength was somewhat weak, somewhat pale and powerless. His sword array was unexpectedly destroyed in an instant, it was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Such a situation was a great blow to Jigao Shua. He had always been proud of his unique move, but in front of Qin Zhao's sword, it was so useless. There was no way for him to retreat, and he couldn't block it, so he could only use his sacred body to resist. However, it was obvious that he would be at a great disadvantage if he continued to resist. Rays of sword chi directly penetrated Jigao Shua's body, destroying his sacred body. Jigao Shua spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Although he had a supreme sacred artifact as a defensive treasure, he still couldn't block the power of Qin Zhao's stalemate. This unique move was indeed a little too powerful. In fact, Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could fight with anyone below the Heavens Declaration's saint list. Under such a powerful attack, how could Jigao Shua block it? If there were a few more rounds of attacks, Jigao Shua would probably die under Qin Zhao's sword. There was no suspense at all. Chapter 3101. Such a situation was indeed a ghastly sight for the onlookers. Father! Realm Lord! Big Brother! Mangao Shua's cronies were all anxious, and they were all shouting loudly. Song Juqi's face became even more ferocious, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He glared at Qin Shao with a ferocious expression. If looks could kill, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to kill him even if he died 1,000 times over. Mangao Shua was in a precarious situation. It was very likely that he would die at Qin Zhao's hands. Boss, let's go save father together. Who cares about the rules? This is Wulo realm. We should be the ones to decide the rules. Let's join hands and kill this brat together. If we don't act now, father might be in danger. A highness gritted his teeth and said fiercely. A third step ancient saint stage old man immediately shouted, "No, you can't do that." This rule was set by the 5 supreme forces together. It has been passed down through the generations. It is an unshakable heavenly might. No one has dared to break this rule since ancient times. Anyone who breaks it will be met with the wrath of the heavens and be killed. If we dare to break this rule, we will all die. Both the original body and the clone will die. In fact, even the Realm Lord's original body won't be able to survive. We can't touch such a thing. This is definitely not a joke. If the 5 supreme forces are angered, the entire Great Tao Saint realm will be darkened. Another second step ancient saint immediately advised. That's right, Third Highness. You can't do such a thing. Otherwise we will all die. The wrath of the heavens is definitely not something to be trifled with. Third Highness was stunned. What could he do if he couldn't do this and that? Could it be that he could only watch his father die helplessly? I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Mangao Shua, whose life was at stake, didn't hesitate and immediately admitted defeat. He was very clear about his current situation. If he didn't admit defeat now, only death would await him. He hated himself for hesitating just now. He should have admitted defeat earlier. It would have been better if he had done so the first time. But now, he had to admit defeat after being seriously injured. Damn it. How could Gao Shua not know that all of this was done deliberately by Qin Shao? She was deliberately leading him to do this. Hearing that Mangao Shua had admitted defeat, Qin Shao pursed his lip. He was reluctant. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Mangao Shua, leaving him a chance. However, Mangao Shua had already admitted defeat. According to the rules, he had to stop the fight. If Qin Shao continued to fight, it would be against the rules. Who in the Great Tao Sanctuary would dare to disobey the rules set by the 5 supreme forces? Who would dare to violate them? That was simply courting death. Even if he was a realm lord, even if he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy, he wouldn't be able to do anything. No one was allowed to violate the rules. Otherwise, death would be the only way out. Once the 5 supreme forces of the Great Tao Sanctuary took action, no matter who it was, they would definitely die. Even if they were on the Heavens Declaration, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to go against the rules. After thinking about it, it made sense. Mangao Shua had been able to dominate the Fulua world for 100 eras, which meant that his strength was extraordinary. While it might not be too difficult to defeat these powerful 4th-step ancient saints, it would be far too difficult to kill them. It was especially difficult for a rich 4th-step ancient saint like Mangao Shua to kill. It was basically impossible to kill him in one move. However, this move had severely injured Mangao Shua. He probably only had 30% to 40% of his strength left. This injury wasn't light at all. If Qin Shao continued to attack, he would probably be able to kill Mangao Shua in 2 more moves. Therefore, Qin Shao was very upset when Mangao Shua admitted defeat. Qin Shao withdrew his strength and pointed his sword at Mangao Shua. He said coldly, "You are a realm lord. Don't you feel ashamed to admit defeat so quickly?" A coward like you doesn't have the right to be a realm lord. You don't have the right to dominate the Fulua world. What's lamentable is that you, Jigeo Shaw, have dominated Void Sky world for 100 universe eras. This is truly a lamentable matter. Don't you, Jigeo Shaw, feel ashamed? What qualifications do you have? Do you have the unparalleled talent to be the master of a realm? After being insulted by Qin Shao, Mangao Shuo was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Every word was vicious. However, he couldn't refute anything. After all, the winner takes all. He lost to Qin Shao. That was how sad it was. The spectators were all as silent as cicadas in winter. They watched as the Realm Lord, no, it should be the former Realm Lord, was ruthlessly trampled on and humiliated by Qin Shao, the soon-to-be new Realm Lord. Some people felt that this was a very satisfying thing. Qin Shao. Mang Juchi rushed over and helped Mangao Shuo up. He stared at Qin Shao with fire shooting out of his eyes. He scolded, "You've gone too far. I won't allow you to humiliate my father like this. Your father has already admitted defeat. You've already won. What more do you want? When it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why are you still so aggressive? Don't you dare stop? Don't you think that you've gone too far?" Looking at Mang Juchi, Qin Shao chuckled. "Am I going too far? Am I aggressive? Humph, compared to what your father Mangao should did in the past, I'm afraid that it pales in comparison. Isn't your father going too far?" He repaid kindness with enmity. He deceived his master, exterminated his family, killed his fellow disciples, betrayed his brothers, committed treason, and killed his master. Tell me, which crime hasn't your father committed? Your father's heinous crimes are too numerous to be recorded. Today, I only humiliated your father a little, and you said that I went overboard. How am I going overboard? Tell me. Qin Zhao's words immediately ignited the atmosphere of the scene, causing an uproar. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss intensely again. They had never heard of such a thing before. There was no record of such a thing in history. Occasionally, there were some voices, but they didn't dare to believe it. They also didn't dare to discuss it. Now that they heard Qin Shao say it in public, all these crimes were indeed very heinous. Just listening to it made them feel that it was a very terrible thing. Every crime was shameful and disdainful. Was Realm Lord Mangao Shuo really such a person? Such a thing was indeed very hard to believe. But now, the ironclad facts were in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Qin Shao, that's that. Don't talk so much. Your father has admitted defeat. Let's go. Mang Juchi knew that all this was true, so he naturally didn't dare to argue with Qin Shao. He supported his father and was about to leave the martial stage. But how could Qin Shao let Mangao Shuo leave? Qin Zhao's figure moved and blocked in front of jagged tall shuttle. He said, "Where are you going? Did I say you could leave?" Mangao Shuo glared at Qin Shao, and his eyes were blazing with anger. That was a monstrous rage. He knew that Qin Shao was determined to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't let him leave so easily. Chapter 3102. Mang Ju stood in front of his father and glared at Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, what is the meaning of this? My father has already admitted defeat. You have already won. My father will hand over the Fulu Realm Lord token. What else do you want? The public challenge has already ended. Do you still want to break the rules and continue?" Qin Shao sneered. "Yes, the public challenge has already ended. Now that the official matters are over, it's time for private matters. I'm not here as a challenger. I'm here as a private individual. Is there a problem? The enmity between me and your father, Jigeo Saw, must be settled today. Even if he admits defeat, he must die. Even if he admits defeat, he must die. What kind of domineering words were these? What kind of shocking words were these? They were too domineering. But it could also be seen how deep Qin Zhao's hatred for Meng Shuo was. It was a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. This was absolutely irreconcilable. Such a deep enmity was truly terrifying. Qin Shao, do you still want to continue? Now that there are no restrictions, do you know the consequences? Meng Zhu sneered. Meng Shuo's trusted subordinates also walked over and stood firmly beside Meng Shu. There were more than 50 of them. Moreover, they were all second or third step ancient saints. Although they weren't very strong individually, they had a lot of people. 50 second or third step ancient saints gathered together. It was a terrifying force that couldn't be underestimated. Humph, eighth brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? If he wants to fight, let him fight. Just as well, we also want to fight. It's just what we want. Father has suffered such a great loss, how can we let it go so easily? That's right. You still want to fight? Try it, Qin Shao. I'll let you know how the word death is written. Realm Lord, say the word. We'll go and take this kid down together to vent your anger. Meng Gaosuo also looked at Qin Shao with a gloomy face. He also wanted to get back at him. But he was clear that Qin Zhao's strength was too strong. At this time, he was seriously injured. If he rashly made a move at this time, the situation would not be good. Moreover, he had lost to Qin Shao, and the position of Realm Lord had changed hands. Theoretically speaking, Qin Shao was already the Realm Lord of Fulu Realm. Being of high status, dominating a realm, and wielding great power, this was a supreme existence recognized by the Great Path Sacred Region. This was an existence protected by the 5 supreme forces. Rashly attacking a realm lord was a huge taboo. It was very likely that the Tian Fa army would be drawn out. Once the Tian Fa army appeared, they would probably be sitting on the ground waiting for death. Therefore, such a matter naturally had to be handled with extreme caution. How could Zhu Juqi and the others not understand this? However, their words were rude and wanted to infuriate Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at them indifferently. He was not worried at all and his face was still calm. I, Qin Shao, will only say this once. Don't worry, I'm speaking to you in my personal capacity, not as the new Realm Lord. I'm only here for Meng Gaosuo. I only need to kill him. As for the others, I don't want to hurt them. If there are any stubborn people who insist on standing up for Meng Gaosuo and obstructing me from killing him, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. Hearing Qin Shao say that he was speaking in his personal capacity, Zhu Juqi and the others relaxed. If he was speaking in his Realm Lord identity, then it was indeed not good for them to take the initiative to provoke him. Otherwise, they might commit a huge taboo. But if he was speaking in his personal capacity, then there was nothing to worry about at all. They could directly make a move. How could a group of 50 people not be able to suppress a single Qin Shao? Even if Meng Gaosuo was seriously injured, it shouldn't affect them. Who are you trying to scare? Since you're speaking in your personal capacity, then we don't have to be afraid of you. Father, give the order. We'll attack together and destroy this guy. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. You want to kill us? Let's see how strong Qin Shao is first. Zhu Juqi and the others were full of fighting spirit. Zhu Juqi was already filled with guilt, so he naturally wanted to fight. He wanted to make up for his mistakes. He wanted to use this chance to regain some face. In his life, this was the first time he had been deceived and used like this. How could he, Zhu Juqi, tolerate something like this? How could he tolerate this? Numerous weapons were pointed at Qin Shao, emitting sharp and cold glints. Their eyes were as vicious as tigers, and as venomous as a 1,000-year-old viper. They were cold and sinister, incomparably terrifying. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, as sharp as steel. These people were indeed very loyal to Mangausua. They were all clamoring to fight to the death with Qin Shao. They wanted to defeat Qin Shao. You speak as if you're the only ones with helpers. Don't tell me my brother Qin Shao doesn't have helpers? At this moment, a light voice rang out. Two figures landed lightly on Qin Zhao's left and right. It was Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. Mangausua had helpers, but so did Qin Shao. Seeing Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, Zhu Juqi and Mangausua's eyes darkened. They naturally knew that these two were also disciples of the Firmament Academy. Qin Zhao's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even if these two weren't as strong as Qin Shao, they wouldn't be weak. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who could be with a peerless genius like Qin Shao certainly wouldn't be weak. Qin Shao didn't only have Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan as his helpers. He also had Baby Mo and Little Gu who hadn't been released yet. Of course, Little Gu wouldn't be of much use. After all, he was indeed a little weak. However, Baby Mo was still very strong. If he really went all out, his strength could reach the level of an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. Humph, I thought Qin Shao had a lot of helpers. There's only 2 of you. There's only 3 of you. There's no way you can do anything. That's right. Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it. This time, Zhu Juqi's eldest brother didn't ask for his father's opinion. Instead, he directly gave the order to attack. He took the lead and attacked Qin Shao and the other 2. However, his strength was obviously very ordinary. He was only a second-step ancient saint. As soon as he attacked, the others naturally couldn't just watch him attack alone. Therefore, they didn't hesitate and attacked together. Zhu Juqi stared at Qin Shao with a complicated gaze. He also charged at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, although I'm not as strong as you, I have to fight with you in this battle. The powerful lineup of over 50 people attacked in unison, forming an aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. The might of a raging sea surged violently towards Qin Zhao's group of 3 with a mighty force that whistled through the heavens. These people were very tacit. All the third-step ancient saints charged at Qin Shao while the rest were divided into 2 groups. One group charged at Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan respectively. With such a lineup, they wanted to take down Qin Shao and the other 2 at the same time. There were a total of 9 third-step ancient saints charging at Qin Shao. This was the most elite force in Zhu Juqi's hands. 9 third-step ancient saints joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Qin Shao. It was very powerful and terrifying. One had to know that among the 9 third-step ancient saints, there were a few who were very strong. For example, Zhu Juqi's strength was very strong. Although he hadn't reached the 4th-step ancient saint stage, he was close. After all, he had also led people to participate in the 100 Worlds chosen battle. Moreover, he wasn't considered weak among the more than 100 holy maidens. With 9 3-step ancient saints joining forces, they could easily crush an ordinary 4-step ancient saint. The battle broke out completely. The entire martial stage began to shake and feel like it was about to collapse. More than 50 powerful ancient saints fighting at the same time. How terrifying, how glorious, and how shocking this scene was. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial stage was protected by a powerful array formation, the heaven and earth would have collapsed easily. The onlookers were instantly aroused and their blood was boiling. It was enough to be able to watch such an earth-shattering battle in one's lifetime. Zhu Juqi and the others had the advantage in numbers. They were ambitious and wanted to take down Qin Shao and the other 2 to reclaim their father's dignity. Zhu Juqi had been seriously injured by Qin Shao, so he naturally couldn't fight at this time. He was watching the battle from the back. That pair of incomparably deep and serene eyes flickered with an uncertain light. Although he had more people on his side, he had a bad feeling about this. I can't stay here for long. The person Qin Shao wants to kill is me. As long as I run away, Qin Shao won't go on a killing spree. After pondering for a while, Mang Gaosuo finally came to a decision. Once he made his decision, Mang Gaosuo didn't hesitate. His figure moved and immediately disappeared into the void. He used a special technique to escape from this place. "Stop the three of them!" Zhu Juqi shouted. He naturally knew his father's plan, so he ordered everyone to stop Qin Shao and the other two to buy some time for his father. He believed that his father would be able to escape in 1 or 2 breaths. Qin Shao wouldn't be able to catch up to him even if he chased after him. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they all went all out to stop Qin Shao. They wanted to buy time for the jagged tall shuttle. Humph, it's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, I'm not unprepared. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He wasn't worried at all. Baby Mo hadn't made a move yet, but now Baby Mo came in handy. Qin Shao had expected Zhu Juqi to have such a move, so he'd had Baby Mo wait in the dark. Zhu Juqi was seriously injured and his strength was estimated to be at the 3rd or 4th level at most. Baby Mo shouldn't have any problem stopping him. Jagged tall shuttle moved and Mo Baobao immediately chased after him. On the other side, Zhu Juqi and the others attacked with all their might. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't hold back either. He broke the stalemate and destroyed everything. All the power and techniques of the 9 third-step ancient saints were broken by Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao's sword aura was sharp, but it wasn't careless at all. While pushing back the 9, he also killed 3 of the weaker third-step ancient saints. In other words, he'd pushed back 9 third-step ancient saints, injured 6 of them, and killed 3 of them on the spot. That sword was magnificent. This sword was too domineering, too sharp and sharp. That sword broke the stalemate and shocked the heavens. That was Qin Shao. He'd shocked the universe and the firmament palace with his unparalleled brilliance. On the other side, Brother Chuanjie and Yuan Yuan had also beaten the attackers to a pulp, each of them retreating in defeat. These people were no match for Qin Shao and the other two. No matter how many of them there were, it wouldn't change anything. Chapter 3103. In just a single clash, they had already lost 3 third-step ancient saints. It was a terrible loss. Most of the others were injured as well. This shocked them, and a strong sense of fear welled up in their hearts. It seemed like Qin Shao wasn't the only one with heaven-defying strength. The other 2 were also terrifyingly strong. The 3 of them were only third-step ancient saints, but why were they so unbelievably strong? You overestimate yourselves. I'll give you another chance to choose. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll end up like those 3. I, Qin Shao, do not wish to kill all of you. However, if you insist on sending yourselves to your deaths, then you are asking for it. Qin Shao coldly said as he swept his gaze over Mang Juqi and the others below. One had to admit that Qin Zhao's words were full of deterrence. In just a single clash, 3 third-step ancient saints had died under his sword. How terrifying was that? In their hearts, all of them were terrified. They were all thinking that if they continued to attack, would they be the next to die? It wasn't worth it to risk their lives for Jigao Shuo. Jigao Shuo had already lost. He was no longer the realm lord of the Fulor realm. The new realm lord was Lord Qin Shao. If they continued to fight, not only would they offend the new realm lord, but they might also lose their lives. Such a matter naturally made those people weigh the pros and cons in their heart. What are you afraid of? Don't be intimidated by Qin Shao with just a few words. Don't forget that all of you swore to be loyal to my father. All of you have been greatly helped by him. If you cower and don't fight today, my father will remember each and every one of you. He won't let any of you go. I'm afraid the consequences aren't something you can bear. Now that things have come to this, we have no other way out. We can only fight Qin Shao to the death. We have the advantage in numbers. Let's attack together later. Don't scatter our forces anymore. Let's stick together. I don't believe that we can't deal with them. The big brother snorted coldly and swept his gaze over the crowd. He could sense that many people's morale was low, and they were showing signs of surrendering. He had to suppress this trend. Brother Pure chuckled disdainfully. He waved his hand at Jigeo Shua's elder brother and said, "Tch, I think you're thinking too much. Jigeo Shua's life can't be saved. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. They don't owe you anything, so why should they die with you? Don't be too selfish." After saying that, Brother Pure looked at those people and said, "Is it worth it to risk your life for a dying man? Don't think we're easy to talk to. If you anger us, it won't be as simple as losing one of your doppelgangers. Let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to participate in today's matter. It's better if you don't get involved. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's all I have to say." Many people's hearts were already shaken. Now that they heard Brother Pure's words, they were even more shaken. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Sometimes you have to lower your head. Rebel, are you all rebelling? Are you all going to be traitors? Are you all going to be ungrateful? Humph, I'll make it clear today. Whoever doesn't fight today is a traitor. My Mang clan will not let go of the traitor. We will annihilate his entire clan, not leaving a single one alive. Today, all of you must fight alongside me. We will fight to the death with this brat Qin Shao. We will fight to the death. Men, are you all such cowards? Don't you even have the guts to do this? Then, I must be blind. Did I misjudge you? The great prince shouted angrily again. He was filled with grief and indignation. However, he couldn't threaten them with just a few words. Instead, it aroused the anger in some people's hearts. It was true that they were loyal to Realm Lord Jigeo Shua before, but they were only subordinates, not servants. Did they have to die for that to happen? Everyone's life was precious. Moreover, today's matter was originally a private matter. It had nothing to do with them. They had already done their best, but the other party's strength was simply too strong. "You're so stubborn. Die first," Brother Chuanjia said impatiently. Then, he quickly attacked the first prince. The great prince had just fought with Brother Pure, so he naturally knew how strong Brother Pure was. How could he be a match for the great prince? At this moment, when he saw the First Highness making a move, he immediately panicked and repeatedly shouted, "Everyone, quickly make a move, help me block him, block him." However, not many people were willing to help. Only 6 people were willing to help. Including the First Highness, there were only 7 of them. However, these 7 people obviously couldn't stop Brother Pure. On the other side, Jigeo Shua looked at the 3-step ancient saints. Most of the 2nd-step ancient saints chose to remain silent. Their lives were more important. The remaining 5 3-step ancient saints were all Jigeo Shua's trusted subordinate. Some of them were even sworn brothers who had fought together to conquer the world. The 5 3-step ancient saints remained silent. They didn't say anything, but they clearly didn't want to help. Perhaps they were still hesitating. Facing Qin Shao, they were really short of breath. They didn't have the slightest bit of confidence to fight. Jigeo Shua saw the situation and knew that he couldn't count on anyone else. It was true that when disaster struck, everyone would fly away. The fickleness of human nature. However, it was also true that it was very difficult to make someone work for you, even at the cost of their own life. Song Juchi walked out and stared at Qin Shao coldly. "You'll have to step over my dead body first. I, Song Juchi, have spent my entire life trying to befriend someone. I didn't think I'd end up being tricked and used. I don't blame anyone, I only blame myself for being blind. In today's battle, I, Jigeo Shua, will fight to the death with you, Qin Shao. If you want to kill my father, You'll have to kill me first. Others may be cowardly and afraid of death, but I, Jigeo Shaw, am not. This is all because of me. I should have a good explanation. Qin Shao shook his head. Jigeo Shaw, I, Qin Shao, owe you a favor. There's no enmity between us. That's why I don't want to kill you. No one can save your father's life, let alone you. I have to kill him. If you insist on stopping me, you can't blame me. I've already apologized for deceiving and using you. Ha ha ha. Jigeo Shaw laughed maniacally. Do you think an apology can erase all of this? What a joke, what a joke. Don't say anything else. You and I can't exist together. Today, either you, Qin Shao, or I, Jigeo Shaw, will die. Come on, Qin Shao. Do you really think I'm someone who's afraid of death? As long as I'm still alive, I'll fight you to the end. That's why you'd better kill me, or you won't have a good day ahead. Qin Shao shook his head. He could only laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed like his deceiving and using Jigeo Shaw had dealt a huge blow to him. That was why Ling Ju was so crazy. His obsession had reached the point of madness. Such a person was very scary. Other than killing him, there was no other choice. Since that's the case, I'll just fulfill his wish. Qin Shao didn't like to be in constant trouble. This was something that Song Juchi brought upon himself. He couldn't blame Qin Shao. Qin Shao made a move. Just him, Wan Qi, alone, naturally couldn't block Qin Shao's attack. Qin Shao didn't even need to use his full strength. He didn't even need to use the power of his internal world. He could easily crush Jigeo Shaw. After one exchange, Jigeo Shaw spat out blood again. His saint body was broken by 20 to 30%. After another attack, Jigeo Shaw was seriously injured. With his life hanging by a thread, Qin Shao only needed to attack once more to kill him on the spot. Jigeo Shaw, are you sure you want to die? You've stalled me long enough. I can spare your life. Qin Shao asked again. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. Jigeo Shaw risked his life to stall Qin Shao. He wanted to buy time for Jigeo Shaw to escape. But now there was enough time. Song Juchi's eyes were still filled with determination as he stared at Qin Shao. Don't pretend to be merciful. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't even think about making me lower my head. For such a matter, even if I die 10,000 times, I can't absolve myself of the blame. Why don't we fight to the death with you, Qin Shao, today? It can be considered a grand occasion. It's just death. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Shao, do it. Kill me. Why bother? It's better to live than to die. Why must you insist on dying? But speaking of which, Jigeo Shaw was a man. He was also a very arrogant person. That's why he acted so crazily now. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was actually quite impressed with such a person. However, it was a pity that the other party was standing on the opposite side of him. He had no choice but to take action. Since Jigeo Shaw insisted on dying, Qin Shao could only fulfill his wish. The last attack finished Jigeo Shaw. On the other side, Brother Pure easily finished off the other 6 people. Only the First Highness was left. But the First Highness was seriously injured and didn't have much strength to fight back. At this moment, the First Highness's face was filled with fear. It was as if he was a completely different person compared to the arrogant and unyielding attitude he had a moment ago. Young master, young hero, master, please have mercy. Please have mercy. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. The First Highness looked at Brother Chuanjie with a terrified expression and admitted defeat. Just now, he was clamoring to kill Qin Shao and the others. But now, he was acting so cowardly. Compared to Jigeo Shaw, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Pure curled his lips and looked at the First Highness with disdain. That's not right. You threw away your arrogance so quickly. As a person, you can't change so quickly. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. Look at your 8th brother. He's such an unyielding man. And your 3rd brother, he didn't say a word until he died. They're all born of the same father. Why is it that when it comes to you, the First Highness, they're all cowards? Chapter 3104. Although Gao Shuo had many children, only 3 of them were successful. The first prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Among them, the 8th Majesty's performance was the most outstanding. He stood above all the heroes and had an unparalleled bearing. He was a genius with great talent and potential. Gao Shuo had high hopes for the 8th prince, so he was highly regarded by Gao Shuo. Now, the 3rd Highness and 8th Highness Chu Juchi were dead, only the 1st Highness was left. After being humiliated by Brother Pure, the 1st Prince's face turned ugly. However, he still did not dare to resist. It was obvious that this person was extremely afraid of death. His toughness was just an act. Perhaps he wanted to use others to deal with Qin Shao. He wanted to incite others' emotions. However, when it came to the 1st Prince, he instantly became terrified. Beg me. Brother Pure grinned and looked at the 1st Prince playfully. The 1st Highness didn't hesitate. He immediately put on a submissive expression and tried his best to fawn over Brother Pure. Young master, please let me go. Spare my life. I beg you. Are you used to being the 1st Prince? Do you still think you are the 1st Prince? Who begs like you? Brother Pure glanced at the 1st Prince and said unhappily. The 1st Prince was stunned and his expression froze. He naturally understood the meaning of Brother Pure's words. In order to survive, the 1st Hall Master violently clenched his teeth and quickly made up his mind. Plop, the 1st Prince directly knelt in front of Brother Pure and said with a black face, "Please, spare my life." His 1st Highness actually dared to do such a lowly and humiliating thing. Such a scene also shocked many people who saw it. Isn't this too spineless? No matter how cowardly he was, he should not be like this. Many people in the crowd felt embarrassed for the 1st Prince. It was too embarrassing. Brother Pure naturally scoffed at this kind of person. He glanced at the 1st Prince with disdain and waved his hand at him. Scram, scram. Hurry up and disappear. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted. Although the 1st Highness had suffered a great humiliation, it was still a joyous matter for the 1st Highness that he managed to survive. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He got up and left quickly. He ran faster than a ghost. As a result, 10 of the jagged tall Shuttle's Empyrean saints had already died. Now that the 1st Highness had fled, the other Empyrean saints were at a loss as to what to do. The crowd of onlookers also began to whisper among themselves. The death of so many ancient saint-state beings was truly an extremely horrifying thing. It felt as though the entire world was about to change. Who would have thought that the initial struggle for the position of Realm Lord would actually develop to such an extent? Numerous gazes fell on Qin Shao. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for the new Realm Lord of Full World. Is it over? But why does it feel like it's not over yet? The atmosphere was still very stifling. At this moment, a figure was dashing towards them. Baby Mo had returned. She was still holding the dying jagged tall shuttle in her hand. Baby Mo arrived in front of Qin Shao and casually tossed the jagged tall shuttle to the ground. Then she clapped her hands and giggled at Qin Shao, asking for praise. Master, master, this Baby Mo has done a great job. Hee hee, you should have told me earlier. You could have just left this to me. Baby Mo has done a great job. You've done well this time. You deserve a reward. Qin Shao nodded with a smile. He had been a little worried about Baby Mo. After all, the jagged tall shuttle still had about 30 to 40% of its power left. If they really went all out, the jagged tall shuttle's destructive power was still very terrifying. Fortunately, Baby Mo had fulfilled his mission and successfully brought the jagged tall shuttle back. It seemed that Baby Mo's strength had improved a little over the years. Receiving Qin Zhao's praise, Baby Mo was even happier. He was as excited as a child. In his happiness, Baby Mo said to Qin Zhao, Master, I want to play outside for a while. Master, don't be in such a hurry to put me back into your inner world. It's really too boring in there. Xiao Gu, that fellow, is not fun at all. Speaking of this, Baby Mo was a little resentful. Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. Indeed, it was very boring to keep the two of them in the inner world. Xiao Gu was a little better. After all, he was not very playful. However, Baby Mo was still very playful. Okay. Qin Zhao agreed. Yay, that's great. Long live Master. Thank you, Master. Baby Mo was even happier now. He danced to Yuan's side and immediately linked arms with her, becoming one with her. The two of them were both innocent and cute. They could play together very well. This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. It was true. Everyone thought that the jagged tall shuttle had really escaped, including the ancient saint. After all, it had been delayed for so long. Qin Zhao and the others did not chase after it. In fact, they had some doubts in their hearts. Qin Zhao and the others did not seem to be in a hurry at all. They could have chased after it quickly, but they did not. Instead, they took their time to catch it. It turned out that everything had been arranged long ago. Someone had secretly chased after the jagged tall shuttle. Moreover, they had caught the jagged tall shuttle so quickly. This was definitely another extremely powerful being. However, this extremely powerful being was Qin Zhao's spiritual beast. This was terrifying. Qin Zhao's strength had reached a terrifying level. His two friends were also monstrously strong. They did not expect that even his spiritual beast was so strong. What kind of terrifying combination was this? With such a combination, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Great Thousand World. As long as they did not encounter a world god, they could probably fight against anyone. In the face of such a terrifying combination, he, the jagged tall shuttle, did not lose unjustly. At this time, the jagged tall shuttle's face was ashen. He knew that there was no way out. There was only a dead end. The jagged tall shuttle's face was ashen. He stared at Qin Zhao with extreme resentment. All of this was caused by him, Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had almost destroyed everything he had. He had destroyed his life's work. This kind of hatred, how huge was it? Jagged tall shuttle, I said that you will definitely die today. It doesn't matter if you die. Why do you have to implicate others? 10 people died for you, including your 2 sons. How can you bear to do this? If you had realized it earlier, things would not have developed to this point. Qin Zhao looked at the jagged tall shuttle and said coldly. His words were undoubtedly equivalent to giving the jagged tall shuttle a death sentence. The jagged tall shuttle had long been disheartened and completely despaired. He knew that he would definitely die today. Humph. The jagged tall shuttle was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Qin Zhao, Luha. There is reincarnation in the heavenly Tao and there is karma in the world. Bah, what nonsense is this? I just don't accept it. I just don't believe it. Qin Zhao, I will die in your hands today. I admit defeat. If you want to continue humiliating me, don't even think about it. You want to kill me? How can I do as you wish? It's just death anyway. Why don't I die more happily? Ha ha. With that, the jagged tall shuttle burned his own life and ended his own life in such a way. To do so, it was truly ruthless. Burning one's life to death was an extremely painful thing. It would go deep into the soul and cause endless pain and torment. It was a fate worse than death. Although such a way of dying was heroic, it was an extremely crazy and cruel thing for the deceased. The jagged tall shuttle was truly a ruthless person. He was a madman. Seeing the jagged tall shuttle choose to burn his life to death, many people were deeply shocked. Even if some people did not like the jagged tall shuttle, they had no choice but to respect him as a man. Humph, humph, humph. Qin Shao, let's wait and see. These were the last words the jagged tall shuttle left behind. After saying that, he, rugged Gaosuo, died. The former realm lord of the floating Luo world, the overlord of the floating Luo world for 100 epochs, died just like that. Moreover, he died in such a heroic way. At the same time that it caused people to sigh, they also felt an indescribable pity. The sky of the floating Luo world was about to change completely. After the jagged tall shuttle died, a golden token flew out from his body and bloomed with boundless holy light. Immediately, the entire floating Luo city was illuminated by the holy light. Within the holy light, a vast and supreme pressure of heaven and earth poured down. Everyone involuntarily prostrated themselves in worship, welcoming the arrival of the new city lord of floating Luo city. In the city lord's mansion, all the mansion soldiers knelt on the ground. Many of the onlookers also knelt down one after another. On the other hand, the ancient saints who followed the jagged tall shuttle earlier all had strange expressions on their faces. To them, it was very painful. No matter what they did, it would not be enough. Qin Shao was also enjoying the baptism of the holy light. His body and mind were incomparably happy. It was as if he was floating in an ocean of Saint God, enjoying the sacred feeling. This feeling was too wonderful. It was an indescribable feeling. The golden sector lord's token quickly descended and fused into Qin Zhao's forehead. As soon as it fused into his forehead, a huge amount of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. There were also countless invisible threads that connected the entire realm lord's mansion. This feeling was very wonderful. Just with this realm lord token, he could actually control many things. Once the token entered his body, it was an official mission of heaven's might. Only then could he be considered as the true lord of a realm. Only then would he be qualified to rule over the floating Luo world and have the right to speak. After receiving this information, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. It seems like there are many benefits to being the lord of a realm. No wonder so many people want to become the lord of a realm. Ruling over a realm, dominating over a region. You can totally be a local emperor. You can set your own laws, have supreme authority, and recruit mansion soldiers. Once you become the lord of a realm, you can sit on a powerful force, a huge army, and the faith of a realm. Also, the wealth of the realm lord's mansion will all belong to me now. Mangao Shua was killed by me. He didn't come in time to take it away. These things, I'll slowly digest them later. Qin Shao retracted his thoughts. The holy light also dissipated. However, the current scene was incomparably solemn. Greetings, Lord of the Realm. Welcome, Lord of the Realm. Suddenly, a wave of orderly and loud voices rang out. Instantly, it resounded through the 9 heavens, shattering the dome of heaven. As soon as the voices rang out, the entire floating Luo city also rose and fell. Loud and clear voices soared into the sky, echoing in spirals. It was as if the heavenly palace was singing. Author Cruel Death say, 4th. Chapter 3105. Haha, Yuan, it seems that we should also pay our respects to the Realm Lord. Congratulations! Brother Pure suddenly joked with a smile. This time, Yuan followed Brother Chuanjie and pretended to salute Qin Shao with a fist in the other hand. Qin Shao glared at Brother Pure and said, "If you are envious, then I will let you be the Realm Lord." Brother Pure suddenly grinned and waved his hand. Humph, is my brother pure that kind of person? But brother, you are right. I am envious to death. But you can't look down on me. I want to be the Realm Lord. Do I need you to let me be? Then I can just grab one myself. It's not a big deal, right? This kind of hard work, you should take it on yourself. I won't share it with you. Ha ha ha, I prefer to be free and unrestrained. Yuan also nodded. Well, I am not interested. Brother Qin Shao, just be the Realm Lord. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and could only be helpless. In fact, he really didn't want to be the Realm Lord. Even if there were many benefits to being the Realm Lord, Qin Shao was very clear that he didn't have the time and energy to take care of Fuluo World. His mind was only on cultivation, and he didn't have the heart to deal with the affairs of a world. But this time, there was no other way. After all, Mangao Shuo was the Realm Lord. If he wanted to kill him, he couldn't directly attack him. If he acted rashly in the City Lord Mansion, he was afraid that he would be killed by the 5 Supreme Forces. If he violated the taboo, the Heavenly Punishment Group might be dispatched. Once the Heavenly Punishment Group was dispatched, no matter if Qin Shao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy or a disciple of Sage Li, he would be punished according to the heaven. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice. The best way was to issue a public challenge to Mangao Shuo and kill him. Not only that, he also picked up the position of Realm Lord. But in fact, Qin Shao had refused from the beginning. Qin Shao had a headache just thinking about it. But for the time being, this was the only thing he could do. He would see how to arrange it later. It was clearly impossible for Qin Shao to stay in Fuluo World and be the Realm Lord. At this time, the sound of orderly footsteps came out from the Realm Lord's mansion. An army of 10,000 people walked out. They were all wearing bright armor and were dressed in the same color. They were in an orderly formation. As they walked out, the clear sound of their footsteps echoed through the sky. His aura was incomparably majestic, with a sharp sharpness. It was like a peerless sword that contained an extremely terrifying power. The leader of the group was a man who exuded the aura of a second-step ancient saint. He was a second-step ancient saint. The 1st Legion commander has led the 1st Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The leader of the group, a second-step ancient saint, came to Qin Zhao's side respectfully and said in a loud voice. After saying that, he waved his hand and the entire army of the 1st Legion knelt down on one knee. Their left hand held a weapon and their right hand clenched into a fist in front of their chest as they saluted. The 1st Legion commander also knelt down, expressing his allegiance to Qin Shao and pledging his loyalty to Qin Shao, the new Realm Lord. Soon, another army of 10,000 people walked out from the Realm Lord's mansion. The entire Realm Lord's mansion began to shake. Orderly voices came from all directions. As the legions walked out from the Realm Lord's mansion, the entire place fell silent again. Everyone shut their mouths and looked over. The 2nd Legion commander has led the 2nd Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The 3rd Legion commander has led the 2nd Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The 4th Legion commander has led the 2nd Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The 99th Legion commander has led the 2nd Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The entire Realm Lord's mansion had a total of 99 legions. Each legion had 10,000 people as the base, which was almost equivalent to 1,000,000 elite soldiers. These were just the strength of the legions. Those who could be called legions were all elite troop. They were the absolute main force. As for the other mansion soldiers and mansion guards, they were not included in the list. Moreover, to be able to join a legion, the minimum requirement was to have the strength of a 4th step Heavenly Venerate. In other words, just the elite soldiers of the Realm Lord's mansion alone were equivalent to 1,000,000 4th step Heavenly Venerate cultivators for the Realm Lord's mansion. This number, at first glance, was indeed a very large number. Not only were there 1,000,000 4th step Heavenly Venerate elite soldiers, but there was also at least one ancient sage in each legion. Some legions even had 2 ancient sages. Although they were basically first-step ancient sages, they were still ancient sages after all. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. Moreover, this was not all the ancient sages that the Realm Lord's mansion possessed. There were also quite a number of them that were distributed to various places. All in all, the Realm Lord's mansion controlled an extremely huge legion force that was definitely very powerful. And these forces were only loyal to the Realm Lord and not to an individual. No matter who became the Realm Lord, it was the same. Their loyalty, or more accurately, their loyalty was to the Realm Lord's token. Therefore, those who became soldiers of the Realm Lord's mansion had to be baptized by the Realm Lord's token and be loyal to the Realm Lord's mansion. Only then would they be considered legal and compliant. If they did not do so, they would be violating the rules set by the 5 supreme forces. Once the rules were violated too much, it might attract the attention of the Heaven's punishers. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk and violate the Heaven's rule. All 99 legions appeared and all of them knelt in front of Qin Shao. All of them shouted, "Realm Lord," showing their determination to pledge their loyalty. This shocking force was extremely powerful and terrifying. There were still many things that Qin Shao didn't know about. He was slowly learning about them now. Everyone, please get up. In the future, the governance of Fulua World will depend on all of you. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said to the legions. The legions were neatly dressed and their momentum was monstrous. Qin Shao did not expect that he would control such a powerful force so quickly. Although this control could only be within the territory of Fulua World, it was still an extremely wonderful thing. These things should be slowly digested later. Qin Shao collected his thoughts and his gaze fell on those ancient sages who had followed Mang Gao Shu. At this time, they were actually a little flustered. When they saw Qin Shao looking at them, they also looked over. They did not know how Qin Shao would deal with them, but they did not have the strength to resist. They could only wait for Qin Shao to decide their fate. At this time, they felt like fish on the chopping board. Their fates were completely in the hands of others. Qin Shao looked at those people and said, "Sacred Venerables, in terms of cultivation time, I reckon that all of you are my seniors. No matter what the reason was, you were loyal to Mang Gao Shuo and worked for him. I will not pursue this matter. The enmity between me and Mang Gao Shuo is only between the two of us. It has nothing to do with others. Therefore, it will not affect any of you. I do not have the slightest prejudice against any of you. However, I have killed Mang Gao Shuo's clone and seized the position of Realm Lord. Now I, Qin Shao, am in charge of Fulua World. All of you should be ambitious people. Most of you have been living and reproducing in Fulua World. Perhaps you have long regarded Fulua World as your home. Thus, everyone, I will give you a suggestion. Or rather, a choice. If any of you are willing to stay and work for Fulua World, I, Qin Shao, will welcome you with open arms and disregard former enmity. Everything that you have before will continue to be yours, and even more. Of course, Ichi must be loyal to him when he changes his banner. If any of you still have Mang Gao Shuo in your heart and will be restrained by him in the future, you can take everything you have and leave. I will not stop you. Whether you stay or leave is up to you. I am willing to ask you to carefully consider this matter before making a decision. Qin Zhao's benevolence touched the hearts of the ancient sacred venerables. At the very least, they felt that Realm Lord Qin Shao was a wise ruler and should be much stronger than Mang Gao Shuo. It was a rather fortunate thing to be able to follow such a wise ruler. The ancient sacred venerables also began to discuss in private. The onlookers stood there and watched silently, waiting for something to happen. After a while, an old man walked out and respectfully saluted Qin Shao, saying, "Realm Lord Qin Shao, this humble one is old sure. I have lived for 300 universe eras. My cultivation path has been cut off long ago, and there is no way for me to take another step forward. Therefore, I have long lost my ambition. I only want to stay in Fulua world peacefully, reproducing my descendants. In my Shur clan, there are also many juniors holding positions in Fulua world. There are even some in the Fulua army. My roots have been deeply rooted in Fulua world for a long time. Old Shur, I can leave alone, but I can't bring my roots along with me. Fortunately, Realm Lord Qin Shao is willing to let bygones be bygones and accept us. This is our great fortune. Therefore, I, Old Shur, will follow Realm Lord Qin Shao in the future. In fact, Old Shur has followed several Realm Lords. I only hope that Realm Lord Qin Shao doesn't mind. Haha. Qin Shao smiled happily and immediately went forward to help Old Shur up. You're more than welcome. How could you say you don't like it? In the future, we are all on the same side. I, Qin Shao, will first thank Senior Shur for your support. Being called Senior by Qin Shao and even thanked him, Old Shur was filled with fear and trepidation. This Realm Lord really didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. The way he handled matters was admirable. He treated his subordinates so well. He, Old Shur, had followed several Realm Lords, but he had never met someone as kind and benevolent as Qin Shao. With Old Shur's example here, the trace of worry in everyone's heart was instantly dispelled. Immediately, another second step ancient saint stepped forward. Realm Lord Qin Shao, I am also willing to follow you in the future. I have offended you before, I hope Realm Lord Qin Shao can forgive me. Originally, everyone was actually moved. Now that there was someone taking the lead and seeing Qin Zhao's magnanimity and benevolence, they naturally respected and admired him even more. They felt that he was a virtuous and wise ruler, and they were willing to follow him. Moreover, this was a matter that could affect the whole situation. As the saying goes, who would be willing to wander from place to place if they could have a stable and peaceful life? Therefore, most of them were very willing to stay, but it also depended on whether they could stay or not. From the looks of it, they could stay. Therefore, those ancient saints also expressed their willingness to stay and follow Qin Shao. They were willing to continue working for Fulua world. Seeing that everyone was willing to stay, Qin Shao was happy and relieved. Chapter 3106. It was naturally for the best if these old ministers were willing to stay behind and assist Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao would definitely not spend his energy on this. He would definitely be a hands-off boss. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally in need of some experienced and capable subordinates to share his burdens. Realm Lord Manor, Conference Hall. Qin Shao had gathered all the core forces of the Realm Lord Manor. All of them were ancient saints who were loyal to the Realm Lord Manor and had always been working for the Realm Lord Manor. The enormous Void Sky world naturally required an enormous group of ruling forces. Only in this way would it be able to maintain the stability and peace of the entire Void Sky world. Especially now that Qin Shao had defeated Mangao Saw and become the new Realm Lord of the Realm Lord Manor. The change of the throne was equivalent to a change of dynasty. Generally speaking, when there was a change of dynasty, there would be some turmoil. There would always be some reckless people who would jump out at this time and stir up trouble. Therefore, the more it was like this, the more it was necessary to have a powerful force to suppress and protect everything. Qin Shao was a little surprised when he saw more than 1,000 ancient saints standing in the conference hall. He did not expect that the number of ancient saints who were directly loyal to the Realm Lord Manor would be so many. It was indeed an extremely powerful force that could not be underestimated. If anyone dared to behave atrociously in the Fulua world, Just the presence of over 1,000 ancient saints would be more than enough to suppress everything. That was way too frightening. However, these thousands of ancient saints were basically first-step ancient saints. For third-step ancient saints, there were 5 of them. For second-step ancient saints, there were only 86 of them. As for the others, they were all ancient saints of the first step. As such, they formed the core of the Realm Lord Manor and the most powerful force. Among these thousands of ancient saints, 70% of them were the deputy commanders of the legions. There were nearly 7 million elite legions in the entire Realm Lord Manor. 99 of them guarded the Realm Lord's Manor, while the others were scattered all over the Fulu realm. They guarded one area and maintained the peace of the other. Other than the ancient saint stage powerhouses who stayed in the Realm Lord's Manor and obeyed the Realm Lord's orders at all times, the rest were the city lords of the various cities in the floating Luo realm. Although the majority of the cities in Wooloo world weren't directly governed by the Realm Lord Manor, there were still some that were directly governed by the Realm Lord Manor. In this way, it was for the sake of making it easier for him to rule and manage the entire Void Sky world. Now that Qin Shao had taken office, he naturally had to gather all the core members. Firstly, he had to assimilate their thoughts. Secondly, he had to arrange some work so that the entire Fulua world could operate normally. Thirdly, he had to give them some appropriate deterrence so that they wouldn't have any disloyal thoughts. After all, the territory of the Fulua world was a little too vast, and some places did indeed feel like the mountains were high and the Yellow Emperor was far away. If something really happened, it might not be able to reach the Realm Lord Manor. Although Qin Shao also had the experience of ruling a region, it was only in the primordial universe. The floating Luo world was too big and too complicated. To Qin Shao, this was indeed a very difficult task. It really gave Qin Shao a headache. The meeting in the meeting hall lasted for a year. Qin Shao listened until his head was about to explode before it finally ended. Many orders were given, and the ancient saint stage powerhouses also left one after another. After everyone left, Qin Shao asked the 5 ancient saint stage powerhouses to stay behind. These 5 ancient saint stage powerhouses were considered the leaders of the ancient saint stage powerhouses. They were also the most prestigious, influential, and experienced people in the Realm Lord Manor. If Qin Shao wanted to be a good absentee shopkeeper, then he could only rely on these 5 people. Therefore, Qin Shao already had a plan in his heart. The 5 of you, I, Qin Shao, am new to the floating Luo world. In fact, there are many things that I don't know about the floating Luo world. In this regard, you will definitely know more than me. Therefore, I, Qin Shao, will have to rely on you for the management of the floating Luo world in the future. Qin Shao is also willing to invite the 5 of you to assist me well and help me solve my problems. Qin Shao thanks you in advance. Qin Shao looked at the 5 of them with a serious face and said. This caused the 5 of them to be filled with fear and trepidation. Each of them immediately returned the greeting and solemnly vowed that this was something they should do. Qin Shao continued, It's like this. I still have many things to do in the future, so I won't stay in the Realm Lord Manor for long. I will leave soon. Therefore, I urgently need to make arrangements for everything in the floating Luo world. And you guys are now my most reliable right-hand men. I won't monopolize the power like Mang Gao So. I will use your talents to the best of my ability. I will give you more opportunities to show your strength and let you all display your talents to the fullest. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 5 of them looked at each other in dismay. They were quite shocked in their hearts. What did he mean? He was going to give them the power? What did the Realm Lord mean? Previously, Mang Gao So monopolized the power. He had the final say in everything. No one could disobey him. Moreover, he had many descendants. He would come out to take care of many things. Therefore, even if they were absolute trusted generals, they actually didn't have much power in their hands. Sometimes they would always encounter a lot of obstacles when doing things. This was an indescribable pain in their hearts. Who didn't want to get the power? The power of a world, that was something that people yearned for very much. The burning desire in everyone's hearts was instantly aroused by Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued, "It's like this. My initial plan is this. In the future, all the power of management in the floating Luo world will be divided equally among the 5 of you. I've divided it into 5 big parts. The 5 of you will be in charge of a big part. Each of you will do your own thing and fulfill your responsibilities. If you encounter something more complicated or troublesome, the 5 of you can discuss and make a decision. The minority obeys the majority. If there's nothing particularly important, you don't need to report to me. You can decide on your own. As for the others, I've also divided them into 5 parts. They will also be under your direct leadership. All the power will be given to you. Of course, it's also to prevent someone from abusing their power and acting recklessly. You will cooperate to manage the floating Luo world. You will also have to monitor and restrain others. You will hold the power and supervise each other. Everyone will work together and manage the entire floating Luo world well. Although power is good, it's also an incomparably sharp sword. If you don't grasp it well, you will hurt yourself. Therefore, I, Qin Shao, would like to ask you all something. At the same time, I would also like to remind you all. As long as you don't step on the line in my heart, I can muddle along and won't say anything about you. However, as long as anyone steps on the line in my heart, I will definitely not show mercy. In the future, when I'm not in the Realm Lord's manor, the 5 of you will have the final say in the entire floating Luo world. Everyone will listen to your orders. I believe that you are all great talents. You all have rich experience. You should also have many ideas. It's just that you might not have the chance to display them in the past. But now, I, Qin Shao, am giving you the opportunity to display your talent. This is a stage that belongs to you. I hope that you can grasp it well." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 5 of them looked at each other again. However, they were all incomparably excited. He had really given them all the power. They had naturally dreamed of such a thing. They had also fantasized about it, but they felt that it was unrealistic. But now, it had actually become a reality. Plop! The 5 of them suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Shao and said in unison, "From now on, we swear to follow Realm Lord Qin Shao to the death." We will do our best for floating Luo world. We will do our best until we die. Ha ha ha! Qin Shao smiled and said to the 5 of them, "Get up. It's better not to say these words. I don't like to hear such words. In fact, it's a little empty. Perhaps you have said these words to Mang Gao so many times. Now, it's actually not that meaningful to me." After being said by Qin Shao, the 5 of them suddenly felt a little awkward. It was indeed so. They had indeed said these words to Mang Gao so many times. Now, it was a little strange for Realm Lord Qin Shao. No matter how well you say it, it's not as good as doing it. I don't really need anyone to swear loyalty to me. After all, I won't stay in floating Luo world for long, and I don't plan to settle down in floating Luo world in the future. So, to be honest, I won't be the Realm Lord for long. But I'll do my job. For the endless lives of floating Luo world, I have to take up this responsibility for floating Luo world. So, the one you have to swear loyalty to is not me, Qin Shao, but the Realm Lord Manor, the floating Luo world, and this land of ours. In the future, I, Qin Shao, will not be the Realm Lord anymore. You should continue to be like this. Qin Shao continued. These words caused the hearts of the 5 people to be greatly moved. Indeed, they had never met a person who could be so indifferent to fame and power. Moreover, he was so considerate of them. Qin Shao waved his hand at the 5 of them and said, All right, you can go and do your work. I'll leave the rest to you. A third step ancient saint suddenly said, By the way, Your Excellency, according to tradition, when a new realm lord takes office, he will hold a banquet and invite the other realm lords. I wonder if Your Excellency can let me arrange this matter now? Since it was a tradition, Qin Shao had to follow it. It was also a good opportunity for him to get to know the other realm lords and greet them in advance. He hoped that when he was not around, they would not make things difficult for floating Luo world. Therefore Qin Shao nodded and said, All right, you can go and take care of this matter then. However, don't make it too grand. Let's keep it simple. Also, don't invite too many people. Yes, Your Excellency. The third step ancient saint immediately accepted the order and left. The 5 third step ancient saints left the area and left the area. Soon, only Brother Pure, Yuan, and Baby Mo were left in the huge meeting hall. After being busy for a while, it really made Qin Shao feel somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. Being a realm lord is really not a chore for humans. It's much more tiring than cultivation. Phew, I'd rather go through a tribulation than be a realm lord. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. Brother Pure said with a gloating face, Brother, you're too delicate. Others can't even be a realm lord even if they want to. There are only 3,000 realm lords in the entire Great Tao Sacred Realm. Chapter 3107. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure speechlessly. It was easy for him to talk. Qin Shao was too lazy to care about these complicated and troublesome matters. Brother Pure, I asked you to check and collect all the assets of the Realm Lord Manor. How did it go? Qin Shao asked. Mang Gaosuo was directly killed, the 3rd prince and the 8th prince were also dead, and the other princes fled in panic. The people of the Mang clan had already scattered like birds and beasts. Therefore, the Mang clan still left behind a large amount of wealth. In addition to the wealth left behind by Mang Gaosuo, this was also a very considerable amount. For Qin Shao, this was naturally something that he needed very much. They could take this wealth to find the carefree messenger and smoothly enter the carefree little realm. Moreover, the Realm Lord Manor also had a considerable amount of wealth. Qin Shao could also take some from the Realm Lord Manor. Brother Chuanjie said, You don't trust me? I've done everything according to your instructions. I've sent a batch to Madame Lu, and I've kept the rest. I haven't taken anything from the Realm Lord Manor yet. I feel that we have enough and don't need it. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were very interested in the asset. But this time, they took a lot of the cultivation resources of the Mang clan and gave them to the Lu clan. The huge territory of the Mang clan was temporarily empty. Qin Shao also planned to leave it empty. If the Lu clan grew stronger in the future, the Lu clan could take over. This was also a cycle. It was just a small compensation from Mang Gaosuo to the Lu clan. As long as Qin Shao was the realm lord, the Lu clan would definitely be well taken care of. This was also an important reason why Qin Shao was the realm lord. In this way, even if he left the Fulua world, he could be very relieved. Qin Shao had already ordered that all parties must treat the Lu clan well. Well, after the banquet, let's go to the carefree little realm. Yuan, take Baby Mo back to the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao nodded and said, We will probably stay in the carefree small world for a long time. We won't be able to come out in a short time. Although Yuan and Baby Mo were unwilling, they knew that they could not follow them into the carefree little realm, so they could only nod in agreement. The banquet had already unfolded in an orderly manner. The news of Qin Shao defeating Jie Gaosuo and becoming the new realm lord of Fulua domain had already spread throughout the Great Tao Sacred Realm. This was considered a very big matter in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Before the banquet even started, there were already people who came to congratulate them. Ha ha ha, brother Qin Shao, congratulations! To think that in the blink of an eye, you have already become the lord of a realm. You have fulfilled my lifelong dream. His Highness Badger Huai took the initiative to congratulate. It was indeed so. His lifelong dream was to become the lord of a realm like his father and dominate a region. As for the World God Realm, it had always been too far away for him. The World God Realm was something that his father had been pursuing all his life. How could it be so easy to achieve? The World God Realm, in fact, Badger Huai had never dared to think about it. To be able to become the lord of a realm was already an ultimate goal. It could also be considered as fulfilling his father's expectations. It was just that this goal was still very far away from him. It was too difficult to become the lord of a realm. However, such a difficult problem seemed to be as easy as flipping a hand for Qin Shao. How long had it been since they last met? Out of the blue, the news that Qin Shao had defeated the realm lord of Fulua Domain and become the new realm lord of Fulua Domain had spread. The realm lord of Fulua Domain had also ruled Fulua Domain for hundreds of universe eras. He could be considered a very powerful existence. When the news first spread to Zilin Domain, he still didn't dare to believe it. After confirming it several times, he finally believed that it was true. Haha, Your Highness Badger Huai, you can still think about it. We don't even dare to think about it. Saint Sage Kai Yuan also said. Big Beard, Cripple Saint Sage, Pan Dong Lu, Lady Lian Qin and the others had all arrived. Everyone was present. Obviously, they had all come together to congratulate Qin Shao. Seeing everyone, Qin Shao was very happy. The last time everyone gathered together was at the Sacred Water Palace. He didn't expect that everyone would gather here again so soon. This time, everyone came to congratulate Qin Shao. When they heard that Qin Shao had become the realm lord of Fulua Domain, they were sincerely happy for Qin Shao. Of course, they were also incomparably proud. Qin Shao was naturally very happy that everyone came to congratulate him. The banquet started very quickly. Qin Shao really didn't want such liveliness. Hence, he handed over the matter of receiving guests. Unless other sector lords came personally, he wouldn't easily go and receive them. However, it seemed that Qin Zhao's face was rather big. In the end, more than 30 realm lords came personally. Badger Huai's father, Zilin Realm Lord, also came to congratulate him. Receiving these big shots was a rather strenuous task. After being busy for a while, they were finally done and sent off all the guests. Badger Huai and the others also left. Only then did the Realm Lord Manor gradually regain some peace. However, the entire Fulua Domain was still immersed in the celebration of the new Realm Lord's appointment. Especially Qin Shao, this new Realm Lord, his reputation was very good. He was praised by countless people and established a very good reputation. Everything in Fulua Domain was more or less arranged properly. Qin Shao could finally relax. Fortunately, the 5 supreme powers had a rule. During the first era of the new Realm Lord's appointment, no one could issue an open challenge to the new Realm Lord. In other words, during this era, Qin Shao was absolutely safe. No one could issue an open challenge to him to shake his Realm Lord position. This also meant that during this era, Qin Shao didn't need to appear. He could go out without any worries. After settling everything, Qin Shao and the other 3 left quietly. Haha, I say, brother, being the master of a realm is actually quite carefree and unfettered. I'm thinking, after I take my revenge and settle my worries, I'll make a trip to the primordial universe and bring my wife and the others over. After that, being the master of a realm and living a carefree life isn't too bad. Ruling a region, being a local emperor, gathering more wives and concubines, giving birth to more children and nurturing them into talents. TSK, just thinking about it is a wonderful thing. It's really beautiful, Brother Pure said on the way. Looking at him, he was half joking but also half serious. Qin Shao didn't doubt that Brother Pure could do such a thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. It was indeed quite a good thing. Brother Pure was originally from the Great Tao Sacred Realm. As long as he killed Qiong Wang's original body, Brother Pure would be able to resolve the matter in his heart. Indeed, he could be the lord of a realm, which was quite good. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Sure, next time, I'll just give this position of realm lord to you, and that will do. Anyway, I don't want to be the realm lord. I don't have a clone. If I don't get rid of this realm lord position, I'll be bound here forever. That's not a good thing. Come on." Brother Pure waved his hand and said, "Do I need you to give me that? Don't make me sound so bad, okay? I don't want to take over this stall of yours. I'd better go back to my realm and be the realm lord. Although I can't challenge the realm lords for the time being, it's fine. After I break through to the ancient saint realm, I can challenge them and become the realm lord. When the time comes, we brothers will both be realm lords in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. How cool and extravagant will that be? Thinking about it, it's a very good thing. This way we can always take care of each other in the future." Ha ha. Qin Shao, why don't you bring everyone from the primordial universe to the Great Tao Sacred Realm? Meng Huang, Jiang Zhu, and the others can all be brought over. The Great Tao Sacred Realm is much more exciting than the immortal domain. This is the real center of the vast 1,000 domains. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about this later. It's all up to one's own wishes. In fact, it's not much different. It's still a little too early to say this. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's find the unfettered envoy first." The Heavenly River Temple Master has already sent the information. Let's hurry over. With the information from the Heavenly River Temple Master, it was naturally not difficult to find the unfettered envoy. This time, the unfettered envoy had changed his appearance, so it was really difficult for ordinary people to find him. However, this matter was not difficult for Qin Shao and the others. "Realm Lord Qin, we haven't seen each other for a short time. You've already become the Realm Lord." The unfettered envoy looked at Qin Shao, pursed his lips, and said with a chuckle. It seemed like the Carefree Envoy's information network was very well informed. However, it had been almost 20 million years, which was not a short time for Qin Shao. Qin Shao said directly, "Senior Envoy, we're here to hand in the tasks. We've completed all 8 tasks." The unfettered envoy also guessed the purpose of Qin Shao and the others' visit. He was not surprised that the two had completed all the tasks so quickly. After all, these two were disciples of the Firmament Academy, and one had just become the Realm Lord. There was probably nothing that could be difficult for these two peerless geniuses. What's more, entering the unfettered little realm was not too difficult, so it was normal that they had completed it. However, the unfettered envoy was even more puzzled. "I really don't know why you desperately want to enter the unfettered little realm. You haven't forgotten what I told you before, right? It's easy to enter the unfettered little realm, but it's very difficult to leave. I don't think the two of you will stay in the unfettered little realm forever. It's just a small realm, not a place for cultivation. It's not suitable for cultivation. Once you enter the unfettered little realm, you'll basically be free and happy. You'll enjoy yourself freely and indulge in wine and women. To say something inappropriate, entering the unfettered little realm is basically equivalent to abandoning cultivation. As the unfettered envoy, I shouldn't say these words. However, I really don't want you to enter the unfettered little realm. I made things difficult for you before because I wanted to set a hurdle for you and make you give up. But now it seems that you don't intend to give up." Hearing the unfettered envoy's words, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were slightly stunned. It turned out that this was the reason why the unfettered envoy had made things difficult for them. They had thought that he was deliberately abusing his power. From the looks of it, this senior carefree envoy was a pretty good senior. Chapter 3108. The unfettered little realm was indeed not a place for cultivation. The attribute of the unfettered little realm was freedom. It was a place without any worries. Most of the people who entered the carefree little realm did so in order to have an absolute guarantee of safety, so they went in with this thought. Many of them had great enemies in the outside world, so they entered the carefree small realm to take refuge. Those who entered the unfettered little realm knew that it would be difficult for them to continue their cultivation inside. But it didn't matter. Many people had already reached the end of their cultivation path. Even if there were some who felt that they had not really reached the end, they could just leave an avatar to cultivate outside. Therefore, this was the shortcoming of the unfettered little realm. If not, the unfettered little realm would have been overcrowded. Generally speaking, people with ambition would not enter the unfettered little realm. It was precisely because of this that the unfettered messenger did not understand why Qin Shao and Brother Pure, these two peerless geniuses, wanted to enter the unfettered little realm. Therefore, he tried his best to dissuade them. Qin Shao said, "We appreciate Senior Messenger's kindness, but we have our own difficulties. There are things we must do. Therefore, we must enter the unfettered little realm. We also know that it is easy to go in, but difficult to come out. But there is no other way. No matter how difficult it is, we can only work hard to overcome it. There are some things that we must do. We can't say that we don't do it because it is difficult. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must do it. Senior Messenger, we hope you can understand our difficulties. Let us enter the unfettered little realm." Qin Shao and Brother Pure insisted on entering, so the unfettered messenger naturally could not stop them. The unfettered messenger shook his head slightly and could only say, "Well, if that's the case, then take out the mission and hand over the things on this list. Then, I can take you to the unfettered little realm." Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already completed the 8 missions, and the items on the list had already been prepared. With the wealth from Jagged Tall Shuttle, it was more than enough to pay the price. After collecting everything, the carefree envoy became serious. He said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure, "If you have anything to do, quickly arrange it. I'll take you to the carefree lesser realm." Qin Shao looked at Yuan and Baby Mo and said, "Go back to the Firmament College." Yuan pouted and looked unhappy, but she still obediently said, "Okay." Yuan still looked back 3 times with every step she took. She walked shyly, and only after a while did she finally leave. It was really not easy to send these 2 people away. Qin Shao could only helplessly shake his head. The carefree envoy took Qin Shao and Brother Pure to the carefree lesser realm. On the way, they really went through many twists and turns. After passing through 36 transmission arrays, they finally entered a place of nothingness. In the nothingness, they opened a boundary gate and finally entered the carefree lesser realm. But as soon as they entered the carefree lesser realm, they were brought into a sealed independent space. In this sealed independent space, there was obviously a powerful existence guarding it. This was the first entrance to the carefree lesser realm, and it was also the most important one. Don't resist. Only by planting a soul seal can you enter the carefree lesser realm to live. The carefree envoy's voice sounded. At this time, 2 rays of light could be seen. Enveloping Qin Shao, a series of moving golden runes poured into the minds of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Weaving into a seal, it entered the souls of the 2, and was about to be branded in their souls. Qin Shao and Brother Pure both knew that this was a necessary process to enter the carefree lesser realm. This sort of soul seal could control everyone who entered the carefree lesser realm. Through this, it could also control the people who entered the carefree lesser realm to cause trouble in the carefree lesser realm. Although this sort of soul seal could not injure Qin Shao and Brother Pure's lives, even if it were to explode, it would still be an enormous suppressive power, enough to seriously injure the two of them. But there was no other way. If they wanted to enter the carefree lesser realm, they must follow the rules of this place. The feeling of being planted with a soul seal was indeed very unpleasant. It was as if their lives were in the hands of others. Soon, the soul seal was planted. A door opened and a soft light shone in from behind the door. Qin Shao and Brother Pure glanced at each other. Then, without any hesitation, they walked into the gate and entered the carefree lesser realm. The moment he stepped out of the door, he entered a brand new world. This was a vast world, a huge continent, an incomparably magnificent continent. There were beautiful sceneries, rugged and grotesque rocks, scattered mountain peaks, connected mountain ranges, colorful fairyland lands, floating giant islands, and endless abyss. This was a real land beyond the heavens, the Peach Garden world. The beautiful sceneries were pleasing. Buildings were scattered all over the place. This was the carefree lesser realm, the legendary carefree lesser realm, an extremely mysterious land beyond the heavens. The carefree lesser realm was a completely man-made world. Therefore, the void here was incomparably solid and could not be easily broken. In the carefree lesser realm, there were many restrictions and suppressions. Therefore, it was difficult to fully exert one's strength here. But everyone was treated equally, so it was not a big deal. This upper realm was still very stable. The carefree lesser realm was not big, much smaller than Langya Heaven. However, there were not many people in the carefree lesser realm. According to Qin Zhao's understanding, the total number of people in the carefree lesser realm was about 1 million. Of course, this number was not much, but one had to know that these people were all existences of the ancient saint realm, and there were even some existences of the world god realm. If he put it this way, it would be extremely terrifying. 1 million existences of the ancient saint realm. What a terrifying force! Such a powerful force was indeed terrifying. It was unimaginably terrifying. It was no wonder that the carefree lesser realm's prestige in the great Tao Saint realm had reached such a high level. It indeed had its foundation. No one dared to look down on such a carefree lesser realm, and no one dared to act rashly. No wonder it was said that only supreme existences like the reincarnation sovereign dared to act rashly in the carefree lesser realm. Even existences on the Heavens Declaration and Divine List would find it difficult to do so. There were many eccentric people in the carefree small realm who didn't want to interact with others. Therefore, these people would usually find a quiet place to build their own palaces. They would stay in their palaces by themselves and lead their own territory. Although the carefree lesser realm was not very big, it was still very vast for a base of about 1 million people. People who liked to be lively gathered on a huge floating island in the center of the carefree lesser realm, which was also called Carefree City. Soon, Qin Shao and Brother Pure arrived in front of Carefree City. However, they had not yet entered the city. Carefree City was not guarded by a city wall, so people could enter and leave freely. The entire Liberty City was built luxuriously and magnificently. All kinds of magnificent buildings stood in great numbers. Moreover, they were very well planned. Therefore, at first glance, one would feel very comfortable and orderly. Before entering Carefree City, they could feel the singing and dancing in the city and the cheerful atmosphere. Brother Pure took a deep breath and seemed to be intoxicated. A smirk appeared on his face and he said, "This is the smell. It's so comfortable to smell it. Ha ha ha, the carefree lesser realm is indeed a place of freedom and freedom. Carefree City has developed this joyful thing to the peak, hasn't it? There is only one smell in the entire Carefree City, the smell of debauchery. Ha, but I like it. Qin Shao was speechless and rolled her eyes at Brother Pure. She naturally understood what he meant. Carefree City was indeed filled with the smell of debauchery. It was the kind of debauchery between men and women. Moreover, at a glance, the entire Carefree City was filled with brothels such as Spring Wind House, Full Moon House, and No Drunken House. There were even many prostitutes with very little clothing standing there. Their movements were coquettish, gorgeously dressed, attracting people's attention. This scene, this style, truly left Qin Shao in an awkward position. If outsiders knew what Carefree City looked like, what would they think? Almost half of the entire Carefree City had been occupied by brothels. It was truly an unimaginable development of a business to the peak level. Walking on the street of Carefree City, there were not many people on the street, but cheerful voices were echoing from the brothels on both sides. It was truly a free and unfettered place, a place where one could let oneself fly. Qin Shao had never been interested in such things. Brother Pure, on the other hand, seemed very interested. He almost couldn't wait to go in and take a look, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Otherwise, he would have forgotten the purpose of his visit. What a great place! What a great place! TSK, TSK, TSK. The prostitutes here are different from those in the outside world. They are all high-end goods. Some of the women in the ancient sage realm only want to have fun with men. If they are interested in you, you are in for a treat. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I feel like I'm having too much fun to think about home. I should have come to such a great place earlier, Brother Pure said again. Qin Shao was really speechless. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "Can't you just take your revenge on Qiong Wang? It's fine. It's not a big deal. Isn't it easy to kill Qiong Wang?" Brother Pure waved his hands and said unconcernedly. However, he was always joking. In fact, he did not really care. After fooling around for a while, Brother Pure finally became serious and said, "But to be honest, Qin Shao, this is actually quite normal. Think about it. How boring is it in the Carefree small realm? It's such a small place, and there are more than 1,000,000 ancient sages here. It's obviously impossible to cultivate here. This is not a place for cultivation. What's the point of staying here if you don't cultivate? It's not like you can leave the Carefree small realm easily. So, it's natural to find a way to have some fun. It's a man's pleasure, isn't it mostly like this?" Exactly. So, the places of entertainment can be seen everywhere in Carefree City. They are developing very well, enriching the life of the people in the Carefree small realm. It also makes the Carefree small realm more suitable for the word carefree. We have just entered the Carefree small realm. We are not familiar with the place. We don't know anyone. So, if we want to find Qiong Wang and Mang Gao Suo, we must first integrate into the Carefree small realm, and then find a way to find their whereabouts. After that, we can find a way to kill them. This is the key point. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed the case. First of all, it was indeed necessary to learn about the Carefree small realm. They were really unfamiliar with the place and the people. So, let's go in and have some fun first and get to know it better. Brother Pure suddenly smiled and pulled Qin Shao to a place of entertainment. Author Cruel Death say, 4th update, beg for flowers that you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.